Chapter 1. The Eastern Wilderness Realm. The Liu clan of the Imperial family. The solemn atmosphere within the Grand Hall was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. Members of the Liu clan, come forth and embrace your doom. The voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the very souls of all present. The ancient ancestor of the Lin clan, a being standing at the pinnacle of the emperor level, had personally descended upon the Liu clan. He emerged from the void, his towering figure resembling that of an ancient deity, exuding an overwhelming pressure that sent chills down the spines of those who beheld him. His hawk-like eyes glinted with resolute fury, and as he spoke, it was with words that foretold the annihilation of the Liu clan. In the Grand Hall, the members of the Liu clan were instantly engulfed in a wave of panic. They were acutely aware of the power and renown of the Lin clan's ancestor. He was a terrifying existence, standing at the apex of emperors, wielding the might to obliterate the very heavens and earth. A being of such stature could effortlessly turn the entire Eastern Wilderness realm into a desolate wasteland with a mere wave of his hand. What chance did a mere Liu clan stand against such a formidable foe? Faced with such a potent adversary, every member of the Liu clan felt an unprecedented sense of despair. Yet, in this tense moment, the clan leader, Liu Tianyuan, stepped forward. He straightened his posture, determination flickering in his gaze. Elder Lin, our Liu clan has no grievances with your Lin clan. May I inquire why you are so relentlessly pressing us? Liu Tianyuan's voice was neither servile nor arrogant, echoing throughout the Grand Hall. The Lin clan's ancestor stood haughtily in the void, his piercing gaze sweeping downwards, sending Liu Tianyuan hurtling backwards with a mere glance. Following this, he coldly snorted, "Your Liu clan's younger generation dared to slay my Lin clan's prodigious disciple. If I do not avenge this, what face will my Lin clan have left?" Liu Tianyuan's heart sank. He realized that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. He understood all too well that the Lin clan's ancestors' claim of the Liu clan's involvement in the death of a Lin clan genius was nothing more than a fabricated excuse. The true motive behind the Lin clan's relentless pursuit was their coveted imperial-level martial arts, the Taishu sword cannon. Months ago, the Lin clan's ancestor had dispatched emissaries to request the borrowing of the Liu clan's Taishu sword cannon. However, as the leader of the Liu clan, Liu Tianyuan could not acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. He had outright refused in person. He had thought that the matter would simply fade into the past. Little did he expect that the Lin clan's ancestor would choose today to strike, even going so far as to use this baseless pretext to annihilate their clan. Though Liu Tianyuan was determined to resist to the end, upon seeing the fearful young clan members behind him, he could only let out a helpless sigh. He could perish, but he could not allow these clan members to perish alongside him. Despite the Lin clan's ancestors' shamelessness, he was indeed a true powerhouse, one that Liu Tianyuan was ill-equipped to confront. At the pinnacle of quasi-emperor level, he felt like an ant before the Lin clan's ancestor, who stood at the peak of emperor level. Even if he were to sustain grave injuries now, he dared not express a hint of dissatisfaction, lest he provoke the other party's ire. For the sake of his clan members, Liu Tianyuan suppressed his anger, lowered his stance, and stepped forward once more, humbly stating, "This matter may be a misunderstanding. My Liu clan would never engage in such treachery. I implore Elder Lin to grant us the opportunity to uncover the truth." A misunderstanding? The Lin clan's ancestor sneered, coldly retorting, "My people witnessed your Liu clan's disciples in action. Could that be false?" Liu Tianyuan's expression darkened. The so-called eyewitness accounts were undoubtedly fabricated. Even though he knew the Lin clan's ancestor was deliberately slandering them, he could only bow his head and say, "This is likely the work of someone intentionally sowing discord, seeking to frame my Liu clan. I ask for Elder Lin's patience. I will surely uncover the truth and provide an explanation." However, as soon as his words fell, the Lin clan's ancestor let out another cold snort. "What? Are you questioning me?" With the conclusion of the Lin clan's ancestor's words, a terrifying imperial aura descended like a dark cloud, enveloping the entire Liu clan. Within that ominous cloud, a colossal hand emerged, seemingly poised to reduce the entire Liu clan to rubble in the next moment. Just as the members of the Liu clan braced for impending doom, the Lin clan's ancestor unexpectedly granted Lu Tianyuan's request. After a moment of contemplation, the Lin clan's ancestor retracted his terrifying aura and coldly declared, "Very well, I shall give you 3 days. Should there be no resolution by then, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the members of the Lu clan in a state of shock. No one could have anticipated that the imposing Lin clan's ancestor would leave so abruptly. Lu Tianyuan was equally incredulous. He understood all too well the nature of the Lin clan's ancestor. Over the years, in his relentless pursuit of the legacies of fallen imperial clans, the Lin clan's ancestor had eradicated dozens of clans of comparable strength to the Lu clan. Now that the Lin clan's ancestor had set his sights on their Taishu sword cannon, how could he possibly relinquish it easily? The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was oppressive. Everyone knew that if they failed to secure assistance within these 3 days, the Lu clan would face utter annihilation. Above the skies, the Lin clan's ancestor had not departed. He sat quietly upon the clouds. Behind him were the massive flying vessel of the Lin clan and 3,000 powerful Lin clan guards. "Ancestor, why grant them 3 days? They are but a mere Lu clan. If we eliminate them, who would dare defy your wishes?" The Quasi-Emperor-level leader of the Lin clan stood behind the ancestor, his eyes filled with arrogance. The Lu clan was merely a fallen imperial clan, akin to a toothless tiger. There was no need for the ancestor to engage. Personally, the 3,000 Lin clan guards could easily raze the Lu clan to the ground. Yet, the Lin clan's ancestor raised a hand to halt his actions, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "No matter. They're but crickets in autumn. Let them jump for a few more days. I shall observe who else is entangled with the Lu clan. Once the Lu clan is dealt with, I can uproot them entirely, eliminating any future threats." This was a strategy of entrapment, designed to reveal all forces allied with the Lu clan, allowing them to be swept away in one fell swoop. This was the Lin clan's ancestor's scheme. Hence, he had been willing to afford the Lu clan 3 days. 3 days passed swiftly. In the Lu clan's grand hall, silence reigned. Those who had ventured out seeking aid returned, one by one, in disappointment. Lu Tianyuan's expression was grim. The imperial clans that had previously maintained amicable relations with the Lu clan now regarded them with disdain. The numerous waves of clan members dispatched by Lu Tianyuan had not even been allowed to cross the threshold of their allies' doors before being dismissed. As the last person who had gone to seek assistance, the Lu clan's elder returned dejectedly, and despair filled the eyes of all present. Tonight marked the final deadline set by the Lin clan's ancestor. Without shelter, the Lu clan truly faced annihilation. In the Grand Hall, all faces were ashen. Many women and children had begun to sob quietly. Lu Tianyuan and the other elders of the Lu clan could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, from a remote corner of the Grand Hall, a clear and resonant voice suddenly broke through the gloom. "Perhaps there is still hope for our Lu clan." This crystalline voice immediately captured the attention of all. The crowd in the Grand Hall parted, their gazes converging upon the serene young girl standing quietly in the corner. Lu Tianyuan turned to look as well, and upon realizing that it was his beloved daughter, he could not help but ask excitedly, "Linglong, what did you just say?" Emerging from the corner, Lu Linglong gracefully stepped forward, speaking as she walked. "Father, esteemed elders, have you all forgotten that our Lu clan also possesses an emperor?" With her declaration, the members of the Grand Hall were left in a state of bewilderment. The strongest individual in the Lu clan was Lu Tianyuan, the clan leader at the 9th stage of Quasi-Emperor. Besides Lu Tianyuan, there were 8 other Quasi-Emperor elders present in the Grand Hall. Though the Lu clan was an imperial family, the last emperor they had possessed had departed over 100,000 years ago. Since that last emperor was compelled to leave the family and guard the entrance to the year, 100,000 years had passed without the emergence of a new emperor within the Lu clan. Yet, the 12-year-old Lu Linglong asserted confidently that their clan still had an emperor. For a moment, the members of the Grand Hall thought the young girl was merely confused. Lu Tianyuan sighed, stepping forward to gently ruffle his daughter's hair, forcing a smile as he spoke tenderly. "All right, I know you are worried for everyone. However, we all understand the strength of the Lu clan. You are still young, these matters should not trouble you. Return now and listen to the arrangements made by everyone. You have always had your own ideas in the future. Without our protection, you must take care of yourself. As the words fell from his lips, Lu Tianyuan's gaze shifted to the eighth elder beside him, his expression grave as he instructed, "Eighth elder, take these young ones through the secret passage and ensure their safe departure. Once you leave this place, live in obscurity and anonymity. Do not dwell on thoughts of vengeance. Their survival is paramount for our Lu family's legacy to continue to carry forth our lineage. Even if we eventually descend into the netherworld, we will have fulfilled our duty to our ancestors." Recognizing the formidable presence of the Lin family's patriarch, Lu Tianyuan had already begun to make arrangements for a retreat, selecting over 100 youths from the clan for the eighth elder to lead to safety through the hidden route. However, when the time came to implement the plan, each of the youths resolutely refused to leave. Lu Linglong anxiously stepped forward, grasping her father's arm as she reiterated, "Father, what I said earlier holds true. Our Lu family is not without a great emperor ancestor, is it not? The one who ventured to Tianyuan 100,000 years ago to guard the entrance to the foreign realm's ancestor Lu Xian." Upon hearing the name Lu Xian, the assembly in the Grand Hall turned their attention to Lu Linglong in unison, the realization dawning upon them that their clan indeed boasted a revered emperor ancestor. Indeed, clan leader Linglong speaks correctly. Ancestor Lu Xian is our family's emperor. It is said that ancestor Lu Xian was the mightiest emperor 100,000 years ago. The long-lived families and immortal lineages feared his ascent to supremacy, perceiving him as a threat to their status. Thus, they compelled our entire Lu family, sacrificing lives and the righteousness of humanity, to send Lu Xian away to guard Tianyuan. 100,000 years ago, ancestor Lu Xian was unmatched if he were still alive. What need would we have to fear the Lin family patriarch? The elders, who had moments ago appeared despondent, were now filled with fervor. They, too, had heard the legends of Lu Xian. 100,000 years prior, Lu Xian emerged as the supreme emperor, dominating the battlefield. It was said that he wielded a sword alone upon the Sea of Realms, compelling even the ancient sovereigns of foreign races to refrain from crossing the threshold. Some even referred to him as the Forbidden Emperor. In that era, aside from the Emperor of Emperors, none could rival Lu Xian's majesty. Yet, such prominence invited peril. The swift rise of Lu Xian instilled trepidation among the long-lived families and immortal lineages. The 4 great long-lived families and 3 immortal lineages dispatched 7 emperors to force Lu Xian into the role of guardian of Tianyuan, where he subsequently vanished without a trace. Gradually, even the members of the Lu family began to forget about ancestor Lu Xian. Those who occasionally mentioned him assumed he had perished in Tianyuan long ago. However, now, at this critical juncture for the survival of the Lu family, the mention of Lu Xian's name became a lifeline, igniting a faint glimmer of hope among all the clan members. Yet, their enthusiasm quickly waned. If ancestor Lu Xian were alive, we would indeed have no reason to fear the Lin family patriarch. However, it has been at least 100,000 years since his time. Even if he were an emperor, he would have long since passed into eternity. With a heavy sigh, Lu Tianyuan felt compelled to dispel the illusions of his kin. These prospective emperors had lifespans of merely 10,000 years. While an emperor's lifespan exceeded that of a prospective emperor, it seldom surpassed 50,000 years. Among the most powerful emperors throughout history, none had lived beyond 100,000 years. Of course, those who had extended their lives through unconventional means were not included in this reckoning. In an unexpected turn of events, he had succeeded, and it was none other than the mountain lord at Chushao appeared utterly bewildered. He had been diligently honing his skills within the forest when suddenly he was yanked away by an inexplicable force. Wasn't this Taoist summoning skill supposed to require connections, recognition, and prior consent for a successful invocation? Why was this happening? I summoned the Mountain Lord, Hu Shao, before the Mountain Lord could even comprehend the situation. A tremendous force propelled him directly towards Lin Bei. What the? Hu Shao was taken aback, colliding with Lin Bei, only to be forcefully repelled the next moment. He felt a dizzying confusion wash over him. What on earth was happening? It was one thing for Lin Bei to forcibly summon him, but to be bounced back afterwards was simply absurd. Lin Bei, upon realizing he had summoned the Mountain Lord, felt a flicker of excitement. After all, the Mountain Lord was a formidable deity, albeit not on par with the exalted gods of the heavenly court. However, if the summoning succeeded, dealing with the peculiar thief before him would be a mere trifling task. Yet now, this Mountain Lord had been repelled by his own body, ding ding. But in an instant, a string of text appeared above Lin Bei's forehead. Had the system glitched? He was still striking a pose he deemed impressive. Could it please respond? Ding, correction complete. The next moment, the Mountain Lord's form became solidified. Simultaneously, Lin Bei's summoning skill underwent a transformation. Summoning assistance. The addition of assistance changed everything. At that moment, the Mountain Lord manifested before the crowd. Witnessing the sudden appearance of the massive tiger, everyone was left in a state of utter disbelief. Especially upon sensing the overwhelming aura of authority emanating from the Mountain Lord, they felt a shiver run down their spines. When they caught a glimpse of the Mountain Lord's level, silence enveloped the crowd. Mountain Lord Hu Shao LV.20, power restricted. The crowd, The thief, halted mid-charge by the overwhelming aura, exclaimed, "What? Mountain Lord Hu Shao, In an instant, the scene was engulfed in silence. Wang Chongyang's gaze slowly shifted to Lin Bei, who was still posing, seemingly questioning. Is this summoning? Is my understanding of summoning entirely misguided? As Lin Bei observed the sudden emergence of the Mountain Lord, he finally grasped the situation. Although the summoning skill was designed to enhance one's self, it also conferred the abilities of the summoned entity. Under the summoning state, it was inherently linked to offensive capabilities. The Ren class was incapable of wielding offensive skills, indicating a fundamental conflict. The system had consequently encountered an error, resulting in a glitch that transformed the summoning into a summoning assistance that IT seemed to imply that as long as the entity was summoned, it would not count as possessing offensive skills. The Ren class could learn summoning techniques from the Summoner class and could even rear battle pets for protection. Now that the summoning skill had morphed into summoning assistance, it effectively replaced the intended summoning techniques of the Summoner class. Perhaps it was a commendable alternative. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Bei broke the silence. Mountain Lord, please take action and deal with this thief. Mountain Lord? Are you asking a deity to bully a mere LV.2 little rascal? What a joke. Even if my power is currently suppressed, must I sacrifice my dignity? Boom. The Mountain Lord transformed into a shadow. And in an instant, without anyone having the chance to react, he obliterated the thief in a single strike. The thief's corpse was utterly shattered by the Mountain Lord's blow, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The Mountain Lord fell silent, pondering why his body had acted of its own accord. Before Lin Bei could utter another word, he felt his complexion turn pale, and the Mountain Lord vanished, summoning Assistance LV. 2. Consumes 10 energy points to randomly summon a deity for assistance. The energy consumed and duration depend on the deity's strength. Lin Bei, now merely at LV.2, had already reached his limit by summoning the LV. 20 Mountain Lord. Managing to sustain it for a mere 6 seconds was quite remarkable. Lin Bei opened his system panel. Class. Ren LV.2 health. 110 energy. 3150 physical attack. 6 magic attack. 6 physical defense. 5 magic defense. 5 core skill. Summoning assistant skills. Single target healing. Group shield. His energy had dwindled to 30 points. Should it reach 0, the likelihood of him falling into a coma was substantial, one of the foundational theories learned throughout his years at school. Lin Bei, are you all right? Noticing Lin Bei's pallor, Wang Chongyang immediately expressed concern. I'm fine. It's just a bit exhausting. Despite the exhaustion, it was impressive. Rabbit Schwer, regaining her composure from her state of shock, added to summon a LV. 20 entity at LV.2 is nothing short of miraculous. However, the aftermath does seem like a significant disparity in power that I have an idea. At that moment, the lightning mage Zhang Qingfeng, with a glint of wisdom in his eyes, raised his right index finger. What idea? How about we tackle a boss? In dungeons, boss and elite monsters existed, and the highest level in a novice dungeon was a mere 5, that a level 5 boss possessed 10 times the base attributes of an average player at the same level. Only those with formidable strength and special core skills could overcome such challenges. These individuals were usually the elite among the elite. Given Lin Bei's extraordinary core skill, why not leverage it? Perhaps they could even claim the top spot. The first rank in Jiangcheng would reward each team member with 1 million alliance coins, along with eligibility for a benefits dungeon and a purple quality skill book that let's give a try. Lin Bei opened his system inventory and began to consume the energy potions he had meticulously prepared. After all, he was an alliance coin player, and the Lin family was a dominant force in Jiangcheng, boasting an extensive array of industries. Not to mention, even in the broader realm of Blue Star, they had interests spanning otherworldly ventures. Though these were primarily controlled by the main family, he was still part of the branch. Sharing blood ties, and thus entitled to certain benefits. A beginner energy potion cost 1,000 per bottle. He decided to procure 9 sets. Each set contained 99 bottles, with the family backing him. Not indulging would be an affront to their legacy. Energy potions came in 4 grades: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier, with types categorized as sustained recovery or instant recovery. The instant recovery type was approximately 50 pricier than the sustained recovery type. The potion Lin Bei held was of the instant recovery variety, capable of restoring 100 energy points, nearly full. The 3 others looked on with envy. Let's go. I want to see if we can break the record set in Jiangcheng. The excitement in his heart was almost too much to contain. All right. In that moment, the dark forest echoed with the sounds of fierce combat. Thunderous fury. Instant shadow, kill formation. Utterly frenzied. Who dares to stop me? Immortal. Come and strike me with your healing spells. Healing. Healing. Group shield. 3 hours later, Lin Bei's team had leaped from 4th place to 1st. Unsurprisingly, everyone's levels had increased from LV.2 to LV.4. Lin Bei, too, was well aware of his situation. As long as his level rose, so too would the levels of his skills. Healing Art LV.4 consumes 20 energy points to restore 160 plus an additional 4 of the caster's maximum health to the target. With a cooldown period of 20 seconds, Group Shield Art LV.4 consumes 30 energy points to provide the team with a shield equivalent to 100 plus an additional 10 of the caster's maximum health. With a cooldown period of 30 seconds, Divine Summoning LV.4 consumes 10 energy points to randomly summon a deity for assistance. The energy consumed and duration depend on the deity's power, and higher skill levels reduce energy consumption. As their levels increased, everyone noticed that Lin Bei's healing abilities were remarkably overpowered. Take Wang Chongyang, for instance, who boasts the highest health. At LV.4, he gains an additional 300 health from his class enhancement, while Lin Bei's single healing spell restores over half of his health. Moreover, his core skill, Blood Shield, increases his defenses as his health depletes. This results in minimal damage taken, even when besieged by foes. He bounces back, virtually indestructible, with Wang Chongyang and the newly ascended Lin Bei providing sustained support. The remaining 3 can unleash their full offensive potential, from initially teaming up to take down a single monster. They now engage 10 foes simultaneously. Typically, as levels increase, experience gains diminish, and the requisite experience for advancement grows. However, due to heightened efficiency, their leveling has not only remained steady, but has accelerated significantly. A veritable snowball effect. Gazing at the top rank on the leaderboard, the group could not help but smile with genuine joy. Outside, the entire Jiang City, or rather, the entire alliance of Longxia, was engulfed in a college entrance examination of sorts, prompted by their first foray into a novice dungeon post-awakening. Achieving stellar results would grant them promotion and access to higher-tier rewards, marking a pivotal opportunity for commoners to leap into greatness. In Jiang City, at Jiang City No. 1 High School, the leaderboard for the novice dungeon bore witness to the meteoric rise of the explosive team's rank. Initially, they believed the explosive team could only maintain 4th place, as the top 3 comprised formidable classes. Elaborate. The leading Nightshade team, led by Lu Feng, had awakened to the Saint Fighter class, with a core skill that unleashed a 3-fold attribute boost in a short span. The other 4 members were equally powerful, boasting their own impressive core skills. The top 3 teams featured robust sustaining classes: Celestial Shepherd, Holy Angel, and BNK, who had no concerns about maintaining endurance. It It would not be an exaggeration to say the top 3 teams were in a league of their own. Yet, what about the explosive team? They comprised the Thunder King, Shield Warrior, Shadow Assassin, Berserk Blood Warrior, and a newly awakened benevolent one. That their burst damage was undeniable. But what of their endurance? Could they truly rely on a single benevolent one wielding a basic healing spell for sustainability? And how could they afford to unleash their full offensive capabilities without concern? The group fell into a contemplative silence. Among them, a high-ranking member quietly broke the stillness. I recall that awakened benevolent one. He seems to be from the Lin family. Well, that settles it. The Lin family, one of the 5 great families of Jiang City, is quite affluent, with wealth extending beyond the city to the entire alliance. Their roots in Jiang City earned them the title of one of the 5 families. In truth, the other 4 families cannot compete with the Lin family, which stands as a unique presence. What if the alliance currency players possess health potions and energy boosts? Is it unfair? The platform has already been provided. As long as one performs excellently, opportunities will arise. Moreover, their wealth is their own concern. If you have the means, bring them forth. To impose restrictions would be unjust. Thus, the attendees were unusually quiet, with no dissenting voices. After all, the development of Jiang City, coupled with financial sponsorship during this awakening phase, meant the Lin family was indeed one of the sponsors. Additionally, those present had all benefited from the Lin family's generosity. Within the novice dungeon, the Nightshade team exclaimed, "Is the top rank cheating?" One member could not help but voice their frustration. Upon witnessing the top 3's commanding lead, they initially thought securing a top spot was assured. However, in a twist of fate, the explosive team, previously in 4th place, had overtaken them, and their score continued to climb. Their endurance truly that formidable. They glanced at the explosive team's significantly higher score and fell into silence. Although some were also members of the 5 great families and could utilize energy potions for sustenance, the repeated use of such potions would diminish their effectiveness, and without powerful skills, sustaining endurance became a challenge. Forget that. Let's focus on achieving higher scores. Captain Lu Feng finally remarked after a moment of reflection. He had heard of Lin Bei from the explosive team, a player of alliance currency, known for his propensity to spend lavishly. Why? Naturally, it was to foster good relationships with others. After all, one who receives favors is often beholden to the giver. Thus, encounters with Lin Bei typically involve friendly greetings and smiles. There was no animosity towards him. The group merely indulged in light-hearted banter, without harboring any resentment towards Lin Bei, as they too had enjoyed his generosity. They even had an unspoken rule. Anyone who spoke ill of Lin Bei in secret would face consequences. This boss is proving to be elusive. We've scoured the entire shadowy woods and vanquished numerous elite monsters, yet not a single sighting of the boss. Tu Shuer cast an exasperated glance at Zhang Qingfeng. After defeating an elite-level LV.5 Shadow Hunter with a powerful strike, Pai Yinping discovered a blue stone. Upon picking it up, it transformed into a piece of blue equipment. Well, look at that. A blue piece of equipment has dropped. Equipment is categorized into weapons, armor, and core energy stones, with quality ranging from white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, black, to rainbowed. In the novice dungeon, acquiring blue-quality equipment is already a remarkable feat. This particular blue item is a core energy stone, consisting of 4 sections representing the cardinal directions: Shadow Hunter Pearl, North Quality, Blue Equipment Level, LV.5 Attack, 20 Physical Resistance, 5 Effect, Dark Attribute Resistance 5 Affix 1, Dark Attribute Attack 5 Affix 2, Attack Speed 5 2-piece set, Dark Attribute Attack 10 4-piece set, inflicts vulnerability on targets hit by skills. This is particularly suitable for Tu Shuer. After reviewing the description of the Shadow Hunter Pearl, Pai Yinping handed it to her. The group had already agreed that any equipment suitable for their teammates would take precedence in equipping. As for the value, they would simply divide it evenly after exiting. Several items had dropped along the way, predominantly white, with perhaps 1 or 2 green items. This was the first instance of blue equipment appearing. Everyone's inventory was now filled with equipment, a clear upgrade from their previous gear. .1 weapon, alongside hand, foot, body, and core energy stone, may not be of the highest quality, but it was sufficient to challenge the boss. Suddenly, the nearby underbrush began to rustle. accompanied by a deep, menacing growl. There's more than one monster. The group immediately heightened their vigilance. In the next moment, a creature larger than the other shadow hunters emerged. Upon seeing the creature labeled as a LV.5 green boss, excitement surged through them that a boss has appeared. Not only that, but it comes with 5 LV.5 elite minions. How courteous of you to drop by. Activate group shield art. You are all fortified. Charge. Lin Bei stood resolutely in front of the crowd, assuming the role of commander from strategic vantage point, although the others exchanged glances of amusement. They did not hesitate at the forefront. Wang Chongyang immediately employed his skill of taunt. This ability, acquired at school prior to the engagement, was purchased similarly to Lin Bei's and effectively provoked enemies within a 5-meter radius, compelling them to attack him. The lower his health, the higher his defenses became, and due to the semi-gamified nature of their circumstances, the sensation of pain was acutely real, while his health bar would not deplete entirely to the point of death. Striking vital areas could inflict critical damage alongside a persistent loss of health. Given his elevated defenses, the assaults directed at Wang Chongyang felt akin to a luxurious 648 massage service. How delightful. Attacks from a level 5 elite creature yielded only single-digit damage to him. Even strikes from a level 5 boss resulted in a mere 20 or 30 points of damage. With the group shield technique in play, the enemies had to first breach the shield before inflicting harm on the true body. As the taunt activated, all assaults were absorbed by Wang Chongyang, leaving his health untouched. Meanwhile, Pai Yinping, Tu Shuer, and Zhang Qingfeng unleashed their core skills in unison. Instant shadow kill formation. Thunderous fury, bloodthirsty rampage. The boss's health plummeted at a visible rate. In less than 3 seconds, its vitality dwindled to 1/3. Once the taunt effect dissipated, the boss emitted a dark and furious roar, instantly bestowing a debuff upon the group. Dark Roar. Affected by Dark Roar, attack speed is reduced by 10, and damage taken is increased by 10. That the shadow-hunting boss, resembling a wraith, vanished swiftly from sight, only to reappear before Tu Shuer in the next instant. Shadow Claw. A purplish-black radiance erupted from the claws of the shadow hunter, and before Tu Shuer could react, she was struck. 226. Fortunately, thanks to the group shield technique, her health remained relatively stable. However, the brutal blow left several gory lacerations measuring 7 to 8 centimeters on her pristine white skin, accompanied by a bleeding debuff, healing spell. With a resounding duong, Tu Shuer's declining health was instantly restored, the wounds inflicted by the shadow hunter healing at an observable rate, returning her skin to its original alabaster hue. Had it not been for the shredded fabric on her back, one would hardly suspect she had suffered any harm in that area. Tu Shuer felt a rush of apprehension. She had not anticipated that the shadow hunter possessed a locking skill, enabling it to appear behind her for a surprise attack. Following the release of its skill, the shadow hunter showed signs of stiffness, allowing Zhang Qingfeng to gulp down an energy potion and utilize the second tier of Thunderous Fury. Thunder Sea. Unlike the first tier, which was a single strike, Thunder Sea was a sustained skill that required ongoing energy expenditure, were it not for Lin Bei providing him with numerous energy potions. Sustaining such usage would have been unmanageable. Upon activation, a thunderous domain emerged within a 10-meter radius, accompanied by a paralysis effect. Enveloped within this area, only the shadow hunters were affected due to the team's damage immunity. The paralysis buff took effect. Pai Yinping executed a devastating mountain shatter slash, while Tu Shuer, having recovered, contributed additional damage. All creatures, including the boss, succumbed in defeat. An influx of experience surged into the bodies of the group, elevating their levels to LV.5. Unsurprisingly, Lin Bei discovered that his skills had also advanced to LV.5, further confirming that his abilities would scale with his level. The highest known skill level was LV.9, a mastery held by demigods. The thought of possessing skills equivalent to those of a demigod at level 9 filled him with an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Yet a disparity remained: skill quality. Lin Bei's group shield and healing spells were mere whiteboard skills. Enhancing their quality required obtaining upgrade stones. For instance, look, an upgrade stone has dropped. While scavenging for loot, Pai Yinping excitedly picked up a fist-sized green stone and exclaimed, Upgrade stones hold a market value starting at 5 million. Even the most basic upgrade stones are fiercely contested by major factions. Commoners rarely encounter such opportunities to acquire them. One must either engage in the black market or hope for a drop in dungeons. However, the drop rate for upgrade stones is notoriously lower than that of skill books. The higher the quality, the more elusive they become, unless, Lin Bei, this upgrade stone is for you. After a brief exchange of glances among the group, they swiftly decided to entrust the stone to him. Very well, I shall not be modest. Lin Bei accepted it without hesitation, while he could easily acquire a green upgrade stone through his family's resources. Achieving it through his own efforts felt far more rewarding. Initially, core skills 2 began as whiteboard, so they could also be upgraded using the stones that you wish to use the upgrade stone? Yes, ding, upgrade successful, divine summoning, white, green. The quality of skills akin to equipment is classified into white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, black, and rainbow in the multiverse. Among the most formidable demigods, level 90, core skills can reach red quality to AT this tier of power. Unleashing full force to obliterate a planet becomes an effortless task. However, this pertains only to ordinary planets, excluding those with planetary consciousness. To confront a planet endowed with such consciousness is to invite unimaginable peril. Such entities are governed by world consciousness, which even deities dare not provoke. For instance, Blue Star possesses the strongest planetary consciousness in the multiverse, which is why it serves as a pivotal hub within the multiverse. Earning the title of Central Nexus, Divine Summoning LV.5, green randomly summon a deity to perform on your behalf, with the duration of the summoning consuming personal energy, the higher the skill level. The lower the energy consumption. Entry 1. After 10 seconds, the summon deity's effect concludes, resulting in an overall power increase of 1. Lin Bei glanced at his core skill, noting that the changes were consistent with prior observations. Oh, wait. It now includes an additional entry. Does this mean that upon the conclusion of his summoning, he gains an increase of 1 in overall power, or does he receive a boost equivalent to the deity's strength? While Lin Bei was eager to test the summoning immediately, he suspected that his mental state might not withstand 2 summons in quick succession. Although there was no cooldown, the summoning skill was indeed tied to his mental condition. Otherwise, he would not have felt as if he were suffering from exhaustion. He feared that a forced summoning could lead to mental trauma, potentially rendering him in a vegetative state. He then examined his other skills. Healing Spell LV.5 consumes 20 energy points to grant the target an increase of 320 plus 5 of their maximum health, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Group Shield Technique LV.5 consumes 30 energy points to provide the team with a shield that grants 200 plus 15 of their maximum health. With a cooldown of 25 seconds, the enhancements were substantial. Regarding the shield technique, their team composition allowed Wang Chongyang to serve as the front line, drawing aggro while maintaining health, making it nearly impossible for dozens of monsters to breach the shield. Upon the boss's demise, the bounty exceeded merely the upgrade stone. A green skill book also dropped. Shadow Thrust, likely of a similar type to Shadow Claw, was perfectly suited for Tu Shuer. Without exception, 2 Shuerers successfully learned it with the group's unanimous consent. The green skill book, valued at a minimum of 5 million, posed a significant burden for Tu Shuer, who was already 4 million in debt at such a young age, yet she remained unperturbed. After all, the worst that could happen was having to run more dungeons to gather materials. As long as one is willing to exert effort, rewards will follow. Dungeons do not result in death, barring certain special dungeons or those intended for clearance. Otherwise, dying in a dungeon merely results in a 1-day restriction from entry, with the duration increasing tenfold for each subsequent tier of advancement. For example, a demigod-level entity facing death in a dungeon would face a ban of 100 million days, unless entering a dungeon where death is assured or one that is yet to be cleared. Otherwise, one can only gradually absorb the essence of heaven and earth to grow stronger. Yet, after experiencing the rapid ascent that comes with becoming a player, how many would choose the slow path of cultivation? Thus, as one ascends in levels, the likelihood of encountering death in a dungeon increases, often leading to a profound change in character. Aside from the grade-up stones and green skill books, The boss also yielded a piece of green equipment along with 2 white pieces. The green equipment is a weapon, the Spring Breeze Fan. Level, LV.5 quality, green attack, 20 spell attack, 20 effect, reduces the cooldown time of the wearer's skills by 10. Attribute, increases a modest amount of charm. This equipment is rather suitable for Lin Bei, who without hesitation equipped the Spring Breeze Fan. Now he possessed 2 pieces of green equipment, the rest being white. After all, it was merely a novice dungeon, and one could hardly expect to find anything of great value. The boss had been defeated, yet the assessment period had not concluded, as it lasted a full day. Only about 8 hours had passed thus far. Given that the time was still early, should we venture into other areas? The void monsters in this region had been nearly cleared out. The higher-level monsters were effectively exterminated, and due to the diminishing returns on experience from lower-level foes, coupled with their wide dispersion, it would be far more prudent to seek monsters in other regions. The novice dungeon was, after all, a benefit bestowed by the order system on Awakening Day, maintained and operated by the nation, with the dark forest they inhabited being merely a small section of it. Since the monsters were all capped at LV.5 at their current levels, defeating those at LV.1 or LV.2 would yield little experience. In fact, as they leveled up further, they might find it impossible to gain any experience at all, would crossing regions expose them to attacks from others. In any case, the dungeon itself wouldn't lead to death. But encounters with other teams would almost inevitably result in conflict, leading to eliminations. Such are the rules. In the exploration of dungeons, some void monsters can assume the appearance of members from other teams, making it quite normal for them to adapt in advance. There is no need to worry. Continuing to grind here, even for a day, would likely yield no level gains that not unprecedented across regions. With so many skilled players in past iterations, would they simply be content with defeating the boss and stagnating? That is preposterous. Only by engaging in cross-regional battles would they garner the attention of the formidable organizations outside. After all, crossing regions can symbolize courage. Although it may lead to ambushes, the 5 resolve to engage in cross-regional combat. After a while, the Jiatian team vanished from the rankings in Jiangsheng upon noticing this. The citizens of Jiangsheng quickly realized that the Jiatian team had ventured into other areas. The borders of each region are random. Upon contact, one may be randomly transported to another area containing a boss. This rapid leveling of the Jiatian team led to the peculiar situation where, aside from the boss in Jiangsheng being defeated, others remained unscathed in their respective regions. Tianlong City, the capital of Longsha Kingdom, is the area with the most concentrated resources. Although awakening largely depends on fortune, a small portion is influenced by one's bloodline. Particularly among non-human races, the professions are rather limited. This explains why. After more than 3 centuries of spiritual energy revival, there are instances of non-human bloodlines appearing within the human race. Intermarriage serves to cultivate offspring, thereby inheriting the superior genes of both lineages. Long Valley is the area assessed by Tianlong City, home to numerous large lizards, pythons, and monsters bearing dragon blood. However, these creatures are all void monsters, which are neither alive nor dead. Even if they perish, they will resurrect after some time. Moreover, if void monsters are left unhunted for extended periods, they may even develop consciousness. Yet, despite possessing awareness, void monsters will only seek to annihilate everything. This year's novice dungeon competition for awakeners can be described as a celestial brawl, with many powerful and previously unheard-of professions emerging like mushrooms after rain. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Long Xingyao, do not presume that your royal status grants you the right to be so domineering. This boss was discovered by us first. A massive dragon, snow white and 10 meters long, soared through the air, its fiery gaze fixed upon the 5 individuals before it pointed one of them. Clearly nervous, exclaimed, his strength was commendable. And fortune smiled upon him, as he had acquired 2 pieces of blue equipment, thanks to the luck-enhancing profession of the support class in their team, whose core skill increased the entire team as critical strike chance by 20, while also raising their luck slightly. Yet, even with good equipment and a strong profession, facing the soaring dragon before them left them feeling quite overwhelmed. Long Xingyao, a dragon of Longsha Kingdom, is indeed of their lineage, as a descendant of the founding emperor. It is said that their ancestors were the legendary Ing Long. Regardless of the truth behind the rumors, the Long family possessed the ability to transform into dragons long before the revival of spiritual energy, aligning well with the likelihood of awakening the same profession due to their formidable bloodline. Long Xing Yao awakened as a dragon blood warrior, far surpassing the typical dragon blood fighter awakened by other royals. Her core skill, dragon transformation, made her nearly invincible within the secret realm. To vanquish a boss would be a trivial task for Long Xing Yao. However, the team that arrived first was not willing to relinquish the boss without a fight. Defeating the boss in their own region would grant them full points, whereas cross-regional kills would yield only half. Tianlong City had also established a ranking rewards mechanism, with higher rankings yielding greater rewards. Moreover, being the capital, the rewards were exceptionally bountiful that it was either retreat or face annihilation. Long Xing Yao's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The four behind her watched the scene with keen interest. All four were members of one of the 8 ancient families of Tianlong City, enjoying the spectacle. Although they lacked special bloodlines, they had awakened formidable professions. Among them, the support class had awakened as a Star Fate Walker, whose core skill bestows the power of the star on a target, enhancing according to the corresponding star's strength. Coupled with Long Xing Yao's immense power, this cohort of Tianlong City Awakeners was virtually unstoppable. I suggest you heed the words of the little princess. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your survival. The team led by Long Xing Yao was called the Battle Dragon Team, composed of the top families of Longxia Kingdom, namely Dongfang, Zhao, Shangwan, Zhuge, and Long. Not to mention, they had ample potions for vitality and recovery, along with well-prepared initial equipment. They even had specialized skill books tailored to their awakened professions. This exemplifies the might of the top families. In contrast, the Qiqian team, despite their commendable strength and being composed of notable families, appeared utterly insignificant against them. Just the aura emitted by Long Xing Yao was already significantly more powerful than that of the Dragon Blood Lizard King. We shall depart. There is no alternative. For now, we must venture into other regions to confront different bosses in a bid to overtake them. Given their formidable strength, traversing to other territories is akin to a dimensional strike. Observing the departure of the Qiqian squad, Long Xing Yao refrained from taking action. After all, as a member of the royal family, should she choose to engage, it would incite significant debate, even if they dared not voice their opinions openly. However, had they lingered, Long Xing Yao would undoubtedly have opted to act. Behold, the grand head of the dragon gazes towards the distant Dragon Blood Lizard King, its serpentine form soaring gracefully towards the creature. Descending star Jade Balance. The renowned Zhuge Guanxing activated the core skill, Star Fate Bestowal. Instantly, Long Xing Yao's aura surged once more, starlight enveloping her entire being, her power escalating dramatically. The Jade Balance star, blue attack power increased by 200, with 40 of final damage converted into true damage, lasting for 30 seconds. Attribute 1. Slight reduction in mental energy consumption. Attribute 2. Mental energy enhancement of 20. Transformation into dragon. Blue takes on the form of a true dragon, amplifying all attributes tenfold, while unlocking the skills. Polar Ice, Dragon Ice Eruption. In this transformed state, her skills undergo slight alterations. Attribute 1. Reduction of personal consumption by 20. Attribute 2. Physical strength increased by 100. The Dragon Blood Lizard King, a fire attribute creature, measures a staggering 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height. Its skin is cracked, revealing a blood structure that flows like molten lava beneath. Lava Breath. A copious stream of lava erupted from the Dragon Blood Lizard King, only to be instantly frozen by Long Xing Yao as polar ice. Then, soaring several meters into the air, she dove down. Skill. Charge. Blue quickly advanced forward 20 meters, inflicting damage of 200 plus an additional 2,000 points. Attribute 1. The heavier one is, the greater the damage dealt. Attribute 2. Damage received during the charge state is reduced by 20. With the enhancement of quality, the attributes appeared in succession. 1 green, 2 blue, and so forth. Thus, even a level 1 skill, if of high quality, could surpass skills of higher levels in the dragon transformation state. The charge morphs into Dragon God Dive. ultimately increasing the resultant power by 10 up before the Dragon Blood Lizard King could retaliate. Its body was encased in ice by Long Xingyao, wielding the polar ice. Minus 3,326 health, instantly leaving it with merely 1/10 of its life, triggering the boss skill. The ice encasing its body evaporated in an instant. Flames ignited the surroundings, momentarily contending with the polar ice, just as Long Xingyao intended to continue her assault to subdue the boss. A dark cloud suddenly materialized above the creature's forehead. The cloud unleashed a torrent of thunder, delivering a fatal blow. Boom! In an instant, it struck down upon the boss, which was left with only 1/10 of its health. Unsurprisingly, the Dragon Blood Lizard King burst apart, scattering into fragments. Thunder punishment. Who dares? The Dragon Battle Team, who had initially been gleefully anticipating the boss's defeat, were now devoid of mirth. Who, so unprincipled, would dare to seize their boss? At precisely time to deliver a fatal blow 30 meters away, from behind a massive boulder, emerged the figures of Lin Bei and his companions. Zhang Qingfeng's tone was somewhat cheeky, inciting the ire of the Dragon Battle Team, who were eager to subdue him. Who are you? Why did you steal our boss? In mid-air, Long Xingyao transformed back into human form, her gaze icy as she regarded Lin Bei and his companions. There is only this one boss, and your name was not inscribed upon it. Moreover, did you not also snatch someone else's boss just moments ago? You. The fury of Shangguan Hua was palpable, unable to articulate a retort, for indeed, they had just robbed the Qitian squad of their boss. Now, having experienced this feeling of loss, they understood the gravity of the situation that in the distance, the Qitian squad, upon realizing that the Dragon Battle Team's boss had been stolen, displayed expressions of amusement. Deservedly so. Who told you to pilfer our boss? Yet, they were curious to see which team would dare to challenge them. After all, this was the Dragon Battle Team. While they were not entirely overlooked by the families behind them, it was conceivable that some individuals might seek to curry favor with those families by orchestrating minor obstacles against them. Just then, the sister from the Qitian squad, who had awakened as a lucky walker, widened her eyes. Cousin. The other members of the Qitian squad responded in unison. Huh. Cousin. Meow Meow, the leader of that team, is your cousin. Indeed. He and I are from the same generation, though he studies at the main family in Jiangsheng while I attend school in Tianlong City. Lin Meow Meow belonged to the main lineage of the Lin family. Having seen Lin Bei just a few months prior at a family gathering, and they maintained a modicum of contact. Thus, she would easily recognize him. Oh, is that not Meow Meow? I never expected to see you here. Does this imply that this is the trial area located in Tianlong City? Kid, having stolen our Dragon Battle Team as boss, are you prepared for elimination? Shangguan Hua intended to have Lin Bei and his companions eliminated. After all, eliminating them would grant them 10 points. Upon checking the leaderboard, they discovered a new team named Explosive Team, Jiangsheng. Their points had surged to 5433.1, could earn 1,000 points for defeating a boss. While elite monsters of varying levels offered merely 525 points. How many creatures must they vanquish to amass such a score? However, securing those 10 points would still yield 543.3 points, while not as lucrative as a boss. They could easily traverse regions to slay bosses elsewhere. Yet, it was astonishing that from Jiangsheng, the southernmost city of the Longxia Kingdom near the border, a team had emerged capable of swiftly defeating bosses and moving to other areas. One could not deny that the Explosive Team possessed considerable prowess. However, no matter their strength, they could not possibly rival the Dragon Battle Team. They would handle it. Shangguan Hua, whose temper was already fiery, had awakened as a powerful pyromancer. The core skill, Red Lotus Flame, would inevitably influence one's character. Although subtle, this combination ignited Shangguan Hua's fury. While they too had robbed another's boss, it was due to their own strength. Now, having been outdone by what they perceive as a weaker team, how could they endure it? Calm down, Shangguan Hua. Just as Shangguan Hua was about to charge in and perform a 1 versus 5 feat, Zhuge Guanxing hastily intervened. To amass over 5,000 points. They're certainly not an ordinary team. Our own team has only secured 3,666 points, and that in the best-case scenario that a team with over 5,000 points from Jiangsheng is evidently not to be trifled with. Thus, for the sake of caution, it would be prudent to approach them as a united front. Shang Wanhua, upon hearing Zhuge Guanxing's words, regained some composure. All right, let us go together. As the words fell, the group nodded in agreement, while Long Xingyao remained silent, already prepared to take action. Although seizing another's boss could diminish one's reputation, the law of the jungle prevails. However, to have their boss snatched away by another team after they had already taken it from someone else was a blow to their pride. They could not allow such an affront to go unpunished. Failing to teach them a lesson, or even eliminate them, would be utterly unacceptable. However, the consumption during the dragon transformation state was significant, making it unfeasible to utilize it twice in quick succession, lest the cost become even more severe. Yet, she felt confident in dealing with this audaciously named explosive team. Zhuge Guanxing. Without requiring further prompting from Long Xingyao, Zhuge Guanxing immediately began to bestow buffs upon the group. Utilizing the skills Jade Balance, Heavenly Authority, Heavenly Pivot, and Heavenly Rotation, he activated all 4 core skills in one breath. Even with a complete set of blue equipment enhancements, Zhuge Guanxing found himself struggling. The white feather fan in his hand fluttered gently. And from a purely aesthetic standpoint, paired with his flowing white robe, he could certainly be regarded as a dashing young gentleman, if one were to overlook the pallor of his face, which bore a striking resemblance to that of someone suffering from kidney deficiency. Tianquan, cooldown speed increased by 40. Tianxian. Personal recovery speed boosted by 200, while personal dual resistance is enhanced by 20. Tianji increases personal attack speed by 50 and movement speed by 100. These 4 enhancements were bestowed upon Long Xingyao, Shang Wanhua, Zhao Taizhu, and Dongfang Yao. Zhao Taizhu and Dongfang Yao were respectively a Dragon Guardian and a Celestial Sword Immortal, occupying the front lines and the role of an assassin. Both were formidable classes, seemingly awakened in connection to their ancestors. Seeing their opponents activate their ultimate abilities, Lin Bei naturally felt compelled to exercise caution. While he may not have encountered Zhao Taizhu, Dongfang Yao, Shang Wanhua, or even Zhuge Guanxing before, he certainly recognized Long Xingyao, the little princess of Longxia Kingdom. It seemed that matters had escalated beyond expectation. However, in a novice dungeon, surely those prominent families would not target such fledgling players as themselves. Right? At this moment, even his own team was in a state of panic. Once Long Xingyao transformed into her human form, it was clear that she was indeed the little princess of Longxia Kingdom. Zhang Qingfeng was left in a daze. He had inadvertently claimed the boss meant for the princess. Well, that was certainly something to boast about, if he could escape the wrath of the internet afterward. After all, the princess boasted a staggering fan base of 50 billion within the human alliance, a veritable superstar. This was undoubtedly linked to her beauty, talent, and status. Lin Bei, are we in trouble? Zhang Qingfeng stammered that if we do not resist, we will surely be eliminated. The opponents, clad in blue, made him ponder. Only Wang Chongyang might be able to withstand them for a while. Group Shield, a protective barrier enveloped the team, and Wang Chongyang immediately employed a taunt. Qingwan's sword technique, charge, healing spell, crimson flame explosion, Titan's might, boom. In an instant, the area where Wang Chongyang stood was engulfed in a as the ashes dissipated. He was left with but a sliver of health, nearly facing elimination. Fortunately, he had survived, which was not in vain. The main threat was the true damage. While the other attacks stung, they were not lethal. Yet, the Red Lotus Flame continued to burn, inflicting 2 points of damage per second over a duration of 30 seconds. This damage diminished as Wang Chongyang's health waned. Long Xingyao remained silent, while Shang Wanhua and the others looked on in bewilderment. Wait, how are you able to endure that? They had unleashed a flurry of attacks that could have easily felled even the Dragonblood Lizard King. You are more resilient than the Lizard King. Wait a moment, if it weren't for Lin Bei's group shield and a timely healing spell, Wang Chongyang might have actually perished. Good brother, you finally withstood it. Here, take a health potion to replenish your health. Do not let the flames consume you. The Red Lotus Flame indeed suppressed healing by 20, and Wang Chongyang genuinely feared for his life. Wang Chongyang himself looked pale. Never expecting to withstand such punishment, as a frontliner, Zhao Taizhu remained silent. He understood the weight of what it meant to endure such an onslaught. This team was no ordinary lot, even if one could withstand a barrage of attacks. Without a frontliner, they would ultimately face elimination as Shangguan Hua continued to gather power for the Crimson Flame explosion. The others prepared to act once more. Lin Bei rubbed his forehead. It seemed there was no other choice. He truly did not wish for any of them to be eliminated, but if it came to that, he would not be held responsible. At this moment, far away on Blue Star, in a remote primordial forest, a group of unawakened spiritual beasts roamed. Though lacking in intelligence, they nonetheless possessed a certain sentience. Atop a mountain, the Mountain Lord busied himself with a formation. Not long ago, he had been forcibly summoned by Lin Bei to slay a level 2 minion, nearly jeopardizing his own Dao heart. Why must I battle such weak creatures when I could easily confront level 30 monsters? And my Mountain Lord Hu Shao to be robbed of dignity? To prevent a repeat of that incident, he unleashed his full strength and sprinted from Jiangsheng to the vicinity of Tianlong City, covering such a vast distance while erecting a barrier to shield himself from external detection. He was determined that Lin Bei would not be able to summon him again. Upon Lin Bei invoking the divine summoning, the skill automatically scanned for the nearest available deity. This scan revealed numerous potential divine beings to choose from. However, many were weak incense gods, and it was then that Lin Bei discovered a familiar deity. Isn't this supposed to be random summoning? Why is he among the options? If a familiar deity is available, why resort to the unfamiliar? At least, Lin Bei believed that the Mountain Lord's strength was sufficient to handle the current situation. He simply hoped that afterward, Longxing Yao and the others would not seek vengeance against him. After all, acting in self-defense to eliminate them should not warrant complaint, right? The novice dungeon had a recording function that was always active. Even if they sought retribution later, the advantage would still lie with him. Sigh, how long would it take to enhance one's strength? The Mountain Lord casually tidied up the cave before crouching down to rest. As the sole mountain god of Blue Star, his power had reached level 80. As a deity, his means of advancement differed from others. It required faith power, self-cultivation, or sometimes enlightenment through consuming rare treasures to elevate his strength. Defeating void monsters could enhance the strength of those yet to become gods. However, for those who had already ascended to divinity, recklessly absorbing void power could lead to a clash of forces within. Thus, generally speaking, even with semi-gamified power, once one stepped into the divine realm, future advancements would necessitate gradual self-cultivation. Though the Mountain Lord was only at level 80, he had attained divine status, and naturally, his power was of a higher caliber. He could not absorb void power. However, with divine strength, he could contend with beings of semi-divine caliber. As the Mountain Lord rested with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt his body lighten. This sensation seemed familiar, as if he had just experienced it. His eyes snapped open to find himself in a pitch-black void. "Kid, it's you again." The Mountain Lord's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought he had escaped to Tianlong City, yet Lin Bei had managed to summon him forcibly. Is this how one summons a deity? "I want to file a complaint." "Ah, but I just happen to need your help." Without waiting for the Mountain Lord to refuse, Lin Bei clasped his fingers together, his gaze fixed on Longxing Yao and her companions approaching him. And with a slight smile, he declared, "I summon thee, Mountain Lord Hu Shao." As his words fell, a golden radiance materialized before Lin Bei. A massive tiger appeared before the group. "Mountain Lord, quickly save Wang Chongyang." Though reluctant to act, the Mountain Lord felt an involuntary urge to respond. Whoosh! This time, the summoned Mountain Lord was still at LV.20, but the duration of his existence had significantly increased. Initially, Longxing Yao had planned to move in for a finishing blow, seeing that Wang Chongyang had yet to be eliminated despite their concentrated attacks. However, she was taken aback when a gigantic tiger lunged toward her. The tiger descends from the mountain. The might of the tiger is unstoppable. The sudden gale sent Longxing Yao tumbling back several meters, landing in the arms of Dongfang Yao. Roar. The roar of the tiger reverberated throughout the area, stirring the winds and clouds. This moment, everyone's gaze fell upon the Mountain Lord, noting that his level had reached LV.20. Not only that, but there was also a red inscription denoting divine. Mountain Lord Hu Shao LV.20. This indicated that the formidable being before them was a level 20 red boss. The gathered participants, all merely at level 5, could not possibly contend with a level 20 red divine being, even if clad in full blue gear. It was utterly absurd. Though Longxing Yao did not directly face the Mountain Lord's claw, she was still affected by the overwhelming aura he released, causing her health to plummet to 1/5. Wait. Realizing something was amiss, Zhao Taizhu and the others attempted to voice their concerns, but Lin Bei continued issuing orders. Mountain Lord, help us eliminate the Dragon Battle Team. As a jest, he now could at most maintain the existence of the Mountain Lord for about 15 seconds, after which his spirit would be nearly depleted, requiring an extended period of rest before he could summon again. Should they choose to attack during this brief interlude, Lin Bei harbored no illusions that he and his companions possessed the strength to rival the Dragon Battle Team. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. As for the Qitian team, Lin Bei believed their combined prowess was sufficient to engage in combat. No. Zhao Taizhu immediately harnessed the power of the giant spirit, while Zhuge Guanxing swiftly cast a buff upon him, hoping to withstand the Mountain Lord's onslaught. However, they clearly overestimated their own capabilities and underestimated the Mountain Lord's might. With a resounding roar, the Mountain Lord's fierce bellow rendered the entire Dragon Battle Team unconscious. The ground trembled as the Mountain Lord's paw struck the earth, causing it to fissure and surge towards the location of the Dragon Battle Team. Moments later, the ground yawned open, swallowing the 5 members whole. In the blink of an eye, the earth sealed shut, resulting in the complete elimination of the Dragon Battle Team. Meanwhile, outside, the figures of the 5 members of the Dragon Battle Team materialized at the entrance of the Novice Dungeon. Although others were gradually being eliminated, the Dragon Battle Team was a top contender for the championship. How could they possibly have been ousted? Observing the leaderboard, where the Dragon Battle Team score of over 3,000 remained fixed, Xian Yuan Feng Bo, tasked with maintaining order on site as the General of Divine Might, furrowed his brow. In an instant, he appeared before the 5 individuals that a glance at the crowd and a wave of his hand caused them, along with his form, to vanish from sight. Before long, news of this sensational event began to spread across Longxia country, captivating people from all corners. Even the news outlets of other allied nations reported the shocking elimination of the international superstar Longxing Yao from the Novice Dungeon. Accompanied by footage of her and her team being teleported away, a wave of despondency swept through the populace. Their goddess had been eliminated. Who was the audacious individual lacking martial ethics and compassion to have ousted their goddess? Was it too much to wish for her to claim the first place? Not at all. Even if their goddess desired the stars from the heavens, they would find a way to obtain them. Let alone the trivial first place in a mere novice dungeon. Who dared to eliminate their goddess? Amidst the clamor outside, within the dungeon, Lin Bei and his companions breathed a sigh of relief after eliminating the Dragon Battle Team. Yet, the other 4 harbored some apprehension. Lin Bei, do you think we might? Surely not. After all, our Longxia country is relatively reasonable, he reassured them. Though Lin Bei felt a pang of concern if they did not eliminate them, it would be they themselves who faced elimination. There was no possibility of surrendering, and if given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to continue the purge, after dispatching Longxing Yao and her team. The Mountain Lord returned to Lin Bei's side, his large, bell-like eyes displaying frustration. This fellow had ventured into the territory of Tianlong City and set up the Breath Spirit Formation. He had been unceremoniously summoned by this young man. Was there such a thing as summoning a deity? Thank you for your assistance, Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord's expression remained resentful, and before he could utter a word, his form dissipated. It turned out Lin Bei had voluntarily released the summon. Did the Mountain Lord want to say something just now? Lin Bei scratched his head. Should I summon again? Perhaps not. If I summon again, I fear I might not be able to withstand it. He replied. That entity was exceedingly draining on one's mental energy. Had it not been for the improved summon level significantly reducing consumption, he would have hesitated to summon at all. After all, the feeling of exhaustion was far from pleasant. Outside, in the primal forest, the Mountain Lord had not yet conveyed his grievances regarding his bandit actions before he felt a disorienting shift and discovered himself back within his own form. The mountain lord clenched his teeth in frustration. You rascal! In the next moment, he sensed a surge of power within him, gradually merging with his own strength. He had grown stronger, though the enhancement was slight, merely a 1% increase. It was a comprehensive improvement. This encompassed his soul, body, and divine power, all elevated by 1%. Truly a remarkable boon. His voice brightened with excitement. Kid, summon me again. I can do it. The mountain lord called out to the air. Unfortunately, there was no response. This was a 1% enhancement. His strength had now reached level 81. In the past, he would have had to toil for months, even years, to achieve such a feat. He believed this was all connected to Lin Bei. Otherwise, his power would not have risen inexplicably. Feeling the absence of Lin Bei's summon, the mountain lord sighed in resignation, then quietly resumed his training. Minutes later, Kid, summon me already! In the royal palace of Tianlong City. The damage sustained within the novice dungeon would be fully restored upon exiting. Even if one were to lose limbs, they would instantly return to normal. This was the remarkable advantage of the novice dungeon. Are you saying that a team from Jiangsheng summoned a deity named Mountain Lord, only to be eliminated? Indeed, puffed. One of those inquiring could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? The fiery-tempered Shangwan Hua immediately grew displeased. Nothing, I just recalled something amusing that we are professionals, another inquirer interjected with a serious demeanor. What we say is true. That person truly is cheating. Shangwan Hua took a deep breath and continued. Enough. I've tolerated you long enough. What are you laughing at? Hearing laughter again, the individual covered their face that, in nothing, I merely recalled something sorrowful, leading me to laugh amidst my tears. Clearing his throat, the individual added, now, please don't get too worked up. Although we are currently in a semi-gaming state, the world is real, and cheating does not exist. If we were to speak of cheating, who could rival the little princess by your side at that moment? Long Xing Yao remained silent. After being eliminated from the novice dungeon by Lin Bei, she had grown introspective. Before long, General of Divine, Might Xian Yuan Fengbo approached. The impact of this incident was indeed monumental. Just moments ago, the news of Long Xing Yao and her dragon battle team had disseminated widely. The Fire Mage, Long Bo the Giant Spirit, Dragon Blood Battle Maiden, Fate Walker, and Xing Luan Sword Immortal. These five, boasting formidable core skills and powerful classes, all adorned in blue equipment and having upgraded their skills to blue quality before entry, have been outmatched and eliminated by an unassuming team from Jiangsheng. The ramifications were staggering. That Jiangsheng team truly lacks any sense of decorum, the general remarked. How could they be so disrespectful? Don't even mention it. The impact is too significant, he added, while he spoke with a tone of reproach. There was no real blame implied. After all, if even Long Xing Yao's dragon battle team, with such an extravagant lineup, could be eliminated, one could only wonder at the strength of the opposing team. This could serve as powerful publicity. If managed well, it could certainly enhance their reputation throughout the entire human alliance. Did you say you were eliminated by that kid's Summon Mountain Lord? Yes, Shangwan Hua, finally reassured by those around him, responded promptly. Well, regarding the Mountain Lord, Xin Yuan Feng both thought he might inquire with him. Coincidentally, he had sensed an overwhelming presence drawing near Tianlong City not long ago. As the one responsible for ensuring the safety of the novice dungeon's operations, he felt compelled to investigate to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was indeed the Mountain Lord who had approached the vicinity of Tianlong City. As the deity of Long Xia country and the only mountain god within its borders, the Mountain Lord possessed strength comparable to his own, if not greater, and would not pose a challenge. However, he was curious about the relationship between the Mountain Lord and this young man, who had managed to summon him. From his inquiries, he learned that Lin Bei merely possessed the core skill of summoning deities. The act of summoning deities is typically intended to invoke divine presence to enhance one's own power, yet has never manifested in a manner akin to that of summoner. You may take a respite. After all, given your scores, while you may not secure a position among the top 10, the ancestral heritage of your respective families ensures that you are not lacking in valuable resources. Organizations, sanctuaries, guilds, and the like have long been predetermined since the moment they awakened their professions. Although faced with elimination, the impact is negligible, primarily a matter of face rather than substance. With that, Xin Yuan Feng Bo's figure vanished, leaving only the attendees in the palace reception hall. Xing Yao, what occupies your thoughts? Is it concerning that young man? As a member of the esteemed Dongfang family, one of the 8 great families, and a classmate of Long Xing Yao, she naturally shares a close bond with her. The two refer to each other as sisters in private. Observing Long Xing Yao's demeanor, it is evident what occupies her mind. The frustration of being eliminated without a chance to resist stirs within Dongfang Yao, who yearns for an opportunity to confront Lin Bei head-on. This is the first time I have been defeated so directly. Although Lin Bei relied on summoning the Mountain Lord to swiftly eliminate them, the ability to summon itself speaks to his strength. It is akin to challenging a summoner. One cannot expect to confront the summoner's physical form, for their true power lies within their summoned beasts. Thus, for Long Xing Yao, who has always sailed smoothly through life, the sensation of defeat is both unpleasant and oddly intriguing. Xing Yao, shall we devise a plan against that young man in private? Witnessing Long Xing Yao's expression, it is apparent that she has set her sights on Lin Bei. Having grown up together, Dongfang Yao is acutely aware that once Long Xing Yao becomes interested in something, she becomes fervent. Now, her interest in a man poses a perilous situation. Her best friend is exclusively hers. No one shall take her away. In an instant, Dongfang Yao transforms into a guardian of her territory. Tightly embracing Long Xing Yao and burying her head in her shoulder. No. Even if we seek vengeance, it must be in a dignified manner. I warn you all, no one is permitted to act against him in secret. Otherwise, Long Xing Yao's right hand rests upon Dongfang Yao's head, gradually applying pressure. Oh dear, I was mistaken. I assure you I will not. Upon hearing Dongfang Yao's words, Long Xing Yao shifts to a gentler caress, causing Dongfang Yao to well up with tears. In her heart, she laments, "Oh no, my Yao Yao, that wretched little boy." The hatred of a stolen bride, an enmity that cannot coexist. The others hurriedly assure that they will not take action in secret. For after all, she is the little princess. Although they belong to one of the 8 great families of Tianlong City, which holds significant power in the entire Longxia Kingdom, they cannot truly contend with the royal family unless they unite. After successfully eliminating the Zhanlong team, their gazes shift to the nearby Qitian team. Eliminating other teams also allows them to acquire 10% of their points. This is quite an enticing temptation. The team bearing the Qitian emblem ranks 3rd in Tianlong City, boasting a score of around 2009, meaning that their elimination would yield 290 points. However, Lin Bei has already exhausted his trump card. Although he could continue summoning and easily eliminate them with a Mountain Lord's strength, it would come at the risk of overextending himself, which seems hardly worth the effort. It would be far more advantageous to venture into other areas and slay more bosses. Feeling the gaze of the Zhatian team, the members of the Qitian team begin to panic. After all, they're not a group to be trifled with. They're the ones who eliminated the Zhanlong team. Did they not see how even the frontline tank could withstand an entire barrage from the Zhanlong team? Had they been in their place, they would have been swiftly dispatched. Brother, cousin, allies, don't attack. Lin Miao Miao immediately speaks up, fearing that Lin Bei might eliminate them in the next moment. TSK. Wang Chongyang expresses a slight regret. After another healing spell from Lin Bei, their health is finally restored to full. Let us move on. The bosses in this area have been dispatched. We should proceed to the next area. Although they currently possess over 5,000 points, they have yet to reach the final stage. Once all the area bosses are defeated, the world boss will emerge, and everyone will be transported to a single area. Points will be awarded based on the damage dealt by the team, with an additional 2,000 points for the final blow. That is where the real rewards lie. Thus, Lin Bei's 5,000 points are not secure. They need to continue amassing points, having already secured first place in Jiangcheng. There is no reason not to aim for first place in Longxia Kingdom as well. Let us not waste time. As soon as they successfully cross into another area, they will gain information about that area's bosses, albeit with only half of the points awarded. This serves as a balancing mechanism. After witnessing the Zhatian team depart, the members of the Qitian team finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they did not treat us as mere fodder. Meow Meow, what on earth is your cousin's situation? How can he summon such powerful beasts? Mountain Lord, roar. I do not know. Perhaps he has awakened as a summoner. Yet, that does not seem right. Judging by the circumstances, he appears to be a support type. With healing spells and group shield spells, that shield is impressively robust, paired with Wang Chongyang as the tank. It is nearly impossible to defeat them. Enough talk. Since our boss has been cleared, we ought to hurry to other areas. This is the first time since the new player dungeon opened that Tianlong City has had its bosses cleared by outsiders. It is utterly humiliating. You say the strongest Zhanlong team was eliminated? Oh, that is of no consequence in the outside world. News of the Zhatian team eliminating the Zhanlong team spreads rapidly across the land. Even the people of Jiangsheng appear incredulous. The Lin family. Nestled in the heart of Jiangsheng, Lin Bei's father, Lin Xiong, engages in discussions with various influential figures from other families. Today marks the opening of the new player dungeon. A crucial day for selecting talented individuals. Upon hearing that his son's team has secured first place in Jiangsheng, Lin Xiong is overwhelmed with excitement. While he maintains a calm facade, internally he is elated. He readily boasts, "Hey, how did you know my son claimed first place in Jiangsheng?" However, when he learns that Lin Bei's Tian team has eliminated the Zhanlong team, who is anticipated to dominate the competition, his expression grows grave. He immediately addresses the others. This wretched boy has truly outdone himself, eliminating the team to which the little princess belongs. It is simply outrageous. Though his tone is serious, the pride in his voice is unmistakable. For such a formidable configuration as the Zhanlong team to be eliminated by the Zhatian team begs the question of just how powerful they must be. However, despite their inquiries, they can only analyze the skills and status of the team before they enter the new player dungeon. It is impossible, given their configuration. How could they possibly defeat the Zhanlong team? Could they have been cheating? Lin Xiong, the head of the Lin family, Lin Long, father of Lin Yaomiao, appears through a holographic projection at the main residence. "Brother, what is it?" "Congratulations. That rascal Lin Bei has eliminated the Zhanlong team. But brother, is everything all right over there?" "Yes, after all, we are all part of Longsha Kingdom." Although the Zhanlong team was previously positioned as the national champion, meant to establish their reputation, their elimination does carry a degree of loss of face. Nevertheless, with their previous configuration and skills revealed, the Zhatian team that eliminated the Zhanlong team must be the most formidable. This indicates that the state has shifted its promotional focus from the Zhanlong team to the Zhatian team. While the elimination of the Zhanlong team was somewhat unexpected, they are more interested in the Zhatian team that achieved this feat. Although it is unclear why the state is behaving unusually by promoting a single team, that is reassuring. I feared our Lin family might face repercussions. Repercussions? Hardly. After all, our Lin family is not easily provoked. Lin Long's eyes flashed with a glimmer of ruthlessness. The Lin family had managed to expand their business across the nation and even throughout the entire alliance. Their influence reached other worlds as well, indicating that their operations were far more complex than they appeared on the surface. Having developed in secrecy for so long, the Lin family had grown formidable, no longer a force that could be easily manipulated. This young lad, Lin Bei, had quietly orchestrated such a grand scheme. It seemed that prosperity awaited the Lin family once again. However, one must remain vigilant against the Void Cult and its rabble. The Void Cult was established by the Void creatures that emerged after failed dungeon raids. Whenever a raid failed, these creatures could evade detection by the world's consciousness, a consequence of maintaining the balance of order. The Void creatures were inherently motivated to obliterate all realms, dragging everything into oblivion. Thus, they targeted and ambushed promising talents. The threat posed by the Void Cult was not limited to humanity. Other races with exceptional prodigies also faced its menace. Their tracks could not be traced unless they chose to reveal themselves. Otherwise, the creatures of the Void Cult lurked in the shadows like cockroaches, poised to strike at any moment. The world was protected by the world barrier, complemented by the safeguarding of deities from the outside. Consequently, within the confines of the world barrier, no beings of divine caliber, level 100, could manifest to date. The highest level void creature encountered had only reached level 99 that once one attained the divine level. They had to venture into the divine realm. Regardless of one's reluctance, compliance was mandatory, as this was the dominion of Order S power. Furthermore, Once one ascended to divinity, they were compelled to engage in fierce battles against the formidable void creatures. This applied not only to humanity, but also to other races whose champions had ascended to divinity. Nonetheless, each race endeavored to retain at least one being as their guardian deity, unless a race faced total annihilation. Their divine protectors would seldom intervene. Should they act, it would signify a breach of order, which would incur a penalty of 5 hours in Jiangxing. The onlookers observed the steadily rising scores of the Jiangxing squad. Enveloped in silence that in 5 hours, they had amassed a score of 88-42. Aside from eliminating some teams that sought to undermine them for points, they had barreled through their challenges to this moment. Every member had reached level 6. Lin Bei's skills had similarly ascended to level 6 without surprise. Upon achieving level 6, a new realm awaited them. Re-rolling attributes. Any skill possessing attributes could be refreshed if the refresh count reached 10. They could designate the acquisition of a specific attribute tied to that skill. However, Lin Bei currently possessed only one green skill, Divine Summon. He had already grasped the special effects of the attributes. The summoned deity's power would grant a 1% increase in strength for each duration exceeding 10 seconds. Hence, Lin Bei chose not to re-roll the attributes, intending to accumulate the necessary refresh counts to designate an attribute later. Re-rolling attributes was a gamble, and only by leveling up skills could one earn a chance to do so, restricted solely to skills that had gained levels. Profession, benevolent level, LV.6 health, 860860 stamina, 1100 physical attack, 40 magical attack, 40 physical resistance, 15 magical resistance, 15 core skill. Divine Summon skills, single target healing. Group Shield Divine Summon LV.6. Green randomly summon a deity to perform a proxy strike, with the duration consuming 1 stamina. Higher skill levels reduce consumption. Attribute 1. After the summoned deity's departure, a 1-point increase in overall strength is granted. Healing skill LV.6. Consumes 20 stamina to provide the target with 640 plus 10 of maximum health. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Group Shield LV. 6. Consumes 30 stamina to provide the team with a shield of 400 plus 30 of maximum health. Cooldown time of 20 seconds. Weapon. Spring Breeze Fan Green. Armor. Shadow Armor Set LV. 5. White Effect. Dark Attribute 10. Movement Speed 20 Core Energy Stone. Shadow Hunter Pearl. White. 4-piece set. Excess equipment not displayed. Once the skill level reaches 6, all skills of the Benevolent class will revert to their original capabilities. This explains why the Benevolent class, though seemingly inconsequential in the early stages, becomes immensely powerful later on. Shadow Stab. In the foreground, a boss, with its health reduced to a mere 10th after enduring Wang Chongyang's taunts, was met with a swift movement from Tu Shuer. In an instant, she appeared behind the boss, striking its vital point. 1086. The health bar plummeted to 0. Tu Shuer's shield diminished significantly. The boss's body disintegrated with a resounding crash, leaving only materials and equipment on the ground. Along with a skill book? A skill book dropped. Tu Shuer picked up the blue orb. The orb of the skill book was deep blue, distinctly different from the light blue sheen of the blue equipment. Thorn Armor? Isn't this the very skill possessed by the boss they had just defeated? Oh, let me take a look. Lin Bei's interest was piqued as he received the skill book for inspection. Indeed, it was Thorn Armor. I'll take this skill book. What do you think? No objections here. Everyone unanimously agreed, for they were entirely reliant on Lin Bei's guidance. With Lin Bei's group shield skill, which surpassed pure healing in its efficacy, they could engage the boss without reservation. Take, for instance, the boss that Tu Shuer had just annihilated. Due to Thorn Armor, any attack received would bounce back 20 damage to the attacker. Consequently, normal teams in this area hesitated to excessively damage the boss, allowing them to seize the opportunity. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. This is what a good teammate looks like, fully aware of who had been their guiding light. Thorn Armor. White grants the target Thorn Armor for a duration of 5 seconds, during which damage received is reduced by 2, and any single total damage inflicted will rebound 10 as magical damage. Cooldown time of 20 seconds. This was an effective counter-damage skill, capable of inflicting harm on adversaries without categorizing as an offensive skill. Though he could not learn offensive skills, he could certainly acquire counter-damage skills. As the saying goes, fire and thorn armor. Hitting me is akin to striking oneself. Moreover, let us not forget that Lin Bei could continue to elevate his skill levels and enhance their quality. Upon upgrading quality, the skills would undergo qualitative transformations that it was simply too powerful. So what if he couldn't learn offensive skills? He would master support skills and vex his opponents to no end. Lin Bei reviewed his current repertoire of skills. Summoning, healing, shielding that he was still in need of control and purification skills. He had already secured a skill book for counter damage and damage reduction, and once he reached level 10, he could immediately learn them upon unlocking the skill slots. The path of the great support was yet to bear fruit. He must strive onward. Suddenly, the sky began to tear apart. The group looked up to see a kaleidoscope of colors erupting from the fissures. The final boss was about to appear. Ultimately, all the dungeons shattered, and everyone within them was teleported to a vast plain. Not far from the plain, a colossal creature, towering over 100 meters and ablaze with flames, materialized before them. The creature bore the title LV.20 World Boss Titan Demon Ape, purple, emblazoned upon its forehead. Its arms, as thick as a thigh, pounded against its chest with a deafening roar. World Boss Titan Demon Ape? Here it comes! Roar, roar, roar. The roar of the Titan Ape reverberated throughout the entire dungeon world, leaving the group of students, mere fledgling awakened ones, bewildered by the scene before them. While they might have managed to confront foes of comparable size, encountering a world boss was an entirely unprecedented experience. Many were instantly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the Titan Ape. As it made its entrance, its gaze fell upon the gathered awakened ones, its crimson eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Such insignificant humans, easily manipulated, it seemed to declare, for it was the illustrious Titan Ape. Empowered by the infusion of a void beast, its potential and strength elevated to an unfathomable level. Furthermore, these wretched humans remained blissfully unaware of the insidious presence of the void sect among them. They would gladly accept these fledgling souls. With a thunderous roar, a deep purple fissure materialized behind the Titan Ape, emanating a malevolent aura, the very essence of the void. At that moment, the individual tasked with maintaining the dungeon's stability felt his scalp prickle, sweat pouring down his brow. Who dares to invade this dungeon? Each dungeon activation adhered to stringent regulations and controls, yet no one anticipated the alarming signs of a novice dungeon being compromised. And by the Void Sect, no less. Kekekek, thank you for your trust, Commander Wei, chortled a man donning a white towel on his head, baring his teeth in a grin. Suddenly, purple markings began to emerge across his body, his facial patterns coalescing into the form of a void behemoth, a humanoid monstrosity. This was a void creature, a being born from the conjunction of a void beast, and such entities predominated within the void sect. The void beasts possessed the ability to meld with any living being, concealing themselves within as long as they remained dormant. Their presence was nearly impossible to detect, for the aura of the void was exceedingly elusive. However, should they dare to release even a whisper of their essence, the consequences would be dire. The alarm in the monitoring room blared incessantly, a warning triggered by the void behemoth's ominous presence. Level 1 alert. A demigod-level void behemoth has been detected. Farewell, Commander Wei. The void behemoth's form dissipated, and in the next instant, the monitoring room erupted in chaos. Xin Yuanfeng was stormed in, his expression darkening as he discovered the void behemoth had vanished. Wei Shang, what in the world has transpired? Zhang Rong has betrayed us. He has joined the void sect unbeknownst to us. Xin Yuanfeng recalled that Zhang Rong had perished in the dungeon 3 years prior. Given that he had reached over level 80, it meant he would have to endure a staggering 10 million days before he could re-enter the dungeon to enhance his strength. In essence, he would require over 27,000 years for another opportunity. Yet, after experiencing rapid growth within a mere few years, how could he possibly tolerate such a sluggish progression? This exemplified one of the pitfalls of rapid power advancement without a commensurate mindset. The Void Sect thrived on finding individuals like him. For once fused with a Void Beast, their power would skyrocket. Zhang Rong was precisely such a case, having ascended to the demigod tier. The matters concerning Zhang Rong would be addressed by the Dragon War Hall. The immediate concern lay with the dungeon. Zhang Rong had sabotaged it, and it was now spiraling out of control. Only the deities could intervene. However, deities were bound by a covenant with the void beasts, only permitted to act in the face of existential threats. This was the order established by the semi-gamified world. No. If that young man... Suddenly, Xin Yuan Fengbo recalled an earlier encounter with the Mountain Lord, during which he had inquired about certain matters. He discovered that Lin Bei had indeed summoned the Mountain Lord into the dungeon to aid him in battle, although not in his true form. It was nonetheless a manifestation of the Mountain Lord. If Lin Bei could continue utilizing this ability, he might just avert the impending crisis within the dungeon. The crowd remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Behind the colossal Titan ape appeared hundreds of indistinct, shadowy forms, dark mists with glowing red eyes, akin to hunters fixating on their prey, void beasts. One individual, an awakened with the profession of appraiser, activated his core skill, omniscient appraisal, and discovered that these mists were indeed the fabled void beasts. Although they had previously encountered void beasts within the dungeon, those had been amalgamated with other beings, the entities before them. However, were unbound, signifying their capability for forced fusion and possession. This was the terrifying aspect of the primal void beasts. The reason for the appearance of hundreds of void beasts remained unclear, but undoubtedly, they were selecting hosts among the gathered individuals. Should fusion occur, there would be no hope for separation. History had shown no cases of successful detachment. The fate of the possessed was to become a void beast. Momentarily, confusion reigned among the group, yet some bold souls remained undeterred by the presence of the void beasts. Esteemed comrades, the time for valor has arrived. Slaying these void beasts will earn us military merit. Such merit can be exchanged for invaluable rewards, unattainable in any store. Spurred by this rallying cry, many began to muster their courage. Void beasts? We shall vanquish them. Moreover, these creatures were not particularly formidable, hovering around level 5. Likely due to the constraints imposed by the dungeon. Aside from the world boss, all else adhered to the operational limits of the dungeon. With the novice dungeon already in motion, the abilities of the void beasts were already at their peak. Further escalation would approach the realm of divine power. Essentially, there was no need for the Dragon War Hall to intervene. The very forces of order would suffice to obliterate the void beasts. Song Yan Laihua, Quan Lang Nu Tao, Roar OC, Rage of the Inferno. In the midst of this fervor, the gathered individuals ignited their little cosmos in defiance. Lin Bei was no exception at this moment. He had ceased to concern himself with restraint. Failing to act would lead to dire consequences. With his eyes tightly shut, he brought his index and middle fingers to his lips. Summon. In the depths of the void, countless points of light flickered into existence. After a sweeping motion, the light of the Mountain Lord emerged. It is decided. You shall be the one. With a thought, the essence belonging to the Mountain Lord surged toward him. Simultaneously, Lin Bei's eyes snapped open. Glinting with golden light, I summon you. Mountain Lord, let out your roar. Meanwhile, outside Tianlong City, the Mountain Lord silently mourned for when Lin Bei would summon him once more. After having been summoned to thrash the so-called Dragon War Squad without any need for training. His strength had increased by a full percentage upon returning, that if he were summoned a few hundred more times, would he not directly achieve the power of a deity, though he was currently regarded as a god. It was merely in name. His strength remained at the demigod level. A familiar sensation. Yes, this feeling. The Mountain Lord sensed an emptiness in his being, and then his consciousness was drawn into an unfamiliar, dark environment. Upon seeing Lin Bei's figure, he was immediately filled with excitement. Kid, you have finally summoned me. I summon you. Mountain Lord, let out your roar. As the words fell, the Mountain Lord's colossal form materialized before Lin Bei. His strength now reaching level 30, a significant upgrade from his previous 5-level summoning limit. Roar, with a flash of golden light. The Mountain Lord's visage reappeared, his roar resonating throughout the dungeon, heralding his arrival. Mountain Lord, eliminate all these void beasts. As you wish, gone was the previous discontent. Only boundless joy remained. He has summoned me. I must put on a splendid display. Otherwise, who knows when some wild deity might discover me and usurp my position. At this moment, the Mountain Lord finally discerned the presence of the void creature before him. The 100-meter-tall Titan magic ape indeed appeared quite formidable. However, in reality, it was merely level 20, at most just a purple-named world boss. The quality of bosses is categorized into white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, black, and rainbow, akin to the grading of weapons, equipment, and skills. The Mountain Lord's divine avatar, on the other hand, was at level 30, a true descent of a deity, boasting red quality. Facing this level 20 Titan magic ape, it was simply a matter of using his claws. Yet in order to properly demonstrate his prowess to Lin Bei, encouraging him to summon him more frequently in the future, the Mountain Lord immediately unleashed the utmost strength he could muster in his current state. The manifestation of the law manifestation embodies the power possessed by those who tread the divine realm. Although the Mountain Lord was not a deity in the strictest sense, he was still a divine being and naturally possessed the law manifestation typical of such entities. Behind him, a colossal white-eyed tiger emerged, its forehead emblazoned with a prominent character signifying authority. The law manifestation loomed large, towering at 100 meters and extending over 300 meters in length, standing majestically behind the crowd. Upon witnessing this spectacle, everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Who was this powerful ally that had come to their aid? With a resounding roar, the law manifestation unleashed a tiger's roar, and the approaching void creatures were caught in its wake. Disintegrating into thin air, the void power experience within them flowed into Lin Bei's team. Hundreds of void creatures, each at level 5, elevated Lin Bei and his companions to level 9, just one step away from crossing into level 10. Level 10 represented a significant threshold where one could randomly awaken skills that aligned with their profession, while also gaining an additional skill slot. Beyond level 10, every subsequent 10 levels presented a probability of awakening further skills. Additionally, one could unlock secondary professions, crafting jobs, for learning, such as blacksmithing, repair, enchanting, alchemy, and pill concoction. However, access to these secondary professions required obtaining specialized credentials. With a single tiger's roar, the crowd, eager to combat the void creatures, soon realized that they had already been reduced to ashes by the tiger's call. They felt as though their efforts in casting skills had been in vain. The Titan magic ape, meanwhile, stared in bewilderment at the Mountain Lord, who was of equal stature. Where had this gigantic tiger come from? A level 30 deity? No. I must report this. The opposing side is cheating. Wasn't it agreed upon that deities could not intervene? They have sent a deity to fight. This is blatant cheating. The Titan magic ape's mind was in turmoil. At level 30 and of red quality, he was but a child in comparison. Think he was being asked to confront the Mountain Lord. Seriously? The Mountain Lord effortlessly annihilated all void creatures with a single blow, and even the Titan magic ape, affected by the Mountain Lord's roar, suffered a 30-point decrease in attack and lost a tenth of its health, leaving it with only 90,000 health. This monkey has quite a hefty health pool. The Mountain Lord mused as he observed the Titan magic ape. This was beneficial, allowing it to unleash more skills. Just then, the Mountain Lord felt himself encased in a shield. Glancing at his status, he discovered a group shield spell. The Mountain Lord thought, what a feeble shield to him. This thin barrier would crumble with a mere touch. Lin Bei attempted to see if his skills could affect the summoned ally and was pleasantly surprised to find it successful. After all, since he had summoned it, it was indeed considered a friendly unit. Mountain Lord, please eliminate it swiftly, Lin Bei urged, estimating that his mental strength could only sustain the summoning for another 15 seconds, a boon from the recent skill upgrade. If the Titan magic ape wasn't dealt with within that time frame, he would truly be out of commission. Fortunately, the void creatures had already been dispatched. Even if the Titan magic ape remained, it was of little consequence. As you wish. The Mountain Lord refrained from further chatter and immediately unleashed his most powerful skill. His dual claws struck the ground, causing fissures to surge toward the Titan magic ape. The Titan magic ape hastily cast a mystic armor shield upon itself, boosting its chances of survival. However, as the ground cracked, the Titan magic ape inadvertently stepped into a void, becoming immobilized, IT realized that it could not shatter the ground with its own strength. This was impossible, unless the Mountain Lord had augmented the hardness of the earth. Indeed, the Mountain Lord had indeed fortified the ground's resilience. As a mountain deity, he possessed such capabilities. The sole purpose of this action was to forcibly restrain the Titan magic ape, rendering it a living target. The law manifestation behind him began to stir, its sharp claws radiating a golden glow. The onlookers suddenly grasped the situation. Quick! Attack the boss! This is a chance for points, as long as we inflict damage. We can convert it into points. If we don't strike the boss now, 1T, we lose our chance at points altogether. They had fought hard to reach the world boss phase, hoping to gain points. Now, it seemed that if they did not act, the world boss would be slain before they could even get a hit in that case. How would they secure high scores? Or even catch the attention of powerful organizations, sanctuaries, or nations? Tigers roar soul, devouring slash. With a fierce roar, the claws swept through the air, and the immobilized Titan magic ape was filled with fear. No, the Titan magic ape cried, raising its hands in a futile attempt to shield itself from the impending fatal blow to in an instant. The heavens and earth shifted, fierce winds engulfing the arena, making it difficult to see. When everyone regained their composure, they discovered that the upper half of the Titan magic ape had completely vanished. Simultaneously, a damage notification of -91,006 appeared above its head. The damage dealt was not a testament to the Mountain Lord's limited power, but rather a reflection of the Titan magic ape's reduced health. There was simply no more to take. World bosses are rather unique. As long as one participates in the damage output, they can earn experience proportional to the damage dealt. However, this time, they were likely to be disappointed on the output leaderboard for the world boss. Only one team was displayed, the explosive team. Output rate 100. With a single strike, they had effortlessly eliminated the formidable level 20 world boss. Was there any justice left? Was there any law to uphold? Oh, you say the one who defeated the boss was a level 30 red quality deity? Well, that changes everything. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had consumed something distasteful, unable to voice their grievances. Resentment? Certainly, as they had contributed no damage, allowing Lin Bei and his explosive team to claim all the glory. Yet there was also gratitude. Had it not been for Lin Bei and his team intervening, they might have truly fallen victim to the vile schemes of the Void Cult. Perhaps some among them would have been possessed and forced to join the ranks of the Void Cult. Thus, the gazes cast toward Lin Bei and his team were laced with complex emotions as the world boss was vanquished. Its lower half began to erode and dissipate, and the world itself began to crack open. Ultimately, everyone was safely transported out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, at the entrance to the novice dungeon, all eyes were watchful, vigilantly guarding the area. News of the dungeon's aberration had reached them immediately. The minions of the Void Cult had infiltrated the novice dungeon, introducing primal void creatures. That it was possible that the children emerging from this encounter had already been possessed and fused with the remnants of the Void Cult, a tremendous loss for them. In the past year, it could be said that no talents could be nurtured. No, that wasn't entirely true. The Dragon War team. Thankfully, the Dragon War team had been eliminated before entering the world boss battle, or they would have faced the minions of the Void Cult, potentially becoming possessed and necessitating suppression or even eradication. In Jiangshan, where the entrance to the novice dungeon lay, everyone was sweating profusely, particularly the members of various forces who were strictly guarding the area. Lin Xiong felt a deep anguish. His son had finally managed to eliminate the Dragon War team, yet the world boss stage had fallen prey to the Void Cult's invasion. This implied that the Lin family had lost a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. This was absolutely unacceptable. Thus, the Lin family, with its current patriarch Lin Zhantian, father to Lin Long and Lin Xiong, and grandfather to Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao, immediately issued a decree to publicly target the Void Sect. Although the Void Sect has long been suppressed by people worldwide, its exceptional ability to conceal itself has often led to unsatisfactory outcomes. However, with the Lin family now taking the lead in this public endeavor against the Void Sect and announcing a bounty, an unprecedented stir swept across the entirety of Blue Star. A reward of 10,000 for the death of a first-tier member of the Void Sect, 50,000 for second and third tiers. and 100,000 for 4th and 5th tiers. For 6th and 7th tiers, the bounty reached a staggering 1 million and 10 million. As for the 8th and 9th tiers, the rewards escalated to 1 billion and 10 billion. Furthermore, anyone who successfully slays a demigod-level entity from the Void Sect would earn the Lin family's promise to assist in acquiring any necessary materials. Why, you may ask, is the Lin family so enraged? It is simply because, over the past year, both their granddaughter and grandson awakened and participated in a novice dungeon. This endeavor resulted in the loss of a granddaughter and a grandson, with the granddaughter being of the direct lineage of the main family. One can only imagine the depth of their fury. It is said that Lin Miao Miao is particularly cherished by Lin Zhantian. The luminescence was a manifestation of their transport from the dungeon. Once the light faded, aside from Lin Bei's formidable team, there were also the Nightshade team, the Radiant team, and the Undying team, these four being the top-ranked groups. The others had long been eliminated by teams from different regions before they could enter the World Boss Dungeon. Upon their arrival, before anyone could share good news, a radiant glow emerged from the surrounding area. A massive formation materialized, ensnaring everyone within its grasp. They were trapped, observing Lin Bei and his companions caught within. The onlookers outside Jiang City sighed in relief, yet their hearts ached. After all, these are the finest talents of Jiang City. Among those transported were also the Mountain Lord, who had been summoned by Lin Bei before his time was up. Currently, the Mountain Lord gazed around, perplexed, and upon realizing that Lin Bei was ensnared within the formation, he erupted with fury. He recognized this formation, the Demon Trap Formation. This was a powerful array devised by human mages, renowned for its ability to confine foes, with breaking free from within being nearly impossible. The external force maintaining it was the level 70 City Lord of Jiang City, Wang Kuai. What were these humans up to? Was the Demon Trap Formation not meant for the void creatures? Why were they targeting Lin Bei and his companions? If Lin Bei and his team were to perish, how could the Mountain Lord, who had finally found a swift way to enhance his strength, avoid his own demise? This was unacceptable. In an instant, the Mountain Lord's true form, far away in Tianlong City, awakened. Summoning merely a doppelganger had been insufficient. He required full control over the situation. Upon realizing Lin Bei was in danger, he immediately rushed back to Jiang City. The dragon soared through the clouds, and the tiger rode the winds. The Mountain Lord moved through the air, leaving a path that felt as though a tempest had swept through. His sole purpose was to reach Jiang City as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, his doppelganger was engaged in a standoff with others. What is happening? Wang Chongyang was taken aback, clearly not anticipating that after safely emerging from the World Boss Dungeon, they would find themselves ensnared in a formation that, if I am not mistaken, this is the Demon Trap Formation. One of the more academically inclined members of the Radiant team could not help but point at the whirling array in fear. The Demon Trap Formation was designed specifically to target void creatures, capable of attacking from the outside while trapping those within. If the internal individuals lack formidable strength, such as surpassing the external force maintaining the formation, it means they can only remain confined. Surely, they do not consider us as mere pawns of the Void Sect. The group exclaimed in disbelief. No, we are innocent, City Lord. This is a misunderstanding. We have not been possessed by the Void Sect. One individual hurriedly clarified. Observing from the outside, the onlookers shook their heads in sorrow. What a pity. These are the most outstanding individuals in Jiang City, and now they found themselves ensnared by those despicable beings. Cursed be the Void Sect, City Lord. You are aware of the scum of the Void Sect. Do not be deceived. History has seen such occurrences before. Due to a moment of misplaced compassion, coupled with appearances that presented no obvious changes, an entire city was ultimately obliterated. Even to this day, that city remains devoid of inhabitants, serving instead as a cautionary tale, warning future generations of the malevolence and terror of the Void Sect. Moreover, the Void Sect's creatures possess near-divine abilities of concealment. Even now, there are no effective methods of discernment. One can only identify them when they voluntarily reveal themselves. However, the sole consolation is that once a void creature integrates, it cannot extricate itself, meaning it becomes bound. Additionally, There's a remarkable aspect to these creatures. They possess immortality, yet upon death, they transform into mindless, humanoid monstrosities. Only time can accumulate enough essence to reawaken their intelligence. The method to suppress these void creatures is straightforward: direct suppression. Those of great strength are to be suppressed individually, while the weaker ones are to be collectively subdued. Void creatures can enhance their power by absorbing ambient energy. Thus, a special formation was devised through the collective efforts of the gods. This formation, known as the Celestial Star Absorption Formation, can extract the energy absorbed by the void creatures within, reinforcing the formation's integrity while refining the excess energy into energy stones. Upon hearing his assistant's reminder, Wang Kuai, who initially felt a pang of sympathy, found his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Blood red suffused his gaze as he surveyed those sealed within, glancing at the various factions and families of Jiang City. Everyone, await the outcome before we act. Though reluctant, the greater good must prevail. Once verification from above is received, they would act without hesitation. All records and footage from the novice dungeon are classified documents. They must not leak, nor are there any live broadcasts. Only members of the investigation team, authorized to conduct inquiries, hold the right to extract them. Only upon verification of the footage and assurance of no discrepancies can they be released. Children, if you have done nothing wrong, there will be compensation upon your release. Otherwise, Wang Kuai left the statement unfinished, but all understood the implication. The group found themselves at a loss for words, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the Void Sect. They now faced this predicament. The Mountain Lord's doppelganger had long since dissipated, as several seconds had already elapsed. Lin Bei's expression mirrored a sense of impending doom. He casually retrieved a vial of energy potion to replenish his vitality. Lin Bei, what shall we do now? What can we do? We simply wait patiently. The weakest among them are at least level 50. Shall we throw ourselves at them? At this moment, the Mountain Lord was still en route. However, he had employed divine powers to hasten his journey. One of the 36 heavenly ranks. Within Tianlong City, it was not only Jiang City that had sealed the newly awakened individuals emerging from the World Boss Dungeon within the Demon Trap Formation. This was done to ensure that the investigation team could ascertain the circumstances before determining their fates. Currently, the investigation team had arrived at the Novice Dungeon's archives. This was a specially established archive, with the highest level of confidentiality within the Alliance. That IT contained footage of all individuals within the dungeon. Once the competition concluded, scores would be announced, and should anyone raise doubts, the footage would be retrieved and published with the consent of the parties involved. Silencing any dissent. Of course, with the advancement of technology, should anyone wish to obtain footage from the Novice Dungeon, they need only pay 1,000 to access their complete recording, valid only for that day. Those who considered themselves exceptionally skilled but merely unfortunate would spend 1,000 to extract the footage and use this resume to join various factions, organizations, or sanctuaries that I would assist in categorizing and resolving the workload across the nation. Facilitating efficient management. This moment, everyone endured their anguish, while simultaneously cursing the investigation team for their sluggishness. How could it take so long to ascertain whether any issues existed? Upon witnessing the contents of the live broadcast footage, the members of the investigation team felt as if they had consumed undercooked mushrooms. A mere glance at the live stream revealed an absurdity. The primordial void creature of the nihilistic sect emerging behind the Titan demon ape. Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual astonishingly summoned a level 30 red quality deity known as the Mountain Lord. Is there any justice in this? With a single roar, all primordial void creatures dissipated instantaneously in one strike. The level 20 Titan demon ape was obliterated. This was a world boss, after all. Oh, you are a level 30 deity. How could this not be extraordinary? Your good-natured companion summoned a level 30 deity at merely level 6. In summary, the situation was utterly outrageous, leaving the investigation team somewhat bewildered, fearing that the nihilistic sect possessed the capability to distort the live broadcast records. They promptly decided to report to the royal court for adjudication. Within Jiang City, Lin Bei's explosive team settled down on the spot. Given the circumstances, they figured it best to take a moment to rest. After the world boss was vanquished, the immense experience was shared among all team members. Their levels surged to level 11. They were but a hair's breadth away from reaching level 12. With this elevation in rank, Lin Bei's skills also ascended to level 11. With such skill levels, Lin Bei could confidently proclaim his superiority, able to dominate the entire world, rendering demigods ineffectual. After all, the highest level skills possessed by demigods were merely at level 9, while it is possible that deities possess skills above level 9. They're no longer present in this realm, making comparisons moot. Every 10 levels, one acquires 2 skill slots, a unique trait of the benevolent class, compensating for the absence of offensive skills with a sense of balance. Currently, Lin Bei had 3 skill slots available, allowing him to allocate enhancement, control, and purification skills. Additionally, every 10 levels, there is a chance to obtain a skill specific to one's profession, with level 45 offering the opportunity to acquire the first awakening skill. Lin Bei's newly acquired skill was named Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart level 11 increases the final yield of all skills by an additional 22 for the benevolent when possessing a Sacred Heart. The augmentation of 22 seemed somewhat ludicrous. For instance, if the thorned armor were applied to Lin Bei, excluding the initial 10 points of damage reduction, under the influence of the Sacred Heart, the final damage mitigation would reach 22. This was indeed rather preposterous. The probability of obtaining the Sacred Heart skill for the benevolent class was, after reviewing the skill details, Lin Bei opened his system inventory. The loot from the world boss was distributed based on output ratios, which included a personal best output award at this moment. Lin Bei's inventory housed a secondary profession transfer certificate, an item termed as Artifact Blueprint, and a golden skill book. Not to mention, the Artifact Blueprint alone constituted an astonishing reward. And now he possessed a golden skill book as well. As for the secondary profession transfer certificate, it was not particularly rare, as defeating a level 10 boss generally yielded a chance to drop such a certificate. Casting a glance at the source of the system panel's information, it revealed that the reward for defeating the world boss was indeed the golden skill book, and the Artifact Blueprint was awarded to Lin Bei for achieving the best output. Historically, the best output awards were typically limited to golden legendary quality weapons. Yet, to be rewarded with a black quality artifact was utterly unexpected. Artifacts, after all, were the equipment utilized by deities. It was astonishing to possess one at merely level 11. At this moment, Lin Bei also discovered that he had achieved an accomplishment. The Boss Slayer. Origin. First kill of a world boss, with a 100 output ratio. World bosses have always been notoriously difficult to defeat. And historically, there has been no record of any race accomplishing such a feat, although Lin Bei did not actively contribute to the damage. The Mountain Lord was summoned by him, thus qualifying as his effective output. Your reward is also a golden skill book? Indeed, the crowd exclaimed, their excitement palpable. This was an unprecedented reward, shattering historical records. Elevating a skill-S quality to the golden tier demanded substantial resources. Now, possessing a golden quality skill meant that even venturing solo could yield remarkable feats. Lin Bei nodded and retrieved the golden skill book to examine it. Resurrection. Lin Bei. Historically, there have only been 6 documented resurrection skill books. T.O. think that this world boss reward would grant Lin Bei a resurrection skill book, and one of golden quality at that. Without hesitation, he proceeded to learn. T.O. hesitate for even a moment would be to show disrespect to such a golden quality resurrection spell. Lin Bei, what skill book do you possess? Skill books can only reveal their contents when held in hand. Otherwise, others cannot discern the information within. Resurrection. Oh, so it is that. Is it truly the resurrection spell? Are you jesting? Lin Bei shot a glance at Wang Chongyang. Just as the system's prompt chimed in. Ding. Successfully learned resurrection. Ding. Resurrection level 1 level 11. Unsurprisingly, Lin Bei's resurrection skill also ascended to level 11. Resurrection level 11. Designate a target, not exceeding 50 levels above your own, within a death period of no more than 1,024 days, and with a complete body, consume 1,000 energy to resurrect them, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Entry 1. Upon resurrection, restore all state entries. Entry 2. Upon resurrection, Gain an additional 30 attack power for 30 minutes. Entry 3. Even if the body is incomplete, it can still be resurrected and restored. Entry 4. Upon resurrection, gain a real shield with a limit of 100 health points. Entry 5. Upon resurrection, enter a state of vengeance, dealing triple damage to the target that caused one's demise. After reviewing the attributes of the resurrection skill he had learned, Lin Bei fell into silence. If this data were to be revealed to others, it would undoubtedly attract accusations of cheating, that if the one being accused of cheating is oneself, then it matters not. A minor cheat is not considered cheating. Skill refinement. Lin Bei clicked on the refinement function to enhance entry 2 after 9 consecutive refreshes. The outcomes were either increased defense or increased speed. It seemed that acquiring such advantageous entries came at the cost of some longevity. This thought reminded Lin Bei of his cousin, Lin Miao Miao. She had awakened as a lucky walker, with her core skill, Lucky Delivery, capable of enhancing her luck. The combination of their skills should yield impressive results. Once more, Lin Bei clicked, and his entry interface suddenly expanded. Permanently increase health by 20 upon resurrection. Gain an enchanted state upon resurrection, converting damage dealt into real damage. So, this is what it means to designate entries. Lin Bei thoughtfully stroked his chin before noticing one entry and immediately selected it. Entry 2. Transform from single target to encompass all targets within a 100-meter radius. This meant that the single target resurrection spell had now evolved into a group resurrection spell. As long as the selected targets were within a 100-meter range, Lin Bei could resurrect them. The chosen entries were aimed at maximizing benefits. Glancing at his current entries, aside from the already selected second entry, none of the others had reached maximum values. However, there were still limitations. Although it had transformed into a group resurrection spell, the energy consumed would also increase with a number of individuals 1,000 for 1. Thus 10 would require 10,000 energy. This was not currently within Lin Bei's capacity to expend. Taking out the artifact blueprint, Lin Bei clicked to select it. The artifact blueprint allowed for weapon customization, and Lin Bei naturally began to choose a weapon that suited him without a flute. After all, Lin Bei had a fondness for music. Imagining the scene of producing melodies from a flute at great heights was simply too magnificent a show-off moment. Setting the direction, support, survival, cooldown, enhancement. 4 options were available for customization. Ding! Weapon customization in progress. In an instant, the pitch-black blueprint in Lin Bei's hands began to emanate a kaleidoscope of colors, the essence of divine power. Intertwined with the aura of the void, erupted forth. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, it transformed into a flute that perfectly aligned with Lin Bei's ideals. As it landed in Lin Bei's hands, he weighed it thoughtfully. The verdant hue accompanied by a texture akin to spiritual jade. The tail end bore a dark tassel, upon which the character for Lin could be faintly discerned. He named it Bei Xiandi. Upon observing the flute's appearance, Lin Bei promptly designated it a name. Bei Xiandi, artifact, quality. Black equipment level, LV .10 attack, 200 spell attack, 300 effect 1, depending on the melody played. It grants different attribute enhancements to friendly units within earshot, primarily focusing on those with mental lock, not limited to a party. Effect 2. During the performance, the user is immobilized and cannot be targeted. Effect 3. Based on the melody's effects, it provides a certain cooldown reduction for ally skills. Effect 4. The user's cooldown is reduced by 40. While collecting specific materials, it can be upgraded. Attribute 1. Increases the upper limit of the user's skill final enhancements by 10. Attribute 2. Increases the user's energy recovery speed by 500. Attribute 3. The user can move, unaffected by effect 2. Attribute 4. While performing, the user is immune to all control effects when using skills, highest priority. Attribute 5. While performing, enemy units experience a 10 reduction in all statuses. Attribute 6. While performing, enemy units have a 1 chance of having their skills sealed for 1 second, with a trigger time of 1 second. Attribute 7. Upon completion of the performance, the user's skill cooldowns are refreshed. After thoroughly examining the effects of Bei Xiandi, Lin Bei fell into a contemplative silence. He realized that from this moment forward, he was poised to soar, possessing a resurrection spell of golden quality, which even included the attribute for group resurrection, was enough to elevate Lin Bei to a strategic asset for the entire Longxia kingdom, a linchpin, an indispensable support for raiding dungeons. After all, while powerful damage dealers had emerged in Longxia over the centuries, there were only a handful of formidable supports. The reason for this scarcity lay in the slow progression of support skill levels. Achieving level 6 required a so-called enlightenment, a challenging feat to trigger. Enlightenment pills existed, but were relics of the divine realm, with very few in circulation. Even if crafted by a deity, the chances of passing them down were slim. Thus, Lin Bei's golden quality resurrection spell could be deemed the premier divine art of the AG. In addition to this golden resurrection spell, Lin Bei now possessed an artifact of remarkable strength. As long as the necessary materials were provided, it could be upgraded, allowing one weapon to last a lifetime. Artifacts are imbued with their own spirit. Aside from Lin Bei, the Bai Xiandi could only be used with his consent. Otherwise, even demigod-level beings would find it impossible to wield. Alternatively, the Bai Xiandi could be destroyed and reforged, but artifacts are notoriously resilient, and only a select few methods could successfully dismantle them. Lin Bei, what manner of weapon is this? Exclaimed Wang Chongyang, utterly astounded. Initially, he had intended to share his own joy regarding his golden quality skill, but upon witnessing the Bai Xiandi in Lin Bei's hands, his desire to boast evaporated. This artifact, Bai Xiandi, is my personal exclusive, Lin Bei added after a moment's reflection that it was a 100 personal reward for defeating a world boss. This operation could be replicated. Though few could truly achieve confront a world boss without any enhancements, relying solely on personal ability was no small feat. In this regard, not only the Longxia kingdom, but even other races across the myriad realms would struggle to match such an accomplishment. Therefore, even if he were to proclaim it, it would not be particularly noteworthy. But, may I see its attributes? An artifact. That's equipment meant for the divine. Even demigod-level beings rarely possess artifacts, and Lin Bei, who just awakened today, already wields one. Is he even human? Could it be that he is truly transcended? What? You say he's in our party? Then it's nothing to worry about. After all, double standards are a commonplace occurrence. All right then, but are you not concerned about being overshadowed? Not at all. Lin Bei nodded, transmitting the information of the Bai Xiandi to Wang Chongyang's interface. Silence. An enduring silence. Wang Chongyang sat quietly in the corner, seemingly drained of color. The surrounding onlookers bore witness to this exchange, their envy and jealousy palpable upon learning that Lin Bei possessed an artifact. How could it be? They were all newly awakened individuals. Yet their strongest quality was merely LV.5, and green at that. How could he already possess an artifact? Was it drawn from the river? Upon hearing that it was a personal achievement reward for 100 output, they recalled the scene in the novice dungeon where they faced the world boss. Indeed, one could draw such a conclusion. With such strength, it would not be surprising if Lin Bei were to ascend to godhood. Outside, those tasked with maintaining order as they awaited the judgment of Lin Bei and his companions were momentarily taken aback by his actions. What did they witness? A phenomenon. The emergence of an artifact is often accompanied by celestial signs, though the presence of the demonic sealing array had minimized the spectacle. Yet they perceived it quite clearly. An artifact. Lin Bei actually possessed an artifact. Was this something one of his caliber ought to possess? In an instant, those harboring greedy thoughts began to calculate. However, as they recalled Lin Bei's identity, those thoughts dissipated. Did they not see Lin Xiong, his father, guarding the array? Should anyone dare to take action, they would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Thus, they could only wait to ascertain whether Lin Bei and his companions were indeed the enigmatic figures of the Void Sect. There was a possibility. Yet even so, with their strength, they had no chance of obtaining the artifact. A masterless artifact typically belongs to the nation. Unless one can claim ownership, it rightfully remains with the state. Lin, do you believe this could be an artifact? The emergence of an artifact is invariably accompanied by signs. This much is known to anyone who has studied. Though they had never had the opportunity to witness an artifact arrival, it remained a legend that I don't know, but I can assure you that this brat is definitely fine. Artifacts are particularly effective against the Void Sect's void creatures. Divine power and void energy are fundamentally opposing forces. Put it simply, they conflict with all forms of power, though divine power exhibits a greater degree of repulsion. Should any void creature dare to wield an artifact, they would suffer the corrosive effects of the divine power contained within. That point, they need not take action. Merely the divine power emanating from the artifact would suffice to dispose of the void creature. Therefore, upon seeing Lin Bei reveal what appeared to be an artifact, those observing let out a sigh of relief. This sentiment was shared not only by Lin Xiong, but also by Wang Kuahai and several senior officials of Jiangxing. Within the seal, Lin Bei opened his system backpack and retrieved the secondary profession certificate dropped by the world boss. The secondary profession certificate is randomly dropped, though some powerful secondary professions exist, such as the Divine Craftsman. It is rumored that a Divine Craftsman's skill level can reach such heights that they may even forge artifacts. Currently, Longxia has a main C-class Divine Craftsman. This individual is a strategic figure. Although they cannot yet forge artifacts, it is said that they have successfully created equipment of semi-artifact quality. Unfortunately, the success rate is disheartening. Of 100 attempts, perhaps only one succeeds. Yet, should even a single piece be successfully crafted, the resulting loss would be acceptable. Besides the Divine Craftsman, there are other formidable secondary professions, such as the Medicine Sage, Celestial Enchanter, and Enhancement Master. However, compared to these powerful secondary professions, the proportion of ordinary professions is staggering, reaching 99. If one is dissatisfied with their core skills in their profession, they might as well gamble on a secondary profession certificate. This is the only opportunity for an ordinary individual to undergo a transformation. The secondary profession certificate is quite expensive, costing 1 million per certificate. However, due to random circumstances, any secondary profession could potentially manifest. Once adopted, it becomes immutable. Thus, the selection of a secondary profession is indeed a matter of great seriousness. At this moment, Lin Bei found himself enveloped in silence as he gazed at the secondary profession certificate in his hand. What is it? Rabbit Schwerer, gleefully admiring her newly acquired golden quality skill, was about to share her joy when she noticed Lin Bei staring blankly ahead. No, he was likely fixated on the system panel. After all, without permission, the system panel remains concealed from others that know. It's just that I feel I should learn a secondary profession. Do you possess a secondary profession certificate? Rabbit Schwerer was taken aback. Had he obtained it so swiftly? Indeed. Lin Bei nodded in affirmation. He then transmitted the details of the secondary profession certificate to Rabbit Schwerer. Receiving the information, Rabbit Schwerer fell silent for a moment. Subsequently, she cast a sorrowful gaze at Lin Bei. At that moment, Rabbit Schwerer's panel displayed secondary profession certificate, versatile apprentice. Versatile apprentice, green, capable of learning skills from all secondary professions, and upon mastering 6 secondary profession skills and elevating them to LV 6, automatically advances to versatile scholar blue. Although the quality enhancement for the versatile apprentice is somewhat challenging, its strength is undeniable. If Lin Bei were to learn from individuals possessing formidable secondary professions, it would be akin to effortlessly acquiring a secondary profession. For an ordinary person, securing this profession may prove difficult, but for Lin Bei, not at all. After all, he is backed by the Lin family. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Bei's secondary profession transfer certificate, Rabbit Schwerer's already crimson eyes became even redder, now laced with veins. Lin Bei chuckled. Why hoard good fortune without flaunting it? Pretending to be modest? That is only for those whose strength does not permit such audacity. Lin Bei lives life openly and without pretense. He has no need to feign humility. What a jest! He is supported by the Lin family and frequently engages in generous acts, cultivating relationships with his classmates. After all, the more friends one has, the better. In due course, you become the center of the world. Anyone wishing to challenge you must first consider your network of connections. Learning, ding, secondary profession successfully activated, successfully transitioning to versatile apprentice. Acquiring skill learning, ding, learning LV.1, LV.11. Lin Bei. Although he had speculated that all his skills could be enhanced to match his own level, he had assumed this limitation applied solely to his primary profession. To his astonishment, the secondary profession, seemingly unrelated, also allowed for such advancements that it seems Lin Bei had somewhat underestimated his own prowess. Indeed, it is no surprise that his current achievements stem from relentless dedication. Learning LV.11, green capable of learning skills from other secondary professions, increasing the success rate of comprehension. Entry 1. Mental power increase 10. Aside from possessing self-upgrading qualities, other secondary professions can also utilize profession enhancement stones for quality upgrades. These stones are notably more precious than skill enhancement stones, that if a green skill enhancement stone sells for 1 million in the outside world, a profession enhancement stone can start at 10 million. With prices even reaching 1 billion not being unheard of. After all, a successful profession awakening is invariably of white quality. Once the quality of a profession is elevated, not only do overall stats improve, but one also gains an additional skill slot and even a chance to comprehend skills pertaining to that profession. This illustrates the disparity between two professions of the same tier, both being level 90 demigods, yet one possessing only white quality while the other boasts green quality. Even if their levels are identical, the former remains susceptible to being outclassed. However, in the myriad realms, even purple quality professions are exceedingly rare, highlighting the difficulty of enhancing profession quality. Unless one enters a heritage dungeon, it is nearly impossible to elevate profession quality. Lin Bei glanced at the effects of Entry 1, following his successful transition. His mental power had surged to unprecedented levels. Nonetheless, he opted for refinement, merely to explore the available options. After 10 rounds of refinement, he surveyed the potential maximum benefits. Ultimately, Lin Bei chose to embrace multitasking. Learning LV.11, green capable of learning skills from other secondary professions, increasing the success rate of comprehension. Entry 1. Multitasking, a premium entry. Multitasking not only applies to the learning and crafting of secondary professions, but also extends to combat. At times, it is imperative to monitor teammates' health, yet one often inadvertently overlooks the status of others. An essential duty for support roles is to remain vigilant regarding teammates' conditions, ensuring their safety, unless one's mental power is exceptionally robust. Allowing for divided attention is challenging to cover all bases. Consequently, a support role capable of executing micro-operations while possessing formidable support skills is often the linchpin of a team. After all, it is well said that ironclad support. Flowing main DPS. The output is plentiful in the myriad realms. Just look at the recent awakening in Jiangsheng, where the output ratio reached an astounding 90%, yet support constituted a meager 10%. Among them, those with powerful core skills and support are even scarcer. The availability of strong support that can perform micro-operations is exceedingly rare, which gives rise to the saying ironclad support, flowing main DPS. Indeed, during dungeon breakthroughs and special dungeons, these supports are often permanent fixtures. While Lin Bei was assessing his newfound gains, others were also tallying their rewards from the novice dungeon. Although their rewards paled in comparison to Lin Bei's, they still received participation prizes from the world boss. Did you think they had zero output? Nonsense. Even participating in a human event earns them something. Thus, every team that participated received a share of the participation prize. Well, rather than a participation prize, it could be considered a consolation prize, a white-quality skill book shrouded in mystery with a question mark. The skills it could yield rely solely on luck. Unlike Lin Bei's stellar team members, who not only acquired golden quality skills, but also skills suitable for their professions, this disparity was glaring in the outside world. The atmosphere shifted dramatically in an instant. The skies above Jiangsheng darkened ominously, shrouded in thick clouds as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, as if an apocalyptic calamity had descended. Realizing something was amiss, the higher-ups in Jiangsheng grew vigilant, summoning their utmost focus to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Just then, a tiger's roar resonated from the heavens, a sound so thunderous that it compelled some weaker individuals present to instinctively cover their ears. Regrettably, mere ear covering could not shield them from the overwhelming sound. Strangely, this roar seemed to echo solely in the vicinity of the demon binding array, leaving other areas of Jiangsheng unaffected. Otherwise, a single tiger's roar would have shattered every glass object within the city with its immense sound wave. and ordinary people and weaker awakeners would likely perish amidst the terrifying resonance. Who dares to assault the city of Longxia? Do they not fear retribution from Longxia? Wang Kuai, struggling against the sudden pressure, gritted his teeth and shouted, "What of Longxia? If you treat those who have contributed with such contempt, what does Longxia matter?" The tiger's roar resounded once more, this time accompanied by the voice of the Mountain Lord. The once cloudy sky, obscured by darkness, seemed indistinguishable from night. When a beam of light pierced through the clouds, the figure of the Mountain Lord emerged, commanding the clouds to part, drawing the attention of the people of Jiangqing. A tiger? A demon beast? A monster is attacking the city. Below Jiangqing, many ordinary people and weaker awakeners were struck with panic upon glimpsing the imposing figure of the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord, however, paid no heed to the common folk, nor did he intentionally seek to intimidate them. Descending from the heights, his form towered over 100 meters, stretching over 300 meters in length. His muscles were taut and well-defined, with an astonishingly low body fat percentage. If one looked closely, they could even discern the contours of his muscles. Anyone who met the Mountain Lord's gaze would instinctively lower their heads at a deity, not to be gazed upon directly. This is the aura and characteristic inherent to the divine being. Even if the Mountain Lord attempts to suppress it, it will still persist. The imposing figure of the Mountain Lord looms beside the magic binding array. Glaring intently at Wang Kuai, this moment, Wang Kuai feels a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. He has finally perceived the Mountain Lord's level. LV.82 Mountain Lord, Tiger Roar, Divine Being. A red quality, a deity. This is indeed a living god. No, it should be a deity from the lower realm. This is the first time he has encountered a Mountain Lord, although he knows that such divine beings may exist in their world. However, most are mere spirit deities, seen only through special means. Yet now, a mountain god stands before him, manifesting as a vividly colored tiger. The sheer size and terrifying musculature of the beast indicate that it is not to be trifled with, let alone with the title of a deity. This is a living god walking in the lower realm. Daring, I must inquire, Mountain Lord, what is it that you intend to do? Despite the pressure, Wang Kuai musters the courage to voice his confusion. He is the Lord of Jiangqing. At this moment, he cannot simply step back and leave others to take his place. Within this magic binding array are friends of the Mountain Lord. How dare you use the magic binding array to trap the friends of this Mountain Lord? How shall this grudge be settled? Friends? These are merely a group of newly awakened youngsters. How could they possibly be friends of a deity like you? No, he recalls that after activating the magic binding array, a gigantic tiger did indeed appear beside them, but it vanished after just a second, and he thought he had merely imagined it. However, it seems now that he was indeed mistaken. There truly are friends of this Mountain Lord inside. And if he's not mistaken, it must be that young man from the Lin family, Lin Bei. What on earth is happening? So many friends. Could it be that having wealth truly allows one to amass a multitude of friends? Wang Kuai ponders. Not only Wang Kuai, but the people of Jiangqing, including Lin Xiong, are also deep in thought that he is aware of his son's extravagant behavior, and, given their family's wealth, he has allowed Lin Bei to spend freely in seeking friendships. However, he never anticipated that a deity would also be a friend of his son. When did his son's circle of friends rise to such heights? Although the Mountain Lord appears ready to fight without explanation, he does possess a sense of reason. Otherwise, he could have easily shattered the core maintaining the array rather than standing in confrontation as he is now. Mountain Lord, you have misunderstood. We only temporarily trap these children for safety's sake. Soon, Wang Kuai expresses his inner concerns along with the considerations of the nation. The Mountain Lord, though angered by their treatment of his precious treasure, is still reasonable. Moreover, having grown up in Longxia Kingdom, he was raised by a beautiful caretaker and, by fortunate coincidence, attained the status of Mountain Lord that he holds a certain fondness for Longxia Kingdom. Thus, upon hearing Wang Kuai's predicament, he does not press further, gradually shrinking in size until he resembles an ordinary tiger. Then hurry and ascertain the truth. Furthermore, with me present, how could they be harmed by those insignificant pests? Divine power is known to vehemently repel the forces of the void. Any influence during the fusion process could lead to failure. Therefore, in a novice world boss instance, with the endorsement of the Mountain Lord, they need not worry about being affected by the trifles of the Void Sect. However, when a Mountain Lord mentions the Void Sect, an expression of disdain surfaces, as her beautiful caretaker possessed the strength to rival deities. Yet, due to the machinations of the Void Sect, her caretaker is no longer, and she, under the legacy of her caretaker's demise, has become the only authentic mountain god of Blue Star, distinct from the spirit deities. Unfortunately, the Void Sect's ability to hide is formidable. Even the world's consciousness cannot detect them until they reveal themselves, let alone the Mountain Lord. Though she is a deity, she is merely an LV.82 tiger bearing the title of a true god. Yes, time has passed, and soon there will be results. Moreover, once outside, their compensation will be substantial. The Mountain Lord nods in satisfaction, her gaze turning towards Lin Bei within the magic binding array. Lin Bei, with me here, do not fear. They cannot harm you, should they dare to bring you harm. I can take you away from Blue Star. We are good friends. Blue Star serves as the nexus of myriad realms, a transfer station to other worlds. With a Mountain Lord's strength, transporting someone to alternate realms is an effortless task. Faced with such a courteous demeanor, accompanied by a voice that seems somewhat strained, the onlookers cannot help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. My God, could you perhaps be mindful of your divine status? Your demeanor makes it easy for us to associate you with a sycophant. The contrast between the Mountain Lord's current appearance and her earlier display is striking. Were it not for the fact that they are indeed the same being, one might suspect a switch had occurred. Very well. Thank you for your kindness, Mountain Lord. Lin Bei nods, feeling a wave of relief. This is quite nice. Another friend has been added. However, Lin Bei is somewhat curious as to why the Mountain Lord treats him with such deference. Could it be due to his skills? After all, the Mountain Lord's temperament was quite different during the previous summons. It only began to soften following the third summoning. Now, in their fourth encounter, she appears in her true form. Her tone even gentler, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Goodness, is this still a deity? For a moment, some of the awakened individuals, who had been in awe of divine beings, couldn't help but wonder if they had been overly devoted to the divine. If possible, could you summon me again? The Mountain Lord's voice is somewhat awkward, reminiscent of a neighborly girl. Only this neighborly girl possesses the strength to topple mountains and dominate the world. Indeed, the Mountain Lord is female, albeit with a somewhat rough voice. Just a short while ago, after Lin Bei concluded the divine summoning state, the Mountain Lord's avatar dissipated and returned to her being, unlike the previous overall power boost of 1%. This time, her overall strength surged by an astonishing 23%. Consequently, her power has ascended to a new level. Experiencing such a marvelous means of enhancement, the Mountain Lord is determined to cling to Lin Bei's coattails. Despite Lin Bei currently being relatively weak, at level 11 and a white-quality profession, this is merely a reflection of his present strength. Yet, even in his current state, he can still elevate her overall power by 23%. What does this even mean? Even a 1% increase would send all deities into a frenzy, let alone the extraordinary 23%. The Imperial Court. This is the royal palace located at the heart of Tianlong City, where those who can influence Longxia Kingdom and even humanity as a whole reside. General Shenwei, Xianyuan Fenghua, has personally come to the Imperial Court to meet with the current ruler of Longxia Kingdom, Long Batian. Although Long Batian appears to be around 40 years old, his true age exceeds 150 to his strength has reached the pinnacle of the semi-divine level at 99, but due to a calamity caused by the void a century ago, he was ambushed and perished within the instance. Now he can only rely on his own cultivation for slow progress in regaining his power. Fortunately, beings at the semi-divine level have nearly condensed their divine bodies, allowing them to easily live for hundreds of billions of years without difficulty. The reason he maintains a youthful appearance is due to the aura of authority. Good. After the assembly watched the footage of the recent Novice World Boss instance, Long Batian immediately exclaimed thrice in approval that this young man who summoned the Mountain Lord's avatar, the one who defeated the Dragon Battle Team. Yao. Indeed, Your Majesty. Thanks to this young lad, this year's talent pool was nearly at risk of depletion. Why nearly? Naturally, it is due to the premature elimination of the Dragon Squad that they are indeed the foremost prodigy team. Although the emergence of Lin Bei has introduced an unexpected twist. Aside from Lin Bei, the only noteworthy member in the team is that shield warrior. Yet, it is precisely this team, which, with Lin Bei's unforeseen development, managed to lead the explosive team in defeating the Dragon Squad, thereby shattering the stalemate imposed by the Void Sect's sinister machinations, ultimately preserving the lives of everyone involved. Now that it has been confirmed that no further complications have arisen, let us release everyone. Remember, they must be compensated. Furthermore, I shall personally visit Jiang City. Your Majesty, is this truly necessary? At that moment, the director of the Ministry of Education, responsible for overseeing matters, was about to speak, but Long Batian did not allow him to continue. No need for further words. Such a talent, without doubt, shall ascend to divinity. In due course, our human race will gain another powerful entity of divine caliber. Though upon achieving divinity, they must venture to the so-called upper realm to fend off even more formidable void creatures. If an opportunity arises, the once-in-a-century day of divine descent may also aid humanity in acquiring greater resources. The day of divine descent is when deities, in their mercy for all beings, bestow certain unnecessary resources upon the world. However, the distribution is limited by quotas. The higher the energy contained within the bestowed resources, the greater the energy consumed in the process. This remains, to date, the most effective means of direct communication with the divine. It is not that they are unwilling to deliver resources. Rather, doing so requires the activation of a domain gate. The transfer also necessitates the expenditure of energy from the domain gate, which can only be accumulated once every century. With Long Batian's statement, everyone has come to realize the immense expectations he harbors for this youth named Lin Bei. It has already been declared that he possesses the potential for divinity. Despite their considerable strength, having reached the semi-divine or even ninth-tier levels, the path to divinity is anything but simple. First, one must elevate their level to 99, followed by expelling the void energy within and solidifying their divine form. The divine form is highly resistant to void energy, and the so-called experience is merely the amalgamation of void energy with a certain force from the order, rapidly enhancing their strength. Thus, to attain divinity, one must purge the dross of experience from within. Once successful, they can step into the 100th level, unlock the gates of the divine realm, and enter the upper realm for cultivation, confronting the void monsters. This implies that among 100 semi-divines, perhaps only a handful can reach the divine level. Have we not witnessed the passage of several centuries, with such an efficient rate of advancement yielding merely a few dozen deities, which underscores the inherent difficulty? Given that the assessment revealed no influence from the Void Sect upon the participants, the expressions of the city lords overseeing the novice dungeons were filled with excitement. Furthermore, in light of this compensation, they decided to grant the awakened individuals the option to join the Qianlong army, with those opting not to join receiving a blue-quality skill book. This reward is not part of the leaderboard's top tier, but is a unique compensation for them. Jiang City. Upon receiving the news, Wang Kuai promptly disbanded the demon confinement array, his expression visibly relaxing. After all, he had been the sole maintainer of the array, and sustaining it for so long had taken quite a toll. As he relayed the details of the compensation, the awakened teams in Jiang City erupted into excitement. The Qianlong army, that is the elite force within the Longxia kingdom. It is said that the selection process is quite stringent, and not just anyone qualifies. Although they have been granted the freedom to join the Qianlong army as compensation, this opportunity hinges upon their ability to pass the army's rigorous tests. Failure would result in the forfeiture of this qualification, leaving them with no choice but to settle for the blue-quality skill book. For Lin Bei, he opted directly for the blue-quality skill book. They have finally graduated. Awakening signifies their entry into society. To advance further, they must align with a certain force, organization, or sacred ground, or enlist in the military. These paths enable the continual enhancement of their strength and the acquisition of further knowledge. Being a member of the Lin family signifies representation of a certain power, making the decision to join the Qianlong army less significant for Lin Bei. Given this, he chose the blue-quality skill book instead. Lin Bei, a familiar voice called out. It was Lin Xiong. "Father, what is it?" "Well done," Lin Xiong exclaimed, pulling Lin Bei into a hearty embrace. That it was a genuine smile, one that had not graced his face since that incident point 10 years prior, when Lin Bei was merely 8 years old. The family had embarked on a journey to the other world known as the Natural Continent. The Natural Continent is one of the primary realms inhabited by the Elven race. While there are native humans present, humanity exists beyond just Blue Star. Other worlds have their own human populations. However, compared to other realms, only Blue Star's spiritual energy has been sealed, leading it down a path of technological advancement. Even in this era of universal awakening, the path of technology has not been forsaken. Rather, both avenues have been integrated, forging a new path known as spiritual technology. The family initially intended to visit Lin Bei's mother's hometown and pay a visit to his grandfather. However, an unforeseen incident resulted in his mother and the father-son duo being forever separated. The attack by the Void Sect. Indeed, the other world was besieged by the Void Sect, and during their evacuation, Lin Bei's mother, Emily, had to return to support her hometown due to the assault, resulting in the destruction of the otherworldly passage by the minions of the Void Sect. Consequently, the two worlds lost contact. Naturally, the family was torn apart, creating an enduring pain for Lin Xiong, which began his deep-seated hatred for the void monsters of the Void Sect. This is one of the reasons behind the Lin family's decisive actions this time. Not solely due to Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao, but also due to Lin Xiong's vigorous advocacy. Who am I? I am Lin Bei. Lin Bei unabashedly accepted his father's praise. Lin Xiong, with a playful kick to Lin Bei's rear, remarked, "You rascal, truly shameless." Meanwhile, he felt a sigh of relief, as he was uncertain what reckless measures he might take if Lin Bei were truly in peril. Perhaps he might have rushed to a location upon hearing of the Void Sect's activities. Armed with a bomb capable of annihilating a world, willing to perish alongside them. "Rest assured, Father, my capabilities are quite formidable. To the very least, I can ensure my own safety." Lin Bei shared his panel information with Lin Xiong, reassuring him. Lin Xiong shook his head with a smile. While he was astonished that Lin Bei could summon a deity like the Mountain Lord, he remained skeptical. "Are you serious about your level? Since the revival of spiritual energy, I have never heard of anyone breaking through to level 11 in a novice dungeon. Your team has truly shattered that record. It seems unlikely that anyone has done so before or will do so again. If this were the case, what level would one need to reach if they were to monopolize the experience? 15, perhaps." When Lin Xiong laid eyes on Lin Bei's skills and equipment, he thought he must have been seeing things. Rubbing his eyes to confirm his vision remained unchanged, gazing at Lin Bei with a complex expression. "Have you been cheating?" He leaned in closer to Lin Bei and whispered, "Be honest. Where did you buy your cheats?" "They come with me. They aren't for sale." Tiske. Lin Xiong couldn't help but click his tongue, evidently feeling a bit regretful. "Just remember not to expose your panel carelessly. You are still too weak." Although Lin Bei is aware that he can summon the Mountain Lord, he understands that such a summoning cannot last for an extended period. Furthermore, due to Lin Bei's occupational attributes, he is fundamentally incapable of learning aggressive skills and can only acquire non-damaging abilities. This results in a significant lack of offensive means. It is true that the Mountain Lord is formidable enough to overwhelm the current adversaries, yet Lin Xiong perceives that the summoned Mountain Lord is merely a projection. Perhaps in the future, as Lin Bei's strength grows, he may enhance his potential, but not at present. The absence of offensive capabilities implies that Lin Bei requires a team to supplement his output. Acknowledging this, Lin Bei nodded. He was indeed aware of his limitations. The lack of offensive skills signifies a deficiency in damage output. While he may learn numerous skills to bolster his self-preservation, the absence of potent offensive abilities means he cannot sustain a campaign of aggression, allowing his opponents to always find opportunities to threaten his life. Thus, it becomes evident that Lin Bei needs a team to compensate for his inability to maintain consistent output. Fortunately, the Lin family is not lacking in finances or resources. If materials are in short supply, simple. If one knows where to obtain them, money can pave the way. You need me to assemble a team for you. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiong pulled out a cigarette labeled Longxiao from his pocket and placed it between his lips. He ignited it with a spark of deep purple flame from his right index finger. Despite having a system space, Lin Xiong still opted to keep the cigarette in his pocket, perhaps finding it more convenient that way. I should not need it. I would prefer to form a team on my own. All right then, just let me know if you require assistance. Certainly, with the power of the family behind me, it is not in my nature to toil alone. Upon my return, I will prepare skill enhancement stones and occupational advancement stones for you. The purple ones are contingent on circumstances and may be a bit challenging. The acquisition of purple enhancement stones falls under the realm of strategic resources and is generally not available to the public unless one has made significant contributions to exchange for them through military merit. Otherwise, one must rely on luck to raid dungeons and defeat bosses for potential drops. Enhancement stones above purple can only be obtained through dungeon raids, while blue ones are likely to drop from special or higher level dungeons. Lin Xiong intended to assist Lin Bei in applying for the purple occupational enhancement stones. He had previously ensured the safety of all in the Novice World boss dungeon from the attacks of the Void Cult. Thwarting their schemes, coupled with the contributions made by the Lin family over the years, it is highly probable that he could procure them as for the purple skill enhancement stones. The family has some in stock. But the golden ones are less likely to be available. Even the Grand Lin family has no reserves. What they had was utilized at the earliest opportunity, unless news arises of someone auctioning them. Obtaining them would be exceedingly difficult. That will suffice. Do not worry, father. Once I grow stronger, I will surely find a way to bring back mother. Lin Bei smiled, patting Lin Xiong on the shoulder as he observed him deep in thought. Lin Xiong was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. He felt that since that event, he had never experienced such joy in the past 10 years. The last time he felt this way was likely during a similar occasion. All right, I shall rely on you, then. If you need any skills, just let me know, and I will procure them for you. Although their branch of the Lin family had separated, they had only just broken away from the main family. And the clan leader, Lin Zhangqian, is Lin Bei's grandfather. Thus, even as a branch family, it does not change the fact that Lin Bei is an important member of the Lin family. Lin Bei opened his skill panel to begin calculating his needs. He required enhancement skills. While he lacked nothing in healing, he only possessed a single target healing spell. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, one healing spell would be insufficient. He also found a deficiency in control skills and the ability to impose debuffs on enemies. With this in mind, the remaining 2 skill slots might not suffice. However, if he could secure the purple occupational enhancement stones, Lin Bei could unlock an additional 6 skill slots. Indeed, this is the peculiar advantage of the benevolent. While others must reach level 10 to unlock 1 skill slot and can only gain 1 additional slot upon occupational advancement, Lin Bei would gain an extra skill slot. Theoretically, a normal profession could reach the divine level and elevate their skills to the rumored colored tier, potentially yielding 21 skills, but that is merely a theoretical maximum. Normally, a profession has a chance to acquire 1 skill every 10 levels, plus a chance to obtain an awakened skill at level 45. However, the 21 skill slots are not Lin Bei's limit. 46 is his theoretical cap. This is the extraordinary nature of the benevolent. My skills will overshadow yours, as long as I possess numerous skills. The vacuum period will be nearly non-existent. This is still considering the main profession, excluding any secondary professions. Were secondary professions included, Lin Bei would not even dare to imagine. However, as of now, Lin Bei has yet to ascend to divinity. He is merely at level 11, hence he currently has no slots available. Upon returning, he will see if he can obtain the purple occupational enhancement stones, which would allow him to unlock 6 additional slots. Therefore, Lin Bei can calculate based on 6 skill books: enhancement, debuff, control, restorative, and group sustain. After sharing his thoughts with Lin Xiong nodded in response. All right, I guarantee I will procure them for you. By the way, the city lord has something to discuss with you. It should pertain to the national rewards. After all, you did save so many compatriots and thwart the Void Cult's conspiracy. A reward is most warranted. Nodding, Lin Bei began to gather everyone. It was time to settle the resources obtained during this venture and distribute them accordingly, as they had indeed collected a substantial amount. The shadow hunters, those void monsters, leave behind concentrated void energy in specific parts of their bodies upon being defeated, which can be referred to as materials. These materials can be utilized for forging weapons or concocting potions and serve as components for array inscriptions. Given the Lin family's involvement in these fields, it is natural for them to manage these resources. Before long, the total value of 150,000 alliance coins was calculated. This substantial sum was primarily due to the materials harvested from the bosses. After distributing the alliance coins, they then segmented the spoils based on the equipment and skills each had acquired. Ultimately, Tu Schwerer found herself in debt for 2 million, while the others collectively gained over 200,000 alliance coins. Lin Bei, however, owed nothing. He provided his share on the spot, as money was of no concern to him. He had never been interested in wealth. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such extravagant spending to forge friendships. What do you all think of the Qianlong army? Lin Bei suddenly inquired as the group prepared to part ways. After all, those who had just exited the novice boss dungeon had been granted the opportunity to qualify for selection into the Qianlong army. Traditionally, selection for the Qianlong army required multiple rounds of evaluation, necessitating a powerful profession, skills, and a commendable character. I intend to join the Qianlong army, Tu Schwerer replied without hesitation. Although she had acquired a golden quality skill, she was merely an ordinary citizen, and she had compelling reasons to enlist. So do I. Zhang Qingfeng raised his hand in agreement, simultaneously casting a covert glance at Tu Schwerer, his eyes reflecting newfound determination. I have already promised my brother to join his rogue squad. Pai Yinping made a contrary decision compared to the others. The rogue squad primarily consists of warrior-type professions, akin to a band of adventurers organized by commoners, specifically tasked with accepting missions from the Awakeners Guild. Such squads frequently undertake tasks involving power leveling. As long as payment is offered, they will guide individuals through dungeons or gather materials to sell to those in need. Although my Wang family also wishes for me to join their guild, I suspect you will want to form your own team. Wang Chongyang patted his chest and continued, I intend to firmly cling to your coattails. You won't dismiss me, will you? Lin Bei chuckled, patting Wang Chongyang on the shoulder. How could I ever do that? Without delving into other matters, Lin Bei, having awakened the rather troublesome profession of a benevolent one, still willingly teams up with Lin Bei, alongside his childhood friends. How could they possibly harbor any disdain for him? Upon hearing this, the other three were indeed quite moved. However, since they had already made their choice, there was no need to bring it up again. Let us exchange WeChat. After all, we are teammates for the first time. Lin Bei generously responded, also sending the three a small red envelope as a token of their meeting. The three, upon receiving it, were filled with excitement, and a certain rumor came to mind. Young Master Lin was known for paving his way with wealth. He was akin to a god of fortune. As they opened the small red envelope, WeChat notifications chimed. 5 million. Rabbit Schwerer's eyes widened in disbelief that no, she couldn't have heard wrong. It was indeed 5 million. This instantly cleared her debts, leaving her with an excess of over 2 million. Lin Bei. No. Young Master Lin. How could this be? Pai Yinping's hands trembled with excitement. It was his first time possessing such a significant sum, coupled with the alliance coins he had just received. He now had over 7 million that he could easily purchase a high-level skill. Indeed, young Master Lin, this is far too extravagant. Rabbit Schwerer was so thrilled she could hardly articulate her thoughts, initially calling him Lin Bei. They now referred to him as young Master Lin. Oh, revered father, I humbly bow to you. Zhang Qingfeng. Without hesitation, Zhang Qingfeng knelt on one knee, and a man's knees are said to be worth gold. He was now kneeling on gold, a walking god of fortune. Get lost. Lin Bei's face darkened. He certainly did not desire such a large son, that a daughter would be more acceptable. Yes, a beautiful daughter with a good temperament. I care not for your wealth, for none can surpass mine. Since you're friends of mine, having participated in the novice dungeon together, you are now my companions, my companions. How could you let others know of your poverty, thus tarnishing my name? Lin Bei had a good grasp of the three's personalities, and they certainly were individuals worth befriending. Moreover, let us not forget they had obtained golden quality skill books. Even if they ventured forth alone, they could carve out a reputation for themselves, especially since Rabbit Schwerer and Zhang Qingfeng had decided to join the Qianlong army. This was an investment. Do you think the Lin family rose to prominence by mere chance? This is one of the secrets behind the Lin family's ascent. Yes, a tradition passed down through generations. Young Master Lin, you shall always be my friend. Do you need a wife? Just say the word, and I will bring one to you immediately. Rabbit Schwer, moved to tears of course, was feigning her emotions. Nonetheless, her admiration was genuine. I, Lin Bei, am not in need. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately shook his head in refusal. What a joke! With his status and look surpassing even Wu Yinzu, why would he require someone to deliver a wife to him? To say nothing of the fact that should Lin Bei express his desire, suitors would line up from Jiangsheng to Tianlong City. Well, that's rather unfortunate, Rabbit Schwer sighed, feeling helpless for a friend's lack of such fortune. All right, should there come a day when you find yourself struggling, you're always welcome to join the Ba Lin Guild established by the Lin family, a guild. We are primarily registered under the Awakeners Guild. Most Awakeners, after completing the Novice Dungeon, either choose to enlist in the military or join various guilds. They might also join renowned organizations, such as those comprised of all alchemists or those with ancient lineages. Should they opt not to join any, they would merely remain as solitary adventurers, slowly navigating their paths. After all, there are no options left for factory work. Factories have now adopted full automation, achieving integrated production. Aside from a few machines that require manual reinforcement, there are virtually no factories in need of workers. Solitary adventurers typically take on scattered tasks from the Adventurers Guild, forming teams as needed. While lacking the constraints of an organization, they gain freedom. For instance, Pai Yimping's impending membership in the Rogue Squad is a team spontaneously formed by solitary adventurers. Generally, such teams consist of around 10 individuals, tasked with handling various dungeon scenarios. All right, it's settled then, Pai Yimping chimed in cheerfully. The Ba Lin Guild is ranked among the top 10 in the nation. No, even in the entire human alliance, for commoners like them to gain entry is akin to striking gold. Such grand guilds typically host a minimum of 100,000 members, enough to be likened to a city. However, indeed, establishing a guild requires an initial application, starting with 1,000 members. Moreover, every guild has its own responsibilities. Each guild must defend at least one dungeon, with profits shared in a 70-30 split with Longsha Kingdom. Naturally, the guild headquarters is located near the entrance of the dungeon, responsible for maintaining normal operations and addressing emergencies. For instance, should someone cause a disturbance at the dungeon entrance, they could even be eliminated without fear of facing legal repercussions from Longsha Kingdom, or rather, the Alliance. After all, the Awakeners Guild is an initiative of the Human Alliance, responsible for all humanity. Naturally, a base will be established near the dungeon to serve as the guild's headquarters. Gradually, large guilds will develop into cities. Lin City is the city established by the Lin family's Ba Lin Guild, its vibrancy comparable to that of Longsha Kingdom's capital, Tianlong City. After all, the Lin family is the hidden wealthiest family in Longsha Kingdom. Their wealth is no exaggeration. Lin Bei's grandfather, Lin Zhantian, currently oversees affairs within Lin City. As he watched Rabbit Schwer, Zhang Qingfeng, and Pai Yimping depart, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon Wang Chongyang. Are you certain you want to concern yourself with your family's guild? Our guild is more formidable than your Ba Lin Guild. Wang Chongyang laughed heartily. Lin Bei then draped an arm around Wang Chongyang's shoulder before bidding farewell and heading alone to where Wang Kuai was situated. At this moment, Wang Kuai had been waiting for Lin Bei for quite some time, and upon seeing Lin Bei approach, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, hero of Jiangsheng. You not only saved them but also thwarted the schemes of the Void Sect. The rewards this time are extraordinary, and an unexpected individual will be arriving. Oh, Lin Bei was indifferent to the rewards, as he was confident in the Lin family's ability to acquire whatever they desired. It was merely a matter of price, thus he was intrigued by this unexpected individual. Take a guess, Wang Kuai replied, narrowing his eyes playfully. With my family's influence, the unexpected guest must be someone of the 8 great families' caliber. Right? However, the Lin family fears no one from the 8 great families. Lin Bei was well aware of his family's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't act so ostentatiously, scattering wealth and forming friendships. If he were an ordinary wealthy individual, he would likely have been robbed by unscrupulous individuals by the very next day. Surely it's not someone from the Royal City, the Dragon Battle Hall, the Dragon Guardian Commander. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuai merely smiled and shook his head. Lin Bei pondered for a moment, then a bold idea struck him. Could it be, he said, pointing a finger skyward. Indeed, it is exactly who you are thinking of. To speak candidly, the fact that the sovereign personally sought an audience with Lin Bei, and even made the journey himself, left Wang Kuai utterly astonished. He was merely the Lord of Jiangsheng, a position limited to a single tier city. Above him were the elite cities, undoubtedly of a higher caliber. To have the privilege of meeting Long Batian in person was, for him, an unparalleled honor. This ruler, having reigned for a century, had forcefully led the Longsha kingdom to claim the position of the foremost nation within the human alliance, while also establishing a formidable reputation. Some even remarked that had it been a century ago, the human alliance might have genuinely been a coalition of various great nations. Yet, in the present day, the alliance appears to be largely a unilateral statement from the Longsha kingdom. When this rumor surfaced, apart from a few minor nations appealing, none of the major powers dared to voice any objections. This reputation was forged by Long Batian's unwavering leadership, as he united the Longsha kingdom to achieve such a claim. After all, decades ago, the nation that had harbored enmity against the Longsha kingdom for generations was the very first to be made an example of. Except for a handful of women and some men who survived, the rest had been. Even the entire island was commanded by Long Batian to be sunk at any cost. Thus, Lin Bei held a profound respect for the current sovereign. Although his previous nation had been incapable of such feats, in this new life his country had accomplished it. Haha, it is quite unexpected that you, young one, would deduce my arrival. A resonant voice echoed, kind yet authoritative. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable urge to chastise Lin Bei, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. Your Majesty. Lin Bei expressed his respect towards Long Batian, promptly performing a cupped fist salute as a gesture of welcome. This was, after all, a customary practice in the Longsha kingdom, where one must show such respect upon encountering a superior. Very well, very well. So you are Lin Bei, splendid spirit and vigor indeed. As he spoke, Long Batian patted Lin Bei on the shoulder with such force that Lin Bei could not help but internally grumble about the sovereign's immense strength. Was he unaware of the notion that it could be perceived as a form of retribution? Besides, he had not committed any transgressions against the sovereign. Had he? Your grandfather is Lin Zhangtian. That old fellow, is he not? Indeed. Old fellow. It appeared that the sovereign was rather familiar with his grandfather. Your Majesty. Do you know my grandfather? Of course I do, he replied nonchalantly, adding, after all, he was a rival in my youth. Upon hearing those words, Lin Bei fell into a stupor, and even Wang Kuai beside him was taken aback. A rival. The current head of the Lin family was indeed formidable to be considered a rival of the sovereign. Was this a secret he was meant to hear? Lin Bei internally lamented, cold sweat beginning to bead as he feared that continuing to listen would lead to his demise. Your Majesty, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well. Depart, and do your duties well. I have faith in you, Long Batian replied dismissively. Hearing this, Wang Kuai felt an overwhelming excitement within him. This was it. His career was bound to flourish with such commendation from the sovereign. Even his adversaries would require careful consideration. As Wang Kuai departed, Lin Bei turned to Long Batian, seeking clarification. Your Majesty, what brings you here personally? Quite simply, I wish to meet our Longsha kingdom's young hero. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him. Xianyuan Fengbo. In his hand, he held a violet profession advancement stone along with a violet skill book. This is a reward for your contributions that in the coming days, young one, you shall become renowned throughout the entire alliance. Perhaps even across the myriad worlds. Renowned? Noticing Lin Bei's puzzled expression, Long Batian glanced at Xianyuan Fengbo. You see, your points earned this time have significantly exceeded expectations. They have surpassed the highest record since the semi-gaming era of the myriad worlds. As he spoke, he displayed the national points ranking. This ranking was compiled from the statistics of the National Novice Dungeon scores, verified against team configurations. Lin Bei's team, the exploding team, firmly held the first position. Unshakable in its status. First place, exploding team points, 113,533. Second place, Qitian team points. 5,466. The bulk of the points originated from the Novice Dungeon's world boss. After all, any output contributed could be converted into points. Each point correlates to a point of output. Although it was Shan Jun who initiated the attack on the Titan Demon Ape, he was still part of Lin Bei's team. Thus, it was only fitting that the points were credited to Lin Bei's team. Therefore, the staggering total of over 113,000 points was achieved, a feat unparalleled in history, perhaps unmatched in the future as well. Upon the release of this leaderboard, it caused a nationwide uproar, and even the entire alliance was shaken. The news would inevitably spread to other realms, for the Awakening Day activities were not exclusive to humanity. The myriad races had long since synchronized their events, albeit at different times. Your grandfather personally applied for you to receive the Violet Profession Advancement Stone. Such a resource is strategic in nature. Even your Lin family, despite its wealth, would find it challenging to acquire. The enhancement brought by a Violet Profession is immensely significant. For instance, if a white profession has a base value of 1, a green profession has 2, a blue profession has 3, and a violet profession boasts 4, the disparity compared to a white profession is fourfold, compounded by the effects of skill enhancements. The threat posed is no jest. In reality, on the market, not only are green professions rare, but even blue ones are seldom seen. Typically, family factions would secure them, and any surplus would be tossed into auctions, where each appearance incited a bloody storm. Additionally, this Violet Skill Book, along with the Violet Profession Advancement Stone, constitutes all of your rewards this time. It can be said that this is an extraordinary bounty to you not see. Even Xin Yuan Fenghua, a semi-divine level powerhouse, is merely a Violet Profession quality. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is all your own merit. By the way, have you considered joining the Battle Dragon Hall? The Battle Dragon Hall? Xin Yuan Fenghua was taken aback as well. To let a mere novice, awakened for only a day, join the Battle Dragon Hall? What was the sovereign thinking? The Battle Dragon Hall is the mightiest institution within the Longsha Kingdom, essentially the strongest spear. Dedicated to confronting enemies, deterring various forces, tackling high-level dungeon raids, special dungeons, and suppressing the Void Cult, all while being beholden only to the Dragon Lord. There could be only one Dragon Lord, and that is the individual seated upon the sovereign's throne. Although there is much to be done, the corresponding resources are abundant, with all members possessing at least Violet Profession quality. Xin Yuan Fenghua is impressive, being a semi-divine, level 92 powerhouse, yet within the Battle Dragon Hall. He is among the weakest. Now, Long Batian actually intends to allow Lin Bei, a mere first or second-tier novice, to join the Battle Dragon Hall. Was the world descending into chaos? It felt surreal to him. Lin Bei was well aware of the significance of the Battle Dragon Hall, that it is the strongest institution of the Longsha Kingdom, wielding the power of life and death, feared by all. After all, the weakest members are semi-divine beings. Would anyone dare provoke them? Now, Long Batian suggesting that he, a mere child, join, was he worried that he might perish too slowly? The sovereign must be jesting. Lin Bei chuckled as he interjected. Though the Battle Dragon Hall is formidable, Lin Bei had no intention of joining. Setting aside his current lack of strength, whether joining would be beneficial or detrimental remains uncertain. Moreover, what could he possibly accomplish there? Without absolute strength, one could not contend with special dungeons or tackle high-level raids, let alone suppress the Void Cult. Long Batian smiled silently, and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, it was Lin Bei who shook his head and spoke. Perhaps not. I do not believe I am capable of shouldering such a responsibility. Very well then, it seemed he had been too hasty. Should you ever change your mind, you can always come to find me personally. Long Batian sighed in response, revealing that he was indeed serious. Lin Bei paused for a moment, gazing at the regretful expression on Long Batian's face, and inquired, "Why does the sovereign wish for me to join the War Dragon Hall?" Without hesitation, Long Batian replied, "It is because you possess the potential to ascend to divinity." He continued, "You may not be aware, but the War Dragon Hall fundamentally attracts individuals with the capability to attain godhood. The two primary qualifications for selection are the potential to become a demigod and loyalty." His gaze fixed on Lin Bei, he helplessly shook his head and added, "Loyalty, in this context, refers to fidelity to humanity." Although the War Dragon Hall is directly under the command of the Dragon Lord alone, should a day arise when everyone discovers that the Dragon Lord is in peril, they would choose to preserve humanity in their decision-making. This is the final line of defense for mankind. The integrity of the Lin family is undoubtedly beyond question. Although Lin Zhantian is a rival of Long Batian, it cannot be denied that the contributions of the Lin family over the past century are significant. Whenever there has been an effort to suppress the Void Sect, a member of the Lin family has always been involved. Long Batian is well aware of the reasons behind this. Yet, it is undeniable that while anyone could potentially betray humanity, the Lin family will not. Furthermore, Lin Bei's destined qualifications for divinity prompted Long Batian to seek his inclusion in the War Dragon Hall earlier than anticipated. It seems he was overly eager. It is perfectly acceptable if you choose not to join. You can hold a position in the Young Dragon Group under the War Dragon Hall. This group is renowned for nurturing the nation as prodigies. Once you join, it will not interfere with your identity or daily activities. By holding this position, you can benefit from the resources cultivated by the Longxia Kingdom. However, this will entail handling various responsibilities. The War Dragon Hall selects individuals from the Young Dragon Group for promotion. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Bei nodded. He was familiar with the Young Dragon Group and knew there would be no restrictions. After all, there is an annual assessment to determine whether one can continue to remain in the Young Dragon Group, along with a covert evaluation of one's character to ascertain their eligibility to remain a member. This is agreeable, and rest assured, Sovereign, Longxia Kingdom is the place where I have grown up since childhood. In other words, he sought to assure Long Batian that he, Lin Bei, would not betray the nation. Although the Lin family had not endured the darkest of times, their long-standing contributions were no less significant than those of other families. Lin Zhantian had even established a family decree. Betrayal of humanity is forbidden. Those who disobey will be cast out from the family lineage. Excellent. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Long Batian responded with a nod of relief. I could see that moment. Lin Bei suddenly recalled something. Sovereign, I am curious as to why the War Dragon Squad. Are you inquiring as to why their skills are all of blue quality? Lin Bei nodded. According to past practices, to allow newly awakened individuals to experience their own potential, they typically would not use skill enhancement stones to elevate their skill levels. The emergence of the War Dragon Squad, a team utilizing skill enhancement stones, somewhat disrupted the balance, but it's quite simple. Are you aware of the 10,000 Races trial? The 10,000 Races trial. Lin Bei's face reflected confusion, clearly unfamiliar with what it entailed. That is understandable, as it has not yet been publicly announced. The 10,000 Races trial involves selecting a team from humanity to represent us in this special dungeon battle. This is a welfare dungeon provided by the higher authorities, where death does not exist. Instead, it offers various rare resources, and if fortune smiles upon you, you may even obtain a type of stone known as the profession-designated awakening stone. This stone can be likened to a legacy stone. However, the limitation is that it only permits the current awakened individuals to enter, and they must have a notable reputation, although the specifics of the operation remain unclear. These are the trial's requirements. With only a week left until the trial, there is ample time for them to enhance their strength. After informing Lin Bei about the 10,000 Races trial, he nodded, posing his final question. Could it be that this recent attack is also connected to the 10,000 Races trial? One could say so, Long Batian replied thoughtfully. The individuals from the Void Sect are certainly aware of the 10,000 Races trial through their own channels. In a bid to thwart it, they orchestrated this frenzied attack. However, it is not only humanity that has suffered at the hands of the Void Sect. According to my investigations, other intelligent races in different worlds also faced varying degrees of assault on the Day of Awakening. Some succeeded, losing a batch of prodigies, while others, like ourselves, experienced unforeseen setbacks. In summary, the Void Sect has certainly stirred up considerable trouble. Yet this aligns perfectly with their ideology of plunging everything into oblivion. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured, before you fully mature, we older folks still possess the ability to shield you from harm. Long Batian glanced at the time, realizing it was time to depart. Before leaving, he made sure to brief Lin Bei on everything. Understood, Sovereign, that I'll not hold back should I need assistance to... Oh, by the way, regarding the 10,000 Races trial, You are referring to our elimination of the War Dragon Squad. Correct? Fear not. We older individuals are not so petty. Moreover, your team will need to be reassembled, correct? I have decided that you will be the core. You may recruit members to form an entirely new squad. The Explosive Squad. The renown of the Explosive Squad had already spread throughout the entire human alliance, and even other races were aware of the emergence of such an extraordinary team among humankind. Although the War Dragon Squad had also made a name for itself, it could not compare to the Explosive Squad. From the moment the Explosive Squad gained fame, Lin Bei automatically secured his qualification to enter the 10,000 Races trial dungeon. Indeed, the selection criteria are not determined by them, but rather by the order, that is, the so-called game system. Your Explosive Squad possesses the highest authority. You can enter any dungeon within the human alliance, including those abroad. Long Batian grinned widely, speaking these words with utmost confidence. Thank you, Sovereign. Long Batian now held great trust and regard for Lin Bei. He was well aware of this, which motivated him to ensure he would not let others down, particularly given his own circumstances, which he knew could not be concealed. If that is the case, let us spread the fame even further. After Long Batian and Xin Yuanfeng were departed, likely to return to Tianlong City to handle affairs, Lin Bei stored the Purple Profession Enhancement Stone in his system space and took out the rewarded Purple Skill Book to examine. Multiple Release. Passive grants a 20 chance to trigger multiple release. Consuming double energy to allow the cast skill to be released again. Can choose to continue releasing. Entry 1. Trigger rate increases by an additional 10. Entry 2. After triggering multiple release, the energy consumed is reduced by 50. Entry 3. After triggering multiple release, the cooldown time of that skill is reduced by 10. A rare skill. Multiple release is particularly advantageous for mages or any skills with powerful supportive functions. Not to mention Lin Bei, who theoretically possesses the most skill slots available in the benevolent profession. After putting away the skill book, he realized he currently had no skill slots available and would need to unlock them before learning. Lin Bei glanced at his current skills: Resurrection, Group Shield, Single Target Healing, Thorn Armor, Sacred Heart, and Summon Divine Aid at level 11, totaling 6 skills. Under normal circumstances, one would have 2 skills at level 1 and potentially 4 at level 10. Lin Bei had already outpaced others by a considerable margin. Most importantly, once the skill level of the benevolent profession reaches level 6, there will be no further diminishment, which is the strength of the benevolent profession. In the vast realm of existence, this is undoubtedly one of the most formidable auxiliary professions. 3 days have elapsed, during which the leaderboard incident has emerged as the most sensational headline of this period. Astonishingly, a team capable of amassing over 100,000 points has sparked allegations of cheating. The fervor surrounding this matter is relentless. Had it not been for the meticulous calculations overseen by the order system, it would have undoubtedly been subject to rampant speculation. Nonetheless, there remain a few individuals lacking in discernment who persist in believing that the Longxia Kingdom is orchestrating these events. However, those instigators were swiftly apprehended. During these 3 days, Lin Bei has not remained idle. Under the guidance of a small team from the Balan Guild, his level has surged impressively. He has now attained level 19. This arduous journey of monster hunting has left Lin Bei utterly exhausted. He has subsisted on meager sustenance within the dungeons, often with only a scant hour of sleep. Even the most resilient of laborers would struggle to endure such a regimen, were it not for the fact that all participants are awakened beings capable of withstanding sleepless nights. His health would likely have suffered gravely. Nevertheless, the gains are substantial. Profession, Benevolent 1 level. LV.19 health points. 1,666,016 energy. 2,466,020 physical attack. 355 magical attack. 560 physical resistance. 356 magical resistance. 356 core skill. Divine Assistance professional skill. Sacred Heart, passive, skills. Resurrection. Moonlight Blessing, Dispel, Bind, Silence, Eye of Insight, Group Shield, Single Target Healing, Multiple Releases, Thorn Armor, Sacred Heart, Divine Assistance. Divine Assistance LV.19. Purple consumes 10 points of energy to randomly summon a deity to assist in battle. The summoning duration consumes one's own energy. with higher skill levels reducing consumption. Attribute 1. After the summoned deity departs, an overall power boost of 1 is granted. Attribute 2. Allows for the specification of previously summoned deities. Attribute 3. During the existence of the summoned deity, the caster is granted immunity. Single target healing LV.19. Purple consumes 10 points of energy to provide a target with 5,242,880 plus 152 of their maximum health. Cooldown time of 3 seconds. Attribute 1. Excess healing converts into a shield. Attribute 2. Within 3 seconds post-casting, restores 20 of the caster's maximum health. Attribute 3. Healing effects are enhanced by 50. Group Shield LV.19. Purple consumes 10 points of energy to provide the team with a shield granting 3,276,800 plus 220 of their maximum health. Cooldown time of 5 seconds. Attribute 1. The shield converts into a true shield. Attribute 2. While shielded, control damage received is reduced by 50. Attribute 3. While shielded, movement speed is increased by 20. Thorn Armor LV.19. Purple applies Thorn Armor to a target for 57 seconds, reducing incoming damage by 38. Any single instance of total damage will reflect 95 as magical damage. Cooldown time of 5 seconds. Attribute 1. Damage reflection converts in a true damage. Attribute 2. During the effect's duration, a shield is gained based on 50 of the reflected damage. Attribute 3. Reflection distance is unrestricted. Sacred Heart LV.19. Purple enhances all skill benefits by an additional 38. Attribute 1. All skill effects synergize. Attribute 2. Skill energy consumption is reduced by 50. Attribute 3. Casting speed is instantaneous. Resurrection LV.19. Gold designates a target with a death time not exceeding 262,144 days to revive at the cost of 500 energy, provided they possess a complete body. Cooldown time of 1 hour. Attribute 1. Upon revival, all statuses are restored. Attribute 2. The effect can extend to all targets within a 100-meter radius. Attribute 3. Even those with physical impairments can be revived, restoring their completeness. Attribute 4. Upon revival, gains a true shield equal to 100 of their maximum health. Attribute 5. Upon revival, enters a vengeful state, dealing triple damage to the target responsible for their demise. Multiple releases LV.19. Purple has a 152 chance to trigger multiple releases, consuming double energy to cast the skill again. The option to continue casting is available. Attribute 1. Trigger rate is additionally increased by 10. Attribute 2. Post-triggering multiple releases, subsequent casting incurs no energy cost. Attribute 3. Reduces the cooldown time of the skill by 15. Moonlight Blessing LV.19. Purple consumes 1,000 energy to unleash a moonbeam. Within a 9,500-meter radius, all marked targets are freed from negative states for 3 seconds. Cooldown of 20 seconds. Attribute 1. Duration is doubled. Attribute 2. Purification has the highest priority. Attribute 3. Dispels negative states from targets. Dispel LV.19. Purple consumes 50 energy to immediately dispel all beneficial effects from the target. Cooldown time of 5 seconds. Attribute 1. Targets dispelled cannot receive beneficial effects for 5 seconds. Attribute 2. Target's movement speed is reduced by 20. Attribute 3. Permanent effects on the target will not activate for 3 seconds. Bind LV.19. Purple consumes 100 energy to forcibly bind the target in place for 5 seconds. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Attribute 1. The bound target cannot attack. Attribute 2. Duration of the effect is extended by 3 seconds. Attribute 3. Upgrades to a suppression effect. Silence LV.19. Purple consumes 100 energy to seal one of the target's skills for 3 seconds. Cooldown time of 20 seconds. Attribute 1. Silence is area-based, determined by mental strength. Attribute 2. Highest priority. Attribute 3. The silence target enters a state of confusion for 3 seconds. Eye of Insight LV.19. Purple consumes 10 energy to inspect the target's data, not exceeding level 152. Cooldown time of 1 second. Attribute 1. The inspected target remains unaware. Attribute 2. Allows for marking the target, with duration determined by mental strength. Attribute 3. breaks concealment. Weapon, by Xian flute armor, sacred heart armor, sacred heart boots, sacred heart gloves, excessive. Healing effects increased by 50. Personal energy recovery rate increased by 200. Core energy stone. Benevolence set. Excessive. 2-piece set. Healing effects increased by 60. 4-piece set. After casting a skill, increases attack power of all allies by 20. B. A Xian flute. Artifact. Quality. Black equipment level. LV.10 attack. 200 magical attack. 300 effect 1. Based on the melody played. Grants varied attribute enhancements to allies within earshot, not limited to party members. Effect 2. During the performance, the user cannot move and is untargetable. Effect 3. Based on the performance outcome, grants allies a certain reduction in skill cooldown. Effect 4. Personal cooldown is reduced by 40. Collecting specific materials allows for level enhancements. Attribute 1. Increases the final gain cap of personal skills by 10. Attribute 2. Increases personal energy recovery rate by 500. Attribute 3. Allows movement without being affected by Effect 2. Attribute 4. While performing can use skills unaffected by any control, highest priority. Attribute 5. While performing, enemy units suffer a 10-point reduction in all states. Attribute 6. While performing, enemy units have a 1 chance to have their skills sealed for 1 second, triggering within 1 second. Attribute 7. Upon completion of the performance, personal skill cooldowns refresh. Secondary profession, versatile apprentice skill. Learning LV.19. Learning LV.19. Green capable of learning skills from other secondary professions, with an increased success rate of comprehension. Attribute 1. Multitasking. Upon emerging from the dungeon, Lin Bei returned home and exchanged greetings with his father before retreating to his room for a much-needed slumber. After all, 3 consecutive days of intense dungeon crawling had left him significantly fatigued. Accompanying Lin Bei in his adventures were Lin Miao Miao and Wang Chongyang. Lin Miao Miao, a lucky walker, could bestow a slight increase in luck to her targets, and after reaching purple quality, the luck provided was notably enhanced. During their dungeon escapades, they also managed to acquire numerous rare materials. Even Lin Bei's attribute enhancements were bolstered under Lin Miao Miao's blessings, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. There remained 4 days until the commencement of the trial of all races. Even amidst the intense grind of dungeon raids, it remains a daunting task to reach level 30. Thus, with the remaining time, Lin Bei decides to take a well-deserved rest and recuperate. He fears that if he does not properly enjoy himself, he might succumb to exhaustion from the relentless dungeon runs. As night falls, Lin Bei is soundly asleep. The door creaks open slowly, and a figure appears at the foot of his bed. The moonlight cascades down upon this figure, revealing long hair that glimmers like freshly fallen snow. This moment, Lin Bei remains blissfully unaware of the presence looming over him. Before long, Lin Bei senses an uncomfortable feeling, akin to being pinned down by a ghost. As if something is binding him in place. Perhaps due to sheer fatigue, he merely squints with half-open eyes before swiftly returning to slumber. The chirping of birds heralds the dawn, and sunlight streams through the window, casting a glare on Lin Bei's face. The sudden brightness causes him to grumble, and he groggily opens his eyes, intending to rub the sleep from them. However, he soon realizes that his right hand appears to be immobile, as if something is weighing it down. Turning to inspect his right hand, Lin Bei falls into a contemplative silence. He then closes his eyes once more, uncertain, before reopening them. This time, he is utterly taken aback. No way. How could you be in my room? And sleeping in my bed? Lin Bei attempts to jerk his arm, only to discover that it feels as though it is magnetically attached, leaving him unable to break free. It seems that his voice has stirred the figure, who groggily opens her eyes and lets out a yawn. One cannot deny that the sight of this enchanting figure yawning possesses a certain charm, reminiscent of a soft and adorable kitten, accompanied by a voice that ignites one's very spirit. Naturally, Lin Bei, a lively young man, is no exception to this allure. Adjusting his focus, Lin Bei finally comprehends the posture of this captivating figure. She wears a snow-white nightgown, one of the straps having slipped down her arm, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin that stirs a rush of blood. Truly, she is a vision of beauty. This is an order from the Emperor. Lin Bei is momentarily rendered speechless upon hearing this statement. The emperor's command, Long Batian has actually sent his most cherished daughter to share his bed? Surely, this cannot be true. Meanwhile, in the distant Tianlong city, Long Batian is engrossed in state affairs, meticulously reviewing documents. When he suddenly sneezes, his assistant inquires, "Your Majesty, are you unwell? How could I possibly be sick? I have forged a semi-divine body. Living for hundreds of billions of years is merely a trifle. It is unlikely I would catch a cold." He replies, pondering if someone might be thinking of him, that I wonder how Yao Yao is faring. He muses, shaking his head resignedly. Initially, he intended to create a stir to secure the dragon team a spot in the trial of all races, only to be thwarted by Lin Bei's explosive team, which has now claimed the qualification for itself. According to his investigations, Lin Bei's team is still incomplete, consisting only of Wang Chongyang and Lin Miaomiao, leaving 2 slots unfilled. Therefore, on the eve of Lin Bei's departure from the dungeon, Long Batian sought out Long Xingyao. Speaking with earnest concern, "Yao Yao, you should accompany Lin Bei." Upon seeing Long Batian, Long Xingyao instinctively hid her phone, which displayed a novel titled The Genius Consort. "The emperor forces the princess to marry me." After hearing Long Batian's words, she seemed to connect the dots, falling into a contemplative silence. Though Long Batian remained oblivious to her reaction, his headache persisted, as joining Lin Bei's explosive team was the only way for them to enter the trial of all races. Long Xingyao's potential is formidable. If a ranking were to be established for this generation of awakened beings, she would undoubtedly top the list. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, her dragon team was eliminated, losing its qualification. As Long Batian awaited Long Xingyao's response, he sensed something peculiar about her demeanor. Why did her expression seem somewhat unnatural? Soon, Long Xingyao raised her slightly troubled face to ask, "Father, is this your wish?" Long Batian assumed her unease stemmed from the prospect of disbanding her beloved dragon team, and thus sought to comfort her. However, before he could respond, Long Xingyao nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of despondence in her voice. Yet, seeing her quickly regain her composure, Long Batian chose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, within the Lin family estate, Lin Bei gazes in bewilderment at Long Xingyao, who is assisting him with his clothing. Who is she? What is she doing? Where is this place? Lin Bei finds himself ensnared in a web of confusion that he certainly did not anticipate that the star of the human alliance, the little princess of the Longxia kingdom, would personally attend to him. In her words, since Long Batian instructed her to choose Lin Bei, she must fulfill her duty. Is it not normal for a wife to assist her husband in dressing? Indeed, in ancient times, such practices were commonplace. However, Lin Bei did not expect Long Batian to be such a ruler. Observing this stunning beauty tending to him, Lin Bei feels a tad out of sorts. Absolutely not, because he lacks the strength to handle such a breathtaking beauty. Suddenly, a voice calls from outside, "Cousin, Uncle wants you to get up." At that moment, after 3 knocks, the door swings open, and Lin Miaomiao, upon witnessing the scene before her, gasps in disbelief, her eyes widening in shock. After a brief pause, she regains her composure and hastily shuts the door. Yet in the next moment, the door reopens, revealing a phone extending into the room. A click sounds as the door closes once more. "Uncle, bad news. Cousin has a girlfriend." Long Xingyao tilts her head in confusion, clearly perplexed by Lin Miaomiao's behavior. However, she is not Lin Bei's girlfriend, but rather the wife that her father has bestowed upon him. The distinction between the 2 roles is monumental. Contemplating this, Long Xingyao ponders whether she should correct Lin Miaomiao's misunderstanding. "All right, the clothes are ready. Cousin is calling us for breakfast. Let us not keep them waiting too long." With that, she takes Lin Bei's hand and leads him downstairs. Lin Bei remains in a daze, feeling as if his body moves while his spirit lingers elsewhere. Downstairs, the breakfast spread does not resemble the lavish feasts of the affluent, but rather consists of the simplest fare, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. However, it is prepared by a master chef. Unlike the usual lively atmosphere, today carries a weighty silence, seemingly due to the presence of an additional person. At this moment, Lin Miaomiao discreetly observes Lin Bei and Long Xingyao, occasionally tapping her phone, as if relaying some information. Meanwhile, Lin Xiong gazes thoughtfully at Lin Bei, evidently struck by Lin Miao's earlier exclamation. "Uncle, bad news. Cousin has a girlfriend." Finding a girlfriend is hardly a significant event. At Lin Xiong's age, he would have switched girlfriends weekly, and that would still be considered slow. Thus, upon hearing that Lin Bei has a girlfriend, especially one who has spent the night, he does not react much, merely intending to subtly caution Lin Bei during breakfast to be careful and not create any scandals. He also wonders which family's young lady has succeeded in capturing his son's heart. However, upon hearing Lin Miao's words, Lin Xiong falls into a contemplative silence, mirroring Lin Bei's earlier state of distraction. After a moment, Lin Xiong looks at Lin Bei with a hint of admiration. "Truly, he is my son, managing to secure a princess as his girlfriend, but he is definitely outshining me. Father, why have you all stopped having breakfast? Is it that these meals do not suit your palate?" Long Xingyao took a bite and found the taste quite delightful, which left her somewhat perplexed about why this family seemed so peculiar. It was breakfast time, yet one by one, they abstained from eating. Lin Miao was preoccupied with her phone, displaying her usual whimsical nature, while Lin Bei and Lin Xiong remained silent, appearing rather restrained. Lin Xiong exclaimed, "What do you mean, my little princess? How could you address me as father?" Lin Bei's gaze instantly turned to one of shock. She had just called him father. Was she trying to usurp his dad? The eyes of Lin Xiong and Lin Bei met in an instant. "You little rascal, are you really that impressive? I don't recall you ever interacting with a little princess when you were younger." Lin Bei seemed to pick up on Lin Xiong's thoughts, responding with a similarly bewildered expression that, "Don't ask me. I am just as confused." Between men, a mere glance suffices to convey unspoken understanding. Although uncertain about what had transpired, Lin Xiong felt the need for someone to restore order to the situation. Of course not. I was merely delighted to see my daughter-in-law make her debut at our dining table. Is that so?" Long Xingyao tilted her head slightly, inquiring with a hint of confusion. She was not particularly adept at navigating social interactions, having been raised with a focus on the arts, classic literature, and martial skills, leaving little time for such matters as for her rise to stardom within the human alliance. It was largely attributed to her devoted maid. However, this time, Long Xingyao had ventured to Jiangchang alone, without informing anyone except for Long Batian. Even her maid was oblivious to her recent remarks, which might have terrified her if she had known. Yes. Lin Miao, having finished her message, promptly dipped a youtiao into the soy milk, swallowing it in one go. Her cheeks bulged, producing somewhat muffled sounds like tea that moment. Lin Bei finally regained her focus. Surely, the task assigned by the monarch could not be genuine. Not long ago, the monarch had told her that she possessed divine potential. But surely he would not go so far as to sacrifice his own daughter? Yet perhaps the situation wasn't without its merits. Lin Bei discreetly assessed Long Xingyao, standing at 5'5", clad in a loose top that concealed her fair skin, complemented by a toned physique from martial training. The little princess of Long Xia Kingdom, the national daughter, and a superstar of the alliance, it was said that her character was exceptionally good and quite upright, though she seemed to lack certain insights and appeared somewhat naive. Seemingly aware of Lin Bei's discreet scrutiny, Long Xingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt a tinge of embarrassment. Why was this person gazing at her in such a manner? It felt rather inappropriate, akin to the advances of a rogue. Yet a husband observing his wife couldn't be deemed offensive, could it? Thus, Long Xingyao chose to ignore it, although she still sensed Lin Bei's lingering gaze, which made her feel somewhat awkward. Lin Bei, realizing she had been caught in her covert observation, quickly turned her head away, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, to her astonishment, Long Xingyao did not resist, for some inexplicable reason. Lin Bei's heart began to experience a transformation with an uncertain outcome. As breakfast concluded, Lin Xiong was the first to depart, leaving with a beaming smile. Although he was unsure why the little princess had become his family's daughter-in-law, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. The first person he intended to call was Lin Zhantian, who resided far away in Lin City. Lin Zhantian's mood was already quite buoyant, as Lin Bei and Lin Miao had granted him considerable prestige. Behind the scenes, various prominent families were eager to deepen their cooperation with the Lin family. Upon receiving Lin Xiong's message, his thick white beard seemed to spring to life. What? You mean Long Beixian's daughter has become our Lin family's granddaughter-in-law? Is this true or false? They even had breakfast together, and she acknowledged it personally. After hanging up, Lin Zhantian's robust physique quivered with excitement, utterly astounded by his grandson's remarkable prowess in winning over Long Beixian's daughter. How had he been unaware of such capabilities in his grandson? Before Lin Bei's awakening, Lin Zhantian had merely viewed her as a descendant who inherited his penchant for extravagant friendships. However, he had never anticipated that his grandson would quietly secure the little princess's affection. Lin Zhantian had a minor history with Long Batian. They had once been rivals in love, with Lin Zhantian ultimately suffering a defeat, as Bai Yueguang had followed Long Batian. He had berated himself for quite some time, and, in a moment of frustration, had even made a remark about becoming her father if he could not be her husband. While he had meant to target Long Batian, it had resulted in a rather lengthy beating from both Long Batian and Bai Yueguang. Fortunately, that was all in the past. The three had since become friends, albeit with some lingering discomfort over that incident. Yet their camaraderie remained intact. I could see this moment. Lin Zhantian was thoroughly pleased, astonished that a flippant remark from years ago had come to fruition. Lin Bei was his grandson, and Long Xingyao was Long Beixian's daughter. If they were to be together, it meant that Long Xingyao would indeed be his granddaughter-in-law. Long Batian, being Long Xingyao's father, would thus be placed in a position beneath him. With this thought, Lin Zhantian's spirits soared even higher. He had never expected Lin Bei to be so formidable. Truly, he had inherited his grandfather's strengths. Unlike Long Batian, who bore the demeanor of a middle-aged man, Lin Zhantian genuinely exuded the aura of an elder, and no one would find it inappropriate. This rascal has accomplished something grand. He must be generously rewarded. Despite the Lin family having separated, the underlying circumstances were complicated. After all, as long as the parents were alive, there would be no division. Had it not been for that incident years ago, Lin Bei would still belong to the main family. Nevertheless, Lin Zhantian understood the situation at the time and did not dwell on it. Bring me all the information regarding golden profession enhancement stones. If they appear, we must seize them without hesitation. Simultaneously, Lin Zhantian picked up a tattered parchment, which seemed to contain records of a certain secret realm. He hoped that his second son would find some prospects there. Thus, the monarch had initially suggested that Lin Bei accompany him. Lin Bei silently regarded the message from Long Batian on her phone. Upon seeing Lin Bei's inquiry, Long Batian informed her that she should have Long Xingyao join him in his team. Of course, this was contingent upon personal willingness. If possible, considering his standing, Long Xingyao could be allowed to join. Long Xingyao pondered for a moment before nodding, recalling that her father had indeed mentioned this to her. Lin Bei felt a wave of embarrassment. This was a significant misunderstanding. This little princess was truly outrageous. She had completely misinterpreted the monarch's intentions. Moreover, this matter absolutely must not be disclosed. Despite Long Batian treating Lin Bei with utmost courtesy and even contemplating his inclusion in the Dragon War Hall upon their first meeting, those familiar with his past actions would recognize him as a figure not to be trifled with. Did one not see how Long Batian had once shouldered the weight of the world's nation's pressures to ensure that a small nation, which had long-standing enmity with their Long Xia kingdom, continued to thrive? While it served as a warning to others, it also demonstrated his decisive nature. If Long Batian were to discover what his daughter had done, who could predict the consequences? This information must remain concealed. By the way, when did you arrive? Just the day before yesterday, on the day that Long Xingyao took residence. Lin Xiong was quite taken aback. However, upon learning from his subordinates that Long Xingyao was sent by the national leader, he surmised that the intention was likely to integrate her into the Zhaotian squad. Consequently, he arranged for her accommodation. Little did Lin Xiong anticipate that Long Xingyao would misconstrue this as a lifelong commitment to follow Lin Bei. This misunderstanding stemmed from her previous lack of knowledge, compounded by her current engagement in studying, particularly through novels. Thus, this humorous mix-up occurred. Sigh, never mind, from this day forward, you are also a member of my Zhaotian squad. With that, Lin Bei opened the permissions and invited Long Xingyao to join the team. Upon receiving the notification, Long Xingyao promptly clicked confirm. Before long, her avatar appeared among the team members. Now, they were merely one person short, lacking an area damage dealer to tomorrow marks the opening of the Special Reward Dungeon. The Special Reward Dungeon serves as a commendation from the Longxia Kingdom for teams with outstanding rankings. Entering it grants a wealth of experience and a chance to obtain enhancement stones of purple grade or below. There might even be some peculiar skill books to discover. So soon. It's not too soon. Once the dungeon concludes, we must represent humanity in the 10,000 Races trial. Long Xingyao was well aware of the 10,000 Races trial, as they were to represent all of humankind at AS for whether other nations would raise objections. Long Batian asserted that they unanimously agreed to allow the Longxia Kingdom to send representatives, wholeheartedly endorsing the decision. At the same time, Long Xingyao felt a twinge of disappointment. She had not anticipated becoming a sacrifice to stabilize the prodigies, yet her heart bore little resistance. After all, Lin Bei was the first and currently the only man to have defeated her in direct combat. Only such a man deserved the right to conquer her. Long Xingyao, his heart momentarily surged with determination. Well then, let us decide on the final team member tomorrow. She did not expect her teammates to be exceptionally powerful. She merely hoped for someone of good character. Given Lin Bei's current skill proficiency, he could undoubtedly elevate even a pig to greatness. Such was the confidence of the strongest support from the newly awakened beings of myriad realms. So, what shall we do today? Long Xingyao, now at level 17, found herself somewhat behind Lin Bei and the others in terms of levels. Let us study a secondary profession. They have already made an appointment for me. For the past few days, Lin Bei had remained within the dungeon, and now that he had taken a brief respite, he intended to refine his secondary profession skills. Today's appointment was for an enchanter, a newly minted master enchanter from Xiqing. With a secondary profession skill level reaching LV.15, secondary profession skills differ from ordinary skills and at a mere moment of enlightenment could potentially elevate one's level significantly. In contrast, a standard skill might only improve by one level, or perhaps not at all. However, a single epiphany in a secondary profession skill could propel one directly to the master tier. Currently, the most powerful secondary profession boasts a maximum level of LV 20. This individual is a strategic talent, the divine craftsman. Level 20 represents an entirely new realm. Known as the Celestial Master, in simple terms, involves harnessing one's insights to draw upon the forces of nature to unleash skills. It is rumored that this is one of the conditions for a demigod to ascend to godhood. Whether this is true remains uncertain. A secondary profession. An enchanter? By the way, what is your secondary profession? Lin Bei felt a tinge of curiosity about what secondary profession the esteemed princess of the Longxia Kingdom might possess. Long Batian's secondary profession was that of a master alchemist, placing him among the elite of the entire alliance. Handcrafting mistress. Shortly thereafter, a message appeared on Lin Bei's interface that he gazed at it, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was a handcrafting mistress secondary profession. Handcrafting mistress, green skill, handcrafted production, LV 1. Green items produced by hand randomly gain attribute bonuses. Attribute 1. Dexterity, hands become delicate, allowing for more efficient and swift handling of items. The handcrafting mistress also elevates her profession level by enhancing her skill level, making it quite similar to Lin Bei's situation. Furthermore, any item crafted by her hands can bestow attribute bonuses, rendering it a formidable secondary profession. However, compared to Lin Bei's versatile apprentice, it fell a bit short. Due to the absence of need to grind levels in the dungeon today, Wang Chongyang did not visit the Lin household, and Lin Miao ventured out alone to shop, seemingly intending to invite her former friends to join her. As for Long Xingyao, she communicated with Lin Xiong, who subsequently arranged for her a brand new workshop, intending to diligently enhance her secondary profession skills, since there was no dungeon to delve into today, and she typically occupied her time with study. It was an opportune moment to elevate her secondary profession skills. Before long, the master enchanter arrived at the Lin household, settling in the designated reception hall. Lin Bei sat opposite the enchanter, who prepared the materials for a comprehensive lesson that he was indeed a master enchanter. And although his primary profession was merely a level 32 ordinary mage, having suffered death in the dungeon and now reliant on personal cultivation to enhance his abilities. His status as a master enchanter rendered him a distinguished guest in any faction across the myriad realms. Thus, even if his primary profession was lacking, he still commanded a significant level of respect due to his secondary profession. Young Master Lin, I am the enchanter summoned by Lord Lin to instruct you on enchanting items, weapons, and equipment. You may call me Master Zhang. His full name was Zhang Yukai, and since ascending to the rank of Master Enchanter, every faction he interacted with treated him with utmost respect, often offering exorbitant compensation for his services. After all, Master Enchanters could enchant weapons and equipment of demigod level. Although he was only a novice master, he was still youthful, at 50 years of age, based on the standard lifespan of a level 30 primary profession. He could potentially live for 300 years, having only traversed 1/6 of his life, thus in the future, his skills would undoubtedly flourish, granting him a sense of pride. Normally, a person of his stature would only teach students of corresponding caliber and based on his mood. Yet the Lin family had offered him such generous terms that even his pride could not resist their sincerity. Thus, he decided to personally teach Lin Bei, who had just awakened his secondary profession as a versatile apprentice. Unlike the enchanting skills possessed by enchanters, Lin Bei would need to rely on his own comprehension to learn the enchanting techniques. However, the Lin family's sincerity was overwhelming, and he resolved to teach Lin Bei until he mastered the skills. All right, Master Zhang, shall we begin our lessons now? Lin Bei replied with a nod, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Although Zhang Yukai exhibited a somewhat haughty attitude, Lin Bei paid it no heed that it is only natural for talented individuals to possess a measure of pride. Much like himself, wealthy individuals rarely concern themselves with the fortunes of others, as none could surpass their own. Zhang Yukai, a master enchanter, proved to be an exceptional teacher, and Lin Bei, through his studies, felt as though he had entered a realm of profound enlightenment. While Zhang Yukai elaborated on the principles of enchanting, he suddenly noticed that Lin Bei seemed lost in thought. This displeased him. After all his earnest instruction, Lin Bei appeared to be inattentive. Was he disregarding the expertise of a master enchanter? Just as he was about to reprimand Lin Bei to ensure he took the matter seriously, he realized something was amiss. Lin Bei was not daydreaming. He was experiencing enlightenment. No, he was explaining the simplest principles of enchanting. How could Lin Bei attain enlightenment so suddenly? Even for him, having engaged in the enchanting profession for over 30 years, he had only experienced moments of enlightenment twice. Those two instances had propelled his enchanting level to 15, earning him the title of Master Enchanter. Yet here was Lin Bei, grasping the most fundamental enchanting techniques, achieving enlightenment in real time. Is this reasonable? The concept of an all-round apprentice is not without precedent in history. However, it often requires about a month of diligent study to successfully master the first secondary profession skill, not to mention the formidable task of learning the other 5 secondary profession skills and elevating them all to level 6 to qualify for advancement in quality. It can be said that while the all-round apprentice possesses remarkable strength, the profession also demands an immense level of insight. How long did he explain? An hour? No, it must have been merely 50 minutes. In such a brief span, he failed to fully elucidate even the basic principles of enchanting. Yet you achieved enlightenment. Must your insight be so astonishingly prodigious? Is there no law, no sense of justice? At this moment, Zhang Yukai felt at a loss for words. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, Lin Bei has now acquired the enchanting skill point 3 minutes later. Lin Bei emerged from his epiphany, and at that moment, he noticed that his secondary profession section now included the skill of enchanting. Ding! Congratulations on mastering Enchanting LV.1. Ding. Enchanting LV.1 LV.19. Before Lin Bei could marvel at the astonishingly powerful learning ability at level 19. A flood of enchanting experience surged into his mind. Simultaneously, his body underwent subtle changes in natural response, as if he had genuinely elevated to that level through relentless training day and night. Zhang Yukai, having witnessed Lin Bei's moment of enlightenment, could not help but marvel at his extraordinary insight. Nevertheless, even so, Lin Bei had merely grasped the rudiments of enchanting. The meager LV.1 enchanting skill was still but a student in the presence of his master-level enchanting prowess. Indeed, this was Zhang Youcai's perspective. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Bei's epiphany conclude, he intended to impart a word of caution, urging Lin Bei not to become conceited. One moment of enlightenment does not signify much. After all, he too had experienced moments of enlightenment. Twice even. Did he become arrogant? Oh, perhaps just a tad. But he was a master-level enchanter at LV.15. What was wrong with a little pride? However, before he could continue, Lin Bei's previously clear gaze suddenly fell into a state of stupor once more. Zhang Youcai's mouth opened slightly, poised to speak, but he was also rendered momentarily dazed. Second moment of enlightenment. At this juncture, Zhang Youcai found himself engulfed in confusion. Who among the good-hearted could achieve a second moment of enlightenment immediately after the first? I must report this. Someone is certainly exploiting the system here. Zhang Youcai felt as though his path of enlightenment had been somewhat compromised. When did enlightenment become so effortlessly attainable? The entirety of enchanting knowledge was inundated into Lin Bei's mind, and he felt as though he had plunged into an ocean of knowledge, a most pleasurable sensation. Although his academic performance at school was not particularly outstanding, ranking merely within the top 3, he had never been fond of studying. Yet, that did not preclude him from reveling in the vast sea of knowledge. This influx of information was substantial, given that it encompassed everything from the basics to the depths of enchanting, thus consuming a considerable amount of time. That it took Lin Bei a full half-hour to awaken from his second enlightenment. Now he had become a master of enchanting at LV.19. Enchanting LV.19. Gold enchanting an item can enhance its overall attributes by 38. And the quality enhancements vary according to the enchanter's skill level, ultimately reaching a golden quality. Attribute 1. Grants an additional 10 attribute enhancement to the enchanted item. Attribute 2. Adds a foundational element to the enchanted item, enabling elemental reactions. Attribute 3. Post-enchantment, the enchanted item receives an additional random attribute enhancement. Attribute 4. Post-enchantment, the inherent hardness of the enchanted item is slightly increased. Lin Bei opened his secondary profession skills and discovered that beneath the learning section was now an enchanting skill at LV.19, adorned with the golden quality and possessing 4 attributes. Most crucially, these attributes could be stacked with the core skills of his secondary profession. This is the remarkable strength of the all-round apprentice. Correspondingly, however, the insight required of an all-round apprentice is exceedingly high. Otherwise, one remains merely an unremarkable all-round apprentice. After refining the attributes, Lin Bei opted to replace the 4th one after 10 attempts. Attribute 4. Post-enchantment. The enchanted item cannot inflict damage upon the enchanter for the duration of the enchantment. Closing the panel, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon Zhang Youcai. Master Zhang, Master Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Youcai seemingly despondent as he sat on the bench, occasionally breaking into a smile, one might think he belonged in a mental health facility. Seemingly hearing Lin Bei's voice, Zhang Youcai emerged from his despondency. He was a master-level enchanter. So what if Lin Bei had experienced a second enlightenment? Without a solid foundation of knowledge, Lin Bei's enchanting level, even after 2 moments of enlightenment, could not possibly surpass his own. Zhang Youcai, had always taken pride in his life and would never allow this matter to undermine his path of enlightenment. Collecting his thoughts, he looked at Lin Bei with a complex expression. Undoubtedly, Lin Bei was the most insightful genius he had ever encountered. He had never heard of anyone achieving enlightenment in a skill under such a simplistic teaching approach, only to experience a second moment of enlightenment thereafter. You are remarkable. You must have now mastered the enchanting skill, correct? In that case, let us delve into a more profound analysis of the skill. After all, he was a master enchanter, and he still had knowledge to impart, to the very least. This was Zhang Youcai's conviction. Yes, Master Zhang, I have indeed mastered it, Lin Bei responded, glancing at the LV.19 golden quality enchanting skill. In the ensuing lessons, after Zhang Youcai posed questions, Lin Bei effortlessly provided answers. Having reached level 19, applying the knowledge of his mind was not problematic. Thus, Lin Bei transitioned from an initial state of hesitation to one of clarity. ultimately mastering the enchanting skill at level 19 with remarkable agility. Zhang Yukai, who had initially begun by teaching, found himself in a position where Lin Bei was now explaining, while he merely took notes. Even when Lin Bei illuminated points that had previously perplexed him, it triggered a breakthrough in Zhang Yukai, elevating him from LV.15 to LV.16. Master Zhang, you stop. Please do not refer to me as Master Zhang. At this moment, tears streamed down Zhang Yutsai's face. He had achieved a breakthrough. The issue that had stymied him for nearly 3 years had been resolved, propelling him directly from LV.15 to LV.16. At this moment, Zhang Yukai realized something profound. Lin Bei's enchanting skill had undoubtedly reached an extraordinary height. He hesitantly inquired of Lin Bei, "Might I ask what your enchanting level is now?" 19, Lin Bei replied. Zhang Yutsai's heart sank. It turned out that geniuses truly exist in this world. Although he, Zhang Yukai, was regarded as the youngest master enchanter by outsiders, in Lin Bei's presence, he was merely a laughingstock. He had witnessed Lin Bei evolve from a complete novice to a master of enchanting, achieving enlightenment to become a level 19 master enchanter, even teaching him in return and helping him break through long-standing obstacles. With this in mind, Zhang Yukai bowed to Lin Bei. The accomplished must be recognized as teachers. "You are indeed my master." Student Zhang Yukai humbly pays his respects. He did not feel he had the standing to engage Lin Bei as an equal. Such a figure would undoubtedly transcend the confines of a master enchanter. Have mastered the skill and immediately attained the status of a master enchanter. What would the future hold? After all, Lin Bei was only 18. An 18-year-old master enchanter, already at the level of 19.1, could imagine that in due time, Lin Bei would reach the echelon of transcendent master enchanters, while Zhang Yukai harbored his own pride. He was not foolish. Seizing this opportunity might even allow him to become Lin Bei's student. As for what others might say about his lack of shame, what use his face? As long as he could improve himself, he would have great scholars reciting scriptures for him. Eventually, they would only remember, look, this person is a disciple of Master Lin. In the end, Zhang Yukai did not become Lin Bei's disciple. Upon leaving the Lin family, he sought out Lin Xiong to sign a contract, becoming the exclusive enchanter for the Lin family's Balin Guild. While he could not become Lin Bei's disciple, establishing a connection with him would allow him to seek guidance whenever he encountered difficulties in the future. As long as this layer of connection exists, he should not refuse, right? Upon learning this news, Lin Xiong also wore a perplexed expression, clearly unaware of the situation surrounding Zhang Yukai. The Lin family has its own enchanters, but they lack an enchanting master, with the highest level among them merely reaching level 14. Yet, this unknown Zhang Yukai has surprisingly joined their Lin family, becoming the exclusive enchanting master of the Balin Guild. This is indeed good news. Once this information spreads, many will come seeking enchantment from the Balin Guild. Additionally, it will provide an opportunity to educate and nurture the enchanters within the guild. He might even bring his own disciples into the Balin Guild, allowing them to become part of it. The connections and benefits derived from this will elevate the Lin family to a new echelon, such as the impact of a master-level secondary profession. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yukai, Lin Bei proceeded to enchant his weapon alone. Unfortunately, given his current enchanting level, he was unable to enchant items of black quality. Perhaps he needed to reach the celestial master level. However, Lin Bei could still enchant items below black quality with ease. After about half a day, Lin Bei returned home, rubbing his waist. Due to tomorrow's expedition to a special welfare dungeon, he chose not to stay up all night. Otherwise, adhering to his habit of indulging in new toys, he would have played for 2 or 3 days before stopping. Dinner was still a family affair with Lin Xiong, Lin Bei, and the addition of Lin Miao Miao and Long Xingyao. Long Xingyao sat next to Lin Bei, and their interactions had grown rather delicate. The meal concluded in a tranquil atmosphere, yet Lin Bei was puzzled by Lin Miao Miao's incessant tapping on her phone, occasionally glancing at the two of them. Perhaps it was her bad habit. Playing on the phone during a family meal is rather impolite. That night, Lin Bei fell into a deep slumber, the moonlight still shining brightly. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a graceful figure entered. The next day, Lin Bei gazed in confusion at the figure beside him, Falling into silence, he distinctly remembered locking the door before going to sleep last night. As he stared at the damaged door, which seemed to be making a severe complaint, Lin Bei suddenly understood the situation. Goodness, the door was broken. Hadn't he told her that they should each have their own room? If others found out, he would surely be ridiculed. Fortunately, this was the Lin family, devoid of outsiders. Otherwise, Lin Bei truly feared being overwhelmed by Long Xingyao's multitude of fans. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, in Lin Miao Miao's room, she was poking at her phone screen with 2 dark circles under her eyes. The screen displayed messages where she was boasting to her friends about her cousin. Guess who my cousin-in-law is? My cousin-in-law is as beautiful as a celestial being. Want to know? Sure, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Consequently, due to the national leader's gifted marriage, news of Lin Bei spread slowly among the elite youths of Tianlong City. Thanks to Long Xingyao, Lin Miao Miao, too excited, had not slept a wink all day. In Lin Bei's room, he looked down at Long Xingyao, who was curled up like a small creature, clutching his right arm, and let out a helpless sigh. Truly, he was a vigorous young man, especially with Long Xingyao's beauty. If not the best in the alliance, she was certainly among the top 3. Her looks were rivaling those of his mother. Moreover, her figure was alluringly curvaceous. With her holding onto his right arm like that, who could resist? Especially when she occasionally emitted soft, adorable sounds akin to a gentle call. Had he not feared the national leader might come rushing over from Tianlong City to impose punishment, he would have made it clear that he, Lin Bei, was not to be trifled with. Well, for now, perhaps he could give her face a gentle pinch as a form of interest. After all, she had taken over his bed and commandeered his hand for the entire night. It was only fair he extracted a small toll, right? Stretching out his sinful hand, Lin Bei's handsome face involuntarily revealed a devilish smile, just as he was about to touch Long Xingyao's delicate face. Her eyes suddenly flew open, and they locked gazes. Lin Bei's smile froze, evidently caught off guard, as he had not anticipated being caught before he could even execute his playful intent. Ultimately, it was Long Xingyao who broke the silence first. "Did you want to touch my face?" she asked, her cheeks involuntarily tinged with pink, her eyes reflecting a hint of shyness. "If it's you, then it's all right." She took Lin Bei's hand and, in his astonished gaze, placed it on her slightly flushed cheek. Lin Bei instinctively gave it a gentle squeeze. It felt surprisingly bouncy, reminiscent of the unique elasticity of osmanthus cake. Coming back to his senses, Lin Bei quickly withdrew his hand and sat up. Pretending to cough as he responded, "Ahem, I was merely trying to wake you up, nothing more. After all, today we are entering a special welfare dungeon." He added, "And how come you're back in my room again? Didn't I tell you last night to sleep in your own room?" Lin Bei aimed to shift the topic and play the role of the wrong party. "Isn't it quite normal for a husband and wife to share a bed? Besides, don't you think it's problematic for us to sleep in separate rooms?" At this moment, Long Xingyao also sat up. Due to her awkward sleeping position, her white strap slipped down her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of fair skin, causing Lin Bei's blood to rush. Stretching lazily, she unconsciously let out a comfortable sound, prompting Lin Bei to turn away. "All right, you should go wash up, then we can have breakfast before heading out." With that, she began to get dressed and freshen up. After all, Lin Bei preferred to sleep without a shirt at home, and last night was no exception. He had not anticipated that Long Xingyao would break in and sleep next door again. Wondering why he hadn't noticed it last night. Surely, this was not his fault. Lin Bei pondered briefly about last night's events that it seemed he had fallen into a deep sleep due to the fatigue from enchanting too many items. Even when he sensed the bed sinking slightly, he merely felt a wave of softness before ignoring it and continuing to sleep. Particularly, the sudden fragrance had lulled him into a rapid slumber. Hearing this, Long Xingyao suddenly got up, and to Lin Bei's astonishment, she planted a kiss on him. "She actually kissed me." Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. Was this even reasonable? Noticing Lin Bei's shocked expression, Long Xingyao shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "Good morning, isn't it normal for a wife to give her husband a good morning kiss? After all, in the novel I was reading yesterday, The Overbearing Prince and His Adorable Pet Concubine, it mentioned that a morning kiss can strengthen the bond between two people." Whether or not it enhanced her feelings for him, she was uncertain. However, She felt that her previous resistance towards Lin Bei had vanished, replaced by a subtle sense of eagerness. This feeling was strange. Yet Long Xingyao found no aversion to it. After affectionately dressing Lin Bei, the two brushed their teeth and sat down for breakfast. I could see that moment. The sleepy-eyed Lin Miao Miao made her entrance. She yawned widely and then glanced at Lin Bei and Long Xingyao. "Greeting, good morning, cousin and cousin-in-law." "You shouldn't call me that," Lin Bei exclaimed, truly fearing that Lin Miao Miao would continue this way after entering the reward dungeon. If the national leader heard, it would surely spell disaster. He had no intention of meeting an untimely demise. "Oh." Lin Miao Miao responded with a disdainful look at Lin Bei, playfully giving him the middle finger, which he returned in kind. During breakfast, the previous awkwardness dissipated, replaced by a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Lin Bei no longer resisted as he had before. After all, he was unable to oppose it now, and this feeling didn't seem so bad after all. Shortly after breakfast, Wang Chongyang arrived at the Lin family home. "Lin Bei, I'm here," standing at a towering height of 1.90 meters. Wang Chongyang, with his muscular physique, resembles a veritable bear. Even before his awakening, Wang Chongyang's physique was already impressive, and now it has ascended to even greater heights. However, to the shield warriors, Wang Chongyang epitomizes an exceptional shield warrior. After all, who wouldn't desire a front line composed of such a remarkably robust figure? Enough, stop calling me that. It makes it seem as though I'm hard of hearing," Lin Bei retorted disdainfully while digging at his ears. "Your Highness, you are here as well." Seeing Long Xingyao unexpectedly join their explosive team last night had taken him by surprise. Now, witnessing Long Xingyao arrive ahead of him, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "No need to call me Your Highness. Just refer to me as Xingyao. After all, we are all members of the same team. And you are Lin Bei's brother-in-arms." She had already conducted her investigations regarding Lin Bei's background when she was eliminated. The descendants of the Lin family, anyone associated with Lin Bei, have been thoroughly examined, including the heir of the Wang family in Jiangcheng, Wang Chongyang. This included inquiries into their personalities as well. "Big guy, we meet again," Lin Miao Miao exclaimed, slapping her palm against Wang Chongyang's thigh. Standing at around 1.50 meters, Lin Miao Miao struggled to reach Wang Chongyang's shoulder without tiptoeing, so she resorted to the more accessible option of slapping his thigh. Instead, "It's you again, little one." Rubbing his thigh where she had struck, he felt no pain. Her petite arms and legs posed no threat to him whatsoever. "All right, since we have enough people, let's set off." This time, 10 teams were expected to participate in this special reward dungeon. What type of reward dungeon it would be remained uncertain. There were experience dungeons, material dungeons, skill reward dungeons, and inheritance reward dungeons. But she was unclear about this one. Long Xingyao shook her head, although she could have been informed about the reward dungeon in advance. She had not received any details. Since the reward dungeons were conducted on an individual basis, even if they couldn't gather 5 people, entry was still possible. Under the operation of the Spirit Power Shuttle arranged by the Lin family, they crossed the vast expanse from Jiangcheng to the capital of Longsha Nation, Tianlong City, in merely 10 minutes. Upon landing at the designated drop-off point, a sizable crowd had already gathered. Among them were members of the previous explosive team, Tu Shuer, Pai Yinping, and Zhang Qingfeng. The arrival via Spirit Power Shuttle was indeed a spectacle, as most attendees had arrived by plane or train. Even those from ancient families had only utilized helicopters for their travels. It was rare to witness Lin Bei directly piloting a Spirit Power Shuttle. The shuttle, measuring over 10 meters in length, landed steadily, kicking up a gust of wind before finally coming to a halt. Lin Bei and his companions promptly exited, waving the driver off before turning their attention to the trio from earlier. "Wow, Lin Xiao, your entrance is truly spectacular," Zhang Qingfeng exclaimed, stepping forward to greet Lin Bei, his gaze shifting to Long Xingyao. "Wow, your Highness actually came with Lin Xiao." Long Xingyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Just then, a figure darted from the crowd, charging towards her. Before anyone could react, Long Xingyao raised her hand slightly, and the figure was firmly grasped by her. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Dongfang Yat that moment. Long Xingyao had a delicate and fair hand tightly gripping her head, applying just a hint of pressure. Dongfang Yao felt as though her head might explode. Ah, Xingyao, it's me. Let go, my head is going to burst. I've told you countless times, don't do that. Long Xingyao sighed helplessly. Her childhood friend had always been like this. A persistent shadow. If it hadn't been for her concealing her whereabouts and blocking Dongfang Yao, that girl would have likely rushed to Jiangsheng long ago, releasing Dongfang Yao, who now had tears glistening in her eyes. She looked at Long Xingyao with a pitiful expression. Xingyao, where have you been these past few days? Why did you block me? As she spoke, she pulled out her phone, displaying a staggering 10,086 unread messages, all marked with red exclamation points, showcasing the extent of her frustration. You are too bothersome, Long Xingyao replied with a slight frown. What? You find me annoying? Dongfang Yao appeared as if struck by lightning. Standing frozen in shock, just then, the sky darkened unexpectedly. The crowd looked up to see a massive spaceship silently hovering above them. From the ship, the voice of Xian Yuan Fengbo resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, please board the ship in an orderly fashion. We are to proceed to the special reward dungeon. Light panels began to materialize, forming a shimmering staircase connecting the ground to the spaceship. The crowd was astonished, clearly not anticipating that their means of transport would be a spaceship capable of traversing the cosmos. Soon, under Xian Yuan Fengbo's direction, they began to queue up to board. The first person to tentatively step onto the staircase tested the light panel with a firm stomp, surprised by its sturdiness. Minutes later, 50 individuals successfully boarded the spaceship. A man clad in armor appeared before them. He was the formidable General Xian Yuan Fengbo, leading this special reward dungeon expedition. Greetings, everyone. I trust you are familiar with me. I will serve as your escort officer. Before we embark on our journey to the dungeon, we must pick up the others. This is a matter concerning the entire alliance, not just Longshan Nation. Consequently, they would pilot the spaceship to various locations around the globe to collect those qualified awakeners. Quickly, the spaceship enveloped itself in a shimmering force field, encasing the entire vessel. 3 seconds later, propelled by a silent acceleration of the force field, they found themselves at the borders of Longshan Nation. This spaceship was the Alliance's latest technological marvel, capable of speeds beyond imagination. Without significant strength and the assistance of intelligent AI, piloting it would prove challenging. Before long, all 20 teams had gathered. 10 teams hailed from Longshan Nation, while the remaining 10 were from various countries within the Alliance. Other nations had fervently competed for these slots during Alliance meetings. The Novice Special Reward Dungeon was no trivial matter. Gaining benefits from it could potentially lead to achieving semi-divine status, or with a stroke of luck, even ascending to godhood. However, it was unfortunate that Longshan Nation was no longer what it once was. Given their strength and the pressures from above, it was already commendable that they had not been obliterated. Soon, all 20 teams congregated, though the teams from other countries appeared somewhat restrained compared to those from Longshan Nation. Nevertheless, a few teams exuded an air of arrogance, clearly believing that if not for their Longshan Nation counterparts, they would not have qualified for this novice reward dungeon. The subtle hostility from these teams went unnoticed by the Longshan members, who were well aware of the historical disparities that had long since been established. They had no reason to concern themselves with the disdainful gazes of others. Yet, it would be wise to remain vigilant around these teams, as one could never predict their potential underhanded tactics. History had taught them that lesson well, even if the outcomes had been favorable. General, what is our destination this time? One member from a team inquired curiously as they completed the assembly of the last team, preparing to embark for the Novice Reward Dungeon. Venus, Xian Yuan Fengbo replied quietly. With the current capabilities of humanity, they had long since been able to navigate through the cosmos, due to certain inexplicable reasons. Even with semi-divine strength, one cannot escape the confines of the solar system. Beyond this celestial realm lies a great terror. The barrier of the solar system serves to protect its inhabitants from the overwhelming horrors lurking outside, simultaneously inhibiting their ability to leave. Fortunately, the blue star has now become a nexus among myriad realms, allowing for the acquisition of external resources without the need to depart from the solar system. Moreover, there exist dungeons that can be refreshed infinitely and are specifically designed to produce various resources. Humanity has achieved the capability of traveling within the solar system, albeit limited to the Moon and Mars. Both celestial bodies have been developed over a century ago, transforming them into new habitats for humanity, all under the jurisdiction of the Longxia nation, after a century of recuperation and the professionalization of its populace. The physical capabilities of its citizens have greatly enhanced, facilitating their survival in the vastness of outer space. As Xian Yuan Feng's voice faded, the propulsion engines of the spiritual craft roared to life. With a burst of bluish-green radiance and a faint rumble, the vessel shot forth at an unfathomable speed, vanishing from view in an instant as it sped towards the vicinity of Venus, leaving behind only a fleeting blue-green silhouette that dissipated moments later. The journey through space was remarkably safe, as no foolhardy individual would dare to assault a vessel guarded by a semi-divine power. In just 5 minutes, they arrived at Venus, which had also been terraformed, its surroundings modified to be suitable for human habitation. In due time, Venus is expected to become yet another refuge for humanity. Upon disembarking from the spiritual craft, the group beheld a grand portal, the entrance to the novice reward dungeon. Intricate carvings adorned the door, inscribed with archaic script. Lin Bei glanced up, and if he was not mistaken, the 3 characters read Nanchaman. Since the awakening of spiritual forces from their seal, everything within the solar system has reverted to its original state. Opportunities bestowed by deities belonging to our Longxia nation and even others have manifested within the solar system. The Nanchaman represents a chance granted by the deities of our nation. Within lies the potential to acquire legacy stones and various rare materials. However, it is not without its perils, as monsters dwell within, albeit of lesser strength, serving as suitable foes for your training. Xin Yuanfeng stepped forward and placed a key into the notch of the grand door. Points of light converged, transforming into lines that traced the engraved inscriptions on the door. Ultimately, the runes illuminated entirely, and the dungeon entrance swung open. A wave of energy washed over all present, as the key had recorded their eligibility. Following this sweep, the group vanished, entering the dungeon. When Lin Bei opened his eyes, he found himself within the Nanchaman. Alongside the other 3 members of his team, it appeared that as long as they were in a party, they would remain together. Lin Bei silently remarked to himself, noting the absence of others. They had only 1 day before they would be teleported out. Wang Chongyang glanced at the system panel, observing a countdown to exit. They could leave at any time, but once outside, re-entry into the Nanchaman would be impossible. As the group surveyed their surroundings, they discovered the area was littered with remnants of ruins, resembling the aftermath of a great war. Where should we go now? Perhaps to the Do Shui Palace or the Pan Tao Garden? Lin Bei pondered, stroking his chin. After all, these 2 locations were quite renowned. The Do Shui Palace was famed for its abundant treasures, while the Pan Tao Garden sparked a curiosity to see if the legendary peaches were truly there. However, none among them knew the directions to either place, leaving them with no choice but to proceed step by step. Meanwhile, within the reward secret realm of Nanchaman, the cadre from the Mei Empire randomly materialized in a certain location of the realm. Having successfully entered the Nanchaman, we can commence our plan, cackled one of them. The 5 individuals were ensnared in dark energy, ultimately transforming into void creatures. Level 30 entities. Unlike the initial boss encounters faced by Longxia, other nations had also experienced silent incursions by the Void Sect, albeit with less commotion. For instance, upon entering, the Mei Empire was besieged and assimilated by primitive void creatures, morphing them into void beings. However, due to the success of their transformation, as long as they concealed themselves, no abnormalities would be detected, allowing these 5 void beings to infiltrate the reward dungeon unnoticed. They had received word that the current reward dungeon was none other than the Nanchaman, a realm of opportunities cast down by the Easter deities on behalf of humanity. The environment of the dungeon was not genuine, but rather a replica, yet the opportunities within were indeed authentic. A subtle connection existed between the 2 that their objective was to locate the core of the Nanchaman dungeon and corrupt it, thereby exerting further influence over the actual Nanchaman. The core typically resided in the most energy-rich areas of the secret realm, and ordinary means could scarcely uncover it. Yet, the void creatures possessed an innate ability to sense energy, enabling them to detect the areas of highest energy concentration within the dungeon. Fortunately, the Nanchaman featured delineated boundaries, Otherwise, even with acute energy perception, locating the core would prove challenging. Ha ha ha. I found it. Let us proceed, remarked a distorted figure, its violet skin resembling withered bark, sporting a singular azure eye. The team commenced their journey towards the area of heightened energy density. Upon entering the Nanchaman, each individual was granted their own opportunity. Even materials discovered along the way could potentially be of blue quality. Moreover, those fortunate enough might acquire legacy stones passed down by deities. However, due to their awakened professions, even if they utilized these legacy stones, they would not gain the corresponding profession. At best, they would receive skills suited to their own. Of course, if they chose not to use the legacy stones, they could retain them to present to their nation in exchange for other resources. After all, professions bequeathed by deities were not to be underestimated, as they held the potential to ascend to semi-divine status, beginning as purple-tier professions. Such was the power of utilizing legacy stones in our past. And Lin Bei's explosive squad traversed numerous locations. Along the way, they encountered other teams who, upon recognizing Lin Bei's squad, exhibited a degree of reverence. As holders of 100,000 points, their prowess was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Thus, upon sighting them, most chose to evade their presence, although a few audacious individuals trailed behind. Shang Wanhua, Dongfang Yao, Zhao Taizhu, and Zhuge Guanding formed a team, and rather than retreating, they gravitated towards Lin Bei's explosive squad, with Dongfang Yao asserting that having more people would facilitate their endeavors. Each individual had their own opportunities. For instance, upon entering the Nanchaman, Zhao Taizhu found himself at the very entrance of the Nanchaman. Sensing the aura, he moved towards it, and, after a flash of light, he successfully received the legacy of the giant spirit god. His profession harmonized perfectly with that of the giant spirit god, granting him the legacy skill, giant spirit transformation, having attained demigod status, which corresponds to a red quality weapon. The soon new axe is classified as a weapon capable of growth. After the team assembled, Lin Bei opted for Lin Miao Miao to serve as their guide. After all, her awakened profession was that of a fortune walker. Since they were uncertain of their destination, it was more prudent to wander aimlessly. 5 hours elapsed, during which the group of 8 explored numerous locations. Among them, Zhuge Guanqing experienced an enhancement of his core skills after passing through the Xingqiu Palace. Dongfang Yao, upon traversing the Yao Qi, acquired a red quality, growth-capable weapon, the Qingyuan sword, while Shang Wanhua, upon visiting the alchemy chamber of the Duoshui Palace and encountering a dilapidated furnace, obtained a different type of flame, the Luding divine fire. Lin Miao Miao discovered her own fortune within the Yinyuan Hall, unlocking a new skill, Yinyuan Tiansheng. Only Lin Bei, Long Xingyao, and Wang Chongyang remained without fortune. However, the three were not overly anxious, for only 6 hours had passed. With 18 more to go, what place is this? Wang Chongyang inquired curiously, glancing at the surrounding ruined structures. The others began searching for any signs or plaques that could provide clarity. Soon, Lin Miao Miao uncovered a weathered plaque. Mercifully intact, Donyo Palace. It is said to be the residence of Erlang Shun. Shall we take a look inside? Very well. The group entered Donyo Palace, which appeared no different from the dilapidated buildings outside. Bearing the scars of Ward T that moment, Wang Chongyang felt a calling and detached himself from the group, heading in one direction alone. The others soon grasped the significance of his actions. Moments later, Wang Chongyang returned, beaming with joy as he approached the group. What boon have you acquired? As Wang Chongyang's close friend, Lin Bei was well aware of his character. If he were not in possession of some extraordinary benefit, he would not be wearing such a mischievous grin. I guess you're just being coy. TSK, how tedious. Allow me to enlighten you. Standing before you is the inheritor of the divine lineage of Guanjing Ko and Qingyuan Miaodao Erlang. Yang Jian. With that, Wang Chongyang produced a 3-pronged, double-edged knife, its display dazzling. You rascal. How fortunate you are. The others murmured in collective envy. Especially Zhao Taizhu, who despite also having received an inheritance, found himself merely as the inheritor of the giant spirit. While Wang Chongyang had secured the renowned war deity Erlang Shun, a formidable existence among Eastern deities. Nevertheless, Zhao Taizhu, though envious, was content with his own inheritance. for the skills he acquired from the giant spirit would significantly enhance his overall capabilities, allowing him to better fulfill his role at the front lines. Wang Chongyang grinned broadly. Upon closer inspection, he was quite handsome, albeit slightly inferior to Lin Bei. In addition to acquiring the three-pronged, double-edged knife of a red-quality growth weapon, he had also obtained the skill. Fation Xiangdi skills are selectively acquired. He had not awakened to professional skill at level 10. Thus, upon receiving his inheritance, he successfully acquired the inherited skill. Once he reaches level 20, should fortune favor him, he may acquire a professional skill, allowing him to choose between the inherited skill and the professional skill. This is the remarkable advantage of being an inheritor. The skill Fation Xiangdi is no trivial matter. It begins at a golden quality. This propels him, a naturally robust frontline fighter, towards an even more formidable state. Not to mention, his combat abilities would see considerable enhancement post-inheritance. Meow Meow, please select a direction for us to proceed. Lin Bei called out, after Wang Chongyang collected his thoughts. Lin Meow Meow nodded, then pointed her finger and softly chanted, "Little rooster, point to whom shall we go?" "Let us go this way." The others had no objections, having witnessed Lin Meow Meow as a formidable guiding talent. In a place devoid of maps, and with no knowledge of where fortunes lay, having Lin Meow Meow as a lucky guiding spirit was truly delightful. The evidence of the group's bountiful gains was apparent, as they returned laden with treasures. This location was the most energy-rich area within the Southern Heaven Gate secret realm. 5 Peculiar, misshapen void beings arrived at a grand and magnificent hall. Despite the ravages of war having taken their toll, the central plaque remained unscathed, bearing the inscription of 4 ancient characters. Ling Xiao Baodian. Let us commence our actions, striving to invade the core of the secret realm. This was a crucial step in the Void Sect's conspiracy. By breaching the core, they could slightly influence the true Southern Heaven Gate. The actual Southern Heaven Gate served as a bulwark against the incursion of their void creatures, standing as their primary adversary. Hence, they sought to infiltrate in this manner, aiming to disrupt the normal operations of the Southern Heaven Gate. Even a minor influence could yield vastly different consequences than on their journey. They deliberately avoided the gaze of other teams to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Now, at long last, they could reveal themselves. The leader of the void beings extended an arm, resembling a withered branch, and grasped towards the main seat within the Ling Xiao Baodian. The power of the void erupted, affecting the energy flow in the vicinity. Simultaneously, the Southern Heaven Gate's secret realm began to tremble. Everyone felt the ground shake violently, as an overwhelming force descended unexpectedly. The source of this power was within the Ling Xiao Baodian. The void beings sensed the arrival of this force, yet remained unfazed, regarding it as merely the divine will of a deity. The descending power, aware of the void being's actions, sought to intervene, but found itself helpless. The force of order compelled it to merely observe their actions. Keek, let the energy core awaken. The void being clenched its hand, and the fabric of space tore asunder that a core of the dungeon, radiating with 7-colored light, manifested within the void. This was the core of the Southern Heaven Gate dungeon. By influencing it, they could connect with and affect the true Southern Heaven Gate. Why are void beings appearing in this place? Shang Guanhua's voice echoed, as under Lin Meow Meow's guidance, they had arrived at the Ling Xiao Baodian, the legendary gathering place of the gods. Initially, they had hoped to seek out some fortune here, only to stumble upon the unexpected presence of the void beings. It was astonishing that the void beings had managed to stealthily infiltrate their ranks, evading the perception of demigod-level powerhouses, and a wonder Jiangcheng had been on high alert following their emergence. Someone has discovered this place. However, it mattered not. Their plan had already been set in motion. As for you, should you refrain from taking action, you may witness the success of our scheme. Indeed, you might even become members of the Void Sect. Among the 5 void beings, one with yellow skin crossed its arms defiantly. Its purple eyes gleamed with a hint of challenge. I could see that moment. The system's notification resonated in the ears of Lin Bei and his companions. Ding dong. Entering special state. Unlocking group limit of 8. This indicated that the maximum number of party members had temporarily reached 8. Clearly, this was the influence of that overwhelming power. able to affect the dungeon to a certain extent. Just because it could not intervene directly did not mean it could not influence the dungeon. Moreover, everyone within the dungeon heard the system announce the special state and automatically received the task: defeat the void creatures, protect the core from harm, and earn rewards. The designated location for the task was at the heart of the Southern Heaven Gate dungeon, the Lingxiao Baodian. Let us form a party. Lin Bei promptly extended an invitation to Shang Wanhua. Swiftly assembling a new team, Shang Wanhua accepted without hesitation. Instantly, their avatars appeared beneath the four-person party display. Party formation successful. This meant their abilities would no longer harm one another. Keek, since you have chosen to take action, do not blame us. The prowess of these 5 void beasts has reached an impressive level 30, and their quality is uniformly of the purple grade. Under the pressure of their levels, they perceive themselves as fearless even when confronted by 8 opponents. Lin Bei, however, harbors no goodwill towards the void beasts. His family was shattered due to an assault by the void sect. Now, encountering these void beasts, it is only fitting that he seeks to collect some interest. Group shield. In an instant, everyone felt a thin layer of protection enveloping their bodies. As long as the shield remained intact, they would not incur any injuries. Shang Wanhua and his companions found this phenomenon somewhat novel, as it was their first encounter with such a tangible shield. However, upon glancing at their shield values, Shang Wanhua and the others were left bewildered. Over 3 million shield points. Was this a cheat? Not only Shang Wanhua, but even Zhuge Guixing and the others gazed at Lin Bei in astonishment. Wang Chongyang and Lin Miao appeared somewhat composed, having witnessed Lin Bei's capabilities during their recent dungeon explorations. By the heavens, what a disparity! Nearby, Long Xingyao was equally astonished, clearly not expecting Lin Bei's support skills to be so extraordinarily formidable. This was a stark contrast to their first battle encounter. Back then, Lin Bei's support skills, while indeed powerful, had their limitations. The Dragon Squad had nearly eliminated Wang Chongyang at that time. But now, with over 3 million shield points, and a genuine shield at that, it meant all damage would be prioritized against this authentic shield. She simply could not fathom how these 5 void beasts, relying solely on their level superiority, could possibly defeat them. Unbeknownst to the void beasts, who were smugly reveling in their level advantage, the moment to strike had arrived. Since the others were unwilling to join their void sect, they would simply eliminate them. The purple void beast, tasked with the invasion, cast a fleeting glance at the group and quietly proclaimed, "Let us increase our efforts and commence the invasion." "Do you dare to strike before me?" Lin Bei silenced the purple void beast with a decisive silence. This precise silence disrupted the void beast's ability, plunging it into a state of confusion for 3 seconds. Ordinarily, a lower level would diminish the effectiveness of skills against a higher level. However, Lin Bei's skill level was so elevated that it shattered this constraint, rendering the 3 seconds a reality. The purple void beast was forced to halt its skill activation, clutching its head in disarray. With its skill interrupted, the core invasion fell into a stalemate. Witnessing this, the void beast reacted, with the red void beast swiftly unleashing a dark red magic array, enveloping everyone within. Dark prison cage. Within this confinement, all attributes of the group were reduced by 50%, and their maximum health points diminished by 1 each second. A wave of heaviness washed over them, and upon checking their status, they discovered their attributes had plummeted by 50%. Fortunately, despite the ongoing deductions to their maximum health, Lin Bei's genuine shield ensured that any losses would first be accounted against it, with millions in shield points. Even the 2 highest health frontliners felt no ripple from the deductions. Yet, although the dark prison cage directly impacted their overall attributes, the accompanying sense of oppression could easily hinder their performance. Moonlight Blessing. Lin Bei swiftly cast Moonlight Blessing over the group, that a beam of moonlight emanated from him, soaring high above like a celestial lantern. Where the moonlight shone, the negative effects upon the group vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, Lin Bei produced the divine artifact, the azure flute, and began to play a melody. The tune, Eternal Love, resonated with the notes of the flute, bringing a wave of relief to everyone, while their status bars displayed enhancements. 30 additional attack power, 20 increased movement speed, and a 10% reduction in skill cooldowns. Furthermore, throughout the performance, Lin Bei remained in an untouchable state. The sound waves transformed into sonic tides, sweeping towards the 5 void beasts, inflicting 10 points of magical damage per second. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it was immensely insulting. Moreover, the void beasts, upon hearing the flute's melody, felt an acute sense of agony. Divine power. Indeed, the azure flute's inherent attack carried an aura of divine strength, repelling the void energy and rendering the void beasts extremely agitated. Their sole desire to tear Lin Bei apart. One of the blue void beasts conjured a sharp blade, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared behind Lin Bei before anyone could react. Void Hunt Slash. As the onlookers turned, they beheld the blue void beast wielding the Void Hunter's blade aimed at Lin Bei. Without hesitation, Long Xingyao transformed into her dragon form. A 17-meter-long white dragon materialized, diving down as the dragon god. The blue void beast regarded them with mockery. "Oh, you truly think you can impede me?" Yet, as it prepared to strike, Lin Bei continued to play the melody of eternal love. The Void Hunter's blade effortlessly sliced through Lin Bei's form, as though cutting through air itself. "Untouchable," exclaimed the blue void beast. Bewildered. How could it be? Someone among them possesses the ability to become untouchable at such a low level. It was common knowledge that skills of this nature belong to the realm of laws, accessible only to demigods or those of supreme caliber. How could a mere level 19 human be so exceptional? With its attack failing, the blue void beast became momentarily immobilized for 1 second, unable to escape, and could only watch as Long Xingyao charged towards it with the dragon god dive. Boom! The blue void beast was hurled away by the white dragon's charge, its decayed wooden form cracking slightly. 10086. It had broken through its defenses. Though the damage remained relatively low, the breach implied the potential for harm. Initially believing them to be a mere low-level team, even with a powerful shield, they posed no threat. But now, the situation had changed. Quick, eliminate this woman first. Although Long Xingyao possessed an enchanting beauty, the void beasts saw her as less significant than mere destruction. They were oblivious to the concept of cherishing beauty. The remaining void beasts, realizing the threat, shifted their focus to Long Xingyao. Meanwhile, one green void beast stealthily disappeared, seemingly plotting something sinister. Due to their higher levels, the void beasts reacted far more swiftly than Lin Bei and his companions. After all, they had attained 4th-tier status, while the others were merely 2nd tier, a full 2 levels below. Long Xingyao's ability to inflict damage had already astonished them. Thus, they would not permit her to pose a threat. Everyone attack. The battle had only been triggered for 5 seconds, and the group, albeit slowly, had begun to react. Zhuge Guoxing and Lin Miaomiao, both support roles, promptly unleashed their signature skills to enhance the group's damage output. Dongfang Yao, wielding the Qinghuan sword, transformed into the Qinghuan sword immortal and unleashed the Qinghuan 7 kills towards the blue void beast. While the skill itself had no real damage, the Qinghuan sword did. After inflicting 10 instances of -10 damage on the blue void beast, it converted to real damage. 2666. Continuous increase. It was indeed real damage. The blue void beast was astonished, clearly unprepared for this low-level team. They had scorned to possess such extraordinary skills. The individual with the million-point shield was one thing. A level 17 woman inflicting over 10,000 points of damage was another. This little one was even more formidable, capable of dealing real damage. They had to eliminate them all. If they were to ascend to divinity in the future, they would undoubtedly pose a monumental threat to their void lineage. Shang Guanhua unleashed the Red Lotus Inferno, combining it with the newly acquired 6-ding Divine Fire towards the blue void beast. The Red Lotus Inferno reduced recovery speed, while the 6-ding Divine Fire not only burned, but also consumed its energy. Zhao Taizhu and Wang Chongyang exchanged glances, silently agreeing to confront the blue void beast that had intruded upon their ranks. True form of the giant spirit. The heavens and earth harmonized. The sun and moon shone together. As the two individuals shouted simultaneously, they commenced the invocation of their inherited skills. In an instant, Zhao Taiju's physique elongated, and an armor forged from energy adhered to his form. while the ornamental axe in his grasp expanded in tandem with his size. A mighty blow to the mountain, he declared, unleashing a formidable strike towards the azure void creature with the force of a landslide. Wang Chongyang's figure dissipated, only to be replaced by a colossal figure standing 5 meters tall, clad in armor with a golden vertical pupil at its brow. Adorned with a resplendent crown and draped in white armor, he wielded a trident-bladed knife, launching a powerful slash at the azure void creature. Lightning crackled around the blade as it descended. Several strikes landed directly upon the azure void creature, which had been poised to activate an escape skill. Even it, despite its high level, recognized the need to evade such an onslaught. Lest it meet its demise, as the creature attempted to flee, Lin Bei, who had been playing a melody, sensed the urgency and activated a binding skill. Unable to move, the skills converged, resonating with a thunderous roar. Accompanied by a defiant roar, the azure void creature sustained grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. The other void creatures, taken aback, had not anticipated that Lin Bei's team could annihilate the azure void creature with such explosive force. Immediately, the crimson void creature unleashed a powerful healing spell, striving to salvage the nearly deceased azure void creature, restoring its health to a precarious threshold. Yet before the azure void creature could utter threats, Wang Chongyang and Zhao Taizhu surged forward, brandishing their weapons towards the azure void creature. Wang Chongyang even activated a taunt skill. With the taunt in effect, the azure void creature, which had intended to use spatial leap to escape, found itself uncontrollably slashing at Wang Chongyang. With the void-hunting knife poised to strike Wang Chongyang, the latter deftly parried the blow with his trident-bladed knife. Behind him, Long Xingyao unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon flames, intent on incinerating the azure void creature to ashes. Binding, silence, multitude of spells. Lin Bei, not one to remain idle, unleashed skills upon the void creatures, primarily targeting the azure and crimson beings. In that moment, the crimson void creature, which had aimed to save the azure void creature deep within enemy lines, felt a wave of heaviness as its skills were silenced. To its astonishment, the silence lasted a full 3 seconds. Amidst the ensuing chaos, both creatures surrendered their resistance. Ultimately, the azure void creature was successfully vanquished through the cooperation of the 8. The yellow void creature, witnessing the demise of its comrade, was filled with rage. Having underestimated the 8 individuals whose power was 2 tiers below their own, they could not allow them to grow. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for their void clan. Vanishing, the yellow void creature's form dissolved, entering a state of concealment. Lin Bei, multitasking, remained vigilant, observing the remaining void creatures on the battlefield. However, he was puzzled as to why 2 were missing. Was there treachery afoot? With his insight activated, his gaze shimmered with blue light. Accompanied by a surge of calculations, the effect of breaking concealment activated. The yellow void creature, wielding the soul reaver blade, stealthily approached Lin Miao Miao, clearly perceiving her as the weakest link, the easiest to eliminate. With his 32 level of power, dispatching the 19 level Lin Miao Miao would be a trivial feat. Upon spotting the yellow void creature poised for a sneak attack, Lin Bei promptly activated a skill, manifesting a breaking concealment mark upon the yellow void creature's forehead, preventing it from becoming invisible again for the duration of the mark. The yellow void creature, caught off guard by Lin Bei's breaking concealment skill, realized it was severely countered. Yet, he was already beside Lin Miao Miao. How could he possibly save her? Although Lin Miao Miao was protected by a genuine shield, he possessed a shield-breaking skill. Each strike not only dealt damage equal to 20 times the maximum shield value, but also calculated damage against her life points based on the shield value lost. With thorned armor activated and bolstered by Lin Bei's own Sacred Heart skill, the artifact's ultimate augmentation achieved a damage reduction of 86. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the shield, the damage inflicted still reduced Lin Miao Miao's health to 0. Lin Miao Miao gazed at her chest in disbelief, feeling a sharp pain, yet the depletion of her health did not signify her demise. Ding! The core skill of the Lucky Walker, Lucky Star, activated. Lucky Star LV.2, Purple enhances the target's critical hit rate by 35 and increases critical damage by 50, slightly boosting luck. Entry 1. Health depleted. Triggering the fate-defying effect, granting immunity to death for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 day. Entry 2. After sustaining an attack, forcibly repels the attacking target. Entry 3. Applies the fate-defying effect to the enhanced target. After landing a hit on Lin Bei, the yellow void creature, filled with glee, was abruptly repelled by an unseen force. Subsequently, the counterattack effect from the thorned armor activated. The damage capable of slaying Lin Bei was sufficient to obliterate the 32-level yellow void creature. The yellow void creature felt a jolt of pain before vanishing within the confines of the South Sky Gate instance. The others, witnessing Lin Bei's assassination attempt, were filled with dread, yet sighed in relief upon seeing her health deplete without succumbing to death. They had been careless, focusing solely on the azure void creature, allowing the presence of the other void creatures to slip their minds. They needed to reflect on their oversight. Now, it was imperative to eliminate the remaining void creatures. Lin Bei, still shaken, felt a green light envelop her, warmth surging through her body, realizing her cousin had restored her health. "Thank you, cousin," Lin Bei nervously said, patting her chest. It's nothing," Lin Bei nodded in response. Contemplating that while his skill combinations were formidable, the yellow void creature had imparted a valuable lesson. Skills abound, and with the existence of entries, one skill could manifest thousands of different effects, just like the yellow void creature's shield-breaking effect, fixed at 20, yet converted the damage dealt into a forced deduction from health points. Were it not for Lin Bei possessing the fate-defying effect, granting her immunity to death for 3 seconds, she would have needed resurrection to return. However, even if she had died without the possibility of revival, it was not a significant issue. After all, in reward instances, death carried no penalties. At most, one would be expelled from the reward instance, in the outside world. Due to the death of the void creature, it was directly expelled from the South Sky Gate instance. Xianyuan Fengbo paused momentarily, observing the sudden appearance of the azure void creature before swiftly capturing it. A demigod-level powerhouse's intervention ensured that a mere 4th-tier void creature could not escape. Although he subdued it effortlessly, Xianyuan Fengbo realized that anomalies had emerged within the reward instance. Attention, seal the surrounding area. The void sect has made its appearance. Before he could finish, the yellow void creature was also expelled. Xianyuan Fengbo swiftly subdued it as well, due to the nature of the reward instance and the fact that they were void creatures rather than void monsters. Their intellect had not been entirely erased. Upon being captured by Xianyuan Fengbo, they immediately prepared to self-destruct. Yet, Xianyuan Fengbo was well acquainted with how to handle such situations. The troublesome aspect of the void sect was their utter disregard for their lives. Regardless of death, they would soon resurrect. However, upon revival, they would lack their original intellect, essentially becoming new entities. Yet, even as new entities, they would continue to execute their will. Think you can self-destruct? Let us see if you can. The masterful hand knew whether the task could be accomplished. With a single binding gesture, he effectively suppressed the void creature, which had intended to self-destruct. Its power was instantly restrained, immobilized. Moreover, special binding handcuffs appeared in his hands, effectively obstructing the flow of energy within them. Without the ability to channel their power, self-detonation was impossible. They had been captured alive. At this moment, Xianyuan Fengbo noticed that these 2 void creatures had actually reached level 32. If he recalled correctly, the highest level of those who had entered was merely 20. Who possessed such strength? Lin Bei. In Xianyuan Fengbo's mind, the first thought that sprang to mind was Lin Bei, the young man who summoned the Mountain Lord in the recorded video. If it were he, perhaps they could indeed resolve this predicament. Detain them, and remember, treat them with the utmost formality. Yes, General, in the South Heavenly Gate instance. Within the Lingshao Hall, 2 of the Void Spectres had already been expelled after consecutive deaths, leaving only 2 remaining. No, it should be 3. One had mysteriously vanished. However, there was certainly nothing good in store. They must be eliminated. Where had that green Void Spectre gone? First, deal with the remaining 2, and then the lost one could be addressed later. Suddenly, the entire South Heavenly Gate instance shook violently. and dark clouds began to gather in the sky, enveloping the place in an oppressive darkness. This was an all-consuming blackness, one that could devour light itself. Strikes of purple lightning descended from above, revealing the silhouette of the green void specter, the sacrificial ritual. This green void specter was offering its own body to summon high-level void monsters for a brief period. Due to its hiding, the sacrificial skill had already activated, and there was no turning back now. Lin Bei attempted to use a silent skill, but failed, as the skill had long since been initiated. The green void specter had become a true offering, irreversibly dead and unable to escape the instance. The void tore open, and a pitch-black dragon claw emerged, followed by a resounding dragon's roar that drowned out Lin Bei's flute melody. Ultimately, a colossal black dragon, over 100 meters long and exuding an ominous aura, descended, a void monster. Moreover, it was a fusion of a dragon and a void creature. Dragons are always supreme beings, regardless of their location. This particular dragon was of an astonishing LV.50 level, a 6th-tier entity. In this novice instance, it was akin to a dimensional crushing blow. Even Lin Bei's formidable skills would likely struggle against it. Cackling, the purple void specter remarked, "Though Harvey has fallen, he has bought us time. Now, assist me in continuing the incursion of the core." The red void specter nodded in agreement. As long as this void monster was present, the rest posed no threat. How could mere 2nd-tier humans stand against them? After the darkness receded, light returned, and the dragon soared, circling above the Lingxiao Hall, its gaze piercing and fiery, particularly fixated on Long Xingti this moment. Long Xingyao was also in her dragon form, yet compared to the 100-meter giant, her 17-meter length made her appear as a mere dragon hatchling. The dragon's might, the unique pressure of the dragon clan bore down on everyone, weighing particularly heavily on Long Xingyo, a member of the dragon clan herself. Facing a dragon of greater strength left her momentarily bereft of resistance. However, she did not yield. She continued to brace herself against the oppressive black dragon above. Originally, she had intended to coordinate with her companions to showcase her new skills, but that now seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Lin Bei gazed up at the imposing LV.50 dragon. Could summoning the Mountain Lord possibly lead to victory? Perhaps it was worth a try. "Invoke the divine," Lin Bei silently chanted as the summoning skill activated. At that very moment, in the actual South Heavenly Gate, tasked with defending against the incursions of the void monsters, the third prince exclaimed, "Oh no! The core we deployed to the lower realm is under attack." The king of broad eyes, Mo Li Hong, hurried to a youthful figure with a delicate face and 2 flat buns atop his head. The boy, bare-chested, bore crimson runic patterns, a sprig of celestial grass in his mouth, and was half reclined, eyes closed, playing a soft tune upon the South Heavenly Gate. This individual was none other than Neza, the third prince. Upon hearing Mo Li Hong's words, he opened his eyes with a hint of impatience. The barely open gaze revealed a killing intent that made the heavenly soldiers shudder. Mo Li Hong felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this. Is there a problem? Will it affect the South Heavenly Gate? It must, right? Really? Neza's eyes sparkled with excitement as 2 additional heads and 6 arms manifested. The Mystic Sky Silk, Universe Circle, Fire Spike Spear, 9 Dragon Flame Shield, and Golden Brick appeared in his hands, with a light leap. The wind and fire wheels appeared beneath his feet, swirling wildly, igniting with true flames. Finally, things were about to get interesting. Neza had been terribly bored, and hearing that the South Heavenly Gate was under threat implied that the void demons would soon attack. Now that was an opportunity for some action. The onlookers were left speechless, and Mo Li Hong wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Truly, the Heavenly Court's most feared deity, and thankfully the king could rein him in. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. "Prince, stop messing around. The urgent matter at hand is to address the core situation in the lower realm. TSK, can the Heavenly Court even intervene in the lower realm now? The domain gates only opened 3 years ago. Do you have a way to intervene?" Neza dismissed the concern, eager for a grand battle rather than remaining idle at the South Heavenly Gate. He glanced at the elderly figure stationed at the other 3 gates. Was he so old? Why should a child be left to guard? Mo Li Hong was at a loss for words, but before he could respond, he noticed Neza's expression brighten. Then, Neza closed his eyes as if entering a trance. Meanwhile, within the hidden realm of the South Heavenly Gate instance, Lin Bei activated the divine summoning skill, commencing a broad search for summonable deities. Just then, he sensed a tremendous resistance, which dissipated moments later, revealing a multitude of divine light points before him. Before Lin Bei could make a selection, one light point surged forth and made contact with him. Moments later, Lin Bei opened his eyes, filled with joy. Looking up at the black dragon poised to suppress them, he smiled faintly. This should be a fitting match. Come forth, Marshal of the Middle Altar, the great deity of the three altars. Neza, third prince, descend. Suddenly, Lin Bei's eyes snapped open, the crimson lotus in his gaze flickering. With his right index and middle fingers held upright at 3 centimeters from his lips, he proclaimed, "Come forth, Marshal of the Middle Altar, the great deity of the three altars. Neza, third prince, descend." As his voice echoed, flames erupted from the void, transforming into a red lotus. Within the flower, a figure gradually took shape, ultimately materializing as the youthful Neza. 3 heads and 8 arms, Neza's 3 pairs of eyes opened, emanating a chilling, killing intent that caused everyone present to tremble. What unspeakable carnage had been wrought to cultivate such a fearsome aura? This is the lower realm? Neza marveled, realizing he had returned to this realm. Though he was merely a projection, it was his first time descending in such a manner. Third prince, please lend us your strength to eliminate them. They were in dire need of his assistance against the 2 remaining void specters and the colossal black dragon overhead. The summoned projection of the third prince was extraordinarily powerful, a LV 50 black quality avatar, which he could only maintain for a fleeting 20 seconds. Neza's gaze swept over the gathered crowd, spotting the 2 remaining void specters and a massive black dragon circling above. With a cold snort, he hurled the golden brick at the 2 specters intent on invading the core. The brick shot through the air, and before the engrossed void specters could react, they were struck down. Their souls shattered, leaving their physical forms in tatters. Want to revive? Neza seemed to sense something, swinging the mystic sky silk. In an uncanny twist of fate, the powers of the void specters were bound by the silk. This was the first time anyone had witnessed the resurrection powers of an instance being broken. This implied that should they encounter similar levels of power in the future, even in a revival-capable instance, they would be doomed without question. Neza cast his gaze upon the gathered crowd, baring his teeth in a grin, and declared, "Do not concern yourselves. The manipulation of such formidable power pertains to the realm of rules and is unlikely to manifest in the lower realms. Only by harnessing the strength of these rules can one restrain the void's energy and prevent its resurgence. Otherwise, with the void race's ability to resurrect indefinitely, this world would have long been overrun, plunging all into the abyss of nothingness. There would be no room for resistance, nor strength to withstand their onslaught." After dispatching the 2 void creatures attempting to invade the core of the instance, Neza's attention shifted to the colossal dragon hovering above. Everything transpired with startling swiftness. Merely 3 seconds had elapsed. The dragon, realizing the situation, began to react. Yet upon sensing the aura emanating from Neza, an inexplicable dread washed over it. As if a great terror loomed in the unseen, it felt as though this boy before it was its nemesis. No, he was indeed its nemesis. Though both were of level 50, this youth was a deity of black quality. Even a mere avatar would be beyond its capacity to contend with. Instantly, the black dragon's instincts urged it to flee, simultaneously cursing the wretched green void creature. Why did that fool sacrifice himself to summon it across the void to this place? Was this not a case of 2 for the price of 1? Flee! The black dragon's intent to escape did not elude Neza's keen perception that not even think about running. It has been ages since I last engaged in battle. Neza's face bore a cheerful smile. For some reason, the mention of dragons ignited a sense of eagerness within him. This was certainly not due to the East Sea's third prince. With a flourish of his magical red silk, it elongated infinitely, sweeping toward the black dragon. Soon, it transformed into 2, then 4, then 8 strands, spreading outward until it encircled the dragon's every position. With a final tug, The magical silk began to constrict, ensnaring the black dragon completely. In his hand, the fire spear ignited with true flames, and beneath his feet, a wheel of wind and fire materialized, hastening the true flames toward the black dragon. With a thrust of the fire spear, the dragon's tendons were forcibly extracted. Neza seized the opportunity, pulling with all his might. The black dragon felt its body weaken, and it plummeted uncontrollably from the sky, emitting a pained roar as though its very lifeblood had been seized. The dragon's reverse scale was indeed a weakness, but its tendons were even more so. Having forcibly drawn the tendons from the black dragon's body, Neza wrinkled his nose in disgust. What a foul stench! Akin to rotten fish! He subsequently discarded the tendons, finding them unworthy of his desire. However, a thought struck him, and he retrieved the tendons once more. They would serve well as a scarf for his father. Casting a glance at the half-dead black dragon, Neza brought down the Chinkoan circle upon its head. The dragon's skull shattered into dust, extinguishing its life and essence. Even its soul was dispersed by Neza's might, rendering it incapable of resurrection. After completing his task, Neza's gaze fell upon the astonished faces of the crowd. He slightly tempered the malevolent aura surrounding him. Why the silence? Have you all been rendered speechless by fear? Neza found their dazed expressions rather amusing. These young ones were quite dull-witted and lacked any semblance of charm. "Why, you are the third Prince Neza?" exclaimed Shangguanhua, his face alight with excitement, nearly clinging to Neza's leg. Indeed, it was unexpected to find someone in the lower realms who recognized him. This was certainly a delight. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Neza sensed he was on the brink of vanishing. The corner of his mouth twitched, appearing somewhat dissatisfied with the prospect of returning so soon. Had it truly been only 20 seconds? He glanced at Shangguanhua, who resembled an avid fan, and poked his forehead. True flames, given that Shangguanhua's profession was incompatible with Neza's, even if a legacy was left behind, it would hold little value. However, Shangguanhua could absorb various flames for enhancement. Thus, Neza bestowed upon him the skill of true flames. Shangguanhua's eyes sparkled. His childhood hero had granted him a skill. Moreover, it was the immensely powerful true flames. Neza's gaze swept across Long Xingyao before settling on Lin Bei. "Kid, remember to call me when there's a fight." With that, Neza's figure vanished, and Lin Bei's complexion turned pale, though he eventually steadied himself. It must be said, summoning deities was indeed a formidable skill, yet it came with a tremendous cost. Meanwhile, Long Xingyao reverted from her dragon form. But her expression differed from Lin Bei's, tinged with a hint of fear. Neza's glance had nearly sent her heart into palpitations. She had witnessed the fate of the black dragon, its tendons extracted in a gruesome display. Were she not aligned with Neza, she would genuinely fear that he might extract her tendons in a fit of anger. Moments later, Lin Bei finally regained his composure, rubbing his lower back and exhaling in relief. The exhaustion was overwhelming, yet he had managed to endure. Due to the annihilation of the void creatures and the black dragon, a surge of experience flooded into the group, prompting an immediate level up. Lin Bei's level ascended to 25, and all his skills simultaneously reached that milestone. Upon reaching level 20, 2 additional skill slots opened up, though luck was not on his side, as he did not comprehend any new occupational skills. After all, it was a 50% chance, and one could not demand more. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest. Ding! Instance rewards activated. In that moment, a voice echoed from the instance. The task of eliminating the void creatures had been fulfilled, and thus the quest was deemed complete. The group began to receive rewards based on their contribution. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a golden class upgrade stone, 10 enlightenment pills, and 1 golden skill book. Everyone received their respective rewards. Astonished by their content, and joy blossomed in their hearts. Lin Bei was no exception. He had not anticipated acquiring a golden class upgrade stone. Such items were rarely found even in the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Whenever one appeared, it was used immediately. As for the enlightenment pills, they were even more extraordinary, allowing instant comprehension and skill level enhancement. However, to Lin Bei, the enlightenment pills felt somewhat superfluous. Did he truly need them to elevate his skill levels? Nonetheless, he was quite curious about the nature of the golden skill book. Upon opening it, Lin Bei quickly learned the skill and refined its attributes. Power of Truth LV.25. Golden increases the power of truth for a target, lasting 60 seconds. Each attack additionally deals 25 true damage and inflicts a suppression effect lasting 3 seconds. Each layer of suppression effectively reduces the target's overall recovery by 10, stacking up to a maximum of 5 layers. With a cooldown of 20 seconds, Attribute 1, duration doubled. Attribute 2, suppression effect layers increased by 3. Attribute 3, during the duration of the Power of Truth, resilience increases by 35. Attribute 4, when health falls below 5%, triggers execution effect. Though Lin Bei reached level 20 without acquiring an occupational skill, he had obtained a formidable golden skill, Power of Truth. Particularly, Attribute 4 was noteworthy. If health dipped below 5%, it could directly trigger an execution effect. Did that not imply that even demigod-level entities could be executed if they were caught off guard and their health was below 5%? Indeed, some skills might not seem particularly powerful, but their attributes were astonishing. Not to mention, the strength of the Power of Truth skill combined with its exceptional attributes significantly enhanced the output capacity of the entire team. At that moment, Long Xingyao transformed into a white dragon, soaring into the sky, emitting a mournful wail. The sudden spectacle startled everyone. Lin Bei immediately cast a healing spell, but it proved utterly ineffective against Long Xingyao's suffering. The group wore puzzled expressions, clearly unaware of the unfolding situation. Just as they were at a loss, Long Xingyao's scales began to shed, her divine form elongating. From her head, 2 small dragon horns sprouted, and her length ultimately reached 30 meters. Even atop the dragon's body, 2 delicate wings began to sprout, albeit not very large. This entire transformation lasted a full 10 minutes, and upon its completion, the aura surrounding Long Xingyao grew significantly stronger. They finally understood what had transpired. It was clear that she had obtained a remarkable boon from the system's dungeon rewards, enhancing her bloodline. The royal lineage already possessed dragon blood, specifically that of the legendary Yinglong. Thus, if she could amplify her bloodline's potency, the power she wielded after utilizing her dragon transformation skill would ascend to new heights. If previously Long Xingyao had merely possessed 1% of dragon blood, she now likely boasted 10%. Once the metamorphosis was complete, Long Xingyao returned to her human form on the ground. However, unlike before, she now bore 2 petite dragon horns atop her head, and her eyes had transformed into golden pupils. Her bloodline had reverted to its ancestral state. Congratulations, congratulations, the crowd began to offer their felicitations, to which Long Xingyao nodded in acknowledgement. Just moments ago, she had received a reward of a drop of true dragon blood. Upon its use, she had undergone a transformation, and even her dragon form now exhibited the preliminary features of the Yinglong. The Yinglong was one of the primordial dragons, immensely powerful, possessing the ability to create a world, though such tales were often recorded in ancient mythology. Yet now, all myths had become reality. Even if the records were somewhat exaggerated, it did not diminish the Yinglong's might. Due to issues with the dungeon core, although the void monsters had been vanquished, everyone was forcibly ejected from the dungeon after the rewards were distributed, seemingly entering a maintenance phase at that moment. Those still en route to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall were bewildered to find themselves suddenly back in the outside world. The crowd exclaimed, "What is going on? We haven't finished exploring yet. We haven't gained any rewards." Unfortunately, no one paid them any heed, as the dungeon had already closed, and no one knew when the South Heaven Gate would reopen. This was the true South Heaven Gate, not merely a dungeon. Li Hong gazed in confusion at Neza, who had suddenly closed his eyes, clearly unaware of the circumstances. "Your Highness? Your Highness?" Li Hong shook Neza's shoulder, only to discover that Neza's primary consciousness seemed to be absent from his body. After several seconds, as Li Hong scrutinized Neza intently, Neza abruptly opened his eyes. Before Li Hong could react, he was sent flying by a kick from Neza. "What are you doing?" Li Hong protested, awakening to find Neza so close. Neza instinctively kicked out, sending Li Hong hurtling 100 meters away, crashing into a wall and leaving a deep dent. Fortunately, The kick was not overly powerful. Otherwise, with Neza's strength, Mo Li Hong would have sustained severe injuries. Your Highness, you suddenly seemed to be in a trance that I was afraid something might happen. So, I was observing you closely, Mo Li Hong replied, feeling quite aggrieved. At that moment, Neza felt his own strength surging, an overall increase of at least 30%. After a moment of contemplation, he immediately understood the cause. It must be related to his summoning. Your Highness? You've grown stronger? Mo Li Hong, now disentangling himself from the wall, sensed Neza's aura and was filled with astonishment. At their level, improving one's strength was exceedingly difficult. Countless years had passed, and he had only reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, 150 points in strength. Unlike Neza and his companions, whose transformations seemed effortless, now boasting the strength of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, 160 points. Just moments ago, Neza had merely wandered off to who knows where. And upon returning, he had directly broken through by 30%. How is that reasonable? It is not reasonable at all, since when is it so easy for a good person to enhance their strength? Neza, feeling the power within him, recalled the sensation of rapidly growing stronger from his weaker days. Now experiencing it again, it felt refreshingly new. It seemed there were many intriguing elements in the lower realms. If not for the constraints of the power of order preventing them from venturing down, Neza's character would surely have compelled him to send a clone down to play, rather than merely guarding the South Heaven Gate like the other three old men. Guarding the gate was dreadfully dull, devoid of any amusement. Only several thousand years ago, during the ruckus caused by that troublesome monkey in heaven, was there any excitement. Gradually, Neza's mind filled with the image of Lin Bei. Without a doubt, he would see Lin Bei in the future. Oh, I almost forgot. Neza extracted a dragon tendon from his consciousness. Mo Li Hong looked on, puzzled by Neza's actions, and was taken aback upon seeing what he held. Wait, third prince, I assent that a dragon tendon. The dragon clan is now formidable. They're no longer the oppressed race they once were. The primary reason for this is undoubtedly the return of the Yinglong. That is an ancient deity whose strength is unfathomable. It is said that the birth of the order system owes part of its existence to him. Now, for Neza to possess a dragon tendon, does that not imply he has extracted it from a dragon? If discovered, would that not lead to retribution from the dragon clan? Indeed, it is a dragon tendon, but not from the celestial dragon clan. Rather, it belongs to the void monsters. After briefly recounting the events that transpired, Neza began to play with the dragon tendon, intending to leave the South Heaven Gate and head to the Duoshui Palace to ask the old gentleman for assistance in crafting a scarf for his father. After all, he was a filial child. The weather had turned chilly recently, and what was wrong with gifting his father a scarf? However, the scarf must possess the ability to contract, lest it be blown away by the wind. Your Highness, you are still on duty. Unfortunately, Neza paid no mind to Mo Li Hong. With no other option, Mo Li Hong could only send a message to his three other good brothers, AS, for informing the king of the heavenly guardians. That was out of the question. Who in the heavenly court did not know of the relationship between those two, father and son? After the rewards were distributed, everyone was ejected from the South Heaven Gate dungeon. In the next moment, they found themselves back at the entrance of the dungeon. That time, Xian Yuan Fenghua, who was suppressing the two void monsters, looked on in confusion as everyone suddenly appeared. What is going on? Why are they out so quickly? And upon counting, I assent this nearly everyone. Had they all been eliminated? Suddenly, Xian Yuan Fenghua seemed to notice something. The little princess appeared to have undergone a transformation. This was a reversion to her ancestral bloodline. Your Highness, could you enlighten us on what transpired within the dungeon? Xian Yuan Fenghua, responsible for the safety of this dungeon, needed to understand the truth behind the incident since it had caused a disturbance. Long Xingyao did not conceal anything and naturally informed Xian Yuan Fenghua of the circumstances inside. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Fenghua felt a wave of trepidation and was equally troubled by the void cult. This matter must be reported to the national leader, and a means to counter the void cult must be devised. Their hidden abilities were simply too extraordinary, capable of even concealing themselves from demigod-level beings. And they possessed the skill of sacrifice. Once a sacrifice was made, powerful void monsters could be summoned. Had it not been for Lin Bei's timely invocation of a deity, summoning Neza, the third prince, it was likely that all present would have been eliminated, and even the South Heaven Gate dungeon might have fallen into the hands of the Void Cult. Your Highness, you have worked hard. Now that the dungeon has concluded, we shall arrange for your return journey. Under Xian Yuan Fenghua's direction, everyone boarded a spiritual energy airship to return to Blue Star. Upon their return to Tianlong City, members of various families awaited their arrival, including those from the Lin family. After all, this dungeon expedition had involved two significant figures from the Lin family. At last, they were back. Wang Chongyang set foot on solid ground, greedily inhaling the air. Although Venus was where the South Heaven Gate reward dungeon was located, the air quality was abysmal, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive. Only those awakened could remain for extended periods. But it was certainly not suitable for habitation. Unless Venus underwent atmospheric transformation, with the planting of green shells and algae and the establishment of a complete ecosystem, it would remain an inhospitable place, rife with natural disasters and unsuitable for living, only appropriate for exploration. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Multitude Trials dungeon, and today is a day for proper rest and recuperation. As the team leader, Lin Bei took a moment to discuss the impending events. Oh, soon, Wang Chongyang remarked, flexing his fists, but it's just as well. The opportunities gained in the Nanning Gate dungeon were truly immense. That was the legacy of Erlang Shun. While I cannot inherit his profession, I have at least acquired his skills, particularly with the ability to manifest the heavens and earth. Once activated, Wang Chongyang could be said to lack for damage output. His offensive capabilities rival those of a warrior. He could withstand blows and retaliate, instantly elevating himself to the ranks of top-tier professions that I too should strive to enhance my own strength. Lin Bei sighed as he opened his system panel. His support abilities were still rather feeble. After the encounter with the Void Sect, he clearly understood his shortcomings, that he needed something akin to Lin Miao's life-saving effect. Otherwise, if he were to face a few more foes like that yellow void creature with its shattering shield ability, his shield might not only fail to protect his teammates, but could potentially become a harbinger of doom for them. Fortunately, his profession quality had now reached golden status, granting him 2 additional skill slots. And upon leveling up to 20, he had obtained a golden skill book, yielding yet another slot, allowing him to learn 3 skills in total that he needed to plan meticulously. Miao, Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Long, who was responsible for their transport, approached with a beaming smile. He had already gathered some information about the events within the dungeon in a short span of time. It must be said that his nephew was truly remarkable. However, it was also thanks to him that their Longxia kingdom managed to avert a significant disaster. Uncle, Dad. Both Lin Bei and Lin Miao called out to Lin Long as they approached him. Wang Chongyang and Long Xingyao, part of their party, naturally followed suit. Once they exited the Nanning Gate dungeon, the special team mode came to an end. You weren't hurt, were you? Of course not. We're perfectly fine. Lin Miao dared not divulge to Lin Long that she had nearly been taken out by that yellow void creature during their adventure. Otherwise, Lin Long would likely insist on checking whether she had sustained any other injuries. That's good to hear. This time, I truly owe you one. Lin Bei. No problem. It's what I ought to do. By the way, Uncle, I would like a few skill books. It would be best if I could acquire them today. Oh, what type do you need? Just say the word. Upon hearing Lin Bei's request, Lin Long readily agreed without hesitation that I need auxiliary skill books with life-saving effects, as well as purple skill enhancement stones. Additionally, I'd like to gather some skills related to group healing, teleportation, and spatial confinement. The group healing skill book was relatively common. Although it was somewhat challenging to obtain, persistence could yield results. However, auxiliary skills with life-saving effects, unique group skills, and spatial confinement abilities were of a rare variety, often with no market value. Fortunately, the Lin family was affluent. If they could not acquire them in Blue Star, there were other worlds to consider. It was merely a matter of obtaining them within a day, which, even for the Lin family, posed a challenge. Lin Bei, are you planning to bolster your strength in preparation for tomorrow's Multitude Trials dungeon? Indeed, Lin Bei was uncertain about the kinds of teams they would encounter within the Multitude Trials dungeon. Who knew if there would be some extraordinary races? For instance, the Western Dragonkin, akin to Long Xingyao's royal lineage. also possessed dragon transformation abilities, but unlike them, their physical prowess was formidable. Then there were the Titans and others. There would undoubtedly be many unique skills. Adequate preparation would serve them well against the unknown trials ahead. Rest assured, I will ensure you acquire what you need. Lin Long then commenced communication with the various merchant associations affiliated with the Lin family. This was a request from the Crown Prince of the Lin family and could not be overlooked. Furthermore, they had heard of the Crown Prince's formidable accomplishments. Serving him would undoubtedly be an honor. Thus, the merchant associations of the Lin family began to mobilize. Any skills that matched Lin Bei's requirements would be procured at astronomical prices. Furthermore, substantial rewards would follow successful acquisitions. Xingyao, aren't you heading back? Lin Bei inquired, puzzled by Long Xingyao's presence as they returned to Tianlong City. This was Tianlong City, not Jiang City. Tianlong City was where Long Xingyao resided. Why was she accompanying them to the Lin family? You are my fiancé. Is there a problem with me following you? Long Xingyao twirled a strand of hair with her jade-like fingers, meeting Lin Bei's gaze without flinching. However, it was evident that she felt a bit shy. This was her first time maintaining such prolonged eye contact with Lin Bei. So handsome. After all, with a visage rivaling that of a handsome celebrity and standing at a height of 185 meters, he embodied the essence of a bright and cheerful young man. Who could resist such a radiant personality? There is indeed a problem, a significant one. Long Batian merely intended to toss her into the explosive team to secure a spot in the multitude trials dungeon. He had never intended to risk his daughter's safety. What would he think if she returned home without even stepping inside her own door, instead entering someone else's home? Lin Bei felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow and, feigning nonchalance, attempted to explain. After all, we are in Tianlong City, right at your doorstep, that if you don't return home and the Kingdom Master finds out, what do you think he will think? You make a valid point. Long Xingyao agreed after hearing Lin Bei's reasoning and promptly took out her phone to send a message to Long Batian, informing him that she would not be returning home today and would be staying at the Lin residence. At that moment, Long Batian was listening to a report from Xian Yuanfenhua. He had not anticipated that the minions of the Void Sect were so deeply entrenched. Fortunately, Lin Bei had taken decisive action, summoning the third Prince Neza. Otherwise, the Nantan Gate dungeon would have faced dire consequences. Your Majesty, if we cannot accurately locate those minions of the Void Sect, similar incidents will undoubtedly arise in the future. Long Batian was currently beset by a headache. Without divine intervention, no one could precisely track their whereabouts, let alone identify their identities, unless there existed a tool capable of accurately probing the identities of the Void Sect's members. Divine power. Among the various power systems, only divine power exhibits the greatest repulsion towards void energy. If we could develop a tool using divine power to investigate the hidden void creatures of the Void Sect, we might indeed eradicate them entirely. At the very least, we could obliterate their operational range within Blue Star. What does the Spiritual Power Research Institute have to say? After years of research, they have confirmed that divine power is indeed the most effective means of repelling void energy. However, to create a functioning item, we need a celestial master-level artificer, or even a mechanist's expertise that, in the past 3 centuries, only the current divine craftsman has emerged as a celestial master. Yet, the divine craftsman could only craft red-quality equipment, not items. Therefore, they would have to focus on cultivating artificers in the coming years, hoping to develop a tool capable of locating the Void Sect. That moment, Long Batian's phone suddenly rang. It was the special ringtone he had set for his beloved little princess. A sound he had crafted himself. The tune mimicked Long Xingyao's voice from her childhood, soft and melodious to the ear. After all, Long Xingyao was the apple of his eye, unlike her several unruly brothers, whom he felt were unworthy. The chat interface was rather simplistic, indicating that they did not communicate often. The last message dated back to 7 days prior to, Yao Yao, ISNT coming home. She's staying at the Lin residence today. She's right at the doorstep, and doesn't he even come to see her old father? Long Batian felt a tinge of sadness. After all, she was his little darling. Oh well, the Multitude Trials dungeon is opening tomorrow. So let her build good relationships with her teammates. By the way, is the explosive team full yet? Not yet. Xian Yuan from Bo replied, "They are still one member short. Does that kid have anyone in mind?" "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" "Recommend a few options for him. It could be according to his preferences. If he doesn't like them, he can simply disregard them. Without further ado, based solely on his daughter's previous performance. There are scarcely a few among the myriad of clans who can rival her. Not to mention that just moments ago, Xian Yuan Fengbo had informed him that Long Xing Yao's bloodline has undergone a transformation. This transformation of Long Xing Yao's bloodline further solidifies their royal lineage as descendants of the Azure Dragon. Should an insurmountable adversary arise, it matters not. Once Lin Bei reveals his trump card, one can only wonder how those newly awakened youngsters plan to counter it. Understood. Xian Yuan Fengbo comprehended the implications of Long Batian's words. It was merely an opportunity for those on the list to see who among them might catch Lin Bei's eye and receive a gilded chance. After all, the myriad trials are rife with opportunities, and the first-place victor can even reap bountiful rewards from the system. It is said that the first-place reward holds the potential for ascension to divinity. For demigods, becoming a true deity is no easy feat. Otherwise, there wouldn't be merely a few dozen of them among the human race after centuries. Thus, the reward for first place is highly coveted by all clans. Lin Bei's explosive team has already secured a spot, but currently has one vacancy. If this team claims the first place, it would signify the emergence of 5 new deities. Such a sudden increase in divine power would be a monumental enhancement. Even though the myriad of clans now stand united against the invasion of the void beasts, strife still persists. This has remained unchanged, albeit somewhat subdued. That night, Lin Bei discovered the whereabouts of the skill books he needed: Death Resistance, Star Shifting, and Space Sealing. Notably, Death Resistance was acquired by the Lin family at great expense, exchanged with an undead demigod necromancer from the Undying clan, while the cost was substantial for the Lin family. It was merely the liquidation of some superfluous assets, specifically an entire city that could operate normally. However, this was not a city on Blue Star, but one from the necromancer's world, a city known as Jilu. Its development had been swift, but it was now utilized as leverage in the exchange with the necromancer. After all, it was merely a city from another realm, and they felt no loss. The other 2 tomes, although costly, were within the Lin family's means. Both were procured from auction houses, not on Blue Star, but from those in other worlds. Star Shifting was acquired from an auction in a world steeped in ancient fantasy, while Space Sealing was obtained from a magical realms auction. Only the Lin family could afford such extravagance, which is also the reason they fear no one that upon mastering all the skills, Lin Bei immediately gained 3 level 25 abilities, elevating them all to purple quality and refining their attributes in the process. Gazing upon his opulent attribute panel, Lin Bei realized that this time he possessed a modicum of confidence for the myriad trials. Although his panel was indeed impressive, Lin Bei was not yet at the point of disregarding others. He had witnessed the peculiar skills of the yellow void beasts. Had it not been for Lin Miao Miao's fate command effect, he would have been eliminated from the trials long ago. Thus, even with ample preparation, Lin Bei remained vigilant against the unique skills of others to prevent unforeseen complications. All right, time for sleep. Rest well for the trials against the myriad clans. With that, Lin Bei extinguished the lights and fell into a deep slumber. During the night, the moonlight, like frost, cascaded through the window onto the wooden floor. The door creaked open. As anticipated, upon awakening, Lin Bei found the presence of a beauty beside him. Her tranquil sleeping posture was utterly captivating. The young lady, roused from her slumber due to Lin Bei's awakening, met his gaze. With a resigned sigh, Lin Bei seemed to already know what was to come next. Lin Long gazed pensively at the 2 figures emerging from Lin Bei's chamber, clearly taken aback that the illustrious princess of the Long Xia kingdom was sharing a room with Lin Bei. Could it be that they had confirmed their relationship? Lin Xiong had not informed Lin Long of this development, leaving him blissfully unaware. After breakfast, a figure appeared within the Lin residence: Xian Yuan Fengbo. He presented Lin Bei with a list, stating that the ruler wished for him to select anyone he found suitable from the names listed out of course. If none were to his liking, he was free to abstain from choosing. Lin Bei immediately grasped the intention behind this. It was simply to fill the team, a mere gesture of goodwill. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as it was merely an additional person. After perusing the names on the list, Lin Bei ultimately chose Shang Wanhua. After all, he was somewhat familiar with the man's character, having teamed up with him before. Moreover, Shang Wanhua, while possessing a somewhat fiery temperament, was generally decent and boasted group damage capabilities, making him a T0 level output.as for Long Xingyao, perhaps T1 at best. They were simply not on the same tier. Let us go with him. Lin Bei communicated his choice to Xian Yuan Feng Bo, who nodded, though his gaze lingered on Long Xingyao, evidently questioning whether her proximity was somewhat excessive. However, he dismissed the thought. Perhaps it was merely his overactive imagination. Upon returning to the palace and reporting to Long Batian, a meeting was arranged with the Shangwan clan. Soon enough, Shang Wanhua arrived at the Lin residence. Upon learning that he had been selected, he was utterly astonished. "Great one, you have chosen me." Without hesitation, Shang Wanhua slid across the floor to kneel before Lin Bei, clutching his leg. After witnessing Lin Bei's astonishing support capabilities, Shang Wanhua felt that the likes of Zhuge Guanjing were of no consequence. He had no intention of getting entangled with them. Moreover, let's not forget that it was Lin Bei who summoned the third Prince Neza, granting him the powerful skill of Samadhi True Fire. Otherwise, he would never have acquired such a formidable ability. Samadhi True Fire LV.1. Purple automatically infuses 1s spell attacks with Samadhi True Fire, dealing an additional 100 true damage with each attack, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Attribute 1. Increases spell attack by an additional 20. Attribute 2. Increases final damage dealt by 10. Attribute 3. Continuously inflicts 50 attack power worth of burning true damage for 5 seconds. After obtaining this skill, Shang Wanhua felt as though he had taken flight. Especially with Attribute 3, his sustained output capabilities skyrocketed. "I regret my choice. Can I switch to someone else?" Lin Bei wanted to cover his face, pretending not to know this individual. Did no one else notice the incredulous expressions on the faces of those present as they stared at Shang Wanhua? Were this out in the open, his antics would undoubtedly go viral. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanhua quickly stood up, exclaiming, "You jest! I have been chosen by Lin Bei. If I were to be returned, it would be a tremendous embarrassment." The Shangwan clan is one of the 8 ancient families. If this spreads, how could I possibly maintain my standing in the capital of Tianlong? "Great one, I was mistaken. I shall never dare again," Shang Wanhua earnestly replied as Lin Bei waved him off. During their first meeting, Lin Bei had assumed Shang Wanhua was merely a hot-headed individual. He had not expected him to possess such a naive side. However, unbeknownst to Shang Wanhua, Lin Miao Miao had already recorded the entire episode on her phone and shared it within her small social circle at that moment. Her social circle was ablaze with activity. Although the spread of information was not rapid and was currently limited to a small scope, it would not be long before the news erupted throughout the entirety of Long Xia Kingdom. Following the revelation of her cousin and cousin-in-law's affairs, Lin Miao Miao had become the most formidable informant within the so-called Peerless Genius Exchange Group. After all, who else could boast the ability to share the daily life of a princess? Xin Yuan Feng Bo, too, regretted having submitted Shang Wanhua's name. If the other clans caught wind of this, they might think the human race was afflicted with some peculiar malady. Well then, since all of you are gathered, it is time to embark on the journey to the Myriad Trials. The leader of the Myriad Races Trial is none other than the formidable General Xin Yuan Fenghua. Currently, he is the only one among the divine generals who finds himself relatively unoccupied, possessing the strength of a demigod. Furthermore, as a trusted confidant of the sovereign, who else could possibly handle such matters if not him? "General, where is the entrance to the Myriad Races Trial dungeon?" Xin Yuan Fenghua cast a glance at Wang Chongyang before responding gravely. The battlefield of the Myriad Races. The battlefield of the Myriad Races is a place where conflicts among various races erupt into war when diplomacy fails. However, war invariably brings death and destruction. Thus, to prevent the depletion of living combatants and to guard against the incursions of the Void Sect and its monstrous entities, the battlefield of the Myriad Races was conceived. This small world was collaboratively established by the deities and is affixed to the space of the blue star. Its dimensions are comparable to that of an entire planet. Within the battlefield of the Myriad Races, death does not signify true demise. Yet, should one emerge as the loser, they are obliged to compensate the victor accordingly. One might choose to renounce all ties, but the consequence would be facing the collective wrath of all races. Even in cases where one cannot repay their debts, they will resort to every possible means to borrow. Hence, the battlefield of the myriad races will not open unless absolutely necessary. Now, the myriad races trial dungeon has been forged by the deities and was introduced into the battlefield 3 years ago. After absorbing energy for 3 years, is finally ready to commence. Under Xian Yuan from What's guidance, Lin Bei's explosive team has at last arrived at the fabled battlefield of the myriad races. The entrance resides at the very heart of the southern continent, guarded by powerful races such as the human race, dragon race, and elf race, attesting to its significance to AS today marks the opening of the myriad races trial dungeon. Lin Bei encounters teams from various other races, including the Titans, dragons, elves, orcs, and many more unfamiliar yet undeniably real races, all gathered for the trial. After all, the allure of ascending to godhood is not to be underestimated. Once one embarks on the path of awakening, who can resist the temptation of becoming a deity? Becoming a true god, a being of divine strength, equates to possessing infinite life, although demigods enjoy prolonged lifespans. Living for hundreds of billions of years is not beyond their reach. There will inevitably come a day when their lifespan is exhausted. Moreover, some places can distort one's perception of time. If one is unaware, even a demigod may perish there when their time runs out. This is not without precedent. The Valley of Death is such a locale. The Valley of Death, also known as the Valley of Temporal Oblivion, lacks the concept of time. One cannot ascertain whether they will expire in the next moment. Apart from true deities, it is likely that none would dare to tread upon this ground without facing death. It must be said, the presence of these other races is indeed formidable. Wang Chongyang observes the comings and goings of various teams, noting that they are predominantly from other races, many boasting strengths exceeding level 20. While the weaker ones linger around level 19. Clearly, those of lesser strength are merely fortunate to have secured a spot. The myriad races trial also has a limit on the number of participants, totaling a mere 100 aside from the humans, who are guaranteed one entry. The remaining 99 slots are contested among countless other races. 10 slots are allocated randomly, while the rest are filled based on absolute strength, with humans being the exception. After all, having already secured one entry, they cannot contend for more, lest they provoke a coalition against them from the other races. Though the human race is powerful, they remain outnumbered and may find themselves in a difficult position if targeted by the others. Not too bad, Lin Bei quietly replied upon hearing Wang Chongyang's voice. The strength of the other races is quite normal, given that there are indeed formidable races among them. For instance, the dragon team, though only at levels 23, possesses physical strength rivaling that of level 30 monsters. The Titans are similarly impressive. Humans? At that moment, Lin Bei and his companions heard a rather arrogant voice. Following the sound, they discovered it belonged to the orcs. The orc race is not a single entity, but rather comprises over 100 lesser races. Individually, these weaker races may not amount to much, but when united, their collective strength is formidable. Among them, the orcs are led by a faction known as the Honeypot Clan, colloquially referred to by humans as the Flathead Brothers. This nomenclature stems solely from their appearance, for they possess the bloodline of ancient behemoths, the Battle Frenzy clan, and are one of the royal lineages among the orcs. Known for their fiery tempers, they delight in combat. The fact that the orcs secured an entry is largely due to the strength of this particular lineage. Their condescending remarks toward Lin Bei and his group stem from a belief that humans should have to fight for their place rather than being handed one without effort. What is the matter? Lin Bei replied with a calm demeanor, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. After all, they represent the face of the human race, and they cannot afford to appear diminished in front of the orcs. Although Lin Bei typically shuns ostentation, he understands that when the moment calls for it, one must assert themselves. Today, they're the embodiment of the human race, and they must not falter in their presence. Ha! Your spirit is commendable. I look forward to encountering you in the myriad races trial. The myriad races trial is fundamentally a contest of elimination. Throughout the process, participants can gather resources and even obtain legacies bestowed by the deities. The trial lasts for 3 days, during which the active zones will gradually diminish until a victor emerges. The orcs, though not as boisterous as the Flathead brothers, nonetheless carry themselves with an air of arrogance. Akin to nouveau riche who disdain others. I too look forward to it, Lin Bei replied, squinting his eyes, evidently already devising how to deal with the Flathead brothers should they cross paths. Notably, other races acknowledge the humans with nods and greetings, even those who are not particularly friendly. Yet the orcs, with their thick-headedness, dare to provoke them. Onlookers from various races seem eager to witness the ensuing spectacle, anticipating a scene of blood flowing like rivers. Unfortunately, the myriad races trial has yet to officially commence. Otherwise, they would indeed have a grand performance to observe. That Flathead brother is truly arrogant. If not for the fact that they represent the human race in this trial, I suspect that Su Guanhua would have already erupted in fury. Mused one observer. Fear not. Should we meet, I shall ensure you have a proper outlet for your frustrations. The Flathead brother boasts a commendable strength of level 22. Yet in comparison to them, he appears somewhat lacking. Eliminating them should pose no challenge. After surveying the scene, Lin Bei finally grasped the general level of the other teams participating in this myriad races trial. With his eye of insight, none can escape his scrutiny. If it were a lower-level eye of insight, perhaps others might detect it, but with his eye at level 25, even demigods would be oblivious to his observation, unless they wielded the power of laws. The power of laws transcends ordinary skills, akin to an elevation in dimension. Although he can still perceive the information of others, he would undoubtedly be discovered. This is the true strength of the power of laws, possessing the highest priority. Furthermore, I have already marked them. Lin Bei watched the orcs, who continue to provoke other races, and could not help but commend their audacity. Truly, they're deserving of the title Flathead brothers, with heads as hard as iron and spirits as bold as brass. Not only do they dare to challenge the humans, but they also confront the dragons and titans alike. Fortunately, the current situation dictates that any disturbances or brawls may result in disqualification, sparing them from their own folly. Otherwise, given the current demeanor of the orc tribe, this particular team, having provoked so many others, would have long been eliminated. Lin Bei also observed that other races, equipped with marking skills, were eagerly placing their marks on this team, evidently intending to cause them trouble once they entered. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes, seemingly struck by a thought. Interesting, it appeared that the orc tribe was somewhat different from the rumors. At this moment, Shang Guanhua had also discerned the underlying issue. These individuals likely understood that others would mark them. Once inside, they would become targets, hence their strategy of gathering everyone together. After all, if a powerful race were to be provoked in such a manner, it would be impossible for them to remain passive. They represented the honor of their respective races. How could they let these orcs off the hook? Thus, Lin Bei and the others quickly realized that the orc tribe merely intended to draw everyone together, instigating a chaotic melee to reap the benefits. However, while the orc tribe had some clever tactics, could they truly succeed? As the teams gradually arrived, the time for the dungeon's opening had finally arrived. In the battlefield of myriad races, the gateway to the trial dungeon swung open, and the qualified teams vanished in the radiance of the gateway. When Lin Bei and the others regained their senses, they found themselves standing on a desolate expanse, littered with the remnants of past battles. Corpses, shattered armor, and weapons lay scattered across the ground. The owners of these corpses have been formidable in life, each exuding a semi-divine aura. Semi-divine. The weakest of these corpses belonged to the semi-divine tier, while the strongest were even godlike. Captain, what should we do now? As the captain of the team, Lin Bei naturally held the decision-making power. All eyes turned to him, and after a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Let us first locate that orc team." Although he recognized this as a trap laid by the orc tribe, a blatant scheme. To avoid seeking them out after being marked would be an admission of fear. Yet if they approached, they would inevitably encounter other teams that had also marked them. They possessed some wit, but not much. In the face of absolute power, everything else is but a fleeting thought. The group had no objections. Lin Bei's authority as captain was paramount. However, as they followed Lin Bei's lead towards the marked direction, They did not forget to collect any treasure chests that appeared on the battlefield. All resources existed in the form of treasure chests, and what they could obtain depended entirely on luck. Naturally, the task of opening the chests was entrusted to Lin Bei, whose profession as a luck walker endowed her with extraordinary fortune. Along the way, they uncovered numerous rare resources, including 7 or 8 blue skill enhancement stones, and even a purple enhancement stone. They had yet to find any inheritance items, perhaps indicating that the resources nearest to the heart of the battlefield were the most abundant at this moment. Among the orcs, the team led by the flat-headed brother wore expressions of concern. "Captain, do you think those races will fall for it?" "Humph. They surely will, as long as they refuse to admit their cowardice. They will come forth even knowing it's a trap. By the way, has the mark been transferred? It has had a dog-headed man produced a puppet. His profession was a dog-headed shaman, capable of transferring all statuses onto a puppet crafted from readily available materials. Since everyone in their team bore the marks of other teams, those would naturally be transferred to the puppet as well. At that point, they could place the puppet in a basin, drawing all teams to converge there, inciting mutual slaughter. When the time was ripe, the orc tribe would strike, demonstrating what it truly meant to possess both courage and cunning. What if a race is inherently powerful? I shall have you consume each other. When the time comes, how will you confront us at our peak? Let the plan commence." With that declaration, the puppet was thrown into a nearby basin, and under the shaman's skill, the group entered a state of invisibility, crouching in the foliage and awaiting the opportune moment. The first team to arrive was the Western Dragon tribe. Were it not for the rule against combat in the battlefield of myriad races, their fiery tempers would never allow these orcs to survive. Even so, the blue dragon within their ranks still marked them, biding their time to hunt them down once they entered. Where are those inferior orcs? The leader of the dragon tribe, a red dragon, voiced his confusion. Sensing the surrounding environment, he found no trace of the orc tribe. The blue dragon was equally puzzled, clearly unaware of where the lowly orcs had concealed themselves. Expanding their perception, they finally discovered that the orcs were hiding behind a nearby boulder. "Do those orcs think they can escape our pursuit by hiding?" The red dragon grinned menacingly, revealing a fearsome visage reminiscent of a feral beast. Gathering crimson flames in his mouth, the scales on his body slightly parted, revealing magma-like patterns that emanated a searing heat. Crimson dragon breath. The dragon tribe's transformations were limited in variety. There were those specializing in melee combat like the holy dragon warriors, and others adept in magic like the dragon language mages. He, however, was the explosive flame dragon king, a natural-born ruler destined to become a dragon king, or even a dragon emperor. The dragon breath erupted from the red dragon's mouth, incinerating the target's location, melting the ground into a massive pit as the crimson magma flowed slowly above, emitting thick white smoke. "These damned orcs dare to play us." At that moment, the green dragon also realized something was amiss. Their dragon tribe had been deceived. Just then, a sound of something breaking through the air echoed from afar. 5 enormous figures descended from the sky. The red dragon squinted. It was the Titan tribe. Both the Titan and dragon tribes belonged to powerful races, and there was a historical enmity between them. Now, disregarding the orcs, they were ready to engage in battle. The two formidable races clashed, their strengths relatively weak at around levels 20 to 30. However, their massive physiques made their skirmishes resemble the very collapse of the heavens and earth as a result of the orc tribe's provocation. More and more racial teams arrived at this location. Although they sensed the disappearance of the marks, that very disappearance indicated that other teams had arrived. The orc tribe's blatant scheme presented them with an excellent opportunity to gather and fish in troubled waters. By the time Lin Bei and his companions arrived, over 30 teams had already gathered at the scene, openly observing the fierce duel between the dragon and Titan tribes. The dragon and Titan races were inherently hot-tempered, and their formidable strength often led them to lose control in battle. Just as now, they sought out opponents to engage with. However, their fights remained somewhat restrained, keeping their health within safe limits, almost as if they were performing. Indeed, it was a performance of sorts. Despite their enmity, they had not forgotten the significance of this place. This was the trial dungeon of myriad races. Each representative embodies their respective race, and the strength of their opponents exists on a comparable level. Should a conflict arise between them, even if one side emerges victorious, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, it would be wiser to restrain themselves from battle, resolving their enmity while simultaneously avoiding ambushes from other races. It seems that the other races have nearly gathered, as the Dragon and Titan clans have surprisingly chosen to halt their aggression in unison. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm, as the winds of conflict approached, all races present refrained from making any rash movements, except for the humans. Lin Bei, leading the explosive squad, ascended to the edge of the massive pit. It appeared that among the assembled parties, only the humans remained active, drawing the attention of all the other races toward Lin Bei and his companions. However, Lin Bei paid no heed to their scrutinizing gazes. Prior to his arrival, he had already employed his eye of insight to glean every piece of information about them. It must be acknowledged that the teams representing each race were formidable. Notably, among the Dragon clan, the leading Red Dragon possessed an extraordinary core skill, time stasis, capable of halting the movement of all beings within the surrounding space. This was a manipulation of time itself. Yet, to Lin Bei, it was merely a trifling matter. Although the gathering of over 30 teams in this locale was a calculated scheme by the orcs for Lin Bei, it presented a significant advantage. Had it not been for this unexpected turn of events, the Battle Dragon squad would likely have taken the stage here. While Long Xingyao was indeed powerful, the pursuit of first place in the trial of 10,000 races was fraught with difficulty. After all, several races possessed strengths that rivaled those of the humans. But alas, there are no what-ifs. The over 10-meter-long Red Dragon was visibly displeased to see Lin Bei standing atop the high ridge, looking down upon them. "Impudent human, how dare your diminutive form stand above us?" The Green Dragon from the Dragon clan immediately began to cast aspersions. If this contempt were to take hold, it would undoubtedly incite hostility among the other races. Should a melee ensue, the humans would be the first to be targeted. The other races, having heard this, turned their attention toward Lin Bei, clearly aware that his forthcoming response would determine their fate. Meanwhile, the orcs concealed in the underbrush were practically giddy with excitement. The humans had unwittingly attracted animosity, demonstrating stubbornness in their defiance. The scheme he had orchestrated indeed bore its own risks. Once they revealed themselves, they might become the primary target of aggression. Yet the humans had stepped forth to become the focal point of this resentment. Should Lin Bei falter, it would signify a loss of face for the humans, even leading to a decline in their fortunes. The trial of 10,000 races is not merely a contest of strength, but also one of racial fortune, something all races are tacitly aware of. Otherwise, why would the rewards for first place include divine ascension? Such rewards are contingent upon the wager of racial fortune. Although fortune is elusive and intangible, it undeniably exists, due to the blue star's status as a nexus of myriad realms. The human race's fortune is at its zenith. This circumstance has led to their initially weaker extraordinary power matching that of other races, thanks to their flourishing fortune. Even among the deities of the upper realm, those who have ascended are a formidable force. Without unification, the other races would stand no chance against the blue star deities. Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings. All race teams were fixated on them. Behind him, Long Xingyao wore a displeased expression, while Shangguan was seen poised to speak, only for Wang Chongyang to grip his arm and shake his head. Shangguan appeared to comprehend the unspoken message. Gazing at Lin Bei's calm demeanor with newfound confidence, as the representative of humanity in this contest, Lin Bei naturally would not tarnish the human race's reputation. Moreover, after observing the other races, he truly regarded them with indifference. "You Green Lizard have spoken truthfully. Perhaps for the other humans, there would be some semblance of courtesy, and they might overlook your barbaric actions. However, from my perspective, none of you merit my regard. To put it bluntly, you are all nothing but refuse." Lin Bei grinned widely. Arrogance, utterly unabashed arrogance. Even the onlooker hidden in the underbrush gasped in astonishment. This human truly exhibited audacity after uttering such words. Did he genuinely have no fear of the repercussions? Here he faced 35 teams, implying that the humans would be confronted with a coalition of 34. Can they prevail? Perhaps the humans are strong enough to hold their own against 2. But here, they face 34. What audacity fuels this human's confidence? The green dragon was evidently taken aback by Lin Bei's brazen proclamation. Compare them to uncivilized savages, devoid of wisdom and driven solely by instinct. Was an immense affront. Furthermore, this human truly did not regard them with any seriousness. Very well. Every team present was incited by Lin Bei's words. The allies of Lin Bei, Shang Wanhua, Wang Chongyang, and Lin Miao, were equally astonished by his boldness. You, who are usually so demure and polite, have displayed such audacity today. Long Xingyao felt her heart race. Initially believing Lin Bei to be a gentle soul, she was taken aback by this assertive side of him. It seemed she had begun to harbor feelings for him. Observing the multitude of teams, momentarily silenced yet brimming with fury, Lin Bei showed no leniency, a smirk gracing his lips, since the esteemed assembly finds my words unacceptable. Let us see whose strength prevails. Spatial lockdown. Activate. Spatial lockdown LV.25. Purple consumes 10,000 points of energy to impose a spatial lockdown on the area within the reach of one's mental power, rendering spatial skills unusable within. The duration is contingent on one's mental power, with no cooldown. Entry 1. Significantly reduced consumption. Entry 2. Targets marked by mental power are unaffected by the spatial lockdown. Entry 3. Consumes a portion of mental power, allowing oneself to traverse freely within the sealed area. Upon activation, every team within a 5-kilometer radius felt the constriction of space. This meant their escape routes had been partially nullified. Where did this human find the audacity to employ such measures? Was he afraid they would flee? 34 against 1. If they were to retreat, where would their racial dignity lie? Ah, humans, one must commend your courage for daring to confront all of our teams. Therefore, we cannot allow the humans to underestimate us. All teams were on the verge of action, united in their singular objective, to eliminate the humans first. After all, this human's arrogance was intolerable, having uttered such words. Prepare for battle, Lin Bei calmly responded, then began to bestow various buffs upon his team. Group Shield, multiple casts triggered, Power of Truth. Once the buffs were conferred upon all team members, Lin Miao also applied enhancement buffs to everyone in the squad. If any team possessing an insight skill were to utilize it at this moment, they would discover that the shields of Lin Bei's explosive squad had surpassed 100 million, having amassed over 200 million shield points. And indeed of the genuine variety, this remarkable feat can be attributed to Lin Bei's enhancement in skill levels. The 25th level of the group shield technique inherently amplifies a staggering 715,200 shield points, in addition to 500 maximum health points. Although Lin Bei currently possesses merely over 110,000 health points, the substantial base amplification is undeniable. And what if the shield is breached? Within 3 seconds, another can be generated, supplemented by multiple releases. As long as Lin Bei is not incapacitated, theoretically, the shield can perpetually stack, unless confronted by an entity, such as the yellow void creature, which possesses peculiar abilities. One can essentially remain in an invincible position. This explains why, after Lin Bei employed the insight skill to observe all members of his team, he made such audacious declarations. With the dragon riding upon them, how could they possibly lose? As the imminent battle looms, all auxiliary members of the teams are bestowing various enhancement buffs upon their respective groups, the human race. In their arrogance would naturally not allow the others to thrive. Onward, tear them apart. Ultimately, the red dragon of the dragon race took the first step, letting out a thunderous roar as it began to gather terrifying energy within its maw. A violet ray erupted from the air, striking precisely where Lin Bei and his companion stood. A terrifying numerical explosion ensued. -10,000, -10010, -10086, inflicting 1,000 points of health loss every second. The other teams were left astounded. They barely possessed levels in the 20s, and even with the enhancement of purple quality, their health barely reached 50 or 60,000 TO experience, such a skill that deducts over 10,000 health points in a single second. Was this the might of the dragon race? Dust erupted instantaneously, enveloping everyone, including Lin Bei. The teams of other races could not help but chuckle, relishing the sight of the arrogant humans facing their downfall. However, after a moment of mirth, they seemed to sense something amiss. Did the leader of the human squad not just utilize spatial confinement? Given that spatial confinement was employed, such a strike should have rendered it ineffective. Why did the spatial confinement persist? Before they could ponder further, a sound of a flute resonated. The dust enveloping Lin Bei and his companions was dispersed by the sound waves emitted from the flute. To their astonishment, Lin Bei and his group remained unharmed, with even the ground showing little more than a few centimeters of indentation. Under the influence of the sound waves, the team's buffs surged once more. Simultaneously, among the other races, some teams affected by Lin Bei's sound waves began to exhibit symptoms of head-clutching howls. Before their comrades could extend a helping hand, they revealed their true forms: void creatures. Lin Bei's flute, the Bichuan flute, being an artifact, naturally bore a hint of divine power. Any void creature or entity, upon encountering the sound waves, would instinctively feel the repulsion and thus reveal their true forms. This was a method Lin Bei had recently discovered to compel void creatures to expose themselves. At this moment, the multitude of revealed void entities were bewildered. What was happening? How could a race force them to reveal their true selves? They had initially intended to infiltrate the trials of myriad races, eliminating the talented individuals and seizing their fortunes. Yet unexpectedly, before their plans could even commence, they had already failed. It was this human. Roar. Human, how could you possess the means to compel us to reveal our true forms? A total of 15 void creatures were exposed, each around level 30. However, even after exposing themselves, they felt no fear. As fourth-tier beings, confronting third-tier adversaries would be akin to a dimensional strike. Lower-tier beings against higher-tier ones faced a certain mitigation, while higher-tier beings against lower-tier ones enjoyed an amplification of damage. Their gathering of 15 was sufficient to annihilate the over 100 third-tier talents present. Although they would undoubtedly perish here, they were determined to convey one message before their demise: that the human race had mastered the means to compel them to reveal their true forms. Upon hearing the words of the void creature, Lin Bei could only feel speechless. He had never anticipated that his intention to enhance his team's buffs would result in the revelation of 15 void creatures. However, it was of little consequence. Back when he was merely level 19, second tier, he had already been capable of leading his team to slay fourth-tier void creatures, let alone now that he had reached level 25. Attack! Before the void creature could utter another word, Lin Bei commanded, and all present, no, all races present, launched an assault against the nearby void creatures. The threat of the void cult was well known to any race that had encountered them. They understood the necessity of eradicating them. Thus, the moment Lin Bei shouted to attack, all races simultaneously turned their attention to the nearby void creatures. Yet the void creatures were not without their defenses. Although they had been forced to reveal their true forms by Lin Bei's sound waves, in terms of combat capability, they were by no means inferior to the gathered talents. Well, aside from Lin Bei and his companions. However, even if their combat strength was on par, they could not withstand the sudden onslaught. Lin Bei's sound waves continued to affect the state of the void creatures, making it difficult for them to unleash their full combat potential. Not to mention their prideful spatial talents. Under the spatial confinement, unless the quality level of their spatial confinement surpassed Lin Bei's, or their skill quality was higher, or they utilized rule skills, they would have no choice but to obediently endure the confinement of their spatial abilities. Stripped of this crucial combat means, the void creatures could only become targets for assault. The battle commenced against the void creatures. In an instant, various control skills were unleashed, and damage skills also rained down upon the surrounding void creatures. Initially haughty and intending to issue threats, the void creatures were swiftly dispatched by the combined might of the teams. Although the teams were diminished, at least the void creatures were no longer a nuisance. The void creatures. Password. Clearly, their plans had been thwarted before they could even commence. Taken by surprise, they had no means to retaliate and were all eliminated in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the trial of myriad races, various races stood guard, awaiting the outcome. However, just half an hour into the trial, a team had already been eliminated. A dozen beams of light appeared, and when the powerful beings of various races discerned the situation, they fell into silence. 15 void creatures. They saw 15 void creatures cursing the team that had just eliminated them, with Lin Bei among them. Were it not for Lin Bei's Bichuan flute, they would never have been exposed. This would have significantly enhanced their success rate. Yet, as they continued to curse, they seemed to realize something was amiss. Why was it so quiet here? The void creatures scanned their surroundings, only to discover that 100 demigod-level powerful beings for various races had encircled them. They were no longer the same as when they had entered. They now appeared in their true forms as void creatures. Their void aura had been unveiled, making it evident even to newly awakened beings that these were indeed void creatures. Let alone the demigods who had encountered the void cult before. In that moment, the surrounding air fell into silence, with even the sound of heartbeats echoing clearly. The demigods had not anticipated the void cult to be so malicious. Targeting their new generation, it was utterly despicable. This enmity could not be overlooked. Though the reason for the collective transportation of the void creatures remained unclear, it did not hinder their resolve to suppress these 15 void entities on the spot. With 100 demigod-level beings pitted against only 15 fourth-tier void creatures, the outcome was undeniably predetermined. At this moment, the hearts of the 15 void creatures were in turmoil. Password. Anyone among the gathered could subdue them with ease. How could they possess the audacity to be simultaneously suppressed by 100? After successfully subduing the 15 void creatures, the assembled demigods began discussing their next course of action. The half-dragon demigod from the Western dragon race, smoke billowing from its nostrils, was the first to speak. Once again, this wretched lot. 15 seeds lost. There are certainly more among them. What measures can we employ to track down those vermin? Confronted by the enigmatic beings of the void, they found themselves lacking effective means of pursuit. After all, only divine power could manifest the elusive entities of the void cult. Among the demigod-level beings, it was only during the fleeting days leading to their transformation into deities that one could accurately force these void creatures into the open, provided they wielded the power of laws. Regrettably, the world was vast, and those who could ascend to divinity were few and far between. These beings, devious as they were, possessed formidable escape abilities, while artifacts could be employed. Such divine instruments were treasures of nations, symbols of a race's destiny, and thus not easily summoned. Consequently, even now, they were left with scant options to confront the void cult, their only recourse being to track the residual auras left behind after the malevolent acts of these entities. This method proved to be the most effective available. A gathering of demigod-level beings engaged in discussion. Xin Yuan Fenghua contemplated deeply. He suspected that the emergence of these void creatures was somehow connected to Lin Bei and his companions. Once Lin Bei and his group reemerged, he might inquire about the matter to unravel the mystery. Within the instance, all the void creatures were swiftly eliminated, leaving only the remaining races, who remained vigilant against their surroundings. Although the void entities were their primary targets, their ultimate aim was to secure first place in the trial of myriad races. Apart from their teammates, everyone else in proximity was an adversary. However, at that moment, they all harbored significant apprehension towards one particular team, Lin Bei's explosive squad. More specifically, they feared the dragon-formed Long Xingyao. At this juncture, Long Xingyao had transformed into a majestic white dragon adorned with dual wings, inadvertently exuding a draconic majesty that left the 5 dragon kin, as well as those with draconic bloodlines, in profound awe. Why was the bloodline of this Eastern dragon so remarkably potent, although she exhibited only partial ancestral traits? The aura she emanated rivaled that of a purebred Eastern dragon. Unbeknownst to them, Long Xingyao had absorbed not merely the blood of an ordinary divine dragon, but that of the Yinglong, a lineage imbued with the power of creation and a participant in the construction of order. Were it any other dragon, they would have been unable to absorb the blood of the Yinglong at such a low level. Even ordinary blood would pose a challenge. Yet, as a rumored descendant of the Yinglong, it was only natural for Long Xingyao to grow stronger by absorbing her ancestral bloodline. Just moments ago, she had single-handedly vanquished a level 32 void creature, thanks to the skill enhancements provided by Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao. The void creature had barely registered her presence before Long Xingyao pierced its heart with her dragon claws and crushed its skull. Such brutal prowess was enough to instill fear in the hearts of all the assembled races. With such a display of strength, the outcome was inevitable. She became a prime target for elimination. In unison, the various racial teams launched their assaults, prioritizing the removal of their source of damage output. They recognized that Long Xingyao was the core of their team. If the core were eliminated, what would they use to mount an offense? Rely on two mere support characters with limited abilities. As the teams directed their attacks towards Long Xingyao, who circled high above, Lin Bei's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was precisely the moment he had been awaiting. Thorned armor. The thorned armor was instantly bestowed upon Long Xingyao, granting her an extraordinary damage mitigation capacity. Among these teams, some could amplify final damage while others could reduce damage taken. Yet, ultimately, Long Xingyao maintained an impressive 80% damage reduction. All attacks directed at her were first processed by her genuine shield. After the calculations were complete, the damage was reflected back to the attacking teams at a staggering 160%. Level 26 skill of true damage. In an instant, a flurry of white text appeared, accompanied by cries of despair. That moment, they were all bewildered. Was this still a human? Their 30-plus teams, comprising over 100 individuals, combined their efforts, yet they could inflict not even the slightest scratch on her. All damage was entirely absorbed by her shield. Not only was damage absorbed, but it was also rebounded in the form of percentage true damage. For every 10,000 damage dealt, they received back 15,000 in return. How could they endure such a situation? Especially for those with lower health pools but higher attack power. The damage they unleashed was, astonishingly, twice their health. Only those who could activate death immune skills or had resurrection abilities could hope to survive the onslaught. As for the explosive damage dealt by the magical core, others were outright eliminated on the spot. What on earth was happening with this human? Why was it that our attacks inflicted no damage upon her? Yet we suffered losses? They were cheating. I demand a thorough investigation of the Order's system. In no time, the members of the various racial teams began to harbor thoughts of retreat. This was absurd. One strike from them resulted in their own ruin. How could they fight? They were absolutely cheating. Their shield boasted 1,000,000 points of value. At that moment, a member of the Dyn race, after surveying Long Xingyao's condition, instinctively shouted out that a profound silence enveloped the arena. A shield with 1,000,000 points? And a genuine shield at that. Were they serious? Was this not a case of cheating? 1,000,000 points already possessed the strength of the 5th tier. That it was no jest to challenge the 5th tier while in the 3rd tier. They could claim to defy the 4th tier while in the 3rd. But to challenge the 5th tier from a 4th was an entirely different matter. Now, the shield on Long Xingyao, in sheer numerical value, rivaled that of the 5th tier. How could they possibly contend with that? Thoughts of retreat surged forth. They had to escape this place. They needn't ponder further. The outcome of this trial of myriad races was already sealed. How could they confront a genuine shield of the 5th tier? Even the proud and powerful dragon and titan races found themselves compelled to withdraw. They were proud and formidable, but not foolish. When faced with an invincible foe, why remain? To throw away their lives. Retreat. It was unclear who shouted this, but soon all teams began to flee in a frenzy. However, due to the spatial lockdown, they could only employ skills other than spatial ones. They fled without a fight, taking with them whatever they could salvage. Wang Chongyang was immediately displeased that he and Shang Wanhua had yet to showcase their strength. Everything had been executed by Lin Bei, Lin Miao Miao, and Long Xingyao. While he was more than willing to cling to Lin Bei's coattails, he also yearned to make a mark. No matter. They could not escape. As they attempted to flee, Lin Bei had already marked them, and no matter where they went, they could not escape his grasp. Star Shift. Star Shift LV.26. Purple consumes 1,000 points of energy to mark one or multiple targets and transfer them to a location within his perception, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Entry 1. Drastically reduces mental energy consumption. Entry 2. Allows marked targets to be immobilized for 3 seconds after transfer while granting a 10-meter blink capability. Entry 3. Grants the user 3 seconds of immunity after transfer. The entire explosive squad vanished from their original spot. At that moment, Among the dragon race, when someone shouted to flee, they scattered in all directions. Particularly the dragon race, they realized they had never flown so quickly in their lives. Did we escape? One of the blue dragons asked. Catching his breath. Although the space was sealed, they could flap their wings and utilize dragon language magic to fly away from this cursed place. They couldn't win. The outcome of the competition was already determined. They could only strive for a better ranking. Moreover, this competition would last 3 days, ample time for them to seek out the resources cast by various deities within the trial of myriad races. With a bit of luck, they might even acquire powerful inheritances or divine artifacts, or perhaps formidable skills. As for materials, aside from a few rare ones, which of those who could participate in the trial lacked resources? They were all the strongest teams of awakened newcomers from their respective races and would certainly not be short on resources to enhance their strength. Should be long gone by now, remarked a relatively smaller black dragon. Exhaling foul mist, that was truly terrifying. Thankfully, our dragon race possesses formidable physicality, resulting in higher health than other races. Otherwise, the damage from earlier would have left us severely wounded. Why are we fleeing? Can't we confront them directly? At this moment, the wise-eyed white dragon inquired with a hint of confusion. His left pupil shifted to the right, while his right pupil veered to the left, presenting a rather comical cross-eyed appearance. Occasionally, his tongue flicked out, exuding waves of chilling air. The other 4 dragons fell silent. Although the dragon clan was formidable and possessed powerful physiques, the white dragon was indeed an oddity, lacking significant intelligence. One might categorize him as a dragon beast, yet he could communicate and bore the lineage of dragons. Conversely, when regarded as a proper dragon, he often engaged in actions that left the others dumbfounded. At times, they even questioned whether the coldness within him had frozen his brain. Just then, the space above the 5 great dragons began to tremble, and in the next moment, Lin Bei's explosive team arrived. Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings, and upon realizing that only the dragon clan was present, felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared that they were the only ones here. Thus, he addressed them, requesting their departure. Subsequently, Lin Bei stepped back, allowing Wang Chongyang, Shang Wanhua, and Long Xingyao to advance. Wang Chongyang cracked his knuckles, reflecting on how the dragon clan had previously been quite arrogant, yet now found themselves in such a disarray, which hardly befitted their dragon identity. Nevertheless, 8 or 9 mystical arts, battle god techniques. Wang Chongyang grinned, and in an instant his figure vanished. The next moment, the law of heaven and earth was activated, and a 3-meter giant wielding a 3-pronged, double-edged blade descended. With a leap into the air, soaring hundreds of meters high, the blade erupted with blue lightning, crashing down heavily under Wang Chongyang's swing. While the 5 dragons attempted to flee, the other 4 managed to escape. But the black dragon was ensnared in place. It turned out that Lin Bei had employed a binding skill, rendering it immobile. Unable to move, it could only brace itself against Wang Chongyang's formidable strike. However, a red-quality semi-artifact was hardly something one could easily withstand. The black dragon's claws were brutally cleaved in half, and even the scales on its chest were forcefully shattered, had its head not dodged early. That strike would have split it open as well. 66666, a white number indicating real damage appeared. The first strike merely inflicted damage by severing the claws, while the second strike struck at its vital points, causing explosive damage. The 3-pronged, double-edged blade cleaved through the black dragon's chest, devastating its heart. At that moment, bolstered by the power of truth and various buffs, alongside the might of the semi-artifact, the black dragon's survival was a testament to its profession's strength and robust physique. Such thick blood. Observing the black dragon with just over half its health remaining, Wang Chongyang wasted no time, swiftly thrusting the 3-pronged, double-edged blade upward. Secondary damage. 5211, 4 letting out a reluctant roar. The black dragon was utterly vanquished, its massive form dissipating and sent out of the instance in the air. The remaining 4 dragons that had successfully fled bore expressions akin to having ingested something distasteful. They had not anticipated that Lin Bei would choose to turn against them first. Human, spare us. You can gain the friendship of the dragon clan. They knew they stood no chance in a fight, had they not seen the 3-meter energy giant among them so easily slay The Black Dragon? Although the Black Dragon was not the strongest among them, ranking fourth, even the Red Dragon would require a bit of time to eliminate it. Yet this Black Dragon was dispatched by Wang Chongyang in just 3 strikes. With such output, coupled with that enigmatic supportive ability, it was akin to cheating. How could they possibly contend? They had no choice but to play the emotional card. Lin Bei quietly inquired of Long Xingyao. Xingyao, how do the Western Dragon clans perceive us humans? Long Xingyao pondered briefly and replied, it seems they look down on humans. Even we, the Blue Star human race, are beneath their contempt. The Dragon clan is exceedingly proud, believing themselves to be the apex predators of the food chain. Humans, while some individuals are strong, the overall numbers are simply too weak. They cannot be compared to dragons at all. Thus, between the Dragon clan and our Blue Star human race, there is little to no camaraderie, let alone with humans from other realms. If they scorn us, how could they possibly regard others? Lin Bei contemplated this, then turned to Shang Wanhua. Shang Wanhua, I leave the next steps to you. Power of Truth activated. Silence. Binding. Multiple releases triggered. The 4 dragons were forcibly teleported before Lin Bei and his companions, and Shang Wanhua's expression lit up with excitement. This was his chance to shine. He began to lick his lips, invoking the skills he had recently mastered. Gather Fire, Hellfire, 6 Ding Divine Fire, True Fire of Samadhi. At this moment, Shang Wanhua had gathered 3 types of flames, coalescing them into a colossal golden-red fireball. Using his mental energy as a conduit, the 4 dragons could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within this fireball. Should it strike, it would spell doom for them. They couldn't withstand it. No, human, spare us. We, the Dragon clan, truly wish to befriend you. The Red Dragon had lost its pride as a member of the Dragon race. This was the trial of 10,000 races, and they had only just entered, yet now faced elimination. What a tremendous disgrace. Moreover, if they were to be eliminated, they would be the first team to be completely wiped out. The Dragon clan's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Unfortunately, Lin Bei and Shang Wanhua paid no heed to their pleas. While the Dragon clan was indeed powerful, friendship was not a necessity. Just as there were other human races beyond Blue Star, the proud dragons from the Dragon realm were not seeking companionship. They were merely responding to the present circumstances. 3 flames. Gather at the pinnacle. I'm smashing down. Shang Wanhua controlled the massive fireball formed from the 3 flames and hurled it towards the remaining 4 dragons. The dragons attempted to activate their skills for defense. However, Lin Bei's silent skill was still in effect, leaving them feeling stifled and unable to mobilize their abilities. This meant they could only rely on their physical forms to withstand the impending strike. Minus 122,255 minus 152,235 minus 105,556 minus 99,831. 4 instances of real damage appeared. Except for the Red Dragon, which had a higher fire resistance due to its fire attribute, the other 3 dragons were utterly defenseless. Their health completely depleted, turning into charred dragon corpses that vanished within the instance. The Red Dragon, now with only half its health remaining, could no longer stir up any significant trouble. After the strike, Shang Wanhua gasped for breath. Clearly, this ultimate attack formed from the 3 flames was somewhat taxing on him. Nevertheless, the damage unleashed was overwhelmingly potent. Among dragons of the same tier, their robust physiques and high health resistance were notable. Yet apart from the Red Dragon, the other 3 had been eliminated in an instant. Just as Shang Wanhua intended to continue his assault on the Red Dragon, he noticed Wang Chongyang racing forward, wielding his 3-pronged, double-edged blade, shouting, "Spare the dragon!" Shang Wanhua paused, evidently confused by Wang Chongyang's intent. The Red Dragon, hearing this, felt a surge of hope. Was this a sign that it would be spared? Indeed, the human race still sought the friendship of the Dragon clan. If it could survive, it resolved to cultivate a close friendship with Wang Chongyang. If not for him, that vicious human would likely have dealt a fatal blow, as Wang Chongyang saw that Shang Wanhua had truly hesitated to strike again. He quickened his pace toward the Red Dragon. However, before the Red Dragon could rejoice in its narrow escape, Wang Chongyang gleefully declared, "This dragon head is mine to claim." The Red Dragon. Huh. Before it could react, Wang Chongyang leaped into the air, executing a thunderous crescent strike directly towards the Red Dragon. Boom! Thunder erupted from the three-pronged, double-edged blade, crashing down precisely upon the red dragon's neck. Its head was severed cleanly. -100106. The health bar was abruptly reduced to 0, and the red dragon, until its last breath, could hardly fathom that it was spared by Shang Wanhua only to serve as a mere tally for Wang Chongyang's kills. The bewildered and incredulous head of the red dragon was severed, its massive visage landing on the ground, eyes wide open in a lifeless stare directed at Wang Chongyang. Moments later, the corpse dissipated, banished from the instance. Shang Wanhua silently observed all that Wang Chongyang had accomplished, feeling inexplicably that this individual before him was somewhat contemptible. Was a mere head count truly of such paramount importance? In the external world, within the myriad realms trial instance, after a host of demigod powers had forcefully subdued the 15 void creatures, a figure soon appeared before them. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the assembled demigods wore expressions of disbelief. Setting aside the 15 void creatures and a few lesser beings, it was astonishing that the dragonkin from the dragon world would be the first powerful race to be eliminated. It was akin to a small knife unveiling a hidden gem. A revelation indeed. Among the demigods, one belonging to the western dragon world soared forth. Its colossal form, towering 1,000 meters high, resembled a great mountain, seemingly ready to crash down at any moment. Azade, what on earth is happening? Just moments ago, he was provoking the Titan race's demigod, and now, before he could utter another word, his own kin had been eliminated. In his view, among the various races, only a handful of formidable ones possessed the capability to oust them. However, such eliminations would typically demand a hefty price. Thus, it was generally expected that the final showdown would transpire only on the last day. Yet, with the black dragon being prematurely eliminated, the fury of this dragon demigod was palpable. This meant their dragonkin had lost not only a chance to explore resources, but also the opportunity to claim victory in the Myriad Realms trial. As if sensing the wrath of the demigod dragon, a Titan demigod stepped forward as well. Standing over 900 meters tall, it could easily be likened to a small mountain. Thankfully, the battlefield of myriad races was vast, and the ground sturdy enough to accommodate their presence. Otherwise, it would have been quite impossible. Gilite, why such rage? The myriad races trial unfolds as it does. Do you not accept the outcome? The demigod dragon snorted, clearly incensed. However, this was not a place for conflict. Otherwise, they would face retribution from other demigod powers. Although they were indeed formidable, standing among the top tier of these 100 demigods, they could not withstand the collective assault of the other 99. Not to mention, there were several among them that matched his prowess. Azate, speak quickly. How were you eliminated? The black dragon was still reeling from the fear of being slain by Wang Chongyang. Upon hearing the voice of the demigod dragon, he snapped back to attention, but before he could respond, 3 figures materialized in the air. The collective of demigods erupted into laughter. Another from the dragonkin. Aside from the red dragon, this implied that the other 4 dragons had already been eliminated. The sight only fueled the fury of the demigod dragon further. Was there a race conspiring against them? The dragonkin? Elders is the human race. It was the humans who orchestrated our downfall. The black dragon felt a surge of dread as he recalled how he could have evaded, only to be confronted by the explosive team that appeared out of nowhere. He instinctively touched his chest, recalling how Wang Chongyang had eviscerated him moments prior. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Fengbo, who had been spectating, was taken aback by these revelations. What does this have to do with our human race? Human race? The demigod dragon narrowed its eyes, fixing its gaze upon Xianyuan Fengbo. Human race. I require an explanation. The tone was firm, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Yet it was evident that the dragon was currently overwhelmed by rage. Though Xianyuan Fengbo was unaware of the unfolding events, he retorted, "You, great lizard, think you could demand an explanation from us?" As he spoke, he pretended to dig in his ear, seemingly extracting earwax, which he flicked in the direction of the demigod dragon. However, the act lacked any significant impact, serving merely as an insult. The demigod dragon, a member of the red dragon tribe, was already known for its volatile temperament, and now it was enveloped in layers of golden flames. Appearing poised to erupt at any moment, are you preparing to strike? Xin Yuan Fenghua would not indulge the demigod dragon. He conjured a golden quality halberd, summoning azure armor to envelop his demigod form, his gaze icy. Demeanor calm, yet imposing, he had shed the earlier nonchalance, now embodying the dignified general of Longxia Kingdom. Although his aura did not surpass that of the demigod dragon, this was Blue Star. The battlefield of myriad races lay in the southern continent of Blue Star, where the human race could swiftly come to their aid should conflict arise. The demigod dragon, at level 95, was indeed stronger than Xin Yuan Fenghua's level 92, yet the presence of numerous humans leveled the odds. They stood in a tense standoff, the demigod dragon seething with rage. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not resort to violence. Such a prohibition had been established by the divine entities above. Even they could not contravene this decree. For to do so would invoke the ire of the celestial beings. In simpler terms, they could not engage in skirmishes among themselves, let alone against their elders. Human, you have guts. I shall remember you. The demigod dragon inhaled deeply, striving to temper its fury. With the red dragon still within, as long as it survived, it could still seize opportunities for fortune, albeit limited. Yet before the demigod dragon could exhale in relief, the figure of the red dragon materialized before the gathered demigods, and the four younger dragons bore expressions of confirmation upon seeing it. Against such overwhelming power, escaping was indeed a rarity. Simultaneously, following the elimination of the dragonkin from the trial, in the unseen realm of fate where the essence of fortune resided, it was intangible yet undeniably real. The fortune of the human race manifested as a giant, accompanied by a golden dragon formed from fortune, which surged forth to rend the dragonkin's fortune. In an instant, the dragon representing the dragonkin's fortune was severed, emitting a pained roar before vanishing. With this severance, the human race's fortune surged by 1%. In the Blue Star realm, all inhabitants felt a sudden flash of enlightenment, realizing that many previously insurmountable obstacles had now been overcome. However, at the battlefield of myriad races, the moment the red dragon was eliminated, the demigod dragon was utterly livid. The entirety of the Western Dragon World's dragons had been eliminated, and not on the last day, but on the very first day, in less than an hour since the commencement. How could he endure this? The other race's demigods looked on with amusement that it was unexpected that the human race, in this instance, would prove so formidable, swiftly ousting even the mightily powerful dragonkin. No, they soon realized the implications. Did this not suggest that the human race could seize the opportunity to claim first place in the Myriad Realms trial? Though they prided themselves on not being inferior to the Western dragons, that was merely a self-serving belief. Had they not witnessed the dragonkin's swift elimination? What on earth is happening? Now that elimination had become an established fact, there was no turning back. The demigod dragon glared at the red dragon, demanding to know why they had been so quickly vanquished by the humans. The red dragon's eyes still shimmered with disbelief. It had not occurred to him that Wang Chongyang had spared his life only to personally deliver the fatal blow. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Upon hearing the demigod dragon's inquiry, the red dragon recounted the entire sequence of events. Yet, as he spoke, various racial teams continued to be ousted. The likes of the Snowman tribe and the Azure Wolf tribe, all marked by Lin Bei, were systematically eliminated. Observing their own teams being ousted, the demigod from the eliminated faction could no longer contain himself. You were all eliminated by the human race? One of the demigod goblins looked down at his weeping companion, clutching his leg. Indeed, Elder, the human race is terrifying. They are as though they are under some enchantment, especially that shield they possess, which astonishingly boasts a value exceeding 1,000,000, and it is indeed a genuine shield. Having been semi-gaming for several centuries, they are naturally well-versed in gaming terminology. Thus, upon hearing about the real shield with a value in the millions, all the demigods of various races present were left in utter shock. If memory serves them correctly, those little human beings only possess a mere third-tier strength, right? A third-tier strength with a fifth-tier shield, and a genuine one at that. Surely this must be a joke. At this moment, one of the elven demigods, who had a relatively good rapport with the human race, curiously approached Xin Yuan Fenghua. Xin Yuan Fenghua, are all the awakened ones of your human generation this monstrous? A value in the millions appears, as if it were nothing, truly offering no face at all. Especially upon hearing that after striking the shield, there is not only a significant damage immunity, but also a 160 counter damage. And that it is real damage. Is this not akin to discovering a glitch in the game and exploiting it mercilessly? Xin Yuan Fengbo cast a sidelong glance at the elven demigod. Unsurprisingly, the monstrous reference made by the elven demigod undoubtedly pointed to Lin Bei alone. Others, even Long Xingyao, merely stood proud among the crowd, yet could not achieve the feat of facing 30 or more teams simultaneously. It is only with the absurdly monstrous assistance of Lin Bei, the benevolent one, that such a feat can be accomplished. One cannot help but wonder what exactly is going on with the Lin family. Their luck seems to rise like smoke from a freshly lit grave. It is not just a fluke, but rather a singular instance. The elven race has maintained a relatively amicable relationship with the human race, particularly with the Lin family. A singular instance. The elven demigod's eyes sparkled, clearly eager to inquire how Xin Yuan Fengbo and his companions achieved such a feat for the sake of this trial of the myriad races. They had concentrated their resources to cultivate a single team, allowing them to utilize skill-enhancing stones during the novice dungeon to build a reputation and secure a place in this trial. Yet none had managed to reach the level of the humans, who could achieve the remarkable feat of defeating 34 teams. Only the humans could. Don't look at me. I have no idea how he accomplished it. Xin Yuan Fengbo felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. He was already numb to the situation. The demigods from the eliminated teams were glaring at Xin Yuan Fengbo with murderous intent. This was an opportunity bestowed by the gods, and there was even a chance to find a path to divinity within. Yet within less than an hour, they had been successively eliminated. How could they not feel a desire for vengeance when they hadn't even begun to seek opportunities before being cast out? Xin Yuan Fengbo felt helpless. All he could do was pray that Lin Bei, this little killing god, would exercise restraint and give the other races a chance, rather than eliminating them upon sight. Though there are rules preventing them from engaging in combat within the battlefield of races. Who could guarantee that these individuals wouldn't act out of indignation and directly attack them? As time passed, more and more teams were eliminated, all at the hands of the humans. The atmosphere within the battlefield of races grew tense, with the demigods of the eliminated teams turning their collective gaze upon Xin Yuan Fengbo. If looks could kill, it could be said without hesitation that Xin Yuan Fengbo had been metaphorically flayed countless times. Faced with these murderous stares, Xin Yuan Fengbo felt a deep sense of frustration. Wasn't he the Lin family, known for fostering good relations? How would they navigate this situation now, within the trial of the myriad races? The members of the Zhatian team utilized their skills to arrive at the last marked team. Prior to their arrival, 33 teams had already been eliminated. This now represented the final team. Among the Titans, a fiery giant whose entire being radiated flames felt an inner tremor. Here they come. The killing god has arrived. Within the trial of the myriad races, once a team is eliminated, a notification sound would ring out. This served to warn others of the strength of certain teams, allowing weaker races the chance to prepare to contend with the mightier ones. Thus, upon hearing that the human team had managed to eliminate 33 teams in the span of less than an hour, the hearts of the Titans grew cold. You understand the feeling when the countdown reaches the moment a team disappears. After each team is eliminated, they are left in dread that their turn will be next. They are acutely aware that all the races present ultimately cannot escape the fate of being eliminated by the humans. Now, seeing Lin Bei appear before them, their anxieties were finally laid to rest. The 30-meter-tall Titans huddled together, cautiously watching Lin Bei's group in the sky, prepared to strike at any moment. Witnessing this, Wang Chongyang could not help but chuckle. He anticipated that these previously arrogant Titans would be so filled with fear. Humans, you are so brazen. Do you not fear that we other races will unite against you? A Titan, emanating blue flames, cried out in despair. His skin, as hard as marble, began to grind together in anxiety and fear, causing small stones to fall away. Shang Wanhua fell silent upon hearing this. The others did as well, with the exception of Lin Bei. Captain Lin, are we perhaps being a bit too arrogant? Shang Wanhua unusually reflected upon his actions. After all, It was rare for his fiery temper to prompt such self-assessment. Indeed, it seems a bit presumptuous. Will we be targeted by other races once we leave? Although Wang Chongyang's family was merely a clan from Jiangchen, they had at least gathered some understanding of the myriad races, while the human race serves as a hub among them, boasting considerable strength as one of the mightiest races. If they were to be collectively targeted by other races, they would likely find themselves in a precarious position. Following Lin Bei to eliminate their foes had indeed been exhilarating, but upon reflection, they realized they had unknowingly eliminated over 30 teams in the span of just over an hour since entering the trial. During that time, they had been fleeing the entire time, leaving no opportunity to seek out fortunes or resources. This was tantamount to indirectly offending those 30-plus races. Brother, we might indeed be a bit too arrogant. Haha. Lin Miao Miao felt exhilarated just moments ago, but who would bear the consequences of their actions? After all, they represented the human race, and their frequent eliminations of other races could easily lead to suspicions of their intent to dominate. Long Xingyao wished to voice her thoughts, but refrained, as she observed that Lin Bei appeared to be strategizing, showing no signs of recklessness. It is worth noting that she had personally investigated Lin Bei's background. He was known for forming amicable bonds and would hardly engage in actions that would offend others. Rest assured, I've already devised a plan to address the situation, so there is no need for concern. Lin Bei waved his hand in response. Although the others were puzzled by his words, they chose not to press further. Based on their understanding of Lin Bei, he would not embark on actions without assurance. Due to the actions of Lin Bei and his companions, the fortunes of the human race from Blue Star had reached an unprecedented level of power, absorbing the fortunes of 33 races. Although it only constituted 1% of their own, had accumulated to transform the fortunes of the Blue Star humans into a formidable entity. The growth of fortune would yield a greater number of individuals awakening to powerful professions and skills. Those trapped at a bottleneck would become increasingly rare, and breakthroughs in research would also be achieved. This truly could lead to a situation where everyone could flourish. So, shall we proceed to eliminate them? Indeed, we must take action on that day. Lin Bei had personally inquired with the national leader regarding the trial of the myriad races. Long Batian had not concealed the true purpose of the trial from Lin Bei, revealing that it was an opportunity to rapidly enhance the fortunes of the human race. This was a chance not to be missed. Thus, even if they offended others in the short term, it mattered little, as Lin Bei had his methods to deal with it, leaving him unperturbed. So, let us proceed. It is better to eliminate them. There is no other choice. Lin Bei is the captain, and we must adhere to his wishes. Moreover, Lin Bei has never been known to commit foolish acts. Although the rationale behind his decisions remains unclear, it undoubtedly stems from his own considerations. The 5 Titans, upon witnessing the situation, felt a chill in their hearts. No, they truly intend to engage in battle. How dare they? Do they not fear that once they step outside, they will face a coalition of other races against the human race? Charge! Even if we are eliminated. We must ensure that these humans understand that the Titan race cannot be insulted. Thus, they erupted in power, unleashing their utmost strength as they charged towards Lin Bei and his companions, embodying the valiant spirit of those willing to face death in battle against the Dark Overlord. Seeing that the Titans not only refused to surrender, but were also advancing towards them, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by the courage displayed by these Titans. Group shield technique. Power of truth. Lin Miao Miao began to grant enhancements to her companions while simultaneously attempting to utilize her new skill, Fated Union. Fated Union LV.1. Purple releases the power of fate, coalescing into chains. Effect 1. Consumes 1,000 energy to cast a fate lock on 2 selected targets, causing mutual attraction between them. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Effect 2. Consumes 1,000 energy to cast a disdain lock on 2 selected targets, inducing mutual aversion. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Attribute 1. All effects are significantly enhanced. Attribute 2. Target struck will experience a brief period of confusion lasting 3 seconds. Attribute 3. Targets afflicted by the disdain lock will be unable to use skills for 3 seconds. Fated Union is a new skill that Lin Miao Miao acquired from the Southern Heaven Gate instance, but she had never had the chance to use it, as those races were mostly dealt with by Wang Chongyang, Sheng Wanhua, and Long Xingyao. Lin Bei could at least provide assistance by bestowing powerful buffs upon them, occasionally using his skills to pursue targets. However, she could only stay close to Lin Bei, at most casting a core enhancement buff, while the rest of the time, she acted as a bystander. Now that she saw the Titans not only refusing to surrender, but also charging towards them, it presented a perfect opportunity for her to experiment with her skill. Quick, I must test the effects of my new skill. Lin Miao had long wished to use Fated Union, but had been searching for the right moment. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, she could not let it slip away. The others did not stop her. With Lin Bei's group shield technique in place, it was nearly impossible for the Titans to inflict any damage upon them. The Titans charging forward were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting that among the five, the one who stood at a mere 1.5 meters tall, the shortest among humans, would step forward to confront them. However, this only solidified their belief that the humans were mocking them, sending forth a diminutive figure rather than their more formidable classes. This made the Titans feel a deep sense of humiliation. Before they could roar in anger, Lin Miao released 2 pink chains from her hands. The chains slithered like pink serpents, swiftly targeting the Flame Titan and the Blue Flame Titan. The Flame Titan attempted to shatter the chain with a powerful slap. But to his astonishment, the chain reformed at the moment it was struck, binding him to the Blue Flame Titan. Success! Suddenly, the 2 giants found themselves immobilized, their thoughts becoming disoriented. The other 3 Titans were equally stunned. Had they truly been controlled? This little figure possessed such formidable control skills. Soon, after 3 seconds had passed, the Blue Flame Titan and the Flame Titan checked their status bars, only to find no negative debuffs. If there was anything, it was merely the confusion displayed during the prior chaos. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether the previous effect was solely meant to induce confusion, that if that were the case, why not allow her to act alone? Though the Flame Titan and the Blue Flame Titan were puzzled by Lin Miao's actions, they found no better explanation, as their status bars showed no additional negative debuffs. At that moment, the neighboring Mountain Titan and Climbing Titan became ensnared by black chains, binding them together while simultaneously plunging them into a state of confusion, rendering them unable to use their skills. When they regained their senses, they looked at Lin Miao with a hint of fear. How could she possess such powerful control skills? These humans were indeed monstrous. The Cloud Titan silently observed as his companions fell victim to the chains, feeling somewhat humiliated to be the only one unaffected. Did they look down upon him, the Cloud Titan? With this thought, he became agitated and roared, springing into action, clenching his fists high above his head. He performed a super jump, channeling his strength into a hammer-like strike aimed at Lin Bei and his group. Wang Chongyang, witnessing this, stepped forward alone as the front line of the team. His role was to protect his companions from harm. Heaven and earth unite. Sun and moon shine together. A 3-meter-tall energy form materialized, wielding a trident blade to intercept the Cloud Titan's devastating descent. Boom! The terrifying impact from above generated a shocking sound wave. Yet, unfortunately, the sound wave, when it struck Lin Bei and his group, caused no harm whatsoever. Even lower-tier creatures might suffer grievous injuries from such a sound wave, but everyone present was of a higher tier, and thus remained unaffected. After successfully blocking the attack, Wang Chongyang exerted his strength and managed to lift the massive Cloud Titan, sending him soaring through the air. What kind of strength was required for that? The Cloud Titan pondered in disbelief. Behind him, Sheng Wanhua and Long Xingyao did not hesitate and unleashed their skills to strike at the remaining 4 Titans. Long Xingyao transformed into a white dragon with wings, fiercely breaking through the Blue Flame Titan's defenses and extracting its core, the Heart of Fire. Once destroyed, the Blue Flame Titan would meet its demise. With a slight exertion, the core was obliterated, releasing a final anguished roar as its blue flames extinguished, leaving behind only charred remnants. Upon witnessing this, the Flame Titan felt an inexplicable sensation of heartache, akin to a pang of anguish. How could this be? Why did he feel such a heart-wrenching pain? As he beheld the Blue Flame Titan perish before him, he knelt in disbelief, reaching out in a desperate attempt to grasp the remnants of his fallen comrade, emitting a furious roar directed at Long Xingyao. Long Xingyao was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of the Flame Titan's gaze. Why did it seem as though she had killed his wife? Moreover, wasn't the Blue Flame Titan male? Could there have been a deeper bond between them? However, despite these thoughts, as the Flame Titan charged towards her without surrendering, she struck again. With a swift claw, she extracted the heart of fire from the Flame Titan as well. With a single squeeze, the heart shattered, causing the Flame Titan to kneel, his flames rapidly dissipating. Yet miraculously, he managed to forcefully gather his will, step by step approaching the remnants of the Blue Flame Titan. Grasping a fragment, he could no longer hold on, and his flames extinguished, merging with the remains of the Blue Flame Titan. The Titan race is rather peculiar. They can abandon their physical forms at will. By placing their core upon an appropriate mountain or stone, they can restore their bodies. Long Xingyao observed this scene in silence, feeling as though she had ruthlessly slaughtered an entire family. Meanwhile, Shangguan Hua gathered 3 flames, consolidating them into a singular force. Even the Red Dragon, known for its explosive fire resistance, could not withstand the might of his concentrated flames, let alone these 2 titans, who were almost entirely devoid of fire resistance. The climbing titan, witnessing the colossal fireball descending, cast a glance at the mountain titan beside him. Uncertain why, he felt a twinge of annoyance towards this individual. Subsequently, a memory of the mountain titan's earlier arrogance surfaced in his mind. Unbidden, he activated a skill to force the mountain titan in front of him. Mountain titan? Not me, buddy, boom! As the fireball descended, the colossal form of the mountain giant was instantly incinerated, even the heart of earth within it dissipating on the spot. The residual force indeed inflicted some damage upon the rock-climbing giant, yet was trivial at best, comparable merely to a superficial wound on a human, but a mere -6666, a 4-digit figure, stood in stark contrast to his 6-digit health. Was it anything less than a superficial injury? Shangguan Hua was evidently taken aback by this scene, never having anticipated that the rock-climbing giant would use the mountain giant as a shield. Were these 2 giants in the midst of conflict? Despite his confusion, just as he prepared to take action, a dragon's claw suddenly pierced through the chest of the rock-climbing giant, gripping the heart of stone firmly within its grasp. It was Long Xingyao. After dispatching the flame giant and the blue flame giant, she made her way directly towards Shangguan Hua. With a swift strike of the dragon claw, she successfully extracted the heart of stone from the rock-climbing giant. The rock-climbing giant turned in disbelief, and with a forceful squeeze from Long Xingyao, the heart of stone shattered, causing the rock-climbing giant to disintegrate into fragments. That moment, only the cloud giant remained, engaged in an intense exchange with Wang Chongyang. Wang Chongyang lacked any formidable offensive skills, relying solely on the skill of law of heaven and earth to augment his own abilities. Yet, this was the extent of his prowess. Thus, for a time, they appeared evenly matched from a distance. However, this so-called balance pertained solely to strength. The health of the cloud giant plummeted rapidly, while Wang Chongyang's health remained steadfast, undeterred. The health bar was visible, yet a thin shield seemed impervious, resolutely safeguarding Wang Chongyang's vitality. Ultimately, after a grueling 300 exchanges, Wang Chongyang inadvertently struck the head of the cloud giant. Within that head lay the heart of clouds. As the heart was destroyed, it let out a roar of defiance before dissipating. The Titan giant clan was utterly annihilated. In the unseen realm of fate, the spirit of fortune belonging to humanity re-emerged. Conversely, the spirit of fortune from the Titan giant clan materialized, emitting a howl that seemed to express its discontent towards the human spirit of fortune. However, the human spirit, wielding a sharp sword, slashed at the Titan spirit of fortune, causing the latter's power to merge seamlessly into the human spirit. After this act, the human spirit vanished, leaving behind only the discontented roar of the Titan spirit. Meanwhile, in the external realm of the instance, the Titan clan's team had already been removed from the scenario, transported back to the battlefield of myriad realms. The demigod of the Titan clan, seated nearby, glared at Xianyuan Fengbo upon witnessing the expulsion of his clan. joining the chorus of dissatisfaction that a total of 34 clans had been eliminated, and a third of the clan's teams had been ousted by the humans. Was this not a grave affront? Or perhaps the humans had grown so powerful that they deemed it unnecessary to regard other clans. Although Xianyuan Fengbo maintained a facade of calm, his inner turmoil was palpable. Lin Bei was indeed a troublemaker, having eliminated 34 clans. Could he not exercise a modicum of discretion? At this moment, the expelled flame giant's gaze softened inexplicably upon encountering the blue flame giant, who reciprocated the sentiment, as if the flame giant before them were their fated counterpart. In stark contrast, the rock-climbing giant found himself confronted by the mountain giant, who angrily demanded, "Escalate, why did you use me as a shield against that attack?" With the aid of the demigod Titan, the mountain giant, having regained his form, recalled how the rock-climbing giant had used him as a human shield during the trial of myriad races. His fury was ignited, eclipsing even the feelings of being eliminated. The rock-climbing giant, initially inclined to explain, felt a surge of inexplicable rage upon witnessing the mountain giant's expression. "Why should I explain myself to you?" The demigod Titan, too, felt a flicker of anger. Was it not enough that they were embroiled in such chaos at this juncture? "Enough! Both of you, quiet down!" Simultaneously, the demigod Titan pondered why these two, who had seemingly shared a good rapport since childhood, were suddenly at odds. Had the rock-climbing giant truly betrayed his ally? With the demigod Titan's admonition, neither dared to utter further words. Yet, their inner anger remained unresolved, intensifying instead. The flame giant and the blue flame giant remained silent, simply standing together, though their furtive glances hinted at a deeper connection. The cloud giant, too, refrained from speaking, yet a burgeoning thought emerged. When had humanity become so formidable? His resolve nearly crumbled. How could this seemingly frail race best him in direct confrontation? Each of the 5 Titan giants harbored their own sentiments. However, this was of little consequence to Lin Bei and his companions within the instance. With 34 clans eliminated, the competition must continue as they sought other teams. They could also scout for opportunities left by the myriad deities during the trial. They had already gathered a considerable amount of legacies from the foreign deities, though regrettably, these legacies held no utility for Lin Bei and his group. In fact, should they attempt to utilize them, they would merely transform into offerings for other races. Nonetheless, they did amass a wealth of scarce resources. Time continued to elapse, and Xianyuan Fengbo's anxiety began to mount. Though the human spirit of fortune was well fed, it seemed they had offended a multitude of clans. 2 days passed, and the number of clans eliminated by humanity had reached 56, out of a total of 77 clans. Humanity had ousted 56. Xianyuan Fengbo, witnessing nearly half of the demigods ready to demand his head, began to pray fervently that Lin Bei and his companions would refrain from further eliminations. Alas, despite Xianyuan Fengbo's fervent supplications, Lin Bei remained unresponsive. Those destined for elimination would meet their fate. Xianyuan, I fear we may no longer be able to maintain order by the time 40 clans have been eliminated. Bei Toad Dragon, the leader of the Dragon Protection Hall from Longsha Kingdom, had arrived in the extreme south continent, standing alongside Xianyuan Fengbo on the battlefield of myriad races. After all, Xianyuan Fengbo had mentioned that their little ones had offended quite a number of clans. Initially, Bei Toad Dragon was somewhat dismissive. How many could it truly be? Humanity was formidable, boasting over 80 demigods. Put bluntly, even if all 99 demigods joined forces, they might not be able to topple humanity. They might even be left behind. However, upon witnessing the explosive might of Lin Bei and his team, he regretted his previous thoughts. Like Xianyuan Fengbo, he too began to pray for Lin Bei to temper his divine powers. "Brother, may I call you brother? Please spare them from further elimination. We are truly at our wits' end. Should we recruit more allies, it was imperative to bring in reinforcements, with dozens of demigods glaring at them. Who could predict if one might act impulsively, inciting others to strike? Though if they did engage, the deities above would likely intervene. Yet every race present had their own deity watching over them if they offended too many deities. Who could say whether their own would prevail? Reinforcements were necessary. Meanwhile, far away in the capital of Longsha Kingdom, the seated Long Batian fell into contemplation upon hearing the news. although he had informed Lin Bei that the trial of myriad races offered the opportunity to become a deity for the victor. Its greater purpose was to absorb the fortunes of other races. However, he had not anticipated Lin Bei's audacity in devouring the fortunes of over 50 clans. Initially, he had thought Lin Bei would only absorb the fortunes of 4 or 5 clans, which would have been manageable. But 50 was excessive. It was not merely 4 or 5. It is unfortunate that he failed to provide a clear explanation to Lin Bei and can only proceed to address the issue. However, if they can endure the challenges ahead, the benefits that humanity stands to gain will be unprecedentedly immense. Not to mention, the emergence of formidable professions in the future, along with individuals possessing extraordinary core skills. And even demigods and deities will undoubtedly increase, such as the advantage of fortuitous fate. Wang Hansheng. After a moment of contemplation, Long Batian quietly uttered a name. In an instant, a figure appeared before Long Batian, exuding the aura of yet another demigod. How many battle dragons are available for deployment within the Battle Dragon Hall? Each battle dragon is a demigod, and having them lend their support would be ideal. Currently, 5 are unoccupied. Very well. You shall lead them to the battlefield of the myriad races and ensure that Lin Bei and his companions are safely escorted out when necessary. Although Wang Hansheng was unaware of the unfolding events, it was evident that whatever transpired had garnered Long Batian's utmost attention, indicating it was indeed a matter of great significance. Typically, mobilizing a single demigod is already a major undertaking, yet now 5, or even more, are being called upon. This clearly demonstrates that the situation at hand has exceeded expectations. As the commander of the Battle Dragon Hall and a subordinate of Long Batian, Wang Hansheng naturally possesses unparalleled strength, having reached the pinnacle of the 99th level. Regrettably, attaining divinity still poses challenges. For instance, the ability to transcend the confines of skill slots and utilize skills for oneself is something beyond the capabilities of ordinary demigods. Achieving such a feat requires extraordinary insight, liberating oneself from the limitations of skill slots, thereby accelerating the path to divinity and grasping the very principles. Although not the most elite among demigods, being close to the divine realm, he is nevertheless formidable at the 99th level and is more than capable of holding his ground. In Lin City, Lin Zhantian gazed at the half-torn sheepskin map in his hand, sighing deeply before ultimately deciding to hand it over to Lin Long. Come forth. Chief, what is your command? Deliver this map to Lin Long and inform him that it is the only opportunity in the past decade to find a passage between the two realms. However, remind him that this dungeon is exceedingly perilous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. He should be well aware of the consequences. Understood, Chief. The trial grounds of the myriad races. After 2 days of exploration, Lin Bei and his companions had amassed a wealth of legacy and resources. Yet, they were puzzled as to why Lin Bei expended effort to acquire these legacies and resources that seemed of little use to them. Was he perhaps planning to sell them to other races once they emerged? Though curious, they refrained from inquiring, trusting that Lin Bei had his own intentions. Meanwhile, other races within the trial ground were equally on edge, fearing that they might be the next to be eliminated. The human race was undeniably formidable. Over the past 2 days, they had already ousted more than 50 races. Such achievements were indeed tangible victories. The remaining teams present had largely abandoned any ambitions for first place. You can take the top spot if you wish. We are merely here to collect some useful legacies and resources. However, aside from them, there were others with nefarious intentions. The Void Cultists. In any dungeon of this caliber that involves racial stakes, the presence of their Void Cult is nearly guaranteed. After all, the cult's objective is to obliterate everything and return to the Void. Should their plan succeed, they would inflict significant losses on the myriad races, not to mention that this trial of the myriad races is unprecedented. How could they possibly be absent to ensure this success? They had expended considerable resources, intervening in nearly all rookie dungeons on the awakening days of races eligible to participate in the trial. Many primal void creatures were consumed, leaving only a handful behind. Yet they had managed to infiltrate. Currently, there are still 7 void cultists alive within the trial grounds. They had already separated from their respective teams, aside from a few who were caught and eliminated due to delayed escape. These remaining 7 are the final hope for the Void cult schemes. The 7 Void cultists gathered together, deliberating on how to sabotage this trial, or not even think about damaging the core of the dungeon. It would have no effect on the upper realm. I have discovered a legacy. While they were in discussion, one of the blue and white pattern Void cultists quietly interjected, the legacy of our Void race truly more powerful. Due to the different races that have merged with us, these 7 remaining Void cultists exhibit varied forms. There are 3 werewolves, lizardmen, and fishmen, along with 2 with horns from the ghost race. Their appearances have been grotesquely altered due to their fusion with Void creatures, resembling decayed flesh of a biological host. Though not as powerful as our Void race's legacy, I have found an unconscious energy entity within. This so-called unconscious energy entity is something that certain deities deliberately cast down. After all, deities are not permitted to descend to the lower realms, and even avatars are subject to the same restrictions, unless one possesses a special channel, no matter how transcendent your abilities may be. You must adhere to the rules of order. However, the unconscious energy entity is different. Lacking any consciousness, it can be treated as an object. Even if cast down, it would not cause any repercussions, at most. It could serve as a training guide for the legacy or be refined by the legacy bearer into a nascent form of a divine manifestation. Thus, it can be considered a top-tier legacy within the trial grounds. If we can utilize this unconscious energy entity, could we not invade and claim it as our own? Indeed, if we unite our efforts, we can certainly seize that energy entity and even harness the residual power within to wield the power of the laws to annihilate them. The power of the laws belongs to the domain of deities. If successfully invoked, it could undoubtedly eradicate the remaining races within the secret realm. There is no time to lose. We must act swiftly. For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition that if they did not seize the moment to act, unfavorable events might transpire. Within the trial grounds of the myriad races, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if everyone were striving for legacies and resources. Meanwhile, the barrier was slowly contracting, driving all participants toward the central area. The 3rd day was fast approaching, heralding the imminent final confrontation that in the upper realm, the domain of the human deities, within the Dwashui Palace. Neza, holding a somewhat foul-smelling dragon tendon, pinched his nose as he sought out an elderly man. "Grandmaster, please help me transform this dragon tendon into a scarf. I wish to gift it to my father." The elderly man, referred to by Neza as Grandmaster, possessed a renowned title, Taishang Laojun. Upon hearing Neza's request, Taishang Laojun's expression immediately soured. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly. "Little Neza, what mischief are you up to this time? Shouldn't you be stationed at the southern heavenly gate? Aren't you afraid of the Jade Emperor holding you accountable?" Taishang Laojun stroked his beard and chuckled. "What do I have to fear? My second brother isn't afraid. Why should I be?" Neza replied dismissively, then raised the somewhat foul-smelling dragon tendon toward Taishang Laojun, continuing, "Without further ado, Grandmaster, lend me a hand. The weather has turned chilly, and I wish to gift my father a scarf. And it would be best if it had a contraction function, as he is sensitive to the cold." Neza's seemingly filial demeanor prompted Taishang Laojun to shake his head in exasperation. How long has it been? And you still haven't let go. What are you talking about, Grandmaster? That's my father. How could I possibly hold a grudge against him?" Neza maintained his cheerful smile, his closed eyes illuminating a sunny disposition. "You might as well forget it, and besides, can't your attendant handle such matters? It is much safer with you, Grandmaster." Taishang Laojun was left speechless. "Look at you. You've already exposed yourself." Moreover, he would not genuinely assist Neza in refining the item. Should he inadvertently become an accomplice, that would be awkward. The two exchanged glances, ultimately leaving Neza to concede defeat. All right. If you won't refine it, then so be it." Neza, feeling rather disgruntled, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and proceeded to inform Taishang Laojun of the events transpiring within himself. "Are you implying that there exists a little creature capable of drawing your consciousness down to the mortal realm? Even this dragon tendon was acquired from the lower realms." "Indeed. Otherwise, why would I provoke the Dragon Clan when the mighty Yinglong is stationed in the heavenly court? Leaving me with nothing to do?" Reflecting on a prior attempt to frighten a young dragon, He winced at the memory of being discovered by the great Ing Long, a recollection that left him somewhat sore. In that case, let us refine this and transform it into the binding dragon rope. With a flick of his dust whisk, Taishang Laojun sent the dragon tendon from Nez's grasp, soaring toward the 8 trigrams furnace. Under Taishang Laojun's meticulous refinement, the dragon tendon began its gradual metamorphosis. The tools required for such exalted refinement were unnecessary. Taishang Laojun aimed to keep the process brief, though some time was still requisite. In the lower realms, within the trial of the myriad races, the 7 monstrous beings of the Void Sect finally located the inheritance spoken of by the Wolfman. This inheritance belonged to the eastern deities of the human race. Upon unlocking the inheritance, a spectral figure of a deity emerged, its form composed of pure energy, devoid of any consciousness, existing solely for the purpose of imparting this legacy. If one were to carry it out of the instance and present it to an unawakened individual, that person would be able to assume the associated profession, known as the Tower Defender. Once inherited, one would possess a red-quality miniature tower, endowed with formidable suppression capabilities, a rare blend of support and offensive prowess. At last, we have found it. Now it is our turn to seize the energy left by this deity. One of the void creatures dispersed its own energy into this essence. After the energy dissipated, a hazy figure remained. It's a wolfman. Should others be present, they would note that this once-unexpellable void creature, upon merging, could actively disengage from its state. However, this also implied that upon doing so, it would revert to being pure void energy, ultimately to be completely absorbed. This technique was known as cleansing. The cleansing skill activated, the wolfman regained his consciousness that he was immediately overwhelmed with dread, for his form had transformed into that of the void creature. It signified that he had once succumbed to the void. He felt utterly shattered. As a prodigy of his kind, how could he accept becoming a mere void monster? The remaining 6 void creatures paid him no heed. After all, he was merely a small wolfman. They would deal with him later. Yet, even as the wolfman attempted to cleanse himself and merge into the energy entity, he found he could not fully dominate it. The other 6 void monsters nodded in agreement and activated their cleansing skills. 6 streams of pure void energy detached from their bodies and merged into the deity's residual energy. In an explosive surge, the energy entity became chaotic. At that moment, its pure essence was defiled. Transforming from a golden energy entity into a pitch-black one that once tainted, the black energy entity was irrevocably transformed into a void creature. However, it too could not escape the trial of the myriad races. As for the aftermath of the cleansing, the Void Clan cared not at all. Fulfilling their primal mission was their utmost priority. Thus, despite being aware of the impending loss of consciousness, they would proceed with their actions. This is the terrifying nature of the void monsters. The energy entity erupted, morphing into a new void creature. The wolfman, regaining his senses, instinctively lifted his gaze toward the dark energy entity. LV.60 Tower, Defender Li Jing read, Void Creature. Monster! Monster! The wolfman cried out in terror, witnessing the cold expression of the tower defender morph into a sinister grin as he activated the exquisite pagoda in his hand. A colossal black pagoda, towering over 1,000 meters, materialized, engulfing the 7 unfortunate souls within its shadow. The suppression force activated, and with the operation of a fragment of the law's power, their skills became utterly unusable. Enclosed within the suppression zone, all their abilities were rendered null. Ultimately, the 7 unfortunate souls emitted anguished cries as they met their demise. Their deaths were due to the law's lethal force, not mere elimination from the instance. The appearance of the Dark Pagoda did not go unnoticed. Every surviving team within the instance bore witness to this harrowing spectacle. What is that? A massive pagoda? Why do I sense an aura of dread? This trial of the myriad races is far too challenging. Which deity is embroiled in battle now? Lin Bei and his companions also observed the emergence of the gigantic pagoda. For reasons unknown, they felt an unsettling premonition upon its arrival. Has the instance encountered yet another upheaval? Wang Chongyang remarked from a distance, his gaze fixed upon the enormous dark pagoda. The aura emanating from it was palpable, even from several kilometers away, and it felt eerily familiar. As if void energy, it appeared that the void creatures of the void sect had yet to be thoroughly eradicated and were now conjuring something new. The group felt exasperated. The void sect was indeed a persistent nuisance. It seemed that large-scale instances and special instances were the most troublesome. Small instances were far more manageable for leveling without the myriad of complications. What shall we do now? Prepare for battle. It is likely their target is every surviving team, Lin Bei replied, rubbing his temples in resignation. The aura was overwhelmingly potent, leaving Lin Bei uncertain of their chances of victory. If worst came to worst, they would have to vacate the instance early. Within the instance, the void-transformed tower defender held the black pagoda aloft, his expression twisted in malice as he began to sweep through the entire area. The barrier continued to operate, and it would not be long before all would be driven to the central region to that point. They would all face the fate of annihilation. Little ones, have you all hidden well? Do not let me find you. The tower defender's sinister laughter echoed throughout the instance. The surviving teams instinctively trembled at the sound, the aura of an upper tier being bored down upon them. They were undeniably outmatched. They must not be discovered. If found, they might truly meet their end. This was an instinctual warning that we must flee this place. But how could they escape? Defeat. Yes, if we are vanquished by another team. We can escape this wretched place. In a frenzy, the various teams began to search for one another, hoping to provoke conflict. Alas, nearly every remaining team harbored the same intent. All wished to be eliminated by others to escape this realm. The tower defender, however, did not rush to act. The more they struggled, the more desperate they became. He relished the sight of these insects flailing in terror. The barrier continued to constrict, while Lin Bei and his companions reaped numerous inheritances, which are legacies from various races that, as they approached the central area, the likelihood of encountering more inheritances increased. Look, humans, splendid. Just then, the crocodilian race's team erupted in joy upon spotting Lin Bei and his group. Had the tower defender not appeared, they would have been quite apprehensive about encountering a human team, for the human squads were akin to harbingers of death. Any team that crossed their path faced inevitable elimination. However, the situation had changed. Only by encountering a human team could they hope to be eliminated. The other races they had encountered along the way had not dared to eliminate them. They had even implored them to eliminate their opponents. Since when had the trial of the myriad races become so amicable? Humans, quickly, eliminate us! Wang Chongyang, Shang Wanhua, and Lin Miao exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was amiss with the crocodilian race. Why would they come before them, offering themselves as sacrifices? Lin Bei, what is this? Let us proceed as they wish. How could one possibly refuse the fortune delivered right to their doorstep? Although the master of that dreadful aura in the central area is exceedingly powerful, Lin Bei still possesses trump cards to contend with it. Before confronting the master of that aura, he must gather resources diligently. Otherwise, the outcome could be dire. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the members of the alligator tribe expressed overwhelming gratitude. Thank you so much. Yet, to the astonishment of Wang Chongyang, one of them met their demise by colliding head-first into his trident blade. Wang Chongyang remarked, I appreciate the heads you've delivered. While everyone was preoccupied with rushing to their doom, news of the human race eliminating the alligator tribe surfaced. Initially filled with terror, they now felt as though they had heard a divine proclamation. To their astonishment, even at this moment, the human race intended to eliminate them. It was simply marvelous. Quick, let us find the humans. Only they would dare eliminate us at such a time. But where could the humans be? Over here. I've found them. A werewolf from the wolf tribe utilized his keen sense of smell to detect the scent of blood, freshly spilled. This indicated that the direction he pointed towards was indeed where the humans resided. Hurry! Follow this fellow! Goodness, why are you all running so fast? This is a death march, not a hunt. Shouldn't a death march be somber? Why are you all so jubilant? Despite these thoughts, the speed of the tiger tribe member was undeterred. Have we already claimed a victim? Wang Chongyang casually waved his hand, and the blood on his trident blade vanished without a trace. It was his first encounter with individuals eager to rush towards death. However, due to the elimination of the alligator tribe, A fraction of their racial fortune was consumed by the humans. Such fortuitous events were rare, and they were fortunate to encounter it, all thanks to the master of that menacing aura. The void aura, so formidable, had made it clear that any race bold enough to cause disruption here undoubtedly possessed means to counter them, including the potential to eliminate them entirely within this realm. Such precedents existed, and to ensure their survival, they deemed it prudent to perish first. If they had not yet awakened, they might have considered suicide to escape the realm. However, having reached the third tier, shattering mountains was trivial, and with teammates unable to harm one another, could they truly take their own lives? Setting aside whether they could die, the pain alone would be enough to haunt them for a lifetime. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. Wang Chongyang crouched down to feel the earth, sensing a multitude of entities approaching their location. Before long, they witnessed surviving teams from various races converging towards them. It was indeed the human race. How splendid! We are saved! Quick, O brothers of the human race, please come and eliminate us. Their words ignited a spark of bewilderment in Lin Miao, Shang Wanhua, and Wang Chongyang. Although Lin Bei had explained the situation to them, this proclamation still struck them as intriguing. So, they were going to take action. Very well, let us seize the fortune presented to us. Moreover, this was precisely what they had requested. They should capture this moment. Lin Miao quietly took out her phone to record. Are you sure you want us to eliminate you without any grievances? No grievances whatsoever. The others hesitated to act, leaving only the humans resolute in their determination that if they did not leave this place soon, who knew what consequences awaited them at the hands of the madmen of the Void Sect. All right, if that is your wish, we shall oblige. With Lin Bei's words, Long Xingyao, Wang Chongyang, and Shang Wanhua sprang into action. The surviving teams from various races gazed in admiration as the three displayed their prowess, exclaiming, "Truly, the humans are formidable!" Boom! Moments later, only Lin Bei's team remained, while all the other teams had been eliminated. At this juncture, the wandering king of the tower felt dozens of auras dissipating, sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that those ants were attempting to flee? That simply would not do. If they all escaped, his appearance would have been in vain. Do not run, ants, the king of the tower, wielding a pagoda, advanced in the direction of Lin Bei and his team, his colossal form towering 50 meters high, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Other surviving teams quickened their pace, fearing they might be obliterated by that terrifying void creature. Rather than face annihilation at the hands of the void creature, it was preferable to be eliminated by the humans. At the very least, should the humans do so, they would be allowed to leave this place alive. As the ground shook, Lin Bei and his companions sensed that something was amiss. That creature was approaching. Minutes later, only their team remained in the vicinity, while 4 other teams were hiding in unknown corners, likely hoping to secure first place. They believed that achieving first place might result in their immediate transportation out of this realm. Thus, unlike the other races, they opted for concealment. The tremors grew louder, and they finally discerned the identity of the approaching figure, the colossal giant clad in black armor, holding a pagoda. However, its visage was grotesque, and its gaze bore a murderous intent directed at them, clearly enraged that Lin Bei and his companions had disrupted its plans. Humans, to his astonishment, it was you who meddled in our plans. I shall make you call upon the heavens to no avail and the earth to be unresponsive. With that, he launched an attack, hurling the pagoda into the air. The dark pagoda soared and expanded, ultimately transforming into a towering structure thousands of meters high, enveloping their vicinity. The oppressive force bore down upon Lin Bei and his companions, seemingly intent on crushing them in place. They could see their statuses displaying a confinement debuff and a slowing debuff, lasting until the pagoda dissipated. Humans, since you have disrupted our plans, let you bear the consequences. A pitch-black sword materialized in his hand, aiming to unleash a sword strike that would annihilate Lin Bei and his companions. With the formidable swordsmanship of the king of the tower, coupled with his level 60 status, he was more than capable of dominating the scene and overpowering everyone. A sweeping strike. The lethal sword energy surged towards Lin Bei and his companions. Lin Bei realized that if he did not act soon, it would be too late. The 4-tier gap would obliterate any damage they could inflict on the king of the tower. Lin Bei invoked the blessing of the moonlight, and instantly, a full moon appeared above, casting moonlight upon them, cleansing all their negative effects. Celestial shift. At the moment the sword energy descended, he finally managed to transport everyone out of the pagoda's covered area. Witnessing this, the king of the tower was infuriated. How is it that this human skill has such high priority? It can even purify the effects of my pagoda. Yet even so, what did it matter? The 4-tier disparity guaranteed that all surviving beings here were doomed. After successfully escaping, everyone took a deep breath, though only Lin Bei exhibited a peculiar expression. Just as he escaped, he had utilized the Eye of Insight on the king of the tower. LV.60 King of the Tower, red, void creature. This was not the most pressing concern. The most pressing issue was that the opponent possessed a health pool in the millions. When they engaged high-level monsters, they would suffer severe damage reduction. Each tier reduced damage by 30. The 4-tier gap would make it exceedingly difficult for them to inflict any damage. However, Lin Bei had a bold idea. Although he was uncertain how the void creature had invaded and controlled the king of the tower, he believed there was someone who might take an interest in the king of the tower. Summoning the azure mystic flute, Lin Bei began to play the melody of Neza. Upon hearing Lin Bei's flute, the others felt a strange sensation. Was this tune not quite right? Moreover, why are they unable to attain an increase? As Lin Bei played the flute, he closed his eyes, invoking the divine. In the celestial realm, at the southern heavenly gate, Neza sat atop the gate, idly toying with the dragon binding rope in his hands. This very rope had just been forged by the supreme Lord Laozi, possessing only a red quality, still not reaching the level of divine artifact. After all, the quality of the raw materials used for this binding rope was exceedingly inferior, rendering its level somewhat to have crafted it to red quality is already a testament to the formidable alchemical prowess of the supreme Lord Laozi. So dull. Kid, when will there be a fight? Below, the 4 heavenly kings could only shake their heads in silence upon hearing this. The young killing god truly could not find a moment's peace. Could he not, for once, be like them and dutifully guard the southern heavenly gate? At that moment, Neza sensed an artificial touch, his consciousness instantly unfurling. That unmistakable feeling. It was evident that the kid was about to engage in battle again. Stowing away the dragon binding rope, Neza grinned widely. His main consciousness vanished in an instant, leaving only his corporeal form at the southern heavenly gate, in the lower realm, within the trial instance of the myriad races. Although Lin Bei and his companions had successfully escaped the area enveloped by the pagoda's influence, the strength of the Totem King was no trifling matter. At T-level 60, he was more than capable of ensuring that his prey had nowhere to flee. He cackled, "Human ants, why do you not escape? Have you resigned yourselves to your fate, thinking there is no hope for escape?" The Totem King laughed maniacally, resting his sword on the ground, producing a hissing sound. The sparks generated by the friction against the earth ignited everything in their path. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Wang Chongyang and the others felt a palpable weight in their hearts. Though the towering titan had been of similar height to the Totem King, the disparity in strength was akin to that between heaven and earth. Ultimately, the Totem King positioned himself before Lin Bei and the others. And after 3 sinister cackles, he raised his sword high above his head. Perish here. Just as the Totem King was about to unleash his skill, he felt a jolt of instability within his energy form. Impossible! What could have caused this? It was the sound emanating from that human's flute. This was a divine artifact. He had not anticipated that this human possessed such a treasure. He could not afford to let him live. If using skills caused his form to destabilize, then he would simply strike down directly. This time, the sword met no resistance, slicing through as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Clang. Huh. The Totem King wore a bewildered expression. What was this? Where did this little person come from to so easily block his sword? His gaze fell upon the diminutive figure, and to his astonishment, that figure's look was filled with fervor. I say, old man, do you not feel shame attacking the younger generation? The figure brandished a fiery spear, ignited with true fire, and with a swift motion sent the Totem King's sword flying. The Totem King was dumbfounded. Who was this? How could he be so powerful? As the Totem King's gaze landed on the figure, information about him appeared. LV.60 Santan Hai Hui Shun Neza, Black. The figure was none other than Neza. Summoned by Lin Bei. Due to the previous summoning, Lin Bei could call upon Neza again even outside the southern Heavenly Gate instance. Kid, you are quite something. Neza's eyes blazed as he regarded the Totem King with fervent intensity. So, you are the Totem King. Without needing Lin Bei to say more, Neza, observing the towering figure of the Totem King, summoned the dragon binding rope. Old man, the weather is turning chilly. Let me warm you up. As he spoke, the dragon binding rope began to extend under Neza's guidance. With a swift motion, he rode the wind and fire wheels, reaching the Totem King's back at an incomprehensible speed, throwing the binding rope. It expertly ensnared the Totem King's neck. The Totem King, witnessing this, attempted to remove the binding rope from his neck, but found it impossible. In the next instant, the rope constricted tightly. Neza lifted his right hand, a grin spreading across his face. Delightful, delightful. Ha ha. With a forceful tug, he astonishingly flung the 60-meter-tall Totem King into the air. Below, Wang Chongyang and his companions had braced themselves to be cleaved by the Totem King's sword, only to be saved at the crucial moment by Neza. You nearly scare me to death just now. Wang Chongyang patted his chest in relief, while Shang Wanhua and Lin Miao shared the sentiment. Although Long Xingyao said nothing, her hand instinctively grasped Lin Bei's sleeve. However, she quickly released it once she realized it, and observed to ensure that no one had noticed her before sighing in relief. Speaking of this monster, is he truly the Totem King? It certainly appears so. Lin Miao scrutinized further and confirmed it. But why was the third prince so elated? Huh. Lin Miao and Shang Wanhua fell into silence. Long Xingyao fidgeted with her fingers, seemingly redirecting her attention, while Lin Bei continued to play the Neza melody on his flute. After sending the Totem King flying, Neza felt his power increase by 50. This was an all-encompassing enhancement of 50%. Kid, your ability. Neza glanced at Lin Bei, evidently taken aback by his formidable amplification skills. Nevertheless, the primary concern now was to deal with this old foe before him. The Totem King was unceremoniously hurled away by Neza, his massive form crashing to the ground and creating a fissure. Law manifests in heaven and earth, Neza proclaimed, and behind him appeared a colossal figure. A manifestation composed of energy, resembling a magnified version of Neza himself. This being had 3 heads and 8 arms, each wielding corresponding weapons. The Totem King, rising from the ground, attempted to tear away the binding rope from his neck, but found it utterly futile. There was no other option. He could only confront this divine avatar before him. If he did not eliminate it, he could forget about annihilating everyone else. Pagoda. Ascend. The Totem King's pagoda held only a fraction of its original power, but it was sufficient to unleash its capabilities. The suppressive force descended, transforming into a gigantic pagoda that enveloped all. Neza naturally felt the weight of the pagoda's oppression. Not this cursed tower again. Neza sensed that the power within him was being suppressed. After all, this artifact was specifically designed to counter him, with the suppression of others being merely incidental. Thus, even as a replica, it possessed the ability to restrain Neza. In the next moment, a full moon appeared. The moonlight shone upon Neza, and the oppressive sensation vanished in an instant. Neza, what is this skill, my friend? It can even negate the suppressive force of his father's pagoda. With the power of the pagoda dissipated, Neza's strength flowed freely once more, armed with the fiery spear and riding the wind and fire wheels, with his other hand grasping the universe ring. He charged towards the Totem King. However, before that, he needed to dismantle the copy of this broken pagoda. He hurled the universe ring, colliding with the pagoda. The massive structure began to show signs of cracking. In the span of 3 seconds, Neza launched hundreds of attacks. Ultimately, the pagoda could not withstand Neza's fierce onslaught, shattering completely, and Neza himself had already appeared before the Totem King. The Totem King, instinctively conjuring his sword once more, attempted to engage Neza in an epic duel. However, Neza swiftly cast a magic silk, ensnaring the Totem King in a massive red ribbon. Old man, without this broken tower, do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? The Totem King's eyes widened in terror, clearly not anticipating that this divine avatar, having manifested its law, would be so powerful. Most importantly, this deity seemed to recognize the owner of this body and harbored a grudge against him. What enmity, what grudge could this be? What deeds, I wonder, has the master of your corporeal form committed to provoke such a formidable deity? Initially, I believed that the great king of the heavenly pagoda was sufficiently powerful. For the might of that pagoda is unparalleled, complemented by the demon-slaying sword he wields. Yet, even with these two divine artifacts in hand, they were unable to contend with this deity. They had exerted every effort, and yet still faced defeat. The root of this failure lies with that human who plays the flute. I observed the great king of the heavenly pagoda fixating on Lin Bei with a gaze filled with loathing, while Lin Bei seemed to sense the malice, lifting his gaze to meet that of the great king. However, in the next moment, a resounding slap struck the face of the great king. "What are you glaring at, old fool?" With that, Neza unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the great king, driven by personal vendetta. The scene was so gruesome that Wang Chongyang and the others could not help but turn their heads away. Especially at the moment Neza thrust the fire-point spear fiercely toward the great king's back, they felt an overwhelming sensation akin to a flower blooming profusely in the mountains. Ultimately, the great king of the heavenly pagoda met his demise with resentment, as Neza severed his head from his body. Yet, due to the nature of his energy form, no blood was shed. The brutality of the scene was the only remnant. The entire ordeal, from summoning to conclusion, lasted a mere 30 seconds, and Lin Bei's complexion began to pale. However, he could still endure for about 10 more seconds. "What a thrill!" Neza exclaimed as he crushed the great king's head beneath his foot, experiencing a satisfaction he had never known before. The majority of the great king's form dissipated into murky energy, while the remainder transformed into experience, evenly distributed among Lin Bei and his companions. As this experience entered his being, Lin Bei's level instantaneously soared to 35, a remarkable elevation of 10 levels. All his skills also ascended to level 35. Initially, in the state of summoning, Neza could maintain his form for only about 10 seconds. Now, however, he could sustain this power for an additional 5 minutes, in addition to the level increase. Lin Bei's skill slots expanded by 2, and he comprehended a new professional skill, Virtuous Talents. Virtuous Talents LV. 35. White all personal resistances increased by 70, and overall physical attributes enhanced by 350. Possessing a robust physique is key to effective learning. Upon the emergence of Virtuous Talents, Lin Bei's physical attributes surged by 350, rendering him even more robust thanks to his consistent training. However, outwardly, he appeared only slightly more fitted in his clothing, soon returning to his original state. In the absence of muscle relaxation, he bore no discernible difference from before. The others also experienced rapid level increases, each breaking through the 30-level threshold and entering the 4th tier of power. After Neza had thoroughly obliterated the great king's head, his gaze shifted toward Lin Bei. "Young man, what is your name?" "Lin Bei." "Lin Bei, is it? Excellent. Henceforth, I shall call you Beizi. Beizi, should there be any battles in the future, remember to summon me. Life in the heavenly court is dreadfully dull." Neza, with an amiable demeanor, casually draped his arm over Lin Bei's shoulder, displaying not an ounce of the arrogance typical of a great deity. Wang Chongyang and his companions were left astounded. This was the infamous god of slaughter they had heard tales of since childhood, and to witness such a side of the heavenly court's foremost slayer was truly eye-opening. That third prince, at that moment, Wang Chongyang seemed inclined to voice his inner confusion. "Ah, I see. You possess the legacy of my second brother. You are indeed his inheritor. However, your power still appears somewhat lacking. Is there a matter at hand?" Neza scrutinized the group, his gaze pausing on Long Xingyao with a hint of surprise, for the bloodline power within her had evidently evolved. She was advancing toward the lineage of the Yinglong, likely due to the rewards from the previous encounter. The Yinglong lineage is not one to be trifled with. After all, last time he had provoked them, he had narrowly escaped dire consequences. Were it not for the fact that the Yinglong deigned to spare him due to his youth, he surely would not have been let off so easily. "You just battled the great king of the heavenly pagoda, did you not?" "Ah, That old fool indeed. What of it? Shouldn't you be father and son? Wang Chongyang was aware of their familial relationship, although the creature just now was merely a semblance of his true self. He was still kin. Why then did Neza and the great king display animosity akin to mortal enemies? Particularly when witnessing Neza meticulously severing the great king's head with the demon-slaying sword. The ferocity was truly chilling. Indeed, we are father and son, Neza replied dismissively. But why? This doppelganger is not my father. I see that it seems the creature's transformation into the great king incited Neza's resentment. Hence the treatment he received. Yet, there remains an element of peculiarity. However, Wang Chongyang was unaware that Neza harbored an unspoken sentiment. Even if he were my father, I would dare to act thus without that accursed pagoda. Lin Bei observed Neza as a nonchalant demeanor and recalled a hypothesis he had encountered in the study of mythological history that in times past, Neza had clashed with the dragon clan of the East Sea. And to prevent collateral damage to the citizens of Chuntang Pass, he had resolved to extract his bones to return to his father and sever his flesh to repay his mother. However, when his master, Tai Zhenren, charted Neza's path to divinity, it was thwarted by the great king of the heavenly pagoda, Li Jing, nearly leading to his demise. Such a vendetta against his life would have resulted in Neza reviving to exact vengeance upon the great king had the others not intervened. Considering the present, the arduous journey from demigod to deity is evident that Li Jing, the great king of the heavenly pagoda, had nearly caused Neza to perish, severing the father-son bond long ago. Bei, what allows me to linger in the mortal realm for such an extended duration this time? At that moment, Neza suddenly sensed something amiss. He recalled that during his last venture into the southern heavenly gate, he had remained only a fleeting moment. Yet, now, several minutes had passed without him vanishing. My skill level has increased, allowing you to remain for an additional 2 to 3 minutes, Lin Bei explained. Seemingly struck by a revelation, he added, given your current state of power. Neza was astonished. Bei's skill was remarkably potent. No, I must enhance your skill further. Life in the upper realm is exceedingly mundane, nearly overrun with monotony. Those formless creatures truly vex me. Unable to penetrate the defenses, they resort to bullying the deities of other races. Why can't they muster the effort to assault the southern heavenly gate? With a bit of perseverance, who knows, they might just breach it. Yet, now Lin Bei had managed to summon him to the mortal realm. Although not in his true form, his doppelganger could carry his primary consciousness down, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from his true self. Upon returning, he must diligently enhance Lin Bei's skill quality. Perhaps this will allow him to remain in the mortal realm for an extended period. Bei, the next time you summon me, I shall elevate the quality of your skill. By the way, what is the quality of your skill? Purple. Just purple. Well then, I shall peruse my inventory upon my return and see if I can upgrade it to black quality. As for colorful quality, that is exceedingly rare. Achieving black quality is already quite exceptional. Colorful quality pertains to skills at the rule level. Even Neza's most formidable skill quality is merely black. Thus, assisting Lin Bei in attaining black quality in his skill would be a testament to Neza's utmost effort. Perhaps, if I consult with my Grandmaster, there might be a solution. However, locating his true form is imperative. Given the current circumstances in the mortal realm, with no battles to engage in and a lack of knowledge concerning certain upper realm matters, Neza proceeded to share some common knowledge from the upper realm with Lin Bei and the others. Yet mere minutes later, Lin Bei felt his limits approaching. Your Highness, time is running out. Surely not. Have you exhausted your strength so soon? Bei, you must train harder. With a hand casually resting on Lin Bei's shoulder, the sight was somewhat comical, given that Lin Bei stood a towering 1.85 meters tall, while Neza was merely 1.6 meters. Despite understanding that Neza did not intend any mockery, Lin Bei couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper, perhaps more ambiguous meaning behind Neza's words. Before long, Lin Bei dispelled the summoning state. Watching as the crimson lotus in his eyes faded and Neza's figure transformed into sparks that dissolved in the air, his consciousness returning to his own being. Upon this return, Neza sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. His overall power had surged to 71, surpassing the boost he had received during his previous return. Although Neza's original level was only 162, this remarkable 71 increase in overall power elevated him directly to level 163. For beings of their caliber, even within the same tier, the disparities could be immense that a mere one increase could lead to overwhelming dominance. Now, considering Neza's extraordinary 71 enhancement to reach level 163, each level gained equated to a 100 boost in strength. And the subsequent tier would further double that. Neza estimated that with just 2 more such enhancements, his power would ascend to level 164. This was significantly swifter than his own training, which had taken him tens of thousands of years to achieve. A feat only made possible by his exceptional talent, the aid of rare resources, and the blessings of fortune. This newfound power reminded Neza of his childhood, when he experienced similar rapid growth in strength. Although his realm could not compare, his prowess was already sufficient to dominate. It seemed that Lin Bei concealed considerable secrets within him. Neza mused softly, further solidifying his resolve to protect Lin Bei diligently. Just imagine, if Lin Bei continued to assist in enhancing his strength, one day he might surpass even the Jade Emperor residing in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. To that point, wouldn't he be able to disregard commands like his second brother? Yang Jian had a familial connection with the Jade Emperor, which afforded him some leeway, but Neza had no such privilege. The Jade Emperor would truly dare to take action against him. Yet, Neza was not without his own backing. He merely had to maintain appearances, for the Jade Emperor dared not act overtly against him. Resolute in his decision, Neza resolved to seek out his master, Tai Zhenren, in hopes of extracting some insights from him. If that proved futile, he would have no choice but to approach Niwa and the primordial heavenly sovereign in terms of connections, Neza was certainly among the elite. Within the instance, although the king of the tower had been vanquished by Neza, the presence of 4 residual teams meant that the challenge was far from over. With 3 hours remaining until the final conclusion of the instance, they had ample time to continue scavenging resources and legacies from the myriad trials. Such treasures were invaluable for trade. Beizi, I truly envy you, Wang Chongyang couldn't help but exclaim with fervor. After all, that was the great Neza, who even affectionately referred to Lin Bei as Beizi. How could he dare to address Lin Bei by his full name? Moreover, Neza had mentioned that for the next summoning, he would strive to elevate Lin Bei's core skills to black quality. It was known that the currently recognized pinnacle was merely red quality. If Lin Bei were truly to attain black quality, it would signify him as the first man in the lower realms to master such skills. Contemplating this, Wang Chongyang turned to Lin Bei and playfully remarked, Beizi, if I were to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange with you, could you perhaps speak a few kind words to the Crown Prince on my behalf to assist me? The others gazed at Wang Chongyang in shock. Particularly Lin Bei, who was experiencing this unprecedented lack of decorum from a brother of many years. Get lost, Lin Bei responded, delivering a swift kick that sent Wang Chongyang sprawling a considerable distance, landing in a rather undignified manner. What on earth? Beizi, what kind of strength is this? Wang Chongyang exclaimed, caught off guard. Lucky me, I awakened the professional skill of strength and dexterity that merely enhanced his physical attributes and resistance, lacking any offensive capabilities, at best allowing him to run faster and better protect himself. I'm not lacking either. I awakened my professional skill as well. Although mine is rather underwhelming, I opted for a legacy skill. With a smile, Wang Chongyang tapped his finger to his forehead, and a golden vertical eye materialized. 3 aspects of divine powers. Heavenly Eye, activate. As the golden eye opened, all the malevolent spirits and phantoms were rendered visible to Wang Chongyang. Observing this, Lin Bei's curiosity piqued, and he requested Wang Chongyang to share the details of his skill. Wang Chongyang did not refuse. After all, they were part of the same team. Being a fixed group now, it was essential for teammates to be aware of each other's skills. Heavenly Eye LV.1. Gold consumes 100 points of energy, allows the user to deal 200 additional physical damage and 500 magical damage, along with 1,000 points of true damage in array. Consuming mental energy, it can pierce through illusions, leaving hidden units nowhere to escape. Bonus 1. Significantly reduced mental energy consumption. Bonus 2. Can discern different types of energy flows. Bonus 3. Consumes mental energy. Targets marked have an immobilization effect for 3 seconds, and the same target cannot be affected again within 10 seconds. Bonus 4. Increases mental energy by 50. Wow. Your skill is quite formidable. Lin Bei and the others exclaimed in astonishment upon reading the description of Wang Chongyang's new skill. What fueled their envy even further was the sheer luck Wang Chongyang had, acquiring yet another golden skill. Counting his skills, he had one from the novice instance, one inherited from the Nantian Gate instance, and now, with his level increase, he had inherited yet another professional skill. That made 3 golden quality skills. Such treatment was reserved for the most elite demigods. It could be said that even if Wang Chongyang were to independently lead a team, he would receive significant support from the Longxia Kingdom. This was the stature of a demigod, and he could potentially ascend to godhood in the future. It's just average, Wang Chongyang replied nonchalantly, although inwardly he was overjoyed. The probability of awakening a professional skill was only 50%. Lin Miao Miao was fortunate, having once again obtained her professional skill, Lucky Card. Essentially, it allowed her to gamble on card values. If the opponent's card was inferior to hers, the opponent would suffer a comprehensive penalty of 10 reduction in strength. Once again, a powerful skill, truly befitting a traveler-type profession. After everyone reviewed their skill changes, they began a comprehensive search for resources and legacies. Remarkably, since Lin Miao Miao had reached level 35, her luck appeared to have increased exponentially. The group now often relied on Lin Miao Miao to guide them. Any area she ventured into yielded rare resources and legacies from other races. Lin Bei estimated their haul within the system's backpack. 1 golden quality skill enhancement stone. Alongside various unique resources. As for legacies, they had several from the Dragon Clan, Titan Clan, and Elf Clan, all legacies from major factions. All of this was made possible thanks to Lin Miao Miao's luck as a traveler. Lin Miao Miao, how about you be my girlfriend? At that moment, Wang Chongyang, eyeing Lin Miao Miao, who had acquired the legacy of the undead clan, instinctively blurted out, "Huh." Lin Miao Miao was taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard Wang Chongyang's absurd declaration. Bang! Before he could react, Lin Bei delivered a swift kick, so swiftly that the others were caught off guard. Unsurprisingly, Wang Chongyang landed in a dog-like position once again, his rear end raised high. "You scoundrel! I consider you a brother, and you dare to pursue my sister." If he had merely thought it, that would have been one thing, but for Wang Chongyang to voice it openly in front of him was utterly shameless. Did he not see that his cousin was already blushing furiously? "Baisy, don't let the good fortune slip to outsiders. You know my character. It's precisely because I know your character that I want to give you a good thrashing." As Lin Bei spoke, he genuinely intended to deliver a kick to Wang Chongyang's backside. After a brief interlude, the trial instance for the myriad races finally approached its conclusion. There remained a mere 10 minutes before the instance would be entirely enveloped by a barrier. Presently, only 5 teams occupied the arena. In addition to Lin Bei and his human companions, there were the elves, the mole folk, the lion men, and the naga, all gathered in this modest central area of 10,000 square meters. Aside from Lin Bei and his group, the other races regarded each other with a palpable wariness. "Humans, we elves are your staunch allies." Leading the elven faction was a strikingly beautiful elven maiden, whose allure rivaled that of Long Xingyao. Truly, the elves were renowned for their stunning beauty. "What do you mean, elves? Are you suggesting that you seek to rely on the strength of the humans? Have you forgotten your pride as elves?" The elven maiden replied unceremoniously, who said we elves cannot form an alliance with the humans. "After all, our races share a bond of friendship. Indeed, the princess speaks true." The other elves chimed it was unexpected to learn that this elven maiden was a princess. No wonder she was so enchanting. The purer the bloodline of the elves, the closer they approach perfection. As a member of the elven royalty, her lineage was undoubtedly among the finest. The other 3 races seethed with indignation, having witnessed the reports from the system showcasing the humans' overwhelming victories. Did they not see that even the formidable monsters have been vanquished by the humans? Although they were unaware of how the humans achieved this, their evident capability suggested that engaging them in earnest might not even be necessary. Nonetheless, they aspired to secure a favorable ranking point. One of the objectives of the Myriad Races trial was to allow each race to absorb the fortunes of others. Higher rankings promised bonuses to their fortunes. This was subtly hinted at by the deities of the upper realms. Were it not for the constraints of the order system, they would likely have outright instructed them to strive for high rankings at all costs. Humans, are you truly considering an alliance with the elves? The captains of the three races turned their gazes toward Lin Bei, the representative of the human team. Yes, indeed, Lin Bei affirmed. The time for an alliance with the elves had arrived. And matters of rankings and arrangements were of little consequence now. Moreover, Lin Bei possessed half-elven blood. His mother was the holy maiden of the elves from the natural continent, which was the most powerful faction among the elves. However, perhaps due to the purity of his human blood, Lin Bei did not exhibit the typical traits of the elves. Save for his remarkable appearance, he lacked the innate gifts possessed by the elves, such as an affinity for natural energy. Thus, he felt no aversion to the idea of allying with the elves. Infuriating, the other three races were indignant and itching to retaliate. Yet, they were facing the humans. If they were dissatisfied, they could challenge the humans directly. You are welcome to try it any time, Lin Bei added, while Wang Chongyang stepped forward, wielding his three-pronged dual-edged blade with a grin. Come, I am eager to test my new skill. As he spoke, a golden vertical eye appeared on Wang Chongyang's forehead, an otherworldly sight. Although Shangguan Ho remained silent, he had already conjured a tricolor flame. Clearly ready to unleash his skill at a moment's notice, Long Xingyao maintained her stoic demeanor, silently guarding Lin Bei, while Lin Miao Miao gleefully rubbed her hands together, eager to try her fateful skill. The other three races were incensed, but there was little they could do, as they were simply outmatched. Thus, they resolved to determine the rankings for third, fourth, and fifth place among themselves. Wait a moment. Lin Bei interjected just as the three races were about to clash. What is it? The three races, already irritable, found themselves at a loss, as Lin Bei had spoken. How about a game of rock, paper, scissors? The three races responded with confusion. Huh. What is rock, paper, scissors? This is the trial instance for the myriad races. Not a game of rock, paper, scissors. Lin Bei maintained a demeanor of benevolence, suggesting that this method would expedite their decision without resorting to genuine conflict. The three races fell silent, realizing Lin Bei's true intentions. He sought to absorb the fortunes of their defeated opponents. However, since Lin Bei had proposed it, they were amenable to the idea. After all, even if they were absorbed, the fortune boost from placing fifth would adequately compensate for the loss, potentially even enhancing their standing. Thus, within the trial instance, the three races engaged in an unprecedented game of rock, paper, scissors, with the elves and Lin Bei's group serving as impartial witnesses. Ultimately, the rankings for the myriad races trial were revealed. Just as a battle was on the verge of igniting outside, the conclusion of the trial was announced. All eyes turned to the entrance of the trial instance, where a grand leaderboard materialized. Displaying rankings from 1 to 100, the Western Dragon race appeared in the first position, or rather, the last. Upon witnessing this, the countenance of the demigod dragon from the dragon race darkened to the point of resembling a storm cloud. Everyone knew that within the myriad realms, the dragon race valued their reputation above all else. To be ranked last among the 100 strongest races was a humiliating blow, suggesting that they were the weakest of the elite. The ground beneath the demigod dragon began to crack under the weight of his fury, while the titan demigod nearby could not suppress a grin. Although the titan race had also been eliminated by the humans, they were adversaries of the dragon race, often engaging in conflict whenever they crossed paths. Now, witnessing the dragon race's ignominious ranking, their resentment towards the humans diminished significantly. What are you staring at? What of it? Dare to look again. The demigods of the dragon and titan races began to bicker. However, a sudden force from the trial instance separated them, a manifestation of the trial's power. Although they were distanced from each other, the embers of fury still burned brightly in their eyes, particularly within the dragon race, which was in desperate need of a punching bag to vent their frustration. Soon, the 100 strongest races beheld their own rankings. And upon seeing the humans in first place, many wore expressions that conveyed their expectations. After all, it had been apparent since the moment the humans eliminated over 50 races that they were destined to secure victory. And indeed, it came to pass. Surprisingly, the second place was claimed by the elves. While the elves were formidable, strong races existed beyond them, such as the titans and dragons. Yet due to the humans' influence, these two races, which could have contended for the top 5, found themselves ranked 60-something and last, respectively. The Titans and Dragons were dissatisfied with this outcome, but they could not contest the Order's decree. Humans, well done, the demigod dragon seethed through clenched teeth as he gazed at the rankings. The intensity of his wrath was palpable even from 1,000 meters away, felt by Xian Yuanfenghua. Our people have always excelled. Otherwise, how could we compete for the title of the strongest race among the myriad? This was a matter of pride for their leaders, who fought to uphold their reputation. They could not afford to show weakness, lest they bring shame upon their heads. Therefore, they must return with unwavering strength. Yet, they could only seethe in impotent rage. It was inconceivable that such an incident would incite a full-scale war among the races. After all, the remnants of the Void Sect were lurking in the shadows, and no one knew if they might seize the opportunity to invade and wage a war of annihilation against the myriad races, until they could locate the hidden remnants of the Void. They had no choice but to remain vigilant. Even in the face of life and death enmity, they still managed to restrain their hatred. Soon, the rankings and rewards for the top 100 were announced. The 100th place, represented by the Dragon Clan, received a meager reward of a 1 increase in racial fortune from the 10,000 races trial. Point 1 could say that the Dragon Clan had suffered a significant loss this time. Not only had one of their racial fortune been devoured by the human race, but they also failed to acquire any inheritance or rare materials from the trial. The 1 increase in fortune felt like a resounding slap to their faces. Did they truly lack this bit of fortune? Indeed, they were somewhat deficient, having lost that 1. However, what use is that 1? It was merely an increase based on the fortune they had already been stripped of, a clear loss. The Titan Giants, on the other hand, received a 34 increase in fortune. That it could be said that those who were eliminated first still had something to gain. All the races were astonished at the formidable rewards distributed by the 10,000 races trial. The second-ranked Elf Clan, in particular, received a staggering 99 increase in fortune, a veritable windfall. Not only did they survive until the end, but they also gathered a considerable amount of inheritance resources, albeit not much by their standards. When it came to the human race, however, the reward soared to a remarkable 200 increase. This doubling of fortune rendered the already strongest human race even more unprecedentedly powerful in the realm of fortune. The aura belonging to the humans shone brilliantly, as if bathed in golden light. Many teams engaged in special or ordinary dungeons felt as though the goddess of luck had descended upon them, experiencing a significant boost in drop rates. Even those craftsmen attempting to enhance weapon qualities found themselves succeeding effortlessly, as if guided by fate. If this continued, it seemed the entire human race on Blue Star would ascend to divinity. In the kingdom of Longxia, the sovereign Long Batian felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. He recalled the battle from years past, where he had been poisoned, though the toxin had been suppressed. It had never been completely eradicated, leaving behind a lingering injury. Consequently, his demigod body had yet to fully heal. Yet now, he felt an invigorating lightness and, upon careful introspection, discovered that the toxin within him had been miraculously expelled. As Long Batian pondered this, he sensed something extraordinary. His eyes glimmered with golden light as he realized that the fortune belonging to their human race enveloped the entirety of Blue Star. This, Long Batian had not anticipated such an exaggerated display of fortune for their human race. Could it be related to Lin Bei and his companions? He understood the significance of the 10,000 races trial, especially one conducted with racial fortune as the wager. Yet he had not foreseen such a situation, if not handled properly. Who knew how other races might react? True, the human race had gained immense fortune, but it must be within the context of a rapid rise. Should they recklessly allow the Void cult to flourish while simultaneously suppressing their own race, it would spell disaster. Whether the higher powers could withstand such turmoil was uncertain. But Long Batian was acutely aware that they could not. The entire human race on Blue Star was protected by only a handful of demigods, while the other races might not have more demigods. Their combined strength was formidable. Point 1 might take on 3, but what if 4 or 5? This was the concern weighing heavily on Long Batian's mind. Yet despite his worries, he knew preparations for the worst must be made. It was both the best of times and the worst of times. The future path depended on Lin Bei's choices in the 10,000 races trial. All the races had begun to feel the overwhelming power of the human race's fortune. The reward for first place had astonishingly reached 200. Was this for real? While they had anticipated some increase in fortune, they had never imagined it would be so terrifying. Within the trial, after absorbing the fortune of the elf clan, the human race emerged victorious. At that moment, the slowly advancing barrier came to a halt. Everything seemed to freeze, and in the trial, multiple beams of light descended upon Lin Bei and his companions. Opening their status bars, they discovered a new status, Divine Power Seed. Divine Power Seed. Upon reaching level 90, the seed will begin to sprout, continuously nurturing divine power until it transforms the demigod body into a divine body. The foundation for divinity. This was the opportunity that Long Batian had spoken of, the chance for the first place to ascend to godhood, while possessing the divine power seed, if one failed to advance to level 90 and met their demise along the way. The seed might explode, leading to disastrous consequences. Therefore, discretion was paramount. Lin Bei understood the gravity of the situation. This reward was not intended to grant peace. Most importantly, they had also eliminated over 60 races. The fortune absorbed by their own race was already substantial, attracting enough hatred as it was. If others discovered the existence of the divine power seed, which could continuously nurture divine power upon reaching the demigod realm, it would surely incite deadly attempts to seize it. They had all witnessed the spectacle, and it was imperative that not a single word be leaked to others. Who knew if there were ears behind the walls? For the sake of their safety, secrecy was of utmost importance. Wang Chongyang and the others nodded, having grasped the seriousness of the matter. Despite their high standing in the human race, being disciples of prominent families, if other races, or even certain demigods within the human race, went mad, they would not care about which family stood behind them. Who wouldn't desire divinity? Achieving godhood meant endless lifespan, immortality. Just then, the reward for the first place were distributed. A 200 increase in fortune. Lin Bei thought to himself, seriously? The fortune of the human race has already incited envy and jealousy among the other races, and now you give them another 200? Are you trying to ensure the human race's demise? His head throbbed at that moment. A beam of light descended upon Lin Bei's hand. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, and when the light dissipated, a seal appeared in his palm. Gazing at the seal, Lin Bei fell into a contemplative silence, commanded by heaven, bestowing eternal prosperity. This wasn't what he had in mind. This was the fabled imperial seal that had been lost to history. Unexpectedly appearing in Lin Bei's possession under such circumstances, Lin Bei stiffly turned to glance at the current princess of the Longxia kingdom. Long Xingyao looked at Lin Bei with confusion, seemingly unaware of his state. I assure you, little princess, I have no intentions of usurping any throne. Lin Bei quickly clarified his position. Why would he, a well-off young man, want to become an emperor? What kind of madness would lead him to that? An emperor is tasked with managing a nation, which is utterly unsuited for someone as naturally lazy as Lin Bei. Wang Chongyang also noticed the imperial seal in Lin Bei's hand, his expression mirroring the shock captured in a popular meme. What did he see? His brother had acquired the imperial seal. Did this not imply that he was the chosen one? The destined emperor. Wait, was the character for commanded incorrectly inscribed? Shouldn't it be received? Why? Could this possibly be a counterfeit imperial seal? Lin Bei, is that seal genuine? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei scrutinized it closely at first glance. Nothing seemed amiss, but upon a second glance, commanded by heaven. No, command implies you are dictating to heaven. Not that heaven has appointed you. Ding. A special item has been detected. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the Cooldown seal of the human sovereign. Cooldown seal special equipment quality. Colorful binding. Lin Bei attack power. 0 defense power. 0 effect 1. Can mobilize the fortune of the race for offense and defense. Effect 2. Under the protection of the race's fortune, those outside the race cannot inflict fatal harm. Effect 3. Ignores the mechanisms of higher and lower beings. Effect 4. Suppresses the race's fortune. Preventing its dissipation, karmic debts can gradually be eroded. Effect 5. The holder of this seal is the sovereign of their race. Effect 6. Mobilizes the race's fortune to enhance its combat strength. Effect 7. Mobilizes the race's fortune to subdue opposing forces. Entry 1. Cannot be worn down until the fortune dissipates. Entry 2. Within the scope of race control, possesses the ability to create instances. Entry 3. Can summon the heavenly laws of a race to annihilate those with deep karmic debts. Entry 4. Capable of identifying members of other races. Entry 5. The holder of this seal achieves immortality. Entry 6. Can recognize and integrate foreign races into their own and can sever racial identity. Entry 7. The might of the sovereign. Entry 8. Can appoint the spirit of fortune to initiate a racial war. At the moment the system's notification sounded, Lin Bei felt the Kongtong seal merge into his body. An aura belonging to a sovereign of the race emanated from him, even without deliberate release. The four individuals beside him found themselves compelled to kneel in that moment. A true sovereign of the human race was born. In Longxia, Long Batian sensed a tremendous shift in the fortune belonging to their blue star human race. Even his own strength had notably increased due to the dissipation of hidden injuries. Yet, why did he feel as though someone loomed above him? Long Batian, the ruler of a nation, was essentially the king of the human race. This peculiar sensation left him unsettled. Could there be unforeseen changes? Within the trial instance, Lin Bei regained his composure, and the golden glimmer in his eyes faded. He retracted the sovereign aura, allowing the four individuals beside him to return to their normal state. All four were members of the human race. Although they carried traces of other races in their blood, their subconscious identification as humans led to their acknowledgement of human fortune. With the rebirth of the sovereign, their instinctive kneeling to honor this emergence was entirely natural. "You need not bow so deeply," Wang Chongyang remarked. Did he wish to kneel? It was merely that the sudden, peculiar aura emanating from Lin Bei compelled him to do so unconsciously. Once he regained his bearings, he felt utterly bewildered. "What was that just now?" Lin Miao Miao inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Lin Bei. "This is not something I can explain to you now. You will understand in due time." The others did not press further, and as the brilliance flickered, the trial instance of all races fell into a serene stillness on the battlefield of all races. While other races lamented the bountiful fortune rewards, they were taken aback to see that the human race's fortune reward had astonishingly reached 200%. Some unwelcome thoughts began to surface in their minds. Why should the human race receive such a generous reward for coming in first? They were not lacking in merit either. This sentiment was particularly prevalent among the lower-ranked races. Meanwhile, among the Western dragon race, a demigod dragon surveyed its surroundings with a gloomy gaze. Nearby demigods instinctively distanced themselves from this particular dragon, fearing an unpredictable outburst. After all, the dragon race had fared the worst in this round. At that moment, the human team appeared without warning. The five figures of Lin Bei materialized before the eyes of the various races. Was this truly the first place of a human race in the trial? They appeared rather unremarkable, just slightly stronger than the rest, provoking their discontent. Especially considering the first place could garner a 200% increase in fortune, it was hard for the other races to suppress their envy. "Human race, why must you eliminate my dragon race?" The demigod dragon, carrying the oppressive aura of a demigod, advanced threateningly. The North Sea toad dragon, witnessing this, snorted coldly and instantly appeared beside Lin Bei. The aura of a demigod erupted forth. Charging toward the demigod dragon, the leader of the Dragon Guard, the North Sea toad dragon boasted a formidable level 99 strength, making it evident that a level 95 demigod dragon stood no chance against him. "What this big lizard? Are you claiming that only your dragon race is allowed to eliminate others while forbidding other races from doing the same? What kind of thuggish logic is that? Or do you dragons think we humans are easy prey?" The North Sea toad dragon's gaze was icy as he brandished a 3-foot Qingfeng sword. The human race held no particular regard for the Western dragon race, renowned for its arrogance. Were it not for the considerable distance between the two races, a war would have likely erupted long ago. Now, with the demigod dragon acting so brazenly, the North Sea toad dragon would not relent. Moreover, he had slain dragons before. His 3-foot Qingfeng sword had already felled 3 ninth-tier dragons, all of whom had attempted to invade the Blue Star human territory with the intent to pillage. No matter how furious the dragon race was, they could not exact revenge. Over time, numerous conflicts had arisen between the two races. Yet, due to the distance, these disputes had been suppressed. Now, recalling past grievances due to the dragon race's unfortunate elimination as the first, the demigod dragon seethed with resentment. So, you humans wish to provoke a war with our dragon race. The dragon race showed no fear of the human race, at least not in the lower realms. In the upper realms, who cared about such trivialities? After all, it was not them who would suffer. The dragon race, proud as they were, would not allow themselves to be belittled. The demigod dragon felt that the North Sea Toad dragon was underestimating him, and thus, he resolved to ignite a racial war. What? Does one large lizard have the authority to represent your entire race in declaring war? When it came to war, the North Sea Toad dragon was unafraid. They had fought before, and the current standing of the Blue Star human race was earned through relentless struggle. You will soon understand. At that moment, the demigod dragon began to gather several dragon language runes in its mouth. Simultaneously, in the distant western dragon world, where nearly all dragons resided, 300 demigod dragons awakened from slumber. They were not from the sealed world of Blue Star, but from a realm brimming with extraordinary power. These 300 demigod dragons represented the cumulative strength of their race over billions of years. Typically, they spent their lives in slumber, but with a stroke of luck, some could even ascend to divine dragon status and enter the upper realm. Yet, it remained a mystery why the upper realm dragons failed to convey any news to them. Perhaps they looked down upon their lower realm kin after experiencing the upper realm splendor. For this reason, many were willing to risk everything to become divine dragons. As the demigod dragon gathered the dragon language runes, all the demigod dragons in the lower realm grasped the situation's gravity. Initiate a racial war. Mere humans. Do they truly believe that defeating those feeble races grants them the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with our dragon race? The human race's abundant fortune makes them perfect prey for us. Thus, a multitude of dragons began to respond fervently, united by the singular purpose of commencing a racial war and engaging in a deadly it appears that between the two races, one will inevitably face decline, even risking total annihilation. Human race, I from the Dragonkin, have already consented to initiate a war among the races. Prepare yourselves for the obliteration at the hands of the formidable Dragonkin. The demigod dragon exuded arrogance, bearing an expression that suggested you should simply await your demise. The northern sea toad dragon could hardly endure such insolence and immediately drew its sword strike. The demigod dragon had yet to react when, upon seeing the northern sea toad dragon approach with its sword raised, it realized that this individual intended to take its life. No, this cannot be. It is a demigod, a powerful being of the Dragonkin. How could it perish in such a manner? Yet despite the demigod dragon's attempts to evade, it could not escape the fate sealed by the northern sea toad dragon. With a single stroke, the head of the demigod dragon was severed, and in that instant, its soul fled from its corporeal form. The void erupted with a surge of spiritual energy, and the soul of the demigod dragon was extinguished. The entire ordeal transpired in a mere 3 seconds. Before anyone could comprehend, the demigod dragon had been utterly vanquished, its very soul scattered. The speed of its demise left the onlookers in shock. By the time they grasped what had occurred, the soul of the demigod dragon had already been obliterated by the northern sea toad dragon. How ruthless! Had its soul been preserved, the demigod dragon might have found a chance to resurrect its body or possess another form. But now, with its soul annihilated, it was irrevocably dead, unless some resurrection skill was at play. But would anyone dare to employ such magic for the demigod dragon? Certainly not. They were still within the territory of the human race. Even the lizard men, who shared a blood tie with the Dragonkin, were rendered mute with trepidation. The 5 young dragons of the Dragonkin, witnessing the demise of their demigod, wore expressions that suggested they longed to flay the northern sea toad dragon alive. A sight that was somewhat terrifying. The gaze of the northern sea toad dragon fell upon these 5 young dragons. With just a glance, they exploded, unable to withstand the pressure exerted by a demigod. Succumbing to death, they were not demigods. At the very least, had their bodies been destroyed, their souls could have escaped. How brutal! In that moment, the image of the northern sea toad dragon was indelibly etched in the minds of the powerful beings from various races. Even those of the same demigod tier believed themselves no match for the northern sea toad dragon. Such an opponent could rank among the top 100 across all realms. However, they could not help but feel a sense of mourning for the humans of Blue Star. For they were indeed up against the Dragonkin. They understood the profound heritage of the Dragonkin. Although the human race had risen swiftly within a short span, their true depth could not compare to the Dragonkin. With a history spanning several 100 million years. Yet the human race was not a solitary entity. They had allies. The demigod of the elves, Emiya, approached the northern sea toad dragon. Fear not, Dragon Guardian, we shall certainly aid you in resisting the Dragonkin. Although the overall strength of the elves did not match that of the Dragonkin, their alliance with humanity sufficed for the task. On behalf of the human race, I extend my gratitude. The northern sea toad dragon sheathed its 3-foot azure sword, wiping away the golden dragon blood that stained its visage. Esteemed guests, if any of you harbor dissent regarding this ranking, you may have your respective kings communicate with the order, should you wish to lay hands upon us. Feel free to do so. Rest assured, we of the Titan race shall not turn our blades upon you humans. Just then, a demigod from the Titan race emerged. Initially, he was quite incensed for the humans had eliminated their Titan race, implying that their journey through the trials was in vain. However, upon learning of the enhancements brought by the rewards of the trials, the loss of a modicum of fortune seemed trivial, although they had not acquired significant legacies. Like the Dragonkin, the Titan race also boasted a history exceeding 100 million years, possessing formidable heritage, and was in no dire need of such trifles. Now, with the sight of humanity opposing the Dragonkin, it presented a natural alliance. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Humanity was indeed the Titan race's natural ally. From this day forth, we of the Titan race shall assist humanity in resisting the Dragonkin. A war among the races? What amusement is there in mere one-on-one conflicts? Let us engage in a grand melee among all races. The Titan giants are not a peaceful breed, though they often slumber. When faced with an all-out war among races, they will undoubtedly join the fray at the first opportunity. In simpler terms, they were simply too bored. With the Titans supporting humanity, alongside the elves, the scales of victory were already tipped. Although the Dragonkin had their own affiliated races, how strong could those subservient races truly be? Only the lizardmen had a chance to enter the top 100. The rest were mere dross within their ranks. Having a single demigod was already quite remarkable. Very well, if none of you have further business, you may take your leave. After all, we are on Blue Star, were it not for the trials being held in the extreme southern continent. In Blue Star serving as a hub among realms, they would not permit so many demigods from various races to enter. It could be said that if demigods from other races did not receive permission, they could not freely enter other worlds. Demigods possess the power to obliterate a world. If such walking harbingers of destruction were not managed, who could foresee the catastrophic consequences? Please hold for a moment. Just then, Lin Bei's voice suddenly rang out. This moment, the various races turned their attention to Lin Bei, particularly the demigod-level powers. They discovered that Lin Bei exuded an aura of immense fortune. Unlike that of an ordinary person, no, even a king of a race could not match the depth of fortune emanating from Lin Bei. At the demigod level, one could generally sense their own fortune. A king of a race is indeed powerful, with considerable fortune, typically existing as the sole entity within their race. But Lin Bei was different. The fortune surrounding him was even more formidable than that of a race's king. Was this a manifestation of pure fortune? Quickly, tell us. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the spirit of fortune? While the demigod powers were displeased with Lin Bei's sudden interruption, they could not help but pause and watch what he had to say. Not out of fear of incurring his wrath should they leave abruptly, but rather due to the overwhelming fortune he emanated. Esteemed guests, during this trial among the races, many of you must have left empty-handed. Correct? The various races responded with a collective silence. Why bring up such an unpleasant topic? Surely, he must be aware of their lack of gains, particularly the 34 teams eliminated by Lin Bei, who were now feeling utterly speechless. Was he intending to rub salt in their wounds? While it was true that they were no match for the human race, such humiliation seemed excessive. The northern sea-toad dragon wore a dazed expression. Clearly taken aback by Lin Bei's boldness, "Oh, my little ancestor, could you not refrain from stirring the pot? The human race is already on the brink of an all-out war with the dragonkin. Do not provoke other races unnecessarily. I express my regret regarding the results of this trial among the races. Indeed, there were many unforeseen circumstances, and I am certain you are all dissatisfied with this ranking. Therefore, I have decided to establish a new ranking. This will serve to rearrange the positions of the top 100 races. Simultaneously, I will present the resources we have gathered this time for exchange purposes. I wonder how you all feel about this." Though Lin Bei's voice was soft, it was clear enough for all the races within the extreme southern continent to hear. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the powerful beings began to ponder his intentions of a rearrangement of the rankings among the top 100 races. Indeed, this decision piqued their interest. Confident in their own races, they believed their strength could indeed propel them upward in the rankings. Even making it into the top 10 was not out of the question. Thus, when Lin Bei proposed this notion, they unanimously agreed without hesitation. However, Lin Bei also mentioned exchanging their gains. "Human, are you suggesting that you possess our race's legacies for exchange?" A half-divine werewolf from the werewolf clan emerged, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei. Indeed, the legacies of various races had all been located, thanks to their treasure-seeking prodigy, Lin Miao Miao, whenever something needed to be found. Casting Lin Miao Miao into the fray would yield a random legacy or rare resource, AQT present. These legacies still resided in Lin Bei and his companions' bags. Lin Bei retrieved a legacy from the system's inventory. It was a silvery white orb, emblazoned with the image of a wolf's head. It was the legacy of Fenrir. Upon seeing this legacy, the half-divine werewolf struggled to contain his eagerness to seize it. This was the divine Fenrir. Securing it could elevate him to the status of the mightiest half-divine, granting him the qualifications to ascend to divinity. How could he not be tempted? As the half-divine werewolf moved to act, Beihai Long quietly unsheathed his sword. The sound of the blade being drawn jolted the half-divine werewolf back to reality. He had almost forgotten that this was the territory of the human race, and that the man before him, who appeared rather unremarkable, had just moments ago slain a half-divine dragon, even vanquishing its soul without hesitation. He certainly did not consider himself a match for the half-divine dragon, let alone Beihai Long, who had accomplished such a feat of him. "Esteemed human, what shall we offer in exchange?" The answer depended on what price he could propose. Lin Bei retracted the legacy, opting not to reveal it further. The half-divine werewolf felt a surge of impatience. He wanted to know what exactly would suffice. Knowing what Lin Bei desired would allow him to negotiate, but now Lin Bei left it entirely up to him. Offering too little would be embarrassing, and might even lead to a refusal to trade. Yet offering too much would sting, for their werewolf clan was hardly a top-tier race. They possessed only 5 half-divine werewolves, and only one deity, Fenrir. Moreover, the other half-divines in their clan must never learn of this, lest they vie for the legacy themselves. Very well. Let us discuss the exchange later, and it is worth mentioning that I shall only trade with my allies." Upon hearing this, Beihai Long and the others realized the remarkable implications. With a single statement, Lin Bei had effectively forged an alliance between the human race and the various other races. This clever maneuver meant that if other races wished to exchange legacies, they would need to ally with humanity, for a mere verbal agreement. Impossible. True alliances require the binding of fate. Contracts must be established. Violators would face the backlash of fate itself. Beihai Long discreetly made arrangements, clearly intending to have some contracts delivered from their stronghold. All the various races contemplated whether allying with humanity was worth it. At that moment, Princess Emile of the Elven race took the initiative to speak. "We, the Elven race, are willing to sign a contract with humanity and become allies. The elves possess the ability to discern the inner goodness or malice of an individual, a skill exclusive to the royal lineage, as a princess. Emile naturally belonged to this elite class and held this ability. She could sense that Lin Bei spoke the truth with no ulterior motives. Thus, She was the first to leap forward and propose a contract with Lin Bei and his companions. Very well. In that case, what would you offer in exchange? Although the elves were on amicable terms with humanity, clarity was still necessary in such matters. Moreover, the resources in question were not solely Lin Bei's. They were the collective spoils of the entire team, rightfully considered joint property. Lin Bei presented two legacies from the elven race. But after a moment's thought, he retracted one. Observing this move, Emile found herself at a loss for words. The elves were hardly impoverished. Could they not trade too? As if sensing Emile's thoughts, Lin Bei explained. My mother is an elf. Emile was taken aback, realizing she had failed to recognize that Lin Bei was half-elf. After a moment of careful perception, she finally detected the elven blood coursing through him. No wonder he appeared so striking, with an elegance befitting their noble lineage. The elven bloodline was indeed exceptional. This is the legacy of the solar goddess. What will you offer in exchange? There were multiple solar goddesses. As each race had the potential to give birth to one, they were deities who had comprehended the laws of the sun, belonging to the same path of divinity. The solar goddess held significant power among the elves, primarily in warfare. Currently, the elven race lacked combat prowess. Had it not been for the recent trial of the myriad races, their alliance with humanity, and their retreat during the final battle, they might not have secured second place. We can offer golden skill enhancement stones in exchange. After much deliberation, this was the only suitable item they could propose. Yet Lin Bei merely smiled, as if amused by her naivety. 100. Impossible. 100 was far too many. The elves also needed golden enhancement stones to improve their skills. Moreover, they were not the main branch of the elven race from the natural continent, but rather from another world. Had the connection to the natural continent not been severed, they would not have been representing their kind in this trial of the myriad races. Human, 100 is far too much. We cannot possibly provide that. That's so. You seem to forget that with good fortune, the one who inherits this legacy could even become a deity. A future god that not worth 100 golden enhancement stones? Yet that was merely a possibility. Lin Bei's words were incredibly tempting. The birth of a single deity could indeed alter their current landscape, especially when the domain gates reopened in 97 years. The elven race might gain access to even more resources. I apologize. I seem to have overestimated you. Lin Bei directly apologized to Emile. Emile, I did not anticipate your people would be so impoverished. That was my mistake. Lin Bei's earnest gaze met Emile's, sincere and devoid of malice. Yet Emile felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She merely wished to negotiate, but why did Lin Bei's genuine and harmless apology leave her feeling so exasperated? 100 it was then, in a fit of anger. Emile conceded. After all, 100 stones could yield the birth of a half-divine, which was not a loss. However, not everyone possessed the capability to become a half-divine, should one perish during the trial and be eliminated. Unless they utilized a resurrection skill, they would be forced to wait a lengthy period before re-entering the trial. Alternatively, they could spend time cultivating, but true talent was essential for such endeavors. Without the aptitude for cultivation, one would be stagnant, merely waiting in place. Thus, a legacy that guaranteed the potential for a half-divine and the prospect of godhood was indeed worth their investment. The half-divine elf beside her could only facepalm in resignation. Unsure how to address his princess's behavior, he understood, however, that while 100 golden enhancement stones might seem steep, it paled in comparison to the value of a half-divine or a deity, in that case. Let us proceed with the contract. Lin Bei shifted from his earlier apologetic demeanor, signaling for the contracts to be prepared for signing. Beihai Long voiced his concerns. Wait, am I not the captain of the Dragon Guard? Is it truly appropriate for you to direct me like this? Although Beihai Long expressed his dissatisfaction, Lin Bei's actions were clearly for the benefit of humanity, forging alliances. Thus, it was but a minor deviation, not a significant issue. Before long, the contracts were presented. In addition to the elves, other races gradually approached Lin Bei and his companions to engage in trade. After a lengthy session lasting most of the day, Lin Bei and his team finally completed their exchanges. They acquired over 50 legacies suitable for humanity, along with more than 700 golden enhancement stones and 3 golden profession enhancement stones. Humans, Do you claim to possess legacies suitable for our Lizardman clan as well? At that moment, the Lizardmen, a vassal race of the Dragon clan, silently approached. The sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed in the air. The demigod Lizardman instinctively wiped away non-existent sweat, clearly sensing a warning not to stir up trouble. After all, he was a subordinate of the dragon race, who knew if they might turn violent. Lin Bei, however, was indifferent to whether the Lizardmen would act against him. With the Kongtong seal in his possession, he had automatically ascended to the status of a sovereign among races. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings, and emperors against emperors. Only a king possessed the power to inflict harm upon Lin Bei. Yet it would not be fatal. Only an emperor of one race had the right to slay the emperor of another. Such was the rule of order. Therefore, Lin Bei had no cause for concern that the Lizardmen could bring about his demise. Indeed, it would not be at the hands of the Lizardmen. After all, they were at most demigods, true deities, non-existent. Among the top 100 races, only the top 50 possessed deities. However, in a certain sense, the god of the Lizardmen was, in fact, the god of the Dragon clan. Should the Lizardmen undergo the baptism of dragon blood from the Dragon clan, they could potentially metamorphose into half-dragon Lizardmen, or even transform into full dragons. It could be said that the Dragon clan was the ancestral lineage of the Lizardmen. The demigod Lizardman clearly felt that Lin Bei was not jesting. If there were none, why claim otherwise? No, perhaps it was suitable? Could it be? The Lizardman seemed to have a realization, and he watched as Lin Bei cheerfully produced 2 inheritances, both belonging to the Dragon clan. Point 1 was the legacy of the Deathwing Nidhogg, while the other was the inheritance of the Radiant Dragon God. Thus arose the question, what kind of price could you offer? The moment Lin Bei revealed the 2 inheritances, the Lizardman's eyes were instantly captivated. This. The Lizardman exhaled excitedly, his breath quickening, but upon sensing a formidable pressure, he quickly regained his composure. After all, a god of slaughter was nearby. Only a madman would dare to act recklessly. However, the Lizardmen had no financial means for exchange. A sense of despair washed over the Lizardman for the first time, a feeling of longing for something great placed before him, yet lacking the ability to attain it. Lin Bei remained quietly patient, undeterred by the impending racial conflict. Before long, the Lizardman seemed to have made a decision. Human, we of the Lizardman race are willing to submit to the human race, serving you for generations to come. As long as he obtained this inheritance, he could ascend to godhood. Once a deity, he would only need to exert himself when necessary, while the ordinary days would remain unchanged. As for the other Lizardmen, their fate was of no concern to him. Moreover, aligning with the human race might prove a wise choice. The Dragon clan was notoriously arrogant, provoking numerous formidable foes. Those adversaries, unable to confront the Dragon clan directly, would naturally seek to vent their frustrations on their Lizardman subordinates. This thought reminded the Lizardman of the absurdities committed by the Dragon clan that he would now have to endure. Thus, the guilt of abandoning the Dragon clan in favor of servitude to the human race vanished in an instant. I, Ojal, am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you. I submit to you. The Beihai Toad Dragon, initially on high alert regarding the Lizardman's intentions, was taken aback to see him propose a master-servant contract with Lin Bei. Brother, you are a demigod. Can you not maintain some semblance of demigod dignity? To voluntarily sign a master-servant contract with a mere human of less than demigod caliber will surely make others perceive demigods as cheap. From this moment onward, you are expelled from the circle of demigods. The Beihai Toad Dragon silently judged Ojal and looked down upon him. The surrounding demigods were equally astonished. Ojal was indeed extraordinary. They had lived for so long, but had never witnessed a demigod willingly submitting to a human who was merely level 35. In the distance, Xin Yuan Fengbo, who was maintaining order, overheard Ojal's declaration. He recalled Lin Bei's past deeds, coupled with the formidable aura of fortune surrounding him. This was undoubtedly the favored child of destiny. Even a divine beast would come to acknowledge him. Although the Lizardmen could barely be classified as half-beasts. No. If they truly utilized the inheritance, they might transform into divine dragons, and calling them divine beasts would not be excessive. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Yuan Fengbo reached a conclusion that you young men are indeed the protagonist. This is irrefutable. Have you made up your mind? Lin Bei, too, had not anticipated Ojul's audacity to recognize him as master in his demigod form. Yes, my master, please accept my humble bow. He produced a master-servant contract and prepared to inscribe his blood upon it. The lizardman's submission to the human race would necessitate labor for the humans. However, if he pledged allegiance to Lin Bei, he would serve only him. The distinction in their respective duties was clear to him. Most importantly, he could perceive the immense fortune radiating from Lin Bei, coupled with his status as the foremost among them. With his protection, ascension to godhood was inevitable. He was merely following the future deity. Was there any shame in that? None. The demigod elites from various races would find it disgraceful to associate with Ojul, as it tarnished the dignity of their status. Ojul remained unfazed. He drew forth the master-servant contract and willingly left his essence upon it. Lin Bei followed suit, imbuing the contract with his own aura, thus successfully signing the agreement. Ojul became Lin Bei's servant, bound by a contract that would see him perish at Lin Bei's thought. It could be said that as long as one's strength could not surpass the power of order, they would be obliged to adhere to the contract. They truly signed it. The assembly of powerful beings gazed in shock at this scene, their disdain for Ojul evident. Master, Ojul knelt on one knee. At 5 meters tall, even in this position, he towered over Lin Bei. Well, this one is a gift for you. Since Ojul had already become one of his own, it would be no trouble to provide him with the inheritance of the Deathwing. Lin Bei tossed the inheritance toward Ojul, who caught it and began absorbing its essence. Within it flowed the bloodline of the Deathwing, and upon absorbing the blood essence, Ojul's power surged dramatically to that moment. He began to howl in agony, as if confronted by something terrifying. His skin, resembling scales, began to tear apart, golden blood cascading to the ground. The elder is undergoing a metamorphosis. One of the lizardmen in the group could not help but exclaim, pointing at Ojul. Only by accepting the Dragon Clan's blood could they hope to ascend to their ranks. Now, Ojul was on the path to becoming a true dragon. Typically, the dragon blood inherited by the lizardmen was of the weakest variety. Yet the Deathwing was different. Even among dragons, it was a top-tier lineage. Not to mention, the Deathwing was a being of divine caliber. By inheriting the bloodline of the Deathwing, Ojul was evolving toward that very essence. His body expanded rapidly, the stress on his muscles nearly overwhelming his senses. Had he not reached the demigod level, he might have lost his sanity and lashed out indiscriminately. Even so, Ojul still felt the soul-wrenching pain of tearing. All present silently observed the unfolding scene. After several minutes, a dragon of 1,000 meters in length emerged before everyone. Its fearsome visage, akin to obsidian armor, and its claws glimmering with a cold light were a sight to behold. Ojul had fully transformed into a dragon, no longer a mere lizard man. Before all stood the demigod Ojul, who had inherited the legacy of the Deathwing. Was this the power that heralded ascension to divinity? Ojul felt that he could effortlessly obliterate the version of himself from before. Even his level had now reached 99. With just one more step to purify the blood essence within, he would completely metamorphose. Ascending to the realm of the divine, the surrounding demigods naturally took note of Ojul's transformation. From a once feeble demigod, he had, through Lin Bei's inheritance, skyrocketed to become one of the strongest demigods. At this juncture, they finally became aware of the terrifying opportunities that lay within the trial of myriad races. Just a single chance, so simple in nature, could forge a peak demigod. Indeed, the foundation to ascend to divinity was encapsulated within such an opportunity. If it were theirs, they too would strive to seize it. Their admiration for humanity grew ever stronger. To their astonishment, they discovered that such inheritors were willing to engage in exchange. Initially, they had suspected humanity of harboring ulterior motives, but it now appeared that they were, without a doubt, benevolent beings. How incomprehensible it was that the great lizards of the Western dragon world sought to annihilate such a friendly and altruistic race. This was utterly absurd. Dear brother, congratulations on acquiring a demigod as a follower. My clan of goblins is eager to join forces with humanity to vanquish the accursed dragon race. Indeed, Our clan of werewolves feels the same. I too. It was evident to all that humanity had truly taken flight. The amplification of their fortune had surged several-fold, yielding effects more potent than anyone could have anticipated. Astute observers could already discern that humanity was on the cusp of becoming the foremost race among all. This was the tide of fate, an unstoppable force. The great lizards of the Western dragon world, in their folly, dared to oppose humanity. They would not be the first to consent, for in their eyes, the Western lizards were acting against the will of the heavens and would meet a dire fate. As a result of their deliberations, every race that participated in this trial of myriad races, save for the dragon race, had forged pacts with humanity, becoming their allies. Moreover, they were genuinely motivated to support humanity in resisting the invasion of those Western lizards. The North Sea Tow Dragon and Xian Yuan Fenghua exchanged glances, clearly unprepared for the events that had spiraled beyond their control. What was this? They had initially believed that even if a great war did not erupt, there would still be losses. Yet, it had transformed into a conference of alliances. How would the dragon race react upon learning of the current situation? Would they awaken to find the entire world their enemy? Indeed, that was an apt description. Well, esteemed allies, since we are now united, there are many matters of which you ought to be aware. I previously stated that we would re-establish rankings, and I intend to keep my word that I possess a dungeon that can facilitate your entry to refresh these rankings. Henceforth, this ranking will serve as the standard across all realms. What say you? I'm in. One demigod immediately responded to this moment. They comprehended that this human might very well be the fated child of humanity, a being born of destiny. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how the fortune surrounding him could eclipse that of even a race's king. Such individuals were impervious to death and would soon rise to become top-tier powerhouses. In light of this, it would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Bei, for in the future, he might even grant them divine prowess. Have you seen that great lizard? It has reached the pinnacle of demigod status through sycophancy. Had they known that such flattery could yield such heights, they would have cast aside their pride to engage in it themselves. Thus, while they looked down upon Ogler, they could not help but admire his achievements. The lizard folk had truly hitched a ride on humanity's fast track. Lin Bei nodded, summoning the Kongtong seal, channeling his own spirit to activate it. The second entry of the Kongtong seal enabled the creation of dungeons within the confines of one's own racial influence. Consequently, Lin Bei directly conjured a dungeon. The Kongtong seal unleashed a power more formidable than that of the demigods present, leaving all witnesses utterly astounded. Was this the might that could emanate from a fourth-tier being? Could he truly be a demigod while they were merely fourth-tier? Amid the astonished gazes of the demigods, Lin Bei completed the dungeon's construction, successfully creating a medium-sized dungeon capable of accommodating 100 teams. Within this dungeon, various races could select their rankings, with those lower in rank able to challenge those above them. Thus, the true standings of the top 100 races could be swiftly determined. Naturally, humanity was included, holding the first position and remaining unchallengeable. The dungeon was crafted by their design, and within the trial of myriad races, humanity's reputation for ruthless slaughter was well known. Therefore, no one contested humanity's first-place ranking. The only dissenting voice belonged to the dragon race, but they had already been entirely vanquished by the North Sea Tow Dragon. Now that the dungeon is established, feel free to proceed. Lin Bei stored away the Kongtong seal. Indifferent to the astonished gazes of the demigods, Lin Bei, how did you accomplish that? Xian Yuan Fenghua approached Lin Bei, fully aware of the immense difficulty involved in dungeon creation. Their novice dungeons were typically crafted by a race's king. Connecting to the order of fate, there was no precedent for someone like Lin Bei to casually create a dungeon with such ease. Was this truly the power of a fourth-tier being? At that moment, Xian Yuan Fenghua found himself utterly perplexed by Lin Bei's capabilities. Moreover, he had a premonition that even if he were to confront Lin Bei, he might very well be slain. Such was the keen intuition of a demigod. Simply proceed like this, then like that, and it will suffice. Lin Bei replied earnestly to Xian Yuan Fenghua. That is hardly informative. Xian Yuan Fenghua retorted. Regardless, congratulations on securing first place in the trial of myriad races. You are now a great benefactor of humanity, having amplified their fortune several-fold from its original state. What else could be deemed a great contribution? Should we return now? Yes, let us return and address the spoils of this endeavor. Lin Bei nodded in agreement, recognizing that they had been away long enough. After spending 3 days within the dungeon, emerging to such circumstances, he now longed for nothing more than a restful slumber in his own abode. Upon hearing that Lin Bei intended to return, Ogler promptly took it upon himself to shoulder this responsibility. "My lord, please mount." Ogler stated earnestly, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Lin Bei replied, bemused. Nonetheless, Ogler's current demeanor certainly resembled that of a grand steed. "Very well. And what of you all? We will accompany you." Wang Chongyang grinned, eager to experience the sensation of riding a dragon. Long Xingyao remained silent, but had already taken it upon herself to follow closely behind Lin Bei. "Cousin, I want to ride a dragon too. I wish to ride as well." Sheng Wanhua chimed in, eager to join. "All right, it seems I've asked in vain." Xian Yuan Fenghua observed the scene in exasperation, realizing that they didn't require his assistance at all. However, this was advantageous, as it saved him considerable effort. At that moment, Xian Yuan Fenghua received a message from Long Batian. "Lin Bei, if possible, please return, rest well, and then meet with the sovereign." "Understood. I shall do so after returning." Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Ogler telepathically transported everyone onto his massive, fearsome head, which lifted as his wings unfurled, stirring up a tempest of winds. With a swift motion, they departed the battlefield of myriad races, arriving above the southernmost continent. Within the southernmost continent, the 5 powerful beings of the Battle Dragon Hall, along with their commander, were stationed there, prepared to respond to any fluctuations in the region. They were acting on the orders of the Dragon Lord, dispatched to provide support to the southernmost continent. Should any unforeseen events arise, their priority was to evacuate Lin Bei and his companions from the southernmost continent. Having secured first place and laid the foundation for divinity, it was imperative to ensure their safety. "Commander," upon Ogler's arrival in the southernmost continent, the 6 members of the Battle Dragon Hall took note of him. Wang Hansheng sensed that Lin Bei and his companions were perched upon Ogler's head, and he was momentarily taken aback. Their divine seeds were now situated atop the brow of that great lizard. What could this mean? It seemed that this formidable lizard bore no hostility toward Lin Bei and his companions. Rather, it appeared more akin to a steed, just as Wang Hansheng and the others were preparing to intervene and inquire about the situation. The voice of the North Sea Toad dragon resonated. "Wang Hansheng, this demigod dragon is one of ours." North Sea Toad dragon. Indeed, it is like the figure of the North Sea Toad dragon materialized, its gaze sharp and penetrating as it surveyed the horizon. "What is happening? I will explain upon our return together. But for now, there is both bad news and good news. Please tell us." Wang Hansheng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the news as the leader of the Battle Dragon Hall. His primary responsibility was to uphold the stability of the Longxia Kingdom. The grim tidings were that the Western Dragon Clan had declared a comprehensive war against the human race, in other words. The war of races had commenced. Wang Hansheng's pupils constricted, yet he did not display any semblance of fear. Humanity had faced such conflicts before. During the years of spiritual revival, they had already clashed with various races. Undoubtedly, although humanity had suffered grave losses and had seen many promising candidates for demigods and even deities fall, they had nonetheless established their reputation and secured their position. Otherwise, would one truly believe that the myriad races across the realms were mere bystanders? The blue star where humanity resided was the very nexus of all realms, and every race coveted its dominion. However, the reason they had not claimed it was not due to cowardice, but because they were deterred by the past confrontations. Now, after more than a century, it was surprising that the Dragon Clan among the myriad races had chosen to instigate a racial war against humanity. Was it due to humanity's prolonged silence? Yet, Wang Hansheng was also acutely aware of the Dragon Clan's formidable strength, which encompassed the control of numerous weaker races. Once war was declared, it was highly probable that these lesser races would follow the dragons into battle. Thus, humanity might face a scenario of fighting against multiple adversaries. As for humanity's allies, Not every race possessed the resolve to participate in this racial conflict. Should one side falter, they could expect future retribution. The war had begun, and would humanity cower before the Dragon Clan? Although they had profound heritage and a multitude of demigods, humanity's spiritual technology was not to be underestimated. Consider the Star Destroyer cannon, which could rival a demigod in power. This was humanity's pinnacle of spiritual technology. Wang Hanxing responded with apparent indifference. What is the good news? The good news was that aside from the Dragon Clan, the other races participating in the trial dungeons had signed alliance treaties with humanity, thus becoming allies. At this juncture, the Beihai Toad Dragon seemed to recall something and added, they will also join the war, standing alongside humanity. Wang Hanxing, with a look of skepticism, inquired, are you serious? He regarded the Beihai Toad Dragon with doubt. Don't look at me. I am just as bewildered as you regarding how Lin Bei managed this. Although I was present throughout, that maneuver is truly beyond imitation. So, a demigod dragon from the Dragon Clan has defected? No, it is not a demigod dragon of the Dragon Clan, but rather of the Lizard Man race. By the way, the Lizard Men have now become our vassals, aligning with humanity. The werewolves are likely to follow suit soon. After all, the demigod werewolf is coveting Lin Bei's Fenrir inheritance. However, their race is relatively impoverished and lacks any valuable assets. The werewolves can hardly gather even 100 purple skill enhancement stones, let alone 100 golden ones. Thus, it is likely they may become servile like the ogres, becoming Lin Bei's subordinates. Wang Hanxing fell into contemplative silence. Was it the rapid advancement of the times, or merely the recent electrification that bewildered him? Why had the world become so chaotic in just a few days? Did the Dragon Clan know about this news? They likely did not, for the demigod dragon within their ranks was slain by his hands, and its body still warm. Would you like to see it? Upon saying this, he revealed the corpse of the demigod dragon. Wang Hanxing silently gazed at the body for a considerable time, before finally uttering, so, this is the cause of the all-out war. It is not. They could not accept their ranking, explained the Beihai Toad Dragon before retracting the demigod dragon's body. This was a valuable asset, which could be utilized to nourish the younger ones of his clan upon his return. The Beihai Toad Dragon was not human, but belonged to the demon cultivator race. Any sentient being could swiftly enhance its power within the dungeons. Naturally, those animals that had awakened their spirits were no exception. In fact, awakened animals had become part of humanity. However, this was limited to those who had attained enlightenment within the dominion of humanity. The Beihai Toad Dragon's true form was that of a Yangtze alligator. After the spiritual revival, he fortuitously awakened his intelligence and, by chance, forged a bond with the royal family, thus embarking on a path of ascension. With the presence of this peak demigod, over 30 Yangtze alligators in his clan had also awakened. Demon cultivators could significantly enhance their power by consuming such high-grade meat, and even if fed to unawakened animals, it might enable them to awaken successfully. The reason the Beihai Toad Dragon walked in human form was not only due to his current role as the Dragon Guardian Commander, but also because he was romantically involved with the kingdom's princess. Though their relationship was clandestine and known to no one else, this was merely his perception. I see. That puts my mind at ease. Wang Hanxing nodded in response, grasping the entirety of the situation. So, the other races are still in the battlefield of the myriad races? Indeed. Very well, then I shall take them to guard the area to prevent any unforeseen incidents, due to the reasons for the declaration. Along with the fact that the ogre was flying within the atmosphere, many troubles were circumvented. Before long, Lin Bei and his companions returned to Jiangchen. The colossal figure of the ogre rested on a nearby hill. Refraining from entering the city directly, should it have entered, the sight of such a terrifying creature would likely instigate panic among the populace, which would be undesirable. Ogre, remain nearby during ordinary times. I shall call upon you if needed. Yes, master. The ogre, filled with admiration for its prior actions, felt vindicated. It was indeed a wise gamble. The only time Lin Bei would summon him was when he required assistance, allowing the ogre to relax otherwise. Truly splendid. As for the current state of the Lizard Man race, it was of little concern to him. After all, he had not sired any offspring, and finding a good place for the Lizard Men was already commendable. Lin Bei still possessed another legacy of the Dragon Clan, seemingly with no intention of distributing it. However, how was this relevant to him? He had already become Lin Bei's dragon, and none could impede him. Upon their return to Jiangsheng, Lin Bei and his companions each went to their respective homes. Shang Wanhua, bewildered, shouted as he watched the others depart, "Captain, where are you all going?" "Home." "Why?" Lin Bei, feeling utterly exhausted after the whirlwind of events over the past 3 days. "Long for a good night's sleep." "What about me?" You can return to Tianlong City on your own. If that is not feasible, I can arrange a hotel for you." Shang Wanhua was suddenly reminded that both Lin Bei and Wang Chongyang were from Jiangsheng, and Lin Miao Miao was a cousin of Lin Bei, making Jiangsheng her hometown as well. "Long Xingyao, right? The little princess is from Tianlong City," he exclaimed. "Little princess, would you like to return to Tianlong City with me?" Long Xingyao hesitated before responding to Shang Wanhua's invitation. "Why would I return to Tianlong City? Tianlong City is your home, isn't it? Am I mistaken?" "It is indeed my home, but my father has already decreed that I follow Lin Bei. Wherever he goes, I shall follow." Shang Wanhua was left speechless. "Wait, did I hear that correctly? Does this mean the kingdom's ruler has betrothed the little princess to Lin Bei? Good heavens, after following the team for so many days. I am only now learning this secret." As Shang Wanhua pieced it together, he realized why Long Xingyao had been so close to Lin Bei. He initially thought it was mere affection, but it turned out she was already bound. The kingdom's ruler was indeed astute, showing such foresight in investing in a future deity. Yet Shang Wanhua also felt a sense of rising prominence. He, Shang Wanhua, was destined for greatness, since Lin Bei and the others were staying in Jiangsheng. Shang Wanhua could only return to Tianlong City ahead of time. Had he known, he would have followed Xin Yuan from back. However, experiencing the thrill of riding a dragon was not without its merits. As Shang Wanhua departed, he did so in good spirits, seemingly contemplating how to make a grand impression upon his return. "Let us return." Lin Bei smiled at Long Xingyao and Lin Miao Miao. The two opposite nodded, while Long Xingyao followed Lin Bei closely, lost in her thoughts. After a moment, she turned to Lin Bei and asked, "Aren't you going to hold my hand as we walk?" Lin Bei replied, "Ah, after all, I am your fiancé now. Although there is no emotional foundation between us, I will strive to cultivate it." Long Xingyao responded earnestly. Hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle. And seeing her outstretched hand, he accepted it without hesitation. Long Xingyao felt the warmth of his hand and smiled genuinely. "It seems the novels were indeed correct. I must continue reading after returning home to enhance our relationship." Faced with Long Xingyao's invitation to hold hands, Lin Bei did not refuse. Setting aside the fact that Long Xingyao perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences, how could he deny the rare initiative of a girl? If he were to refuse, it would surely sadden her. Thus, Lin Bei resolutely decided to embrace this consequence. As for the fear of being caught and punished by Long Batian, it was a concern he might have entertained previously. However, he felt no apprehension now. Their explosive team had all members possessing the potential to ascend to divinity, and Lin Bei was accompanied by a peak demigod, with prospects of gaining even more in the future. Moreover, Lin Bei had now bound himself to the Kong Tong seal, passively acquiring the identity of a human emperor. Long Batian was merely a sovereign of a nation, a king among men. But he could never claim the title of human emperor. The status of a human emperor surpasses that of a king, inherently overwhelming it. Thus, the mere king, Long Batian, posed no threat to Lin Bei. Finally, Lin Bei felt a sense of relief. With the assurance that Long Batian could not harm him, he found the courage to face Long Xingyao. Over the past few days, he had begun to discern her attitude towards him. Initially, perhaps it was the so-called task from her father that drew her near. Yet now, it seemed her feelings for him had undergone some transformation. In simple terms, her fondness for him had evidently increased. Therefore, Lin Bei felt entirely at ease holding Long Xingyao's hand as they returned to the Lin family home. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of Tianlong City, Long Batian listened to the report from Xinyuan Fengbo. Falling into deep contemplation, he understood every word spoken. Yet why did the combination of them seem so perplexing? A racial war that required the mobilization of the entire clan was effortlessly resolved by Lin Bei. Moreover, he seemingly conjured a dungeon with but a mere gesture. Could such feats truly be accomplished by one of the fourth tier? Even a demigod could not achieve this. Even they could only allow a nation's sovereign to utilize the national fortune to communicate with the consciousness of the Blue Star. And only through the permission of order could a dungeon be constructed. Furthermore, constructing a dungeon was exceedingly arduous, requiring intricate considerations and approval from the order before it could be deployed. Lin Bei accomplished this with apparent ease, making them seem rather foolish. This time, they had done exceptionally well, raising their security measures to the highest level. This was a seed destined to become a god in the future, and it must be well protected. Absolutely not to be harmed by the wretched Void Sect. Yes, Sovereign, Xinyuan Fengbo replied earnestly before vanishing from sight. I could see that moment. Long Ba Tian seemed to recall something. His beloved daughter had not returned with Xinyuan Fengbo. The trial of 10,000 clans had concluded, and she should be back by now. Why was she still absent? Confused, Long Ba Tian sent a message to Long Xingyao. Long Xingyao, meanwhile, was at the Lin family ancestral home enjoying dinner with Lin Bei's family. And she heard that Lin Bei's grandfather was also coming back today. This made her feel a bit nervous. As she was about to meet family, she certainly did not want to leave a bad impression. Just then, she received a message from Long Ba Tian. Long Ba Tian wrote, "Yao Yao, why haven't you returned home yet?" Long Xingyao tilted her head in confusion. Perhaps it was because her father missed her. Long Xingyao replied, "Father, I am having dinner with Lin Bei's family, and I should return tomorrow." According to Lin Bei, they would go to Tianlong City together to meet Long Ba Tian, as it had been agreed that they would visit him once they had some free time. On the other end, Long Ba Tian was taken aback. His daughter, upon returning from the trial of 10,000 clans, prioritized dining with Lin Bei's family over returning home. This was unprecedented. Previously, Long Xingyao would have spent her time in the palace, and even when she ventured out, she would return home immediately without wandering about. For some reason, Long Ba Tian felt an unsettling premonition, but he sensed that something might be amiss with his little darling. Yet without evidence, he could only let it be. Long Ba Tian added, "Remember to come back early. Your mother misses you." Long Xingyao. "Okay, father." She closed her phone, and Long Ba Tian took a deep breath, feeling more lost than ever before. Not long after, at the Lin family ancestral home, the sound of Lin Zhan Tian's hearty laughter filled the air. What a wonderful day it was. His grandchildren had safely returned from the trial of 10,000 clans and had even achieved first place. Those of their caliber understood that first place carried the potential for divinity. Without a doubt, his two grandchildren were destined to become deities. The Lin family was on the verge of producing a true god. Grandfather, upon seeing Lin Zhan Tian return, Lin Miao excitedly leaped into his arms. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 15 centimeters, Lin Zhan Tian easily caught her, spinning her around before gently setting her down. "Good. My dear granddaughter, you all did exceptionally well." Lin Zhan Tian felt happier than he ever had before. "Nana," at that moment, Lin Miao noticed a graceful figure behind Lin Zhan Tian. She appeared youthful, in her 40s, with the poise of a noblewoman. Indeed, she was a noblewoman, as the Lin family was a prominent clan. "My dear Miao, you have worked hard." Wang Ruoying smiled as she affectionately patted Lin Miao's head. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had also brought Long Xingyao to welcome Lin Zhan Tian and Wang Ruoying. "Welcome back, grandfather and grandmother," standing beside Lin Bei. Long Xingyao felt a bit shy upon seeing Lin Zhan Tian, who was exceedingly bold, leaving her somewhat taken aback. "Hey, you rascal, you haven't disappointed me. You are far better than your father." He then turned his gentle gaze towards Long Xingyao, speaking with warmth. "You must be Yao, right? Rest assured, our Lin family recognizes you as a daughter-in-law. If this little rascal Lin Bei dares to provoke you, just let me know. I will help you deal with him." Lin Bei's grandmother, Wang Ruoying, also approached, taking Long Xingyao's hand and pulling her aside, as if to whisper. Lin Bei felt a twinge of discomfort. Wasn't he the grandson? Why did it feel as though Lin Miao and Long Xingyao were the ones who were truly cherished, while he was merely an afterthought? "You little rascal. Yao is a good girl. You need not doubt that. Moreover, it should be her misunderstanding, right?" Lin Zhan Tian asked, softening his tone as he observed his wife conversing with Long Xingyao. Yes, Lin Bei chose not to hide the truth. For it was indeed the case that I am aware of her family background. Although I am unclear about the events that transpired, if she believes herself to be our Lin family's granddaughter-in-law, then let it be so. Lin Bei thought, Grandfather, can't you consider your grandson's feelings for once? May I inquire about your true thoughts? Ultimately, he longed to become Long Ba Tian's father. Lin Bei reflected, Grandfather, you remain as childlike as ever. From a young age, Lin Zhantian had been like a playful old child accompanying Lin Bei and the others as they grew up, and as they matured, he had naturally tempered his demeanor. Yet, it seemed he had not fully restrained himself. He simply no longer acted like a playful old man in front of them. Well, to be honest, I can see that the girl has feelings for you, and her family is not lacking either. The most crucial point is that if you harbor no feelings for her, you certainly should not bring her along to meet both of us. Lin Zhantian remarked with a smile, giving Lin Bei a gentle pat on the shoulder. Lin Bei remained silent, for indeed, as Lin Zhantian had stated, his fondness for Long Xingyao had significantly increased over the past few days. Who would refuse a good wife who occasionally leans against you, remains quiet, and secretly considers her husband's well-being? In any case, Lin Bei found it impossible to turn her down to AS for whether he was worthy of the little princess of Longxia Nation. One must consider that the Lin family is wealthy enough to rival nations, and even in other realms, they possess enterprises belonging to the Lin clan. Moreover, Lin Bei now represented humanity and had achieved numerous honors. Any single one of those would suffice to elevate his status, let alone the fact that he had recently acquired the Kongtong seal, becoming a monarch of his lineage. It could be said that Lin Bei now held the highest status among the human race. In a certain sense, Long Xingyao had indeed ascended in status. Of course, Lin Bei did not share this sentiment. He had once contemplated finding a partner, but those women were either enamored with his family's wealth or attracted to his physique. Now that he had finally encountered a girl who was neither greedy for riches nor lustful, he felt it necessary to cherish her deeply. All right, I have matters to discuss with your father. The future of the family business will soon be in your hands. Although you and Miao Miao have already separated, in my heart, you will always be one family, Lin Zhantian said, his tone turning particularly grave when the topic of separation arose. The family division had been proposed a decade ago by Lin Xiong, that ungrateful SONAT that time. Lin Bei's mother was forcibly separated, as the minions of the Void Sect had violently disrupted the world passage, severing the connection between the natural continent and Blue Star. This had become a hallmark of the Void Sect's nefarious activities, having occurred at least 5 times over the centuries, with 2 of those instances being successful schemes on their part. The natural continent was one such casualty. Lin Xiong, who had returned with Lin Bei, was in poor health and had secretly obtained a spirit energy hydrogen bomb capable of annihilating a world, seemingly intending to confront the Void Sect and perish together. His insistence on family separation stemmed from the belief that once divided, all past actions would be disconnected from the main Lin family. Despite Lin Zhantian's vehement objections, Lin Xiong ultimately succeeded in his separation. That time, Long Batian had even ordered Lin Xiong's arrest to prevent him from committing any reckless acts that could lead to the destruction of a world. Fortunately, Lin Zhantian was able to persuade Lin Xiong to relent, using Lin Bei as a reason. Had he failed, Lin Xiong might have indeed destroyed a world, perishing alongside the minions of the Void Sect. After all, a complete severance of the world meant that the natural continent would be perpetually vulnerable to incursions from the Void Sect, left isolated and defenseless. In such circumstances, one could consider the instance of the instance worlds, as the incursions from the Void Sect had left behind fragments of worlds that sought to invade and assimilate all realms. Thus, once a world was severed, unable to receive support from others, it meant its inevitable decline, and there was even a possibility of encountering its remnants within the instance. This was why Lin Xiong had resorted to such irrational actions. I know, Grandpa. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, Lin Bei replied, nodding silently. The Lin family shared a common resentment towards the Void Sect. After the family had enjoyed a hearty meal, Lin Xiong and Lin Zhantian seemed to have matters to discuss. While Lin Bei began to upgrade his skills comprehensively, he had obtained the Golden Skill Enhancement Stones, and it would be remiss not to upgrade them. Before long, all of Lin Bei's skills had been elevated to golden quality. Even the attributes had been refined to his liking. Gazing at his array of golden skills, Lin Bei felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Simultaneously, after inheriting the Kongtong seal, he sensed a newfound responsibility within him, a duty to protect. At that moment, Long Xingyao approached Lin Bei, a teammate in the same party and now recognized as the Lin family's granddaughter-in-law. Lin Bei naturally would not neglect her, offering her enhancement stones to upgrade her skill quality as well. Then, an idea struck him, and he retrieved 5 insight pills. "What are these?" Long Xingyao inquired, her eyes puzzled as she regarded the 5 golden pills in Lin Bei's hand. She had never seen such pills before. Yet, she knew Lin Bei would not harm her. These are insight pills. Consuming one allows you to rapidly comprehend and elevate your skill levels. Long Xingyao was taken aback that Lin Bei would gift her such a precious item. Her immediate reaction was to refuse. "No, you should consume the insight pills yourself. They are far too valuable." Though she had heard of insight pills, she had never encountered them. But she recalled that they were priceless, capable of negating the need for comprehension and skills, applicable only to those below level 10. The red quality, level 9 skill of the strongest demigod had been achieved through the consumption of insight pills. Lin Bei was well aware of their worth. While they might be exceedingly precious to others, to him, he glanced at his collection of 35 level golden skills and deemed the insight pills nearly worthless, akin to useless candies. Thus, rather than treating them as mere sweets, it was far better to bolster the strength of those close to him. "You just need to understand that insight pills hold no value for me. Therefore, it is better to reserve them for you to enhance your power. After all, you're the one who will accompany me for a lifetime. If your strength is lacking," Lin Bei chuckled before continuing, "be careful, or I might just go outside you." Long Xingyao, though aware Lin Bei was jesting, inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Unable to contain herself, she pinched his waist. "Ouch! How do you girls know instinctively?" Lin Bei had not anticipated Long Xingyao's sudden action. He had thought the little princess, despite her aloof exterior, was different from other girls. However, who could have guessed that nearly all girls possessed an innate understanding in this regard? Rubbing his waist, Lin Bei quickly explained, "I was just joking. I won't do it again." Upon hearing this, Long Xingyao relented, releasing her delicate grip and turning her head away with a huff, her voice softening. "I don't like such jokes." "Fine, there won't be next time," Lin Bei responded, momentarily taken aback before laughing at it seemed that even a jealous little princess had a distinct charm. Lin Miao Miao had also elevated her skill quality to golden. As had Wang Chongyang as for Shang Wanhua, he had been left with a share as well. Lin Bei had no intention of distributing the golden skill enhancement stones indiscriminately. After all, there were 5 of them, and he would only consider sharing once all their needs were met. Of course, resource exchanges with Longxia Nation were also an option. However, one thing remained certain. Lin Bei would not leak these vital resources. Upon learning of his son's remarkable gains within the instance, Lin Xiong was filled with envy. While Lin Bei and his peers might not measure up in low-tier resources, they could easily surpass the Lin family in high-tier ones. "This kid must be robbing." Fortunately, the spoils from the instance belonged to their entire party. Otherwise, it would truly be difficult to part with such treasures. Yet should these resources be leaked, one could anticipate a host of nefarious beings emerging, eager to seize a share of the fruits of our labor. However, this presupposes that they possess the requisite qualifications and strength. Long Xingyao accepted the enlightenment pill, refraining from further refusals, for to do so again would be discourteous. Moreover, she harbored a growing sense of crisis within her. Lin Bei's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Although merely an auxiliary, he was an exceptionally formidable one. She had never encountered an auxiliary capable of achieving what Lin Bei had accomplished. In the future, once Lin Bei elevated his rank, he might very well be able to suppress all realms single-handedly. In the upper realm, Neza returned once more from the lower realm to his original form. With his primary consciousness restored, Neza stretched languidly. This excursion to the lower realm had pleased him greatly. Not only had he meandered there for several minutes, but he had also successfully vanquished the void creature that had usurped his father's energy body. Anyone daring to imitate his father would meet a similar fate. This sentiment arose from Neza's heartfelt desire to protect his father. However, he did not forget the purpose of his return. With a swift turn of his eye, he summoned the wind-fire wheels and departed from the southern heavenly gate. Below, the kings of the four directions, including King Dai, called out in unison, "Prince, where are you going? Come back and guard the southern heavenly gate." Alas, Neza seemed oblivious, continuing on his own path. Faced with this, the four kings found themselves at a loss. Reporting to higher authorities was not an option. Even if they did report, one could not say whether anyone would heed their call. And what if the prince sought vengeance upon them? They were no match for him. Should he choose to act against them, a single hand would suffice. Soon, Neza arrived at the Qinyuan cave, the place where his master, Tai Junren, practiced. After the division of the upper and lower realms, the cave had followed suit, ascending to the upper realm. "Master!" Neza's voice echoed, and shortly thereafter, Tai Junren responded, "Neza, what brings you to seek me so suddenly?" Tai Junren emerged from the Qinyuan cave clad in a white Taoist robe. Holding a whisk, he exuded an aura of celestial elegance, reminiscent of a revered ancestor. "Master, do you have any skill upgrade stones?" Naturally, Tai Junren possessed such stones, albeit of only a low tier, the highest being red. Currently, there were none of the black variety, and acquiring them would necessitate exchanges with other deities. "What do you require this for?" he inquired, recalling that all of Neza's skills were already of black quality. Colored upgrade stones were out of the question for him. "It is undoubtedly useful. I encountered something in the lower realm." Neza promptly recounted his experiences in the lower realm to Tai Junren. The latter was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that someone could disregard the power of order, summoning the consciousness of upper realm deities to the lower realm and even aiding in the formation of a doppelganger. Though the doppelganger's duration was brief, this was not something an ordinary individual could achieve. However, regarding the lower realm, they held curiosity but little else. Setting aside the sparse spiritual energy there, the upper realm now possessed a superior form of celestial energy. To venture into the lower realm would only invite the gaze of order and expulsion, offering no tangible benefits. Thus, Tai Junren calmly listened to Neza's experiences, occasionally chuckling softly in respect. Yet upon hearing that his overall strength had increased by over 70% upon his consciousness's return, Tai Junren could no longer remain composed. "Neza, do you comprehend how absurd what you are saying is? How could it not be absurd? In just a few minutes, my strength has increased so dramatically upon my return. For beings of our level, such an enhancement typically requires tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Moreover, such so-called enhancements yield merely a 1% increase, not over 70. Tai Junren's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. However, upon further reflection, who is Neza? Would he fabricate lies to deceive him? Is what you say true or false? "It is assuredly true," Neza replied, his expression conveying disbelief that his master would doubt him, causing Tai Junren's face to flush slightly. The situation was indeed exceedingly preposterous, making it hard to believe. Yet if it were indeed true, this revelation would be a momentous one for all deities, though the deities of the upper realm could dispatch void creatures with ease. These creatures were infinite. As long as they existed, they would never perish. The void from which these creatures emerged was a domain that even the highest among them could not enter, for they sensed a presence there that rivaled their own. While the reasons for the absence of attacks remained unclear, the current balance had been established, barring any unforeseen changes. Lin Bei might very well be this anticipated change. "So, you require the skill upgrade stones for this little fellow?" Upon hearing Neza's explanation, Tai Junren finally understood why Neza sought him regarding the black quality skills. Indeed, Neza stroked his chin and continued, "If his skill quality were to improve, it might benefit us all." Tai Junren pondered for a moment before responding. "In that case, I understand. However, I currently possess only red skill upgrade stones to AS for higher tier stones. I must seek my master. Perfect. I shall visit the goddess. It has been a long time since I last saw her." "That is agreeable. Acquiring several stones to enhance that little fellow's strength would also serve to forge a good rapport." Contemplating this, Tai Junren then parted ways with Neza. He headed to the abode of Yuan Shi Tianhen, while Neza made his way to the palace of Nuwa. Riding the wind-fire wheels, Neza soon arrived at the palace of Niuhua. Upon sensing Neza's presence, Qingwan transformed into human form and landed before him. Little Neza, why have you come to the palace of Niuhua instead of guarding your southern heavenly gate? I have matters to discuss with the goddess, Neza replied, hands on his hips, and moments later a voice echoed, Little Neza, come in. Hee, I shall take my leave. Qingwan, he then soared into the palace of Niuhua. Within the grand hall, a woman with a serpent's tail reclined elegantly upon a couch, holding a primordial spiritual fruit resembling grapes. She was engrossed in a story on her phone, seemingly reading a novel titled Transformed. Starting from pretending to be my roommate's girlfriend, the woman's beauty was stunning, captivating yet untouchable. Goddess, Little Neza, what brings you here? It has been several hundred years since your last visit. Surely you do not come without a reason. Niuhua closed her phone, her enchanting gaze resting upon Neza. Since a century ago, when new divine beings from the human race ascended to the upper realm, they brought numerous technological marvels, one of which was the phone. However, without internet access, she could only read the stored novels, which she had perused dozens of times over the past century. Recently, the void had been remarkably quiet, showing no signs of unrest, with some boredom settling in. She was curious to learn of Neza's purpose. Goddess, I discovered something fascinating in the lower realm. The lower realm? Little Neza, since the emergence of order, the deities of the upper realm are not permitted to descend. How did you acquire knowledge of the lower realm? Could it be that the little ones of the human race have brought new divine beings to the upper realm with intriguing treasures? At this, Niuhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been a century without new divine beings ascending. The prospect of new wonders was enticing. After all, each new ascendant brought with them the latest novelties from human society. And as the mother of humanity, indulging in such gifts was hardly unreasonable. Just listen to me continue. Soon, Neza began to explain the affairs of the lower realm to Niuhua, including matters concerning Lin Bei. Upon learning that Lin Bei possessed the extraordinary ability to summon their main consciousness to the lower realm, her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. To be honest, remaining stationed at the palace of Niuhua, while vigilantly guarding against the elusive Void Clan, had grown exceedingly tedious. They neither engaged in combat nor took any action, merely watching them with predatory gazes. Furthermore, they could not actively venture into the void, for the formidable aura within posed a significant threat, even to Niuhua, who had recently ascended to the chaotic realm. This only underscored the immense power of the entities that resided there. Now, with the revelation that Lin Bei could summon their main consciousness to the lower realm, how could Niuhua not be intrigued? Most importantly, once summoned, the return of their main consciousness to its original form would substantially enhance their own strength. Little Neza, you are not deceiving me, are you? Your Majesty, how could I possibly mislead you? Neza replied, stepping forward and playfully tugging at Niuhua's sleeve. Thus, I've come to seek some skill enhancement stones for Bei. Perhaps the quality of his skills will see a remarkable improvement. At this, Niuhua's interest was piqued, and it was certainly not merely due to the allure of the delectable cuisine rumored to exist in the lower realm. Very well, fortuitously, I possess a few black skill enhancement stones. As for the colored ones, I currently do not have any in my possession. Colored skill enhancement stones can only be obtained by slaying chaos-level void monsters. Even I, Niuhua, have only one skill that has reached the colored tier. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will certainly clarify everything with Bei. In the lower realm, Lin Bei remained unaware that Neza had procured several black skill enhancement stones on his behalf at the tea that moment. He was beside Long Xingyao, ostensibly guarding her. In reality, he was merely watching as she consumed the enlightenment pill to enhance her skill quality. Long Xingyao did not hesitate. In Lin Bei's presence, she swallowed the pill and chose to focus on enhancing her skills. The entire process lasted for over 10 minutes, during which Long Xingyao's core skill, Dragon Transformation, along with her other 3 formidable offensive skills, broke through the shackles of level 6, now merely awaiting an increase in proficiency to directly ascend to level 6. However, due to the substantial proficiency boost provided, Long Xingyao's highest skill, Dragon Transformation, had already reached level 3. Her strength had undeniably increased significantly. Thank you, Lin Bei, Long Xingyao said, her gaze filled with gratitude as she looked at her skill panel. The fact that Lin Bei was willing to share such a vital item as the enlightenment pill made her second-guess the decision made by her father to betroth her to him. It was surprising to recall that she had previously harbored a bit of resentment toward Long Batian. After all, she had only met Lin Bei once, and that was during a competition where she had been eliminated by him. It would have been impossible to claim she bore no grudges. Yet now, all such sentiments had vanished. The fact that this man was willing to give her something as significant as the enlightenment pill made her realize how fortunate she was to have such a husband. With this thought, Long Xingyao's gaze towards Lin Bei softened, and then, in a moment that left Lin Bei utterly astonished, she lightly kissed his cheek before departing the room, leaving Lin Bei standing there in a daze. Lin Bei, what just happened? Did the little princess just ambush me? How utterly lacking in martial ethics. No, I must find an opportunity for a counterattack. Upon reflecting in this manner, Lin Bei promptly accessed his skill interface to indulge in its splendor. Profession, benevolent level, LV.35 health points, 366000366000 energy, 5424660 424660 physical attack, 42355 magical attack, 47560 physical resistance, 6356 magical resistance, 6356 core skills, divine summoning. Professional skill, Sacred Heart, passive, virtue and talent, passive, skills, resurrection. Divine summoning LV.35, gold consumes 1 point of energy, randomly summons a deity to assist in combat. Entry 4, corresponding deities can be summoned through residual divine essence. Single target healing, art LV. 35, gold consumes 10 points of energy, restoring 3435973838680 plus an additional 640 to the target's maximum health. Cooldown time of 3 seconds. Entry 4, regrowth of severed limbs. Time shift LV.35, gold consumes 1000 points of energy. Marks one or multiple targets and relocates them within the range of one's perception. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Entry 4, can teleport to the marked area, 33. Group shield art LV.35, gold consumes 5 points of energy. Provides the team with a shield equivalent to 21474836480 plus 1000 of one's maximum health. Cooldown time of 2 seconds. Entry 4, each attack consumes 10 shield points, with a physical damage absorption capacity of 10. Spatial lockdown LV.35, gold consumes 10,000 points of energy, enforces a spatial lockdown in the area reached by mental energy. Entry 4, the locked area forms an independent space. Thorned armor LV.35, gold applies thorned armor to the target. Lasting for 100 seconds, reducing damage taken by 75, with a single instance of total damage rebounding as 250 magical damage. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Entry 4, successfully killing the target resets the duration. Sacred Heart LV.35, gold, all skills receive an additional bonus of 75 to their final yield. Entry 4, immune to negative mental states. Power of Truth LV.35, golden increases the truth power of a target. Lasting for 60 seconds. Each attack inflicts an additional 35 true damage and applies a suppression effect lasting 3 seconds, with each layer reducing the target's overall recovery by 10, stacking up to 7 layers. Cooldown time of 20 seconds. Entry 4, triggers execution effects when health drops below 5%. Resurrection LV.35, gold designates a target, with a maximum death time of 1717, 986, 9184 days, if the body is intact. Consumes 100 energy to revive, cooldown time of 30 minutes. Entry 1, can resurrect from unnatural death through relics of the deceased. Entry 5, upon revival, gains a vengeance state, dealing triple damage to the target that caused one's demise. Multiple release LV.35, gold has a 300 probability of triggering multiple releases, consuming double energy. Entry 1, after multiple triggers, skill effects increase or decrease by -1030. Entry 3, final yield of skills from multiple releases increases by 10. Moonlight Blessing LV.35. Gold consumes 1,000 points of energy to release a moonlight within a range of 150,000 meters. All marked targets are relieved of debuffs for 5 seconds. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Entry 4. Under Moonlight, negative emotional effects are nullified. Dispel LV.35. Gold consumes 50 points of energy, instantly dispels all beneficial effects on the target. Cooldown time of 2 seconds. Entry 4. Can dispel the target's special status. Binding LV.35. Gold consumes 100 points of energy, forcibly binds the target in place for 8 seconds. Cooldown time of 8 seconds. Entry 4. The bound target gains a weakened state post effect, reducing all attributes by 10. Silence LV.35. Gold consumes 100 points of energy, silencing 2 of the target's skills for 5 seconds. Cooldown time of 15 seconds. Entry 4. Silence targets enter a 3-second vulnerable state, increasing damage taken by 10. Eye of Insight LV.35. Gold consumes 1 point of energy to inspect the target's data, cannot exceed level 250, cooldown time of 1 second. Entry 4. Perceives the target's energy flow. Virtue and Talent, passive LV.35. Gold increases all resistances by 70, enhances physical attributes by 350. Entry 1. Resistant to all forms of harm, reducing magical damage by 20. Entry 2. Strengthens sinews, increasing strength by 50. Entry 3. Well-versed in poetry, making it easier to persuade others. Entry 4. Capable of withstanding great weight, reducing physical damage by 20. Death resistance LV.35. Gold consumes 1,000 points of energy, providing the target with a 10-second lifeguard effect. During this time, fatal damage leaves them with 1 health point, unaffected by death. Entry 1. During lifeguard effect, attack speed increases by 50. Entry 2. During lifeguard effect, damage increases by 200. Entry 3. During lifeguard effect, personal resilience increases by 25. Entry 4. A 1 chance to share current health with the target that triggered the lifeguard. Weapon: Azure Flute Armor. Wood Dragon Armor, Wood Dragon Boots, Wood Dragon Gauntlets. Excessive. Healing effects increase by 150. Personal energy recovery rate increases by 200. Soothing effects enhance mental recovery. Core Gemstone. Wood Dragon Pearl Set Bonus. Excessive 2-piece bonus. Healing effects increase by 150. 4-piece bonus. After releasing a skill, all allies gain an additional 50 attack power, and health recovery rate is enhanced by 20. Items: Kong Tong Seal, Special Equipment, Secondary Profession, Versatile Apprentice Skill. Learning LV.35. Learning LV.35. Green, capable of learning skills from other secondary professions. Entry 1. Multifunctional. Enchanting LV.35. Gold enchants an item, enhancing its overall attributes by 70, with quality improvements corresponding to the enchantment level, reaching a maximum of red quality. Upon witnessing his extravagant panel, Lin Bei's spirits lifted unbidden. Now at level 35, he still had 2 skill slots available for learning. Given his current skill configuration, he notably lacked group, healing, and aura skills. This was hardly a concern. After a trip to Dragon City, he could explore suitable skills for himself. With the previous chapter concluded, he stored away the panel data. As it was still early, Lin Bei had no immediate inclination to retire for the night. Thus, he resolved to make the most of his free time and indulge in some gameplay. At this moment, the upper echelons of Dragon City were in an uproar. 4 days prior, Lin Miao Miao's message in the group had finally gained traction, spreading far and wide, and more individuals were becoming aware of Lin Bei's relationship with Long Xingyao. Among them were numerous noble disciples eager to pursue Long Xingyao. Upon learning that their goddess had been betrothed to Lin Bei by the sovereign, they felt as if their dreams had been shattered, akin to despondent fish out of water. Consequently, they immediately ordered an inquiry into Lin Bei's identity, questioning what warranted his match with the sovereign's granddaughter. However, as the investigation unfolded, silence enveloped them all. The findings revealed a visage rivaling even the most captivating characters, standing at an impressive height of 1.95 meters, originating from the Lin family of Jiang City. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the Lin family maintained close strategic partnerships with major industries across the nation. Recently, due to the involvement of master-level enchanters, their collaborations with various notable families had further blossomed. Moreover, their extensive investigation uncovered that the Lin family secretly possessed the backing of numerous demigod-level individuals. This was merely the foundational data concerning Blue Star. The family's influence transcended the confines of Blue Star, extending into allied realms and nations. Most critically, they had disrupted the Void Sect's schemes within the Novice Dungeon, thwarted their plans at the South Heaven Gate Dungeon, and shattered historic records on the Novice Dungeon leaderboard. Lin Bei had earned accolades in all these domains. The revelation that Lin Bei had participated in the upper echelon's semi-secret trial dungeon and secured first place illuminated the path to understanding the surge in racial fortune that had coincided with his emergence. It was no wonder they felt their own strength soaring and luck surging. It was all a boon from Lin Bei's light. Thus, any thoughts of targeting Lin Bei dissipated like mist. The benefits he had brought were undeniably tangible, enjoyed by all humanity, and to seek retribution against him would be an act of folly. Regardless, they are incapable of achieving it. The privileged offspring are not fools. Their pursuit of Long Xingyao predominantly stems from their desire to align themselves with the formidable power of the royal family. The data gathered thus far suggests that the Lin family, to which Lin Bei belongs, is likely no weaker than the royal family itself. In fact, if the Lin family so desired, they could establish a nation in other realms. Such absurdity, while their family strength is formidable, it certainly does not reach the capacity to independently secede and form a nation. Yet, the Lin family can. This exemplifies the might of the Lin family. All along, they believed that the newly ascendant Lin family of Tianlong City was merely an ordinary family that had fortuitously risen to prominence. Hence, they had not paid it much heed. However, upon deeper reflection, this realization is truly terrifying. The ability to conceal their true power right beneath their noses, masquerading as a normal family rising to prominence, while in reality, they have already become a force comparable to the royal family. Is this something a typical family could achieve? Upon further investigation into the Lin family's network, they discovered that even their own family shares a connection with the Lin family on some level. Terrifying? No, wait. They suddenly pondered why information that had previously been impossible to investigate could now be easily uncovered. A chill crept over their heads that it seems the Lin family has already established itself and is no longer in hiding. Nevertheless, even so, Lin Bei actually managed to seize their goddess, which left them feeling quite disgruntled, prompting them to decide to voice their grievances. A message from an anonymous heir of the Zhao family from Tianlong City. Lin Bei. You scoundrel, you must take good care of our goddess. Sob, sob, from another unnamed Eastern woman. Damn it, I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Sister Yao Yao. You must be happy. Sob, sob. I can no longer accompany you. Today is destined to be a day of revelry for the young scions of the various illustrious families in Longxia Kingdom. The proprietors of the taverns are bewildered by the influx of these young aristocrats, leading to an unexpected surge in their spirits. While they may not understand the reason, the profits are undeniably evident. As night fell, Long Batian, as usual, finished his work, as the sovereign. Though of royal blood, the entirety of Longxia Kingdom belongs to the Long family, yet he still relies upon the assistance of various ministers. Thus, the responsibilities of the sovereign entail approval and review. However, Long Batian felt that it was time to delegate the review process to one of the families. After all, shouldering all responsibilities alone is exceedingly exhausting. Spending a solid 10 hours in that position can become quite dull and tiresome. Upon sharing this thought with the current queen, Xing Yuyu, she promptly offered to massage his shoulders. Batian, your notion is sound. Decades have passed, and we are no longer in that tumultuous period. It is time to learn to delegate your authority. If you bear all the burdens alone, it is easy to become overwhelmed. Xing Yuyu responded with a smile, and the two shared a quiet moment gazing at the moonlight. The moonlight is truly beautiful, Long Batian remarked softly. Then looking up at his queen, he inquired, what do you think about establishing a dedicated review officer to handle the documents and then present them to me for approval? That sounds quite good. However, the personnel for the review officers are crucial. They must be wholly devoted to serving the nation. This concerns national policy, and there must be no mistakes. Which family do you think is suitable? The 8 great families are not united. Each has its own schemes. Nevertheless, they are all ostensibly for the sake of Longsha Kingdom. So Long Batian believed it prudent to select a few individuals from the 8 great families to assist him in the reviews. Let us select one from each of the 8 great families. This way, it appears fair. The most important thing is to maintain a balance. Among them, I find a descendant of the Sima family quite promising. Years ago, he perished in a dungeon and has since been unable to enter dungeons to enhance his strength. Recently, he seems to have settled down and appears to seek a job. Xing Yui replied with a faint smile. Oh, which descendant do you hold in such high regard? A little fellow named Sima. It is a pity that his core skill is lacking. His profession is quite decent, but having died in the dungeon, he cannot rapidly improve his strength. Without the ability to quickly enhance his power, he lacks the value for significant cultivation. Though this is cruel, it is reality. The Void Sect has always been a major threat. Without absolute combat power, one cannot expect stability. Long Batian contemplated this carefully. Indeed, I can consider utilizing this young fellow, but I must not forget the other prominent families. Then let us establish an organization called the Review Officer tomorrow. This will help alleviate some pressure. Long Batian rubbed his temples, then reclined at the foot of Xing Yu's legs, touching her cheek with a smile. How long has it been since we truly spent quality time together? After pondering for a moment, Xing Yu smiled and replied, perhaps just a few months. After all, you are the sovereign, and I cannot confine you to a world of tenderness. Xing Yu understands that her man is the ruler of a nation. Though everyone has a small family, Long Batian must not only consider his small family, but also the greater one that since Longsha Kingdom was established by the Long family, they bear the responsibility for it, which has led Long Batian to frequently handle various matters. This has been the case for over 100 years since he took office, and he is weary. By the way, Batian, I've heard a rumor. What rumor? Long Batian continued to enjoy Xing Yu's soothing presence, blissfully asking, I heard them say you have betrothed Yao Yao? Long Batian. No, which scoundrel dares to utter such words? What do you mean I have betrothed Yao Yao? As her father, how could I not know? This is slander. When have I ever betrothed Yao Yao? Where did you hear this? At this moment, Long Batian was furious. The consequences were severe. It is worth noting that Long Xingyao is his first daughter in over 100 years. Previous pregnancies yielded sons. One can imagine the significant position Long Xingyao holds in Long Batian's heart. Now, rumors are circulating that he's betrothed Long Xingyao. Nonsense! How could he possibly do such a thing? Suddenly, Long Batian seemed to have an epiphany. Why is it that Yao Yao, who used to rush home immediately after being out, has chosen not to return this time, but instead to stay at the Lin family? Long Batian felt an ominous premonition that it seems that the so-called rumor originated from there. Without delay, he pulled out his phone to message Long Xingyao. Long Batian, Yao Yao, where are you right now? Shortly after, Long Xingyao replied, Long Xingyao, I'm at the Lin family, father. What's wrong? Seeing Long Xingyao's response, Long Batian suppressed his ominous premonition that it cannot be. It should not develop in the direction he fears. Long Batian, it's nothing. Just curious about what you're doing. Long Xingyao, I'm getting ready to sleep. Father, aren't you supposed to meet Lin Bei tomorrow? Upon witnessing this exchange, Long Batian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Indeed, absolutely. Long Xingyao. So Lin Bei and I plan to sleep early to meet you tomorrow. Long Batian? No, daughter, you can say you're going to sleep, but why do you plan to sleep early with Lin Bei? At this moment, Long Batian's expression became dazed, utterly unable to believe this was the reality. Xing Yu, observing Long Batian's bewildered expression, chuckled softly. Batian, what's wrong? Scoundrel, that little rascal Lin Bei actually dares to share a bed with our daughter. And in the same blanket, just the thought of my little cabbage, whom I have nurtured for over a decade, abandoning me for someone else's home at this moment is intolerable. In a fit of rage, Long Batian felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. Xing Yu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Batian, calm down. Yao Yao has reached the age where she can fall in love. Isn't it normal to date? Long Batian was momentarily speechless. While this statement held some truth, even if they were dating, it shouldn't lead to them sharing a bed, right? They're sleeping together. Long Batian struggled to shout. Surely you haven't forgotten that you once stealthily crept into my bed. Xingyue replied with a hint of grievance. Lightly patting Long Batian's chest with a touch of shyness, we initially agreed it would only be a hug with no further actions. But look where we are now. Long Batian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Well, indeed, I did do that. Back then, he had done so to strengthen their bond. Furthermore, Lin Zhantian was a suitor of Xingyue, although Long Batian hailed from royalty. Granting him an inherent advantage, he had opted to discreetly enhance his standing to outmaneuver this formidable rival. Ultimately, Xingyue chose Long Batian, but this was contingent upon his daring rescue of her during a perilous dungeon encounter, which solidified her feelings for him. Otherwise, during the courtship phase, they wouldn't have even thought of sharing a bed, let alone holding hands. All right, Batian, take a moment to calm down. That little one is coming to see you tomorrow. Right? We can inquire then. I find that little one quite impressive, at least far more capable than you were at that age. Upon hearing this, Long Batian felt a twinge of annoyance. What did she mean by more capable than he was back then? Although at 18, he and Lin Bei were not comparable in stature, he was still a genius in his own right. What is it, Batian? I'm quite irritated right now. In Jiangcheng, Lin Bei gazed at Long Xingyao, who lay on the other side of his bed, letting out a helpless sigh. Surely, they had ended up in bed together again. Ever since Long Xingyao had arrived at the Lin residence, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would always share a bed. With her celestial beauty, now clad in a delicate sleep dress beside Lin Bei, it would be alarming if he had no reaction at all. Xingyao, may I call you Yao Yao? Lin Bei asked, having come to accept this reality and finding it rather delightful to have a girlfriend as lovely as she, although this girlfriend was one he had welcomed into his life. Certainly, Long Xingyao replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Previously, Lin Bei had always been asleep, so even though they shared the same bed, their interactions had been minimal. However, things were different now. Both were awake, their eyes locking in silence, even their heartbeats resonating in the stillness. Yet, Lin Bei ultimately refrained from making any advances, citing the intense lack of sleep and continuous battles he had endured in recent days, thus justifying his fatigue. Mental recovery differs from physical energy. It necessitates ample rest, and sleep is a vital component of that rest. As they exchanged glances, both felt their faces warm, gently drifting into slumber, just as Lin Bei was on the verge of falling asleep. He felt the warmth of an embrace around his arm, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Having a beautiful, gentle, and caring girlfriend seemed quite wonderful. Early the next morning, Lin Bei and his companions boarded a spirit-powered vessel destined for Tianlong City, a journey that would take merely a few minutes. Upon arriving, their first action was to rendezvous with Shang Wanhua. Shortly after, Shang Wanhua appeared, albeit with a somewhat pallid complexion, as if he had pulled an all-nighter. Old Hua, what's wrong with you? You look as if you're suffering from kidney deficiency. Wang Chongyang approached, playfully patting Shang Wanhua's shoulder. With his towering 2-meter frame, he appeared particularly imposing next to Shang Wanhua's 1.8 meters and the unexpected pat. Shang Wanhua couldn't help but retort, "Don't go around slapping me. You know just how much strength you possess. And how could I possibly have kidney deficiency? I merely stayed up late last night." Indeed, how could he have kidney deficiency? He was destined to become a deity. There was no way he could be lacking in vitality. After all, he had engaged in an epic battle with his girlfriend last night. As he spoke, he wrapped his clothing tighter around himself, feeling a chill in the air. All right, since everyone is here, let us proceed to meet the sovereign. We should share our experiences from the dungeon. Lin Bei led the group towards the royal palace in Tianlong City. However, as Long Xingyao was more familiar with the royal capital, she took on the role of a guide, providing insights about the palace. It was not nearly as extravagant as one might imagine. Resembling the standard royal palace of ancient emperors, it was evident that Long Batian was quite frugal. In the grand hall, Long Batian sat upon the throne, awaiting the arrival of Lin Bei and his companions. The chamber was entirely empty, seemingly cleared intentionally to provide space for Lin Bei and his group. Long Batian's fingers tapped rhythmically against the throne, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent hall, while Xingyue stifled laughter behind her hand. recognizing Long Bei's inner turmoil. Soon, Lin Bei and the others entered the hall, the very place where ministers convened for morning meetings. Upon entering, they quickly spotted Long Bei seated on the throne, accompanied by Xingyue. Curiously, Long Bei had his eyes closed. Perhaps he was resting. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," they chorused. "Father, Mother, ah, my dear children, you have all done exceptionally well." Long Bei opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His stern expression softened slightly. Xingyue nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as she accompanied Long Bei, not intruding upon matters of state. "Thanks to your efforts in the myriad races trial, the fortunes of humanity have multiplied significantly. You are the greatest contributors. Therefore, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the entire Longxia kingdom." Although Long Bei was not entirely aware of the events within the dungeon, he had heard some news. The Void Sect's miscreants had caused disturbances once again. Fortunately, with their presence, the trial could proceed smoothly. "It is our honor to serve the nation," Lin Bei responded, while Wang Chongyang scratched the back of his head, echoing, "Me too." "Well then, all the rewards from your experiences within the dungeon are yours to keep. Should anyone dare to threaten you, do not hesitate to inform me," Long Bei stated, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Lin Bei and his companions had now attained a divine semblance. They absolutely could not fall. The future relied on them to safeguard humanity. Thus, it was imperative to protect them while they were still vulnerable. This was an investment. By the way, could you share what transpired within the dungeon? Let me speak. Shang Wanhua eagerly raised his hand. To boast in front of the sovereign was exhilarating. The others did not object, allowing Shang Wanhua to relay the tale. However, as they listened to Shang Wanhua's narrative, the group felt a wave of exasperation. Could he not refrain from using such exaggerated embellishments? It sounded as if the experience had been fraught with peril. Conversely, Long Bei and Xingyue were taken aback, for if Shang Wanhua's account was to be believed, the dungeon adventure had indeed been treacherous. Yet why, when it was said that they had fought evenly matched adversaries and emerged victorious through hardship, had he heard that other races harbored bitter resentment towards humanity upon their elimination? Otherwise, why would he have dispatched the dragon guards and even demigods from the battle dragon hall to maintain order? This was to prevent the eliminated races from erupting into chaos. Eventually, Lin Bei could no longer tolerate it. He kicked Shang Wanhua's rear and addressed Long Bei. That's the general situation, but it wasn't as arduous as he describes. It was rather straightforward. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Bei added. Long Bei pondered. Straightforward? While it may not have been as challenging as Shang Wanhua claimed, it was by no means simple. Just the appearance of the void monsters at the end was a formidable challenge. Having been imbued with the legacy of a divine being, according to their accounts, they were of level 60 and red quality. This was beyond their capacity to handle. Yet Lin Bei had managed to resolve this predicament through sheer skill. Reflecting on this, Long Bei regarded Lin Bei with a complex expression. Even he had to concede that Lin Bei was exceptionally talented. Was he truly only 18 years old? In addition to that, his heart was predominantly filled with shock that on the very first day he laid eyes on Lin Bei. Long Bei, the sovereign of a nation, discerned the overwhelming fortune emanating from Lin Bei, a fortune surpassing his own. It must be noted that he was indeed the ruler of a nation, the king of the human race. He had amassed the fortune of the Longxia kingdom, and by all accounts, he should have been the one basking in the zenith of that fortune. Those favored by fortune enjoy boundless blessings, and as the offspring of the nation's ruler, he was entitled to a portion of that luck. This was evident from his successful elimination of Lin Zhantian, his acquisition of a beautiful companion, and his numerous narrow escapes from perilous dungeons. Yet, despite all this, he felt Lin Bei's fortune shone as brightly as the sun. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of the spirit of fortune? He had seen Lin Bei before. At that time, Lin Bei's fortune, while greater than that of an ordinary person, was nothing extraordinary. But how little time had passed since then? Just a few days, and now Lin Bei's fortune eclipsed even that of the nation's ruler. Should I simply hand over the position of the sovereign to you? Long Bei felt a twinge of envy, a hint of melancholy. However, the stronger Lin Bei and his team became, the greater the benefits for the Longxia kingdom. Thus, he felt more relieved than troubled. This could be seen as the younger generation pushing the older generation forward, regardless of whether the path was simple or fraught with challenges. You all fight on behalf of the Long Xia Kingdom, on behalf of the human race, and there is no denying that. Therefore, I intend to bestow upon you 5 the title of Starfire in the name of the Human Alliance. Additionally, each of you will be rewarded with a golden profession enhancement stone to expedite your rise in strength. A spark can ignite a prairie fire, and the Starfire title is the highest honor within the Human Alliance. Representing the human race in battle and achieving remarkable success in the trials of myriad races has significantly amplified the fortune of humanity. Who else could possibly qualify for the Starfire title? Thank you, Your Majesty, Shang Wanho responded, his face a mask of astonishment. I could see that moment. He was immensely excited. This was the title of Starfire. With this title, he could return and show off. Perhaps he could impress his girlfriend as well. Imagining her adoring gaze upon him filled him with delight. All right, my children, I shall not detain you any longer. Grow well. For we have our backs. After this incident, everyone could focus on enhancing their abilities. Lin Bei, Yao Yao, come with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instinctively swallowed, yet did not dwell on it, following Long Bei Tian into a side chamber behind the Great Hall. Before long, they passed through the side chamber and arrived at a rather unadorned house. Lin Bei was taken aback by the sight. Within the vast palace, such a humble abode existed that, of course, this simplicity was relative to the grandeur of the entire palace. To the untrained eye, it resembled an ordinary villa. Are you surprised that we reside in such a place? Long Bei Tian seemed to have perceived Lin Bei's astonishment. I thought you would be living in the grand palace. The palace was merely a residence for ancient emperors. What era are we in now? Such a vast space is inconvenient for living. It is far more practical to dwell here. The construction of the palace serves only as a facade. A place of governance, a king of a clan, it would be rather embarrassing to lack a palace. After all, he represented the dignity of the human race. Yao Yao, you may return to your mother. I have matters to discuss with Lin Bei. Long Bei Tian spoke in a calm tone, and Long Xing Yao cast a fleeting glance at him before nodding in agreement. Soon, only Lin Bei and Long Bei Tian remained in the vicinity. The two exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere around them steeped in tranquility. Yet, it was evident that both harbored inner turbulence. Are you together with Yao Yao? It should be, right? To be honest, facing Long Bei Tian alone made Lin Bei feel somewhat lacking in confidence. However, the thought that Long Bei Tian could not take any action against him bolstered his resolve. What do you mean by should be? Tell me about it. Lin Bei stroked his chin and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon learning the truth, Long Bei Tian felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. It turned out that his own words had led to Long Xing Yao's misunderstanding, causing her to think he intended to betroth her to Lin Bei. No wonder rumors circulated that he had arranged for the little princess to be given to him. The root of it all was Long Xing Yao's misinterpretation. So, Yao Yao has misconstrued my intentions? Yes, it seems so. An uneasy silence enveloped them. For the first time, Long Bei Tian found himself concerned about his daughter's intellect, yet the die was cast, and there was no way to alter the situation. The fact that they were sleeping together was undeniable, even if it had not been the original intent, that it would be unreasonable to simply tear them apart now. Although Long Bei Tian harbored resentment towards Lin Bei, he could not deny the latter's exceptional qualities. Even in his prime, he could not hold a candle to Lin Bei. You are indeed remarkable, but from a father's perspective, I hope you will treat Yao Yao well in the future. Rest assured, father-in-law, I will treat Yao Yao with utmost care. Upon hearing Lin Bei refer to him as father-in-law, Long Bei Tian's blood surged with indignation. He could see that moment. He felt an overwhelming urge to give Lin Bei a good thrashing. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed an impending dread, as if he were on the cusp of encountering some grave misfortune. What is going on? Is there something else about you? Moreover, how can you create a dungeon so effortlessly? He was acutely aware of the challenges involved in creating a dungeon, that it was a daunting task for him. Why could Lin Bei conjure one with such ease? It's because of this. Lin Bei extended his hand, revealing the Kongtong seal. Upon seeing the Kongtong seal, Long Bei Tian instinctively gasped, the imperial seal? No, wait. Long Batian quickly realized and produced a similar seal from his own hand. Lin Bei was taken aback, glancing at the seal in Long Batian's grasp, and discovered that it was none other than the legendary imperial seal, long thought lost. He was astonished that it had not been forgotten. Father-in-law, is this the imperial seal? Indeed, it is the imperial seal that wasn't it said to be missing. Who claimed it was lost? The imperial seal was acquired by my Long family long ago. Otherwise, do you think we could have founded the Long Xia kingdom? Without the imperial seal, it would mean we are not destined to be a dynasty, unable to harness the fortune. What startled him further was that Lin Bei possessed a similar seal. What on earth was happening? May I take a look? Lin Bei inquired curiously. Long Batian pondered for a moment before nodding. Generally speaking, the imperial seal should not be casually handled by those lacking great fortune, for even if one possessed it, they might not be able to endure its weight, potentially inviting dire consequences. However, Lin Bei was different. His fortune exceeded that of the sovereign, allowing him to bear the weight of the imperial seal's fortune. Lin Bei examined the imperial seal and noted that it was missing a corner, but it had been repaired with gold that IT had now completely transformed into a special item, the black-quality imperial seal of the human king. The imperial seal bore the inscription of 8 characters, commanded by heaven, made endure forever, that I can see that there are distinctions between the two. Lin Bei returned the imperial seal to Long Batian. Huh, what distinctions? Yours, if I'm not mistaken, is a replica of mine. Long Batian, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by a replica? Before Long Batian could retort, Lin Bei displayed his own seal to him. Kong Tong's seal, human emperor seal. While both share the same 8 characters, their meanings are entirely different. Not to mention that Long Batian's was the imperial seal, while Lin Bei's was the Kong Tong seal. The human emperor seal .1 was an emperor, the other a king. How could they be the same? From a hierarchical perspective, Lin Bei's human emperor seal was superior to the human king seal. Upon witnessing this, Long Batian felt as if his head had exploded. The human emperor seal, his imperial jade seal, was indeed modeled after the Kong Tong seal held by Lin Bei to wield the emperor's seal. Does it not imply that Lin Bei is the emperor himself? Is he not of a higher status than the current king? The Kong Tong seal was also obtained within the trial of 10,000 races. At this moment, Long Batian found himself questioning the meaning of life. He had initially intended to take advantage of Lin Bei's weakness to settle the score for the theft of his beloved coat. However, it now appeared that not only could he not exact his revenge, but he also found himself at a disadvantage. Could this truly be the workings of a mere mortal? Indeed, after the conclusion of the competition, the rewards suddenly materialized before me. Lin Bei spoke candidly, without embellishment. Yet to Long Batian's ears, it sounded akin to boasting. His fists clenched. He desperately wished to strike Lin Bei. Yet he refrained, for a king of his stature must not raise a hand against an emperor, lest he provoke the wrath of the heavens. Seemingly reading Long Batian's thoughts, Lin Bei grinned with interest. Is my esteemed father-in-law wishing to lecture me? If it brings you joy, feel free to proceed. With that, Lin Bei adopted a stance that invited confrontation. Long Batian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and turned his gaze away from Lin Bei. He feared that if he looked at Lin Bei again, he might be unable to restrain himself and would dare to strike him, even at the cost of divine retribution. After sharing a jest, Lin Bei's expression turned serious as he inquired, "Father-in-law, how shall we address the impending race war? Do we not have nearly 100 allies?" Long Batian was taken aback, clearly puzzled by Lin Bei's implication. Could it be that even with 100 allies, they could not contend with the Western Dragon race? Or had the power of the Western Dragon race surpassed what he had known? There were indeed 100 allies, but a particular issue required resolution. What issue? Lin Bei's demeanor grew grave, causing Long Batian to subconsciously tense up. Lin Bei, being the emperor, might possess acute sensitivity towards certain matters concerning races. Thus, Long Batian felt compelled to consider Lin Bei's perspective. If the Western Dragon race were to be vanquished, it would lead to questions regarding the allocation of racial resources. Long Batian replied, "Wait, the war has not even begun, and you are already contemplating this?" Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief. as this indicated that a full-scale war with the Western dragon race was not truly a pressing concern, at the very least, if they were already considering the distribution of resources. What greater issues could there be? They could allocate contributions based on the war, which would align with the interests of all races. The last race to display such tyranny was the dragon race. Did they not see how the Western dragon race had become surrounded by enemies? This was the consequence of excessive arrogance. Humanity could never tread such a path, despite their current strength. By the way, father-in-law, there is something I must mention. What is it? I now possess the ability to discern whether someone is of the human race. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's eyes brightened, and his expression turned serious. Are you implying that you can now identify who the void beasts are? The void cult was notoriously troublesome precisely because they concealed their presence so well, making them nearly impossible to track down. It would be impractical to kill indiscriminately and leave no one alive. Such actions would be akin to digging one's own grave. Thus, all races harbored a deep animosity towards the void cult. Even powerful races like the Titans. Yet the void cult did not exist solely within humanity. Indeed, this is one of the capabilities of the Kongtong seal. Moreover, it is not just I. Even Wang Chongyang can accomplish this. Lin Bei's abilities stem from the eye of insight reaching a golden quality, unlocking the fourth ability to perceive the flow of energy within targets. Each person's aura is unique, yet their fundamental energy is similar. For instance, in Lin Bei's perception, the energy within Long Batian is primarily composed of spiritual power and pure void energy, intermixed with a touch of divine power. This minuscule divine power is a byproduct of forging a demigod's physique. Once the spiritual power and pure void energy are expelled, allowing the demigod's body to be filled with divine power, one could automatically ascend to the divine level. The reason ordinary demigods cannot detect the void beasts is that this divine power must be extracted bit by bit. Once used, it is gone and must be replenished. Thus, they remain just a step away from the divine level. Only peak demigods, capable of independently generating divine power, can utilize it to identify void beasts. Wang Chongyang's ability to discern is similarly due to his heavenly eye, allowing him to see the flow of energy just as Lin Bei does. To them, void beasts appear as entities suffused with void energy. Therefore, if a void beast were to manifest before them, they would immediately recognize it due to its glaring distinctiveness. With your abilities, does this not mean that the issue of tracing void beasts will no longer pose a challenge? This is monumental news, not only for humanity, but also for other races. The hatred other races harbor towards the void cult is no less than that of humanity. Hence, should word spread that someone can unveil the hidden traces of the void cult, it would undoubtedly elevate that individual to the status of an esteemed guest. What do you intend to do now? I plan to investigate whether there are any hidden remnants of the void cult within our human leadership. Lin Bei's expression remained calm, as if discussing a mundane matter. However, internally, he harbored a fierce desire to eradicate the void beasts. He had not forgotten that 10 years prior, their actions had led to the destruction of the passage to his mother's world. And to this day, no means of re-establishing the connection had been found that a solitary world facing the invasion of void beasts might fare better with strength. But if it were weaker, it would likely have already succumbed to becoming a special instance invading other worlds. Thus, possessing the capability to detect void beasts, Lin Bei's first step is to eliminate any hidden threats within the human leadership. As for his subsequent plans, they would naturally involve seeking a way to reopen the passage. This was not only Lin Bei's desire, but also Lin Xiong's goal. After all, Lin Bei had grown, and he could sense the changes within Lin Xiong lately. He appeared the same as before. But behind the scenes, he was likely preparing for something. Long Batian pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Very well. This way, the emergence of new novice instances within humanity will no longer be a concern. Had it not been for Lin Bei's formidable abilities, the machinations of the Void Cult would likely have succeeded. Several hours later, in Longsha Kingdom, or rather, throughout the entire human alliance, the high-ranking members of the human race began to make their way to Tianlong City. They were unaware of what had transpired, only knowing that several hours prior, Long Batian, in his capacity as the leader of the human alliance, announced a matter of great significance concerning the survival of the human race. In a fleeting moment, the high-ranking officials of the various human nations found themselves at a loss, clearly bewildered by what could possibly pertain to the existence of humanity. Could it be that the racial war had encountered unforeseen complications? Were other races poised to betray them at such a critical juncture? That could not be the case, for they had heard that the other races had signed contracts. Breaching them could easily jeopardize their own race's fortune. Such a course of action would be utterly counterproductive. Therefore, aside from this, what could possibly warrant the gravity of a matter concerning the survival of humanity? They were perplexed, yet they obediently made their way into the city of heavenly dragons. At that moment, the Alliance Conference Hall, specially established within the city of heavenly dragons, had already gathered numerous high-ranking members of the human race, including the presence of demigods, a total of 30 demigods. All meticulously observed and deemed trustworthy by Lin Bei and Wang Chongyang, were positioned in various corners to prevent the escape of any lurking void creatures should any disturbances arise. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Long Batian appeared, surveying the high-ranking officials from various nations. Long Batian began to speak. I presume all of you are quite curious as to why I have summoned you here. Alliance leader, we must be informed of this matter concerning the survival of the human race, spoke the monarch of the Great Bear Kingdom, raising his hand. The Void Cult. The mere utterance of these 4 words left the assembly in shock as they gazed at Long Batian. They were all too aware of the elusive nature of the Void Cult, particularly after the events that transpired at the Southern Sky Gate, which revealed that the genius of their nation had been parasitically fused with a member of the Void Cult. This loss had left a deep wound in their hearts. Alliance leader, could it be that the Void Cult has devised yet another insidious plot? Inquired the fearful monarch of the beautiful empire, recalling how their own genius had been victimized by the Void Cult. Not at all. What I wish to convey is that the issue of the Void Cult's elusive whereabouts will be thoroughly resolved today. At this, the assembly, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped Long Batian's intent. He clearly aimed to ascertain whether any members of the Void Cult were present among them. Eliminate the Void creatures. Of course, there's also another crucial matter at hand. You may all claim the title of national leaders. Endowed with the fortune of your respective nations, it would not be an exaggeration to deem you kings of the human race, upon hearing Long Batian's words. The attendees nodded in agreement, recognizing the numerous benefits that came with such fortune. Some monarchs, though not meeting the standard of true kings, still enjoyed the advantages of being pseudo-kings, benefiting from the fortune they possessed. Now, our human race has finally birthed a true sovereign. Although our sovereign is still in a nascent stage, with his leadership, the rise of the human race will no longer be an issue. As he spoke, Long Batian gestured for Lin Bei to take the stage, and Lin Bei silently pushed open the grand doors, stepping into the gaze of the assembly. What an awe-inspiring fortune! Though some national leaders had not yet attained the level of demigods, they could still perceive the extent of fortune possessed by Lin Bei. Upon witnessing the overwhelming fortune emanating from him, disbelief washed over the crowd. This fortune was undoubtedly that of a true sovereign. Yet, why was this sovereign from the Longsha Kingdom? For some ambitious monarchs, this revelation was a source of great anguish. While the human race was a unified entity, it housed numerous factions. The demonic cultivators represented one faction, while the powers of various nations constituted another. The Longsha Kingdom had already established itself as the dominant force, capable of contending with the other nations. Now, with the sovereign emerging from Longsha Kingdom, their prospects seemed utterly bleak. The birth of a sovereign signified a consolidation of strength among their race, which could be seen as a positive development. At the very least, the emergence of a sovereign for the human race equated to solidifying their foothold within the myriad realms. Furthermore, the deeds accomplished by this sovereign were well known to them. The exponential increase in the fortune of the human race was the handiwork of this individual. Thus, they had no objections to Lin Bei ascending to the throne. Merely lamenting that he was not one of their OWN. Lin Bei stood at the center of the hall. All eyes converged upon him. Long Batian nodded in encouragement, signaling Lin Bei to address the assembly. Lin Bei scanned the crowd, gathering an understanding of the situation, and began to discreetly signal for action. Lords of the nations, since I have been graced with the fortune of the human race and have ascended as sovereign, I shall lead our people towards the pinnacle of the myriad realms. Therefore, you can place your trust in me like a tea present. I need to root out the void creatures among us. There is no need for alarm. All is well. With decisive authority, Lin Bei summoned the Kongtong seal, activating it with his own power. The Kongtong seal hovered above him, releasing a ripple that spread throughout the assembly. Those touched by the ripple felt as though their very beings were being scrutinized. At that moment, an official from the Ing Empire began to undergo a transformation, morphing into the characteristic form of a void creature. Before the void creature could make any move, a demigod suddenly appeared above it, forcefully suppressing and subduing it. Witnessing this, the remaining void creatures understood that their most formidable hidden abilities were rendered ineffective before this seemingly feeble sovereign. They were utterly restrained. No, we must disseminate this information. At any cost, we must eliminate the young sovereign of the human race. If we do not, all of the schemes of the void cult across the myriad realms will be thwarted by this young sovereign. Since you have all arrived, do not flee. Spatial lockdown. At that moment, empowered by the Kongtong seal, Lin Bei's spatial lockdown extended to a radius of 10 kilometers. Within this realm, the effects of Tier 4 activated, creating an independent space. This meant that unless one possessed formidable spatial breaking capabilities, escape from this isolated space would be impossible. Such capabilities would require skills surpassing Lin Bei's level, or skills of equal rank. Regardless of how high the levels of the void creatures were, they could not breach the confines of this independent space, including the demigod-level void creature. As the assembly of void creatures realized that Lin Bei possessed the ability to see through their disguises, they promptly revealed their true forms. One after another, void creatures emerged, and among the throng of thousands present, over 100 were found to be void creatures. Among them was a demigod-level individual, a minister of the beautiful empire who held the economic lifeblood of the nation. The monarch of the beautiful empire was incensed to discover that his close minister was, in fact, a demigod-level void creature, and he could hardly believe that someone so intimately connected with him was a foe. No, it should be said that it was precisely because of his status as monarch that this void creature had ingratiated itself, forging a close relationship with him. Scoundrel! He felt as though all the years of trust had been squandered. The sudden revelation of the demigod void creature from the beautiful empire incited chaos. As hidden demigods sought to intervene, they witnessed the demigod void creature swiftly appear before Lin Bei. Sensing the spatial lockdown, the creature realized it was powerless to break free. Consequently, it shifted its strategy, aiming to assassinate Lin Bei with brute force, confinement. With a hum, the power of confinement descended upon the demigod void creature. Even in the face of significant disparity in rank, the confinement still proved effective against the skill levels exceeding 30. The semi-divine void creature was forcibly immobilized, unable to move. The mountain lord circled around Lin Bei's side, and then seized the semi-divine void creature in her jaws, tossing it into the air. Tiger's roar soul, devouring slash. Although the mountain lord possessed only the strength of level 82, she was a legitimate deity of red quality. The semi-divine void creature, undeniably powerful, only reached level 90-2. In a one-on-one scenario, while it might not dominate the situation, it could still utilize its divine power to repel the void energy, limiting its strength to around 80 or 90%. Now, with Lin Bei's assistance, they were on the brink of overwhelming the semi-divine void creature. Her claws pierced through the creature's body, leaving traces of divine power within. The residual divine energy continuously ravaged the semi-divine void creature, which needed to expel or assimilate it. However, both required time and a tranquil environment, which was impossible at present. This was the first successful capture of a semi-divine void creature. Meanwhile, Long Batian did not intervene, but silently observed the scene. In truth, from the moment they revealed their true forms, the outcome had already been sealed. Young human monarch, I curse you to be relentlessly hunted by the Void Clan for eternity. Your friends and family shall find no peace. He was indeed a semi-divine void creature with cursing abilities, currently sacrificing its own life to unleash this semi-divine curse. Until one becomes a deity, Do not even think of immunity, even after becoming a deity. This curse would only grow stronger. Unless a powerful entity intervened to dispel it, one would be destined to live under its shadow for a lifetime. As the great nemesis of the Void Clan. If you do not perish, our goal shall remain unfulfilled. Lin Bei gazed at the curse taking form in the air, swiftly countering with a silence. The forced interruption, Pucci, the semi-divine void creature, spewed forth foul blood. And the terrifying curse that was nearly complete was abruptly halted. Yet, due to its near completion, it still targeted Lin Bei, hurtling towards him. The Mountain Lord attempted to stop it, but it surprisingly slipped past her claws, heading straight for Lin Bei. The semi-divine void creature laughed heartily, realizing that although interrupted, it had still succeeded, albeit with less than ideal results. However, success meant a lock on the target. The void cult would pursue Lin Bei at any cost. This was the terrifying nature of a semi-divine void creature. As the dreadful curse approached, Lin Bei conjured a crescent moon in his hand and hurled it upwards, with the blessing of the Sacred Heart. There was no need for a formal incantation. He simply released the crescent moon into the sky. Under the moonlight, the skull-like curse emitted a wretched scream. Ultimately, under the gaze of all present, the curse dissipated. The semi-divine void creature. No, this is a curse I released by sacrificing my life. Even if it is a half-finished product, a mere level 4 monarch should not be able to resist it. Is the world mad? Indeed, the semi-divine void creature's curse was formidable. Reaching a skill level of LV.7, coupled with the rank suppression, an ordinary level 4 would find impossible to withstand. Yet, Lin Bei's skill level had already reached 35, rendering the effects of rank suppression ineffective against the overwhelming force of skill level suppression. Otherwise, a standard level 4 would not even think of participating in this battle, let alone use skills against a semi-divine powerhouse. It is crucial to understand that with such a vast difference in ranks, even enhancement and debuff skills would be weakened. Only Lin Bei, with his extraordinary skill level, could produce such effects. Initially, the onlookers were apprehensive that Lin Bei would fall victim to the curse. But upon witnessing him cast the crescent moon and dispel the curse, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Simultaneously, their admiration for the young monarch grew. To influence a semi-divine powerhouse with a mere level 4 body was a feat none present could achieve. Observing his skill being forcibly nullified by Lin Bei, the semi-divine void creature, filled with resentment, transformed its divine body into pure void energy, dissipating into the cosmos. Until its last breath, it could not comprehend why a mere level 4 ant could nullify its curse. I will not accept this. After unleashing a futile roar, the semi-divine void creature vanished completely. In the arena, all the void creatures had been subdued by the suddenly appearing semi-divine powerhouses, the void creatures infiltrating the upper echelons of the human nations. Controlling vital interests were completely annihilated. If they were not extracted, the consequences during critical moments in the future would be unimaginable. Once all the void creatures had been eradicated, Lin Bei lifted the spatial blockade, and everything returned to normal. Nearby, the Mountain Lord licked her claws and sat beside Lin Bei, her gaze occasionally darting to the foreign powerhouses around them, fiercely guarding him to the onset of the plan. Lin Bei had instructed Xianyuan Fenghua to summon the Mountain Lord, clarifying the purpose. Upon understanding, the Mountain Lord had rushed from Jiangsheng to Tianlong City. However, she arrived with an expression of grievance, as if she had something to say. Mountain Lord, I truly appreciate your assistance this time, and no need for thanks. Just summon me whenever you need help. Do not hold back on my account. The Mountain Lord was fervently hinting, prompting Lin Bei to recall why she had regarded him with such a mournful gaze upon their initial meeting. It turned out she felt it unnecessary for Xianyuan Fenghua to go through such trouble when she could be summoned directly, making explanations more convenient and bolstering their strength. Realizing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle and respond. All right, if there's a need for battle in the future, I hope you won't refuse. Deal. The Mountain Lord was immediately elated. Lin Bei, all the spies from the Void Cult embedded within the upper echelons of various nations have been eradicated. Next, we must uncover all the Void creatures lurking in Blue Star. After all, It is not only the upper echelons that harbor void creatures. Many are concealed across Blue Star, and their numbers will only increase. Fortunately, the strength of those hidden in the outside world barely reached the 9th tier, posing little threat. The only concern was their considerable dispersion, while semi-divine powerhouses possessed the strength to obliterate a world. They dared not unleash their full might upon Blue Star. This was a limitation. If we disperse all the semi-divine powerhouses across Blue Star, can we suppress any emerging void creatures in a timely manner? Currently, the human alliance on Blue Star boasted over 90 semi-divine powerhouses. With their formidable strength, it might indeed be feasible. Long Batian pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, as long as no semi-divine powerhouses appear. They can adequately suppress other void creatures. Well then, let's disperse them. I will soon use the Cooldown seal to conduct a thorough sweep of Blue Star. The operation was ongoing, and this time, the goal was to eliminate the hidden threats on Blue Star. This also served to demonstrate to other races that the human race possessed the capability to uproot the void cult. This achievable. Long Batian expressed some concern, given that Lin Bei's strength was still only at the 4th tier. Although he held the position of human monarch, his foundational strength remained somewhat lacking. On Blue Star, I can leverage the human race's luck to assist. It is sufficient to handle the current situation. Within the human domain, this can be done, but beyond that, I will have to rely on myself. In that case, it's settled. Long Batian began to arrange personnel to spread throughout various locations. 30 minutes later, everyone was in position. Based on calculations, the locations of the over 90 semi-divine powerhouses were sufficient to cover the globe, and they would suppress any emerging void creatures. Lin Bei settled in Tianlong City. Flanked by the Mountain Lord and Long Batian, and one knew what crises might arise, so Lin Bei's security measures had to be of the highest standard. Holding the Cooldown seal, Lin Bei began to commune with the luck of the human race. With the luck of the human race bestowed upon him, the Cooldown seal erupted with golden radiance. The spirit of luck belonging to the human race manifested, appearing beyond Blue Star. It was a spirit of luck that was several times larger than Blue Star itself. At that moment, everyone across Blue Star witnessed the emergence of this spirit of luck. Were it not for the semi-divine beings utilizing their divine will to inform the populace that this was the manifestation of the spirit of human fortune, one might have assumed an invasion by otherworldly entities was underway. Meanwhile, in the southernmost region of Blue Star, the semi-divine beings of various races, awaiting the conclusion of the ranking dungeon, could not help but sense the terrifying aura that had descended. Upon their emergence in the skies above the southern expanse, they beheld the true form of the spirit of fortune, causing involuntary tremors to ripple through their bodies. Despite being semi-divine powers, they felt as insignificant as ants before this embodiment of fate. The spirit of fortune was capable of attack, yet each assault demanded a toll of racial fortune. Thus it refrained from striking unless absolutely necessary. This was the spirit of human fortune. What was the human race planning? Although they had already forged an alliance with the humans, witnessing such a grand maneuver instilled fear even in their allies. This was an entity that even semi-divine beings feared. Other races had never heard of anyone capable of manifesting the spirit of fortune. At that moment, the spirit of fortune extended a colossal hand towards Blue Star, enveloping it entirely. Within this covered area, the power of the Cooldown seal activated, forcibly disrupting the disguises of all void beasts, revealing their true forms. In that instant, semi-divine beings across the globe were taken aback by the sheer number of these void beasts. Over 300,000 scattered throughout the world, were it not for their relatively weaker powers. This sheer force alone could pose a significant threat to the human race. Over the course of centuries, it was astonishing to discover that the cult of the void had amassed such a multitude of these creatures. If the humans faced such a situation, one could only imagine the plight of the other races. Given the stringent measures the humans had taken against the cult of the void, the presence of such numerous void beasts was likely even more pronounced among other races. The semi-divine beings acting in concert felt a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, the emergence of the human emperor provided the means to discern the void beasts. Moreover, just recently, they had managed to suppress all the powerful void beasts residing on Blue Star. The remaining tens of thousands were now akin to ants, forcibly confined within the demon sealing array, transformed into pure energy to serve as their resource. Having completed this, the Spirit of Fortune, greater in size than Blue Star itself, gradually began to conceal its presence. Lin Bei gasped for breath. The manifestation of the Spirit of Fortune placed considerable demands on mental acuity. Thankfully, he had only employed the Spirit of Fortune for reconnaissance, which did not drain too much mental energy. Otherwise, he would have already collapsed. Lin Bei, are you all right? Long Batian, centered in the Tianlong City area, inquired immediately upon noticing Lin Bei's pallor after suppressing the surrounding void beasts. He seemed noticeably weakened. I'm fine, just a bit drained mentally. I just need a moment to recover. After all, I've experienced this feeling several times when summoning the divine, so it's nothing extraordinary. Were it not for his low strength leading to diminished mental capacity, Lin Bei would not feel so feeble. Now that all the void beasts on Blue Star had been discovered, vigilance was required for any that might enter human territory from other worlds in the future. By the way, we still need to scout the dungeon. I don't need to worry about that. Long Batia nodded in response to Lin Bei's request. Our Longsha Kingdom's Research Institute has made some new advancements. However, we've always lacked sufficient divine power for supplementation. Divine power, aside from the semi-divine beings who were merely a step away from ascension to godhood and could generate their own, the little divine power accumulated by other semi-divine beings was indeed a precious resource that must be conserved. If one bore any hidden affliction, their capacity to gather divine power could be severely compromised. Hence, the divine power of semi-divine beings should not be wasted frivolously. Divine power? Suddenly, Long Batian's gaze fell upon the Mountain Lord, who was standing guard beside Lin Bei. Indeed, here is a ready source of divine power. With strength comparable to that of a semi-divine being, the divine power of the Mountain Lord could undoubtedly expedite the research into devices for detecting the void beasts. The Mountain Lord bristled at Long Batian's intense scrutiny. Human, what do you intend to do? The aggressive demeanor of the Mountain Lord left Long Batian somewhat embarrassed, realizing his previous expression was rather impulsive. Mountain Lord, may I propose a matter for discussion? Would you be willing to provide a portion of divine power at intervals? Fear not. We humans will ensure an equal exchange. We will not take advantage of you. Divine power? The Mountain Lord coalesced divine energy and cast it toward Long Batian. This what you mean? Precisely. Long Batian suddenly remembered that a true deity resided within human territory. He had learned a bit about this Mountain Lord. During the revival of spiritual energy, she had fought alongside her master in dungeons. Unfortunately, due to her master's exceptional prowess, she had drawn too much attention and, when she was weaker, had fallen victim to the void beast ambush. Had it not been for that, the ranks of human divine beings would surely be greater. Her master was a god-sealer, whose core ability allowed them to bestow the capability of godhood to others at intervals. Among the human race, the majority of those who achieved divinity had done so thanks to her master's god-sealing ability. Of course, this required that they possess sufficient potential to qualify for such elevation. The Void Beast had launched their assaults precisely because they were aware of such a prodigious talent among the humans. Ultimately, the cult of the Void succeeded, and the Mountain Lord lost her master. Yet, in her master's final moments, they activated their core ability, the gift of death, successfully elevating the Mountain Lord to the status of a true deity. She became a legitimate divine being, existing independently in the lower realm. Unlike those pseudo-deities who, while divine, merely accelerated their ascension to the divine tier, the Mountain Lord was a genuine deity. Thus, her divine power was exceedingly pure, making it the ideal material for detecting the void beasts. As for the incense deities scattered across Blue Star, while they also wielded divine power, their levels were too low, merely on par with spiritual energy. Unless their strength was enhanced, they would hold little significance. In this era, as long as one did not perish within a dungeon, they could easily surpass those incense deities. The most powerful among them was still no match for an ordinary fourth-tier warrior. Furthermore, there was another explanation. Their divine power was not pure, tainted by the essence of incense. That was the crux of the matter. Long Batian gazed at the unclaimed divine power in his hands. His hands trembling. They had inadvertently forgotten that a legitimate deity had always resided within Blue Star. This oversight stemmed from the Mountain Lord's centuries-long seclusion in the mountains, away from the populace. Moreover, having tested the efficacy of the incensed deity's divine power, they had found it wanting, leading to an unconscious neglect of the Mountain Lord, who, despite being revered by humans, was indeed distinct from these incensed deities. However, it was not too late. Regrettably, many of the talented individuals lost by the human race over the years had fallen victim to the void beasts. Had they survived, the foundation of the humans would undoubtedly have reached greater heights. This is it. With this, we can develop a device to detect the void beasts. As long as we periodically supplement divine power, we can prevent the void beasts from invading Blue Star, if this can be realized. Blue Star may become the only realm untouched by the cult of the void. Moreover, mastering this technology would genuinely elevate the humans to the pinnacle of all races. But the prerequisite was the willingness of the Mountain Lord to cooperate. Are you serious? The Mountain Lord was inclined to assist, not only due to her connection with Lin Bei, but also because she sought vengeance against the void beasts. Her master had perished at their hands. So her willingness to combat the void beasts was profound. It is merely a fragment of unclaimed divine power. Such a minuscule amount can be replenished within mere breaths, resulting in negligible consumption. Furthermore, due to the exceptionally pure quality of the Mountain Lord's divine power, it can easily be diluted to a level sufficient for detecting the void beasts, thereby enabling the creation of more void detection devices. Indeed, all that is required is the cooperation of the Mountain Lord. Currently, she stands as the sole deity among the myriad races of the Blue Star, rendering her rarity self-evident, should this information be disseminated. The Mountain Lord, being the only one in the myriad realms without the protection of a powerful faction, could easily become the target of other races vying for her. Even if her strength rivals that of a demigod, it remains merely a semblance of such power, not the genuine article. Should those pinnacle demigods intervene, they might seek to extract the source of her divine power to expedite their own ascension. Moreover, upon learning of this news, the Void Cult would undoubtedly launch relentless assaults against the Mountain Lord. Not doubt the operational capacity of the Void Beasts. In a certain sense, they function as a singular entity, obeying only one will, the will of the Void. Very well. I shall cooperate. I shall ensure the complete annihilation of those void beasts. I would willingly sacrifice my life for this cause, after attaining enlightenment. The Mountain Lord felt immense gratitude towards her master, who had nurtured her since childhood. When her master perished before her eyes, she became a true deity, utilizing her divine power to vanquish all the void beasts that had once attacked her. Subsequently, she concealed herself within the mountains until now. She yearned to hunt down the void beasts. Yet her master had once advised her to survive, for she had a far more significant mission ahead. Otherwise, she would have long since emerged from the mountains to eliminate the void beast. It seems that the important mission her master spoke of has indeed arrived, on behalf of all humanity. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Upon hearing this, Long Batian bowed deeply to the Mountain Lord, a gesture she deemed worthy of her. Now that the subsequent issues have been resolved, we can address the impending threat of total war against the Western Dragon Clan. Lin Bei's expression softened as he spoke slowly, simultaneously retrieving the Kong Tong seal, intending to deliver a substantial blow to the Western Dragon Clan. Total war among races is fundamentally a test of foundational strength. However, as long as fortune remains on our side and the number of races diminishes, the strength of that fortune will only amplify should either race find themselves dwindling in numbers. As long as they endure for a time, they will become immensely powerful. This is the boon of having fortune on one's side. Consider the monarchs of various nations. As sovereigns of humanity, their fortunes have elevated them to the demigod tier. Even if their professions are lacking, the effects of divided fortunes are significant, and one can only imagine the extraordinary effects if an entire race were to be blessed with fortune. Thus, typically, even in the event of total war among races, one race would not be entirely exterminated. Rather, they would be contained and the strongest among them would be eliminated. Many subordinate races have arisen in this manner. In this way, one can also consume the fortunes of other races, a tactic employed by many powerful races. However, As Lin Bei prepares to engage in total war with the Western Dragon Clan, he will not limit himself to merely subduing them. Since a lasting enmity has been forged with humanity, he shall press on with unwavering resolve. The intent is to eradicate the Western Dragon Clan utterly. Lin Bei, what are you planning to do? Upon seeing Lin Bei retrieve the Cooldown seal once more, Long Batian inquired with confusion. It's nothing. Merely a small surprise for the Western Dragon Clan. He then activated the Cooldown seal, and shortly thereafter, Lin Bei felt his consciousness blur, awakening to find himself in an unimaginably vast space. Looking down, he discovered he had transformed into a spirit of fortune. No, to be precise, he was utilizing the form of the spirit of fortune. Now, the spirit of fortune mirrored Lin Bei's appearance nearly perfectly. The spirit of fortune of the Western Dragon Clan. Lin Bei's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the realm of fortune. Before long, the spirit of fortune of the Western Dragon Clan manifested. It was a colossal being. Yet when compared to humanity, the Western Dragon's fortune appeared somewhat diminutive, at least 2 to 3 times smaller than that of humanity's spirit of fortune. The spirit of fortune of the Western Dragon Clan gazed at Lin Bei in confusion, clearly unaware of the purpose behind humanity's spirit of fortune. Lin Bei, in the capacity of the Emperor of Humanity, hereby declare war of fortune against the Western Dragon Clan. The victor shall consume all that belongs to the vanquished. Let this serve as a lesson. Upon finishing his proclamation, the entire realm of fortune erupted like thunder, reverberating with booming sounds. Even in the real world, all beings, human, dragon, and myriad races, who possessed any residual energy within them could distinctly hear Lin Bei's voice. A war of fortune. This marks the first occurrence of such a phenomenon across the myriad realms in recorded history. Long Batian stared in astonishment at Lin Bei, who had closed his eyes, clearly taken aback by the imperial power he had not anticipated. And oh wonder, it is said that within the myriad realms, if a race can produce an emperor, it may herald the true rise of that race. It appears there is truth to this saying. Truly, heaven has blessed humanity. Upon the declaration of total war, the Western Dragon Clan began to assemble their dragon armies, rallying their subordinate races with the intent to besiege humanity, subjugating them and forcing them into servitude as a subordinate race. Yet, they could not have foreseen humanity's audacious moves. Humanity, so brazen, we shall enslave your kind, ensuring you will never rise again, although they had not previously experienced a war of fortune. The very name suggests a conflict that demands the sacrifice of a race's fortune. Should they fail, the consequences would be dire. Thus, this battle can only end in victory. They, the Western Dragon Clan, have never feared any opponent. Even against the so-called evenly matched Titan giants, their encounters have resulted in far more losses than victories. The Western Dragon Clan is undoubtedly the strongest race in the myriad realms, in the extreme southern continent. Other races' demigod-level beings were still immersed in the terrifying spectacle of Lin Bei manifesting the spirit of fortune and reaching out towards the blue star. Now, they heard that Lin Bei had initiated a declaration of a war of fortune among races. At this moment, they were filled with one thought, fortunate that they had heeded Lin Bei's counsel, engaging in trade and forming alliances with him. Otherwise, they would have been utterly unprepared for the wrath of humanity. A race destined to rise. Quick! Send more resources to humanity. The rise of humanity is inevitable. It is time to befriend them. In a world besieged and invaded by the Void Cult, this was the world that served as the mainstay for the Elven race. However, due to the destruction of the pathway connecting to the Blue Star by the Void Clan, this world was barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the Void Clan. Yet, due to its status as the Elven stronghold, it still possessed considerable strength with over 30 demigods, preventing it from being breached within a short time. But with the Void Clan's relentless assaults and cunning strategies targeting the Elven race, it would not be long before this world would meet the fate of becoming a mere copy. In the Elven Forest, the sacred ground of the elves, a stunning Elven woman bore a hint of sorrow upon her face as she treated a fellow demigod. Recently, the assaults by the Void Beasts have become increasingly frequent. Talented individuals, having successfully transitioned from novice dungeons, were being hunted down by the Void Cult, resulting in significant losses that, if this continued, The annihilation of the elven race would become a grim reality. The woman sighed in resignation. 3 years prior, the elven sanctuary had been assailed by the Void Cult. Although the nihilistic creatures of the Nihility sect were subdued, their intrinsic inability to be annihilated compelled us merely to seal them away. Yet, such sealing necessitates the constant vigilance of demigod-level guardians, rendering us incapable of allocating personnel to suppress the nihilistic beings scattered across the world. This delicate balance has led the elven race to a precarious state, akin to a frog slowly boiling in water. Should a breach occur in any location, the consequence would be the annihilation of the elven lineage, resulting in their transformation into a mere copy that invades other realms. At that very moment, all sentient beings on the natural continent distinctly heard a voice resonate within their minds that Lin Bei, in my capacity as the emperor of the human race, hereby declare a war of fate against the Western Dragon Clan. The victor shall consume all of the vanquished. Let this serve as a cautionary tale. The voice resounded majestically, echoing in the minds of every enlightened being. The elves of the natural continent were particularly astounded, for their realm had already become estranged from the Blue Star. In just a decade, numerous territories had succumbed to darkness. In this isolated world, the reverberation of such a voice was astonishing. Nevertheless, for them, it bore little significance. Aside from the elves who failed to grasp the truth, everyone else recognized that the destruction of the natural continent was an inevitable fate. Unless the world passage were to reopen, they would remain unsupported, destined to become a mere replication invading other worlds. Meanwhile, the exquisitely beautiful elven healer's hand trembled suddenly. Could it be the figure she had envisioned? Blue Star, Longsha Kingdom, within the Heavenly Dragon City. Lin Bei successfully utilized the Kongtong seal to issue a declaration of war for his race's fate, igniting a conflict of destiny between the two races. Lin Bei, that is merely a fraction of the powers of the human emperor. After all, those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. If we cannot thoroughly crush the Dragon Clan here, who knows if they might retaliate against us in some future moment. Lin Bei retracted the Kongtong seal and quietly regarded Long Batian, who looked on with considerable envy. This what it means to be an emperor of humanity. Indeed, he is on an entirely different level from the human king.